My name is Qingge. I traveled to a mystical world and was immediately favored by my mother-in-law. I married her daughter, became a Livian son-in-law of the ancient royal clan, and rose to prominence. After the wedding, my beautiful and wealthy wife urged me to have many children to strengthen the clan. So the question arose, what can be done when one wife can only bear one child per year? Take a concubine, the beautiful wife said. Husband, for the prosperity of our clan, you must work hard. You wouldn't want our family to decline, would you? In the Qingge realm, the Murong family. Today on the wide arena, a martial arts competition for marriage was being held. Two figures on the stage clashed fiercely, sword energy shooting in all directions. One of them was a woman named Murong Wainer, 18 years old, with snow-white skin, a charming figure, a face like a peach blossom, and unparalleled beauty. In short, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Her background was equally extraordinary. She was noble and unapproachable, the sole bloodline of the ancient royal clan. She received a quality education from childhood, elegant and dignified, like a pure lotus flower, holy and inviolable. Countless people were infatuated with her. Soon the man on the stage was panting heavily and was about to lose. As a member of the ancient royal clan, Murong Wainer was highly skilled. She quickly forced him back step by step. In just a few breaths the man was defeated. Alas, isn't there a single qualified one? A beautiful young woman below the stage sighed repeatedly. She was Qingge, Murong Wainer's mother. Her skin was even fairer than her daughter's, with an elegant and refined aura, mature charm, full and alluring. The reason for her sigh was that the great Qing kingdom had been at war for years, consuming men at a rapid rate. 99% of the kingdom's men had gone to the battlefield and never returned. No bodies were found, only a letter of condolence came back. Even her husband Murong Qinghe had gone to war, thus no man remained in the family. In fact, not just the Murong family, but the entire great Qing kingdom had nearly turned into a kingdom of women with no men left. In the letter, Murong Qinghe had written in blood, "My lady, the Murong family must not die out, or our ancestors will not rest in peace. The task of revitalizing our clan is now yours. As for how to do it, I am about to die. You know what to do." Thus the martial competition for marriage was arranged. The competition was not the main purpose, rather it was meant to screen suitable men. The kingdom's continuous wars had sent all strong men to the front. Those left behind were either disabled, had incurable diseases, or were unsightly, short as dwarfs, barely 1.40 m tall. Their faces were indescribable features, as if randomly placed. In the past, Qingge would never have allowed her daughter to marry such men. But now to revive the clan, an outsider had to be brought in. Still, even in such need, there were requirements. The competition tested stamina, endurance, and other qualities. If a man passed, it meant his genes were acceptable, barely tolerable. It was also a little psychological comfort for Qingge. A large group of misfits waited eagerly to get on stage, but Qingge hadn't called the next one yet, so they could only wait. They could only step up when called. Qingge should have called the next one long ago, but she hadn't spoken because she suddenly, not far from her, about 10 meters away, a man appeared out of nowhere. With a handsome face, a height of 1.85 m, a jade-like posture, dignified and suave. He was utterly out of place in this era. Even before the war, the great Qing kingdom had never seen such a handsome young man. But clearly that spot had been empty moments ago. That man was none other than Qingge, who had just traveled here. As for the reason for his travel, well, he didn't know. He just opened his eyes and found himself here, with his body and soul having come through together. Frowning at the arena, he didn't understand what was happening. But seeing the words, martial competition for marriage, he understood immediately. Glancing sideways, why were all those unsightly men staring at him? Their eyes showed shock, astonishment, envy, and awe. On the stage, Murong Wainer was momentarily stunned as well. Men were scarce now, precious, especially such a handsome one. Her mind went blank, feeling as if this man was a gift. The thought passed in a flash. The next moment her face suddenly blushed like a blooming lotus suffused with peach blossoms. She quickly lowered her head and averted her gaze, afraid to look. After all, she was a well-bred lady who had to be reserved. Qingge was the same. To be honest, since the war began she hadn't seen such a handsome man in centuries. It felt like a different world. She too lowered her head, feeling her face flush. The maid beside her quickly handed her a cup of tea. She took it slowly, her wrist trembling slightly, causing ripples in the cup. After a sip, the excitement inside her finally subsided. It was then that she noticed the atmosphere in the arena had changed. The men waiting to compete looked like drowned chickens drenched by a downpour, or eggplants struck by lightning, completely wilted. Qingge understood their thoughts. They felt ashamed of their own appearance. That one man was so young, handsome, and suave that he made them feel like ugly scraps. So they lost all desire to compete. "Lady Murong, I suddenly remembered I have business at home, so I'll take my leave. I suddenly remembered I haven't eaten breakfast. I'll leave too." "Me too." Many candidates stood up and bid farewell. Qingge nodded and let them leave. The servants quickly opened the Murong family's gate and let them out. Their eyes were filled with reluctance and helplessness. They sighed deeply as they left. Those misfits were in such a hurry to leave for one reason alone. They knew they would definitely be eliminated. After all, any discerning eye could see that Murong Wainer had already lost her heart to someone. Even Lady Murong's hands trembled with excitement. So if they didn't leave now, were they supposed to stay for the new year? Qingge called out from the platform. "Wainer, stop the competition. Go to your boudoir and wait." Murong Wainer's cheeks flushed crimson. Upon hearing the words, she softly uttered an before stepping down and hurrying away. Next, Qingge dismissed everyone nearby. Only when all had left did she turn to Qingge and reveal a smile. It was a smile that outshone the bloom of 100 flowers like autumn chrysanthemums bursting forth in a riot of purple and red, indescribably beautiful. She called softly, "Young master, where are you from? Come over and have a cup of tea." She raised her jade white hand, lightly unwrapped the tea packet, and brewed a fine cup. By the time it was ready, her hand was still trembling slightly. Qingge walked over. He was not a block of wood. He understood that perhaps she had taken a liking to him, so there was no need for further competition. Now his future mother-in-law likely wanted to have a talk with him. He had to make a good impression. After all, only by winning over the mother-in-law could he marry the daughter. At that moment he recalled those who had just left, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In the blink of an eye he stood before Qingge. "Please sit," Qingge said softly, her heartbeat quickening as such a handsome young man was a rarity among rarities, as she absolutely must not let him slip away. With a wave of her jade hand, a chair from a distance flew over through the air. Qingge sat down and recounted his origins and name. "My name is Qingge. I come from Blue Star City, and both my parents have passed away." He was transmigrated from Blue Star, so calling it Blue Star City wasn't a lie, and since he had no parents in this world, that too was the truth. "So you are Master Su. You must be exhausted after traveling all the way from Blue Star City. Please have some tea to moisten your throat." Qingge's words were very gentle, like light snow falling on a palm, giving an extremely soft feeling. Qingge had never heard of Blue Star City. She guessed it was probably a very distant place, and since he had no parents, that made him even more suitable for entering the family as a son-in-law. It was a match made in heaven. In the Qingge realm, very few were willing to let their sons marry into the bride's family. Marrying into the family meant becoming a Livian's son-in-law. And now, with the male population already scarce, sending one's own son to be a Livian son-in-law at another family's home was even more unthinkable. It brought shame and disgraced the ancestors. Nevertheless, there were still many who wished to climb up the social ladder, for the Morong family was a renowned, prestigious clan in the Qingge realm, an ancient royal bloodline that many would fight to enter. Actually, she asked all this mainly to probe the intentions of his parents, whether they would be willing to let their son enter the family as a son-in-law, and also to ascertain his background. To her surprise, he had no parents at all. Wasn't that perfect? Truly, fate had crossed their paths. When destiny arrives, nothing can block it. Qingge rejoiced inwardly. Then she began to speak openly. Her words were sincere, covering everything from the grand state of the world to the rise and fall of a single family. After a while, Qingge understood. This was a fantasy world where numerous imperial dynasties stood side by side. Great Qing, Great Ming, Great Han, Great Song, Great Tang. These kingdoms had been at war for years over territorial disputes, causing a drastic decline in population. It wasn't just Great Qing's population that plummeted, it was roughly the same in all the kingdoms. Many men died on the battlefield, leaving behind wives and children to live in loneliness. With men gone, the population of Qingge realm dropped off a cliff at an alarming speed. So alarming that even a male beggar by the roadside became a hot commodity. And the Morong family was holding a martial tournament to select a worthy man. But midway, the best candidate appeared out of thin air. Then it settled. "He's the one. Marrying into our family, you will gain a beautiful wife and the full support of the clan." "Young master, are you?" Qingge's voice was melodious and moving. Qingge did not agree immediately. He needed a moment to digest. This meant no conditions, no betrothal gifts. Nothing at all. Just him. He had endured 18 years of bachelorhood, and now his mother-in-law was handing him a wife. How could he not accept? Qingge saw that he hesitated, and her heart began to race. Qinghai's dying words still echoed in her ears. He absolutely must not refuse. Suddenly she thought of something. In this world so short of men, how could she still hold back? She must show sincerity. "Young master, I was remiss earlier. As you know, the constant wars have left us with few men. Without you, I cannot revive our clan." Qingge spoke softly. "I solemnly promise, after you marry in for 1 child, a reward of 1 million, for 2 children 2 million, for 3 in ancient scripture for 4. In short, the more the better. Let our Morong family flourish quickly, or we will slowly decline." Her voice began to crack with tears. For a family to prosper, it must first have people. Not just any people, but thriving numbers. But if they chose those misfits, wouldn't the family's excellent bloodline be ruined? Only the man before her was the most satisfactory. Qingge's mood, however, was very different. Could there really be such a good deal in this world? How could he not accept? "You misunderstand, I was just thinking about other things, not refusing. Now I accept." He slowly straightened his back. Having just transmigrated and encountered such good fortune. How delightful. Qingge's eyes sparkled, her heart filled with joy. Before long, in Morong Wainer's boudoir. Morong Wainer sat by the bed, her heart surging like ripples on a tranquil lake, her mind filled with the figure of that young gentleman. I wonder how mother's discussion with him went. Being exceptionally intelligent, she naturally guessed Qingge's intentions. Her mother must have taken a liking to that gentleman as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stopped the martial contest. Suddenly a knock sounded from outside. Then Qingge's voice followed. "May I come in?" Morong Wainer's heart skipped a beat, afraid he might have refused. She replied uneasily, and with a creak Qingge pushed the door open, followed by Qingge standing behind her. Moron Wainer glanced back and saw him. Her pretty face instantly flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Daughter, this young Master Su has agreed. As a woman of experience, Mu Xinyue understood her daughter's feelings. A woman adorns herself for whom she loves. The only true fondness brings shyness. He really agreed. Moron Wainer felt her heartstrings deeply touched, pounding wildly, and her face grew even redder. He agreed. That was good. She was terribly afraid he would refuse. It's getting late now. How about you two settle this matter tonight? At this, Mu Xinyue glanced outside and urged. We must revive the family quickly. There hasn't been a single newborn in years. If this continues, what shall we do? This. Upon hearing this, Moron Wainer's originally fair cheeks flushed all the way to her neck. She stammered, this seems. We haven't even married yet. On this side, Su Qing's face also grew warm. To skip the wedding and go straight to the main issue. Was the mother-in-law being a bit too hasty? Mu Xinyue sighed, shaking her head. I know, but the family situation is dire now. Your father's dying words pierced my heart. If I don't strive, how can I face him? And you must think of the family too. You can't only care about yourself. But, Moron Wainer's face grew even hotter. Mu Xinyue waved her hand, directly cutting her off. No buts. Board the carriage first, buy the ticket later. That's settled. Board the carriage first. Su Qingge was nearly struck dumb. But Moron Wainer buried her head, even deeper, her voice faint as a mosquito. I don't think I can tonight. We just met. How about getting familiar first? Mu Xinyue grew somewhat angry. Getting familiar would take a month or so. She complained. Why are you so slow? How about I have someone else take your place? Huh. Moron Wainer was startled. Anyway, a child is a child no matter who bears it. Letting Master Su have a child with someone else first still adds to the Mu family's population. You two can take your time getting familiar, and once you're comfortable, decide whether to have one. What do you think? Said Mu Xinyue. But after saying this, she suddenly fell into a dilemma. Who could replace Wainer? She had only given birth to one daughter herself. Hearing this, Moron Wainer's eyebrows twitched. She quickly said, No, we'll bear it all right. Then it's settled. You two board the carriage tonight. He'll arrange the wedding tomorrow. Once everything is ready, we'll hold a feast, and buy the ticket. Mu Xinyue left with a satisfied comment, leaving the two in the room, facing each other in silence. After a long while, Moron Wainer gathered her courage, reached out her fair wrist, and clasped his hand. I can't let mother be sad. Time flew like a white colt passing a crevice. One night passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight streamed in, filling the room with brightness. Moron Wainer rose early and coiled her hair into a bun at the back of her head. This signified that she was now a married woman. Recalling last night's events, her pretty face flushed just as it had then, like brilliant peach blossoms blooming across the mountains. She walked to the table, poured a cup of hot tea, and carried it to the bedside like a dutiful little wife. Husband, would you like some tea? Though not yet wedded, she felt she should change how she addressed him. But as she spoke, her cheeks grew even hotter, as if scorched by fire. Su Qingge took the tea and took it. He was indeed a bit thirsty. Last night's events had left his mouth dry. But he thought Moron Wainer must need to moisten her throat even more. In the Mu family, another bedroom. It was clean, tidy, and elegantly decorated. This was Mu Xinyue's quarters. If only I had given birth to a few more daughters back then. Mu Xinyue was now feeling a twinge of guilt. If she had had more daughters, she could have taken in more sons-in-law and expanded the family. Since one daughter could only bear one child per year, 10 months of pregnancy being the slowest. If she had 5 daughters, she could have 5 a year, perfectly solving the problem. Suddenly another question occurred to her. But where would 5 sons-in-law come from? Surely they wouldn't all be as satisfactory as Su Qingge. I could have all these daughters marry him. Mu Xinyue suddenly had a flash of inspiration, then felt a bit foolish. Afterwards, she fell into perplexity. I only have one daughter, one child per year, 10 children in 10 years. That's too slow. At this rate, when would she ever revive the family? But could those maidservants step in? No. Master Su is so handsome. How could good fortune be allowed to flow into outsiders' fields? Yet if she didn't revive the family, how could she face her husband's last words? Sigh. The more Mu Xinyue thought, the more troubled she became. In her heart, she hoped for twins this time. But the soonest would be 10 months later. And she didn't even know if anything had taken hold last night. Troubled, she sent out a sound transmission to seek others' opinion. Before long, a young woman appeared before her. She was Zhao Xinyue, a true King Ninth Realm powerhouse, only one step away from the immortal terrace. Dressed in colorful garments, svelte figure, voluptuous, curves, long, rounded legs, skin as white as snow, a classic beauty. Especially from behind, her figure was irresistibly captivating, said to be blessed for childbirth. Matriarch, you summoned me. Zhao Xinyue cupped her hands, a hint of confusion in her tone. Mu Xinyue said, I was thinking that Wainer can only have one child per year. That's too slow. Do you have any other ideas? Zhao Xinyue thought for a moment. Simple. Aren't there many maidservants? I've thought of that, but one shouldn't let good fortune flow to outsiders. Mu Xinyue shrugged helplessly. Zhao Xinyue was at a loss for words. That young man was so handsome, she herself would love to bear his child, yet the matriarch said that. It seemed she would have to persuade the matriarch to straighten out her thinking. Zhao Xinyue was a woman of action. Once she thought of it, she immediately set to do it. This was also for the sake of her own happiness. She first poured a cup of tea for Mu Xinyue, then poured one for herself, and took a sip. As if chatting casually, she gently reasoned, Madam, I think you're a bit off. Let's take an example. Suppose that young man and Wainer have a child, then he and I have a child. Both children are his with the same father, but different mothers. Wouldn't those two children be siblings? The answer is definitely yes. From that perspective, aren't they all part of my Murong family? Mu Xingyue pondered for a moment and finally nodded. You have a point. Zhao Xingyue pressed on. Then how about I give birth to one for him? Mu Xingyue almost spat out the water she had just drunk. So you're doing this for yourself, aren't you? But as she said, from that perspective, it was also a way to expand the family. Now that we're so short of people, why worry about whether the benefits stay within the family? As long as it's someone from the Murong family, whether she's a maid or anything else, having the child take the surname Murong is simple enough. She believed they would all be willing. Just then a sudden fluctuation came from outside. The aura was extremely powerful, deep as the sea, vast and unfathomable. The next moment a voice came from outside the door. The Murong family received the edict. It was the voice of a eunuch. Without a doubt the emperor had sent someone. I mean no harm. I am here to announce the imperial edict. It concerns the people's livelihood and is beneficial to you. The eunuch's voice sounded again. Mu Xingyue stepped out of the house and immediately saw a red-robed eunuch standing at the door. She hurried over to receive the edict. After the preliminary formalities, the red-robed eunuch unrolled the edict and began to read. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, due to years of continuous warfare, the population has sharply declined, leaving the nation empty. We hereby issue a new decree. First, encourage childbirth. Every household is encouraged to have more children. Having one child exempts taxes, having two rewards 30 million, having three rewards 60 million, having four rewards cultivation resources, pills, weapons, equipment to choose from. If you have enough children, you may be rewarded with an official position. Second, if a man reaches marriageable age without a wife, the imperial court will allocate a wife. The recipient must go to the imperial capital to choose. If both parties are willing, they may take her. Third, the emperor specially ordered give birth. For the prosperity of Great Qingge, give birth. In just 20 years the people of Great Qingge will be immense. The red-robed eunuch finished, smilingly rolled up the edict, then suddenly his face turned grim and bitter. He let out a long sigh and said, Alas, back then I feared death. To avoid going to war, I ruthlessly cut myself off. Now my heart bleeds with regret. After his long sigh he left, leaving only a desolate silhouette. Mu Xingyue and Zhao Xingyue exchanged glances, then burst into joy. The new decree was excellent. Now within the entire imperial court, the only men not going to war were these eunuchs. The rest 99% had gone. And it should be noted that the emperor of Great Qingge was a female emperor, Her Majesty Ning Xianro. The men under her command were all gone, now only women remained. Now issuing this new decree seemed to be an attempt to quickly restore national strength. With almost no men in the kingdom, the danger was obvious. Once women withered away themselves, the kingdom would be finished. No matter how vast the territory or strong the military, it would crumble. However, leaving others aside, even the female emperor must be worried. Where could they find men? While Great Qingge was issuing the new decree, the other kingdoms also followed suit, issuing similar decrees. Thus, nearly identical edicts circulated throughout the Qingyuan realm. Great Han, by the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees continuous wars have caused population decline. We now encourage childbirth. Any household with men must immediately hand them over for distribution to eligible women. Great Song, by the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees encourage childbirth. Subsidies for having children, double subsidies for each additional child, and official positions for many children. Great Ming, by the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees men are hope, men are symbols. With them the world has a bright tomorrow. As the news spread, it quickly swept across the entire Qingyuan realm. But by then many kingdoms discovered that there were very few men left in the world. The kingdoms had been warring for thousands of years and men had been completely wiped out. Historians recorded this as the 1,000-year blood war. It is worth noting that this historian was also a woman, never married in her lifetime, lived in solitude, and eventually died of depression. Thus, at least for 20 years, it would be difficult for the Qingyuan realm to recover to its level 1,000 years ago. After negotiations, the kingdoms ceased hostilities, focusing on recuperation and restoring national strength. In Great Qingge, at the Murong residence, news of the edict soon reached Su Qingge. Damn, what kind of place have I transmigrated into? He was a
through the ages, and 8-legged essays are the proper way.
Wasn't it the same in ancient times on Blue Star? Wars had nearly wiped out all men. If they didn't hurry to remedy it, everything would be lost. This world seemed similar. Husband, what are you thinking about? Beside him, Murong Wainer carefully draped a coat over him. She had become a wife, and her whole being inadvertently exuded a mature beauty. Not too mature, just a hint, like a touch of ripeness amidst greenness, charming and captivating. It's nothing, Su Qingge said with a smile. Murong Wainer didn't press further, perhaps thinking that her husband, having just married into the family, was still a bit dazed. Just then footsteps sounded from outside. It was Zhao Xingyue. Miss Master Su, the welcoming procession has been arranged. The family head orders that the supplementary ceremony can proceed. So soon? Murong Wainer was slightly astonished. She had thought it would take at least 3 to 5 days. Sending out invitations, hiring ceremonial musicians, and such arrangements would require at least 2 days, wouldn't they? Yet it was all prepared after just one night. It seemed her mother was indeed eager to revive the family. But upon reflection, her father's final words were the driving force. Moreover, the entire Great Qing Empire was also eager to restore its national strength. The grand environment dictated the smaller one. Before long, the bridal procession commenced. Since Qingge had come from Blue Star City a great distance away, Qingge decided to keep things simple. The sedan chair bearers would carry the palanquin around the family estate once before entering the gate. Special circumstances called for special measures. The Murong estate was vast, and a full circuit would take nearly an hour, just the right amount of time. Toot toot toot. The wedding horns sounded before the Murong residence. The procession approached from afar, 100 people strong, escorting Murong Wainer into the sedan chair. Another person led forward a magnificent horse adorned with large red flowers, inviting Qingge to mount. Clad in a splendid red groom's attire, he gracefully ascended and stood beside the sedan. The bridal procession then set off. Before they had gone far, Qingge looked ahead and saw bustling crowds lining both sides of the road, a lively spectacle. These were onlookers drawn by the news, mostly women. The Murong family actually found such a handsome man. Alas, why aren't we so fortunate? Oh, don't mention it. It's our misfortune. I'm so envious. If only I were Murong Wainer. The chatter buzzed with sighs and envy. Many women were filled with jealousy. Gazing at Su King's youthful handsome face atop the horse, their hearts raced. In their eyes he was like a sacred lotus in a pond, noble and unattainable. Among the crowd, some ugly and coarse men hearing the remarks felt a deep resentment. All men, yet why him? Qingge, naturally part of the procession, listened to the surrounding whispers with a delighted heart. Murong Wainer also wished to witness the lively scene outside. She lifted the curtain, revealing a face adorned with a winsome smile, her joy matching, even surpassing, her mother's. Time passed leisurely, and the procession soon completed its circuit, returning home. Upon entering, a grand feast had been laid out featuring delicacies from land and sea. Then came the rituals, bowing to heaven and earth, bowing to parents, and the mutual bow between husband and wife. Afterward, Qingge stood on the high platform and proclaimed, "Dear neighbors, today is my daughter's joyous day. Please eat freely without restraint." The crowd cast grateful glances her way. For this celebration, Qingge had declared that anyone within 10,000 miles, even strangers, could come and partake in the feast. Thus they had all come. Of course, their primary interest lay in the groom, eager to see his appearance. They were also grateful to him, for it was because of him that this banquet was possible. As an ancient royal clan, the Murong family's wedding feast differed from mortal customs. The dishes were made from spirit beast meat, and even the vegetables were century-old medicinal herbs capable of enhancing cultivation and stabilizing foundations. In addition, there was spirit wine fermented from the purest essence of spiritual energy. For cultivators, drinking it greatly benefited the body. Thus everyone was overjoyed. The wedding concluded within a single day. The entire Murong estate buzzed with excitement, teeming with people. By nightfall, after all the guests had departed, Qingge and Murong Wainer walked hand in hand into their new bridal chamber. The room prepared that day was adorned with red lanterns radiating joy. Although her former boudoir was lovely, marriage necessitated a change of quarters. As they entered, Qingge turned and saw his mother-in-law Qingge sitting by the bedside. A question mark formed in his mind. Husband, what's wrong? Murong Wainer, unable to see Qingge through her red veil, sensed her husband's hesitation and asked, "Wainer, I'm here." Qingge spoke, her pearly teeth parting. "I've come to remind you both. Last night you had your chance. To ensure conception, remember to try again tonight." Murong Wainer understood. Her pretty face flushed a deep crimson. Her mother was worried she hadn't conceived the previous. "I understand, mother," she murmured, her voice barely audible. She was too shy. Good, nothing else. He'll be off. Qingge departed. Qingge was at a loss for words regarding his mother-in-law. She was far too impatient. Good, nothing else. He'll be off. Qingge departed. Qingge was at a loss for words regarding his mother-in-law. She was far too impatient. Outside Sinyu's chamber, birds chirped crisply. It was spring, the season of renewal. In her heart, it was the perfect time for childbirth. Spring, after all. As an experienced woman, she understood. Time flew to 2 months later. As she had hoped, Wainer was It began during morning tea, when she suddenly felt nauseous. Qingge observed and knew it was a success. To confirm, she summoned a physician who verified the pregnancy. This filled her with immense joy, even more than Murong Wainer herself. After 10 months of pregnancy, the day of delivery had finally arrived. Today was the day Murong Wainer would give birth. A female physician had long been prepared at the side, and as she glanced at Qingge, a thought crossed her mind: why did others have husbands while she had none? Yet the notion passed in an instant, for the child was about to be born. Her palms were slick with sweat, her heart tight with anxiety. This was her first time delivering a baby. It had been over 1,000 years since she last assisted in childbirth. After millennia of bloody warfare, men had grown scarce and few bore children. What need was there for midwifery? Fortunately, all went smoothly. An hour later, the child was born, weighing 6 g, a girl. Mother and child are safe. The physician breathed in relief. Safe is good. Sinyu's emotions surged with excitement, more so than when she herself had given birth. Meanwhile, Qingge was pondering a name for his daughter when a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has given birth to a child. The more children, more blessings system has been successfully activated. More children, more blessings. He was momentarily stunned. He had already been in this world for a year. Why had the system only arrived now? And what in the world was more children, more blessings? Did it mean the more he fathered the better? He immediately examined the system. After a short while he understood. As its name implied, the system granted rewards simply for having children. The rewards were graded into 3 tiers. Simply put, the more children he had, the more precious and numerous the gifts were. Just as he began to speculate what rewards awaited him, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Quasi-Saint Experience Card 1. Decade of Cultivation, Card 1. 108,000 Gene Strength, Card 1. High-grade Storage, Ring 1. High-grade Sword Technique, Enlightenment, 108,000 Feather Swords. High-grade Sword Tao, Enlightenment, Sword Intent. We hope the host continues to strive having more children. The next reward will be even richer. The cascade of rewards left Su Qingge's mind reeling. But he quickly snapped back to his senses. This was too much, wasn't it? Truly, more children, more blessings. The more he fathered, the greater the fortune. Not bad at all. He'll step out for a moment. He walked outside and began to inspect the rewards. First, the Quasi-Saint Experience Card, a temporary card granting a day's worth of Quasi-Saint level cultivation. The others were not temporary but permanent benefits. The Decade of Cultivation card, upon use, instantly granted a full decade of cultivation, causing his aura to surge and explode forth, permanent in effect. The 108,000 Gene Strength card, upon use, instantly increased his strength by 108,000 Gene, permanent in effect. The High-grade Storage Ring, an extremely advanced spatial ring containing a vast, boundless realm capable of storing countless items, permanent in use. The High-grade Sword Technique, Enlightenment, 108,000 Feather Swords, an insight into this art. Upon use, the comprehension of the sword technique would flood his mind, sparing him arduous training, as if he had already meditated upon it for a century, permanent in effect. The last high-grade Sword Tao, Enlightenment, Sword Intent. This was an enlightenment that directly elevated one to the realm of sword intent, incredibly formidable and permanent in effect. Having reviewed all 6 rewards, each was immensely powerful and wondrous. He first used the Sword Intent Enlightenment. In an instant, a torrent of profound, abstruse insights flooded his mind, so terrifying that a single sword strike could annihilate ghosts and gods, collapse mountains, and display such overwhelming might. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, rolling Sword Intent swirling within his gaze. Sir. Just then a maidservant passing by caught sight of this, and was utterly startled. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Good heavens, the young master had actually reached the realm of Sword Intent. This was the primordial royal clan after all. Even the lady herself had not attained such a level. I understand. In a flash, the maidservant deduced that the young master must be a master from some great place, normally keeping his abilities hidden, but in truth immensely powerful. Never striking unless necessary, but when he did it would be earth-shattering. Suddenly, she recalled how many Livian sons-in-law were looked down upon by their wives' families, often left to eat leftovers, but the young master was a treasure highly respected within the clan. Thus he had never needed to flaunt his skills or engage in face-slapping. This was no act of playing the pig to eat the tiger. The more she thought, the more convinced she became. Her respect for Su Qingge deepened. Meanwhile, Su Qingge, noticing the maidservant passing by, said nothing, merely offered her a smile, then walked away with an air of effortless grace. Yet he did not know that a single smile from him caused the maidservant's heart to race, her mind flooded with uncontrollable. The young master's smile was so warm, like a beam of light illuminating her life. Su Qingge returned to the room. By then the physician had finished her work, casting him a meaningful glance before leaving. Muron Wainer, exhausted, had fallen into a peaceful sleep. The child was cradled in Mu Sinyu's arms, who held her with tender care, her face radiant with happiness. The baby neither cried nor fussed, occasionally letting out soft coos, so well behaved. After a moment, Mu Xinyu handed the child to a maidservant and turned to Su Qingge, speaking softly. Come to my quarters. To your quarters? Su Qingge's eyes flickered. Mu Sinyu's residence was imbued with a fragrant aroma as delicate as the scent of lotus blossoms. The floor was paved with precious marble, a resplendent dressing table stood by the window, and various other luxurious furnishings adorned the space, exuding elegance and distinction. She was not very old, just a little over 30, and had maintained herself remarkably well. Her skin was smooth and delicate like that of a young maiden, and thus her abode lacked the typical feel of a middle-aged woman. After leading Su Qingge inside, she searched beneath the bed for a while and retrieved a golden chest. She felt the previous reward was indeed a bit low. Although $1 million was not a small sum, over the past year her family had gotten along wonderfully with him. He was easygoing and magnanimous like a gentle breeze. That Mu Sinyu's words came from the heart. She felt the previous reward was indeed a bit low. Although $1 million was not a small sum, over the past year her family had gotten along wonderfully with him. He was easygoing and magnanimous like a gentle breeze that had touched everyone's hearts. She was no exception. This son-in-law truly satisfied her. Su Qingge was not one to be overly sentimental. She nodded and accepted. By the way, Mu Xinyu suddenly seemed to recall something and spoke softly. This reward for having a child is my extra gift to you, a pure sentiment, not a transaction. Please don't misunderstand. It was too heavy, the content substantial. Since they were family, there was no need for formalities, so he did not say thank you. Instead, he offered a sunny smile, sincere and genuine. By the way, Mu Xinyu suddenly seemed to recall something and spoke softly. This reward for having a child is my extra gift to you, a pure sentiment, not a transaction. Please don't misunderstand. I won't. Qingge shook her head. Though matters involving money often lose their purity over the past year, through her harmonious interactions with the Morong family, she found each member to be kind, approachable, and without any disdain for him being a Livian son-in-law. Instead, they showed respect and warmth, making him feel deeply comforted. So misunderstandings were out of the question. If you ever need anything in the future, just tell me. He'll unconditionally agree, like if you're short on money. Mu Xinyu's smile was gentle like a crescent moon. Qingge nodded and said At that moment, Zhao Xinyu, she held the reins of a fine horse. An hour before the child's birth, Mu Xinyue had sent her to purchase this steed. Young master, the madam says you've worked hard. This is a primordial dragon horse, it can be your mount. She spoke softly, then respectfully handed the reins to Qingge. Qingge glanced at the horse, which bore 4 dragon horns and was covered in scales radiating a formidable aura that was incredibly powerful. As if sensing it had found its master, the dragon horse retracted its pressure and spoke in human tongue. Master, please ride on my back. The dragon horse's voice was melodious and crisp. It was a young mare. Qingge mounted the horse in one fluid motion. The dragon horse was exceedingly docile, waiting until he was fully seated before stepping steadily and soaring into the sky. The dragon horse spread a pair of pure white wings, soaring through the heavens. Qingge reached out and touched a white cloud which felt soft and pleasant like a mist. Looking down, the mountains and rivers below lay fully in view, filling him with exhilaration and a sense of grandeur. Master, I still don't know your name. The dragon horse spoke gently. Qingge, he said with a faint smile. You can call me Longer or any name you like. The dragon horse's tone was tender like a warm autumn breeze. Longer it is. Qingge found the name pleasing and saw no need to change it. What does master enjoy? Longer is willing to take you to the ends of the earth to do what you love. Longer's voice was soft. Then let's go see the ends of the earth. On the journey back, Qingge opened the chest his mother-in-law had given him. Inside, 2 million spirit stones were— On the journey back, Qingge opened the chest his mother-in-law had given him. Inside, 2 million spirit stones were neatly arranged, gleaming with a golden light. In the instant he opened the chest, his first glance gave him the impression of a chest full of dollars. He could only say that he was truly blessed. It should be noted that spirit stones were the currency of the Tsangyuan realm, used to purchase various items, and also absorbed to enhance cultivation. In fact, over the past year, his mother-in-law had repeatedly given him spirit stones to spend freely on whatever he wanted. It wasn't just his mother-in-law. His beautiful wife also frequently gave him a great many spirit stones to spend as he pleased. Thanks to this, he had never been short of money. Before long, Longer landed steadily within the family estate. Before he could even enter the house, the void suddenly rippled, and the figure of a eunuch in red robes materialized at the doorstep. Finally here, Mu Xinyue emerged from the courtyard, her face brimming with joy. After Morong Wainer gave birth, she had immediately dispatched someone to the imperial city to report the news, and now the emperor's envoy had finally arrived. The red-robed eunuch came and went swiftly, delivering his message before returning to the imperial city. The original imperial decree had encouraged every household to bear more children, promising tax exemptions for each newborn. Now that the Morong family had met the requirement, they were granted this privilege. The eunuch also disclosed a crucial detail: the Morong family was the first in the entire nation to achieve this milestone. As for why they were the first, the eunuch speculated that other families, having heard rumors of the Murongs finding a young, handsome, and charming husband, were reluctant to let their daughters marry ugly or unworthy men. Thus they kept waiting, hoping fate would eventually bring them a similarly perfect son-in-law. And so they never met the requirement. Because the Morong family was the first to qualify, they earned great honor and served as a model for others. The emperor, greatly pleased, issued a special decree. In addition to tax exemptions, the Morong family would receive numerous extra benefits. The emperor cared little whether others were willing to marry their daughters to unworthy men. She valued only the leading family. Then came the benefits. First benefit: no one may attack, insult, or even look down upon any member of the Morong family when they travel abroad. This elevated them to the status of royalty and nobility. Second benefit: should any Morong family member, especially Qingge herself, be attacked, the emperor would immediately dispatch Saint Realm experts to slay all assailants without mercy. If necessary, the Morong family could even request a Saint Realm guard contingent from the imperial court. Should another dynasty launch an attack, the matter would escalate to an extremely grave level, and Great Qing would consider it an act of war. Third benefit: all expenses for Morong family members from birth to adulthood would be borne entirely by the imperial court, requiring not a single spirit stone from the family. Fourth benefit: if a Morong family member wishes to enter officialdom, they would receive an additional 50 points on both the civil and military examinations out of a total of 100. Each of these 4 benefits was a rare and coveted boon. Mu Xinyue was overjoyed, her eyes curving into crescents. This was the happiest day of her life. Amid her joy, her beautiful eyes gazed towards Qingge from afar, shimmering with radiant light. It was because of him that the Morong family had obtained so many privileges. In truth, even the tax exemption alone would have been enough to keep her awake with happiness. As an ancient royal clan, the family operated trade associations in many places, spending enormous sums on annual taxes, a heartbreaking expense. Now it was simply waived. How could she not be delighted? The first two additional benefits could be summed up in one sentence: the Murong family is formidable. Provoke them at your own peril. The latter two benefits: the Murong family is soaring to heaven. Zhao Xinya's beautiful eyes also curved into crescents, her smile unstoppable. She hurried inside to share the news with the newly awakened Murong Wainer. Husband. Murong Wainer felt a surge of warmth in her heart upon hearing this. Compared to this wonderful news, the pain of childbirth seemed utterly insignificant. Qingge was also overjoyed. Setting aside the tax exemption, the extra benefits meant that an immensely powerful force now stood behind him, protecting him from any threat. Wherever he went, he would be treated with respect. This was comfortable. The good news brought by the redrogued eunuch spread quickly through the family. In no time, everyone knew. Instantly, countless family members felt reverence and admiration for the son-in-law, prostrating themselves in awe. Because of him, even the lowliest servant could walk outside without fear of being looked down upon. A deep sense of pride swelled in their hearts. I am a member of the Murong family, and I am proud. And all of this was because of the son-in-law. For a time, Su Qing's prestige within the Murong family soared. Once the excitement subsided, he chose a secluded place to begin his cultivation. After all, this was a world of fantasy and martial arts. True strength must come from within. Being powerful oneself was paramount. His mindset remained perfectly balanced. He took out the 10-year cultivation card and used it directly. 10 years of cultivation energy surged into his body. In an instant, he felt an immensely powerful force flood into him, sweeping through his bones and meridians like an avalanche, eventually merging with him and becoming his own power. His cultivation level skyrocketed. Hotian first heaven. Hotian second heaven. Hotian third heaven. Hotian fourth heaven. Hotian ninth heaven. Quenching. His cultivation surged all the way to the peak of Hotian, stepping into quenching in one breath, before finally coming to a halt. Yet he could still clearly feel that the 10 years of cultivation were not fully consumed, automatically stabilizing his foundation. Otherwise, he could have continued to break through. But this was already excellent, as solidifying one's foundation was of utmost importance. It would take others a full 10 years to go from mortal to Hotian and reach quenching, yet he had achieved it in an instant. He was content. Yes, his mindset was balanced. He was a man easily satisfied. Then he took out the force card of 108,000 pounds and used it directly. Buzz. As the 108,000 pounds of force entered his body, he felt an instantaneous surge of strength. His flesh and blood filled with vigor and an overwhelming energy, as if he could exert it endlessly. He casually clenched his fist. In an instant, his tendons and bones crackled, producing a crisp sound of joints. My youth has returned. Awesome. Qingge beamed with a smile. He truly felt that during his time in Blue Star he lacked culture. A single phrase of awesome could conquer the world. Next, he also used the comprehension of the 108,000 feather swords. In an instant, it felt as if he was watching a movie in his mind, with streams of sword light dancing incessantly, as if thousands of swords were simultaneously unleashed, dazzling and magnificent. Then he took out the force card of 108,000 pounds and used it directly. Buzz. As the 108,000 pounds of force entered his body, he felt an instantaneous surge of strength. His flesh and blood filled with vigor and his current sensation was akin to having practiced this sword technique for 100 years, with a century's worth of understanding flowing through his mind like a mighty river endlessly surging. Then he put on the high-level storage ring given by the system on his finger. As for the Quasi-Saint Experience Card, there was no hurry. He would use it later when he needed to show off. After finishing all this, he had nothing else to do and pushed the door open. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately saw his mother-in-law standing at the door, seemingly with something to say. Moi. Qingge. At the moment he stepped out, Mu Xingyue felt a slight sting on her face, as if countless tiny swords were slicing her skin. She was momentarily stunned, and then realized that Qingge had already entered the body refinement realm. I had a feeling today, and broke through, Qingge said with a faint smile. Mu Xingyue was astonished. Qingge had actually broken through to the body refinement realm directly. If a mortal wishes to enter the ranks of cultivators, they must first open their meridians and bones, then gradually cultivate step by step. The shortest time to complete the postnatal realm and enter the body refinement level is 10 years. This process takes a long time. Therefore, she had let Qingge first have a child with Wainer, and then it would not be too late to... After all, having a baby is the top priority in the family right now. Everything else could wait. Although she was surprised she didn't ask too much, a breakthrough is a good thing. Haven't I also sometimes felt something, and then directly broken through? Although it is hard to believe that one could go from being a mortal to the body refinement realm in just one day, perhaps Qingge is a genius, and I stumbled upon his potential. Geniuses are always different from the ordinary. By the way, Annie Yue, is there something you need from me? Qingge asked. He did not call Mu Xingyue mother, but auntie, because Mu Xingyue was too young. If he called her mother like he did with Wainer, it would... This was also Mu Xinyue's own request. In her family, aunt means mother and mother means aunt, essentially the same. Mu Xingyue moved closer, a hint of embarrassment on her face, and quietly said, how about having another one? Huh. Qingge was slightly taken aback. They had just had one, and now his mother-in-law was urging him to have another. I'm fine with it, but it seems Wainer can't handle it right now. What should we do then? Mu Xingyue became a bit anxious. She had hoped for twins, but unexpectedly only had one. It would take another year to have another, which seemed too slow. Although she felt somewhat unsatisfied, she also knew that generally young couples do not have twins for their first child. It's not that it doesn't happen, but the probability is very low. And it is older mothers who are more likely to have twins. This is what the physician told her, and it is based on evidence. Given the current situation, they could only wait. Just as she was about to return home, disappointed, Zhao Xinyu suddenly walked over. Today she wore a light blue floral dress that accentuated her exquisite figure, making her look incredibly charming. Her aura was also elegant and refined, like a lotus that rises from the mud without getting stained. She was already born beautiful, but now with a little dressing up she appeared even more captivating, a smile that could topple cities, another that could enthrall nations. Madam, I have an idea. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xinyu stood before Mu Xinyue, a hint of shyness on her fair face. But through her willow-like brows one could also see a glimmer of determination. An idea? That would be wonderful. What is it? Mu Xinyue was overjoyed. Zhao Xinyu glanced at Su Qingge, her eyes sparkling, and then said, Madam, why don't I call you mother, and then marry young Master Su? This way the child born would also be of the Murong family, right? Mu Xinyue's beautiful eyes widened. However, she quickly returned to normal. Is it possible? It's not out of the question. Miss Zhao had served the family for a long time, and they were very familiar with each other, much closer than those maids. But does Qingge agree? Mu Xinyue looked towards Su Qingge. She respected his opinion, and could not. Zhao Xinyu also respected Su Qingge's opinion. Her red lips parted, and a hint of nervousness crossed her heart, as she softly asked, so, young Master Su, would you be willing to take me as a concubine? Su Qingge naturally had no objections. That was quite normal in ancient times to take concubines, so he nodded, saying, I think it's fine, but I believe we should also seek Weiner's opinion. Good man. Both Mu Xinyue and Zhao Xinyu exclaimed in unison, moved in their hearts. He respected Weiner, just as he respected them. Sometime later, in the wedding chamber, Murong Weiner held Su Qingge's hand, and gently said, there's no need to ask my opinion. Isn't it normal for a man to take concubines? My father had over 20 concubines with a harem of wives and concubines. Su Qingge held her tightly until they finally separated, long after saying, all right then, I'll take her. Husband, for the prosperity of the Murong family, I can only trouble you. Mu Xinyue felt delighted beside them. She knew her daughter was understanding and would definitely agree. If it weren't for the years of war, almost every man would have multiple wives and concubines. Now during this special period, men are scarce. If one doesn't take concubines, how can the family flourish? How can the family prosper? Next, it was time for the ceremony of recognizing a daughter. For efficiency, the ceremony was kept simple. In fact, Zhao Xinyu was not much older than Murong Weiner, only 19 this year, exuding an air of youth. The ceremony was quickly completed. Mu Xinyue even felt that it was unnecessary for the ceremony, but sometimes they had to go through the motions. Once the ceremony was over, Zhao Xinyu also changed her address, and together with Su Qingge, called Mu Xinyue at you. Then the news of the upcoming marriage was spread by appointed individuals. The news spread. Many were utterly astonished. Holy shit, the Murong family is marrying off another daughter. I heard it's that classical beauty, the moon goddess. Is it true? That's right, it's her. Alas, my dream is shattered. In one place, 3 men sighed repeatedly. Zhao Xinyu was very famous in this area. Many men called her the moon goddess, meaning an unreachable lunar deity. Now the goddess was to be married, and they were truly beyond reach. Meanwhile, many women felt their hearts flutter with anticipation, eager to try their luck. They wondered in their hearts, now that Su Qingge had taken a concubine, would he take more in the future? If he did, would they have a chance? At noon, the bridal procession arrived with great haste. They hadn't had much business for years, so they were very grateful to Su Qingge. They looked at him as if he were a god of wealth, extremely respectful. Congratulations, Master Su, on becoming a groom. Master Su, you are truly our god of wealth. Our admiration for you is like the endless flow of a mighty river, or the unstoppable surge of the Yellow River in flood. These procession members were all eloquent and deeply respectful. In their eyes, without Su Qingge, they would have to go home and herd sheep. A distant sheep, thank you very much. Su Qingge gave them a smile, and said softly, it's all right. On the other side. Isn't this too rushed? Zhao Xinyu, who had been forcibly made up by Mu Xinyue, blushed deeply as she stood in her boudoir, too embarrassed to face anyone. Although she had mustered her courage earlier, when it came to actually taking that step, oh dear, she was so nervous. How had she ever said those words? It was too bold. She hadn't expected things to happen so fast. She had only spoken in the morning, and by noon Mu Xinyue was rushing the wedding like forcing a duck onto a perch, leaving her no time to breathe. Would she be forced to board the carriage that very night? At this thought, Zhao Xinyu's face flushed crimson. She had thought it would take at least 2 or 3 days to prepare, but what was said in the morning was to become reality by noon, and by nightfall the rice would be cooked. For the sake of reviving the family, Aunt Yu was truly going all out. How can we not rush? Reviving the family is my unshirkable duty. Otherwise, how could I face Qingge? Mu Xinyue was indeed very determined. Soon another wedding ceremony began. Supported by the bridal procession, Zhao Xinyu boarded the flower sedan. Beside her, Su Qingge rode a small dragon following the procession. An hour later, the procession, having circled the family estate, returned. Inside the estate, tables were laden with all kinds of delicious food, the air fragrant with the aroma of meat. Then came the rituals, bowing to heaven and earth and to the parents. Finally, amidst much excitement, the wedding was completed. The bridal procession was also invited to stay for a meal. In the evening they collected their payment and departed contentedly. But unbeknownst to them, after the procession left, over a dozen new bridal processions were hastily formed within 100 li. They all sent people to keep watch at the Morong family gate, ready to volunteer their services the moment there was news of Master Su taking another concubine. Otherwise they'd be out of work and herding sheep. Time passed quietly, and soon it was evening. Just as Zhao Xinyue had expected, Mu Xinyue exhorted her repeatedly. Tonight the rice must be cooked and a child must be conceived as soon as possible. Not even a single day of rest. The sooner a child could be born the better. Faced with this, Zhao Xinyue could only nod in a daze, feeling helpless. In the bridal chamber, Su Qingge lifted the red veil from her head. The night passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, Zhao Xinyue arose early, tied her hair into a bun at the back of her head, and began to cook and wash clothes for Su Qingge. She was now his woman, and these were the duties of a concubine. In truth, she didn't need to wash clothes or cook, as the family had many servants. But she wanted to do these things for her husband with her own hands. "Sister Yue, let me help you." A maidservant ran over, very diligent. Before Zhao Xinyue could speak, she had already started scrubbing. Zhao Xinyue looked closely and saw that the maidservant had fair skin like white clouds in the sky. Her long black hair like ink cascaded down her back. She had a slender, lovely figure, a beautiful and dignified face, and a delicate straight nose like a girl next door. She softly said, "All right." She remembered the maidservant's name, Wang Lianer. Time flew like an arrow, and 2 months passed silently. On this day the physician from before came. Her loose medical robe couldn't hide her graceful figure as she took Zhao. After a moment she looked at Mu Xinyue, who was anxiously waiting nearby, and said, "Madam, congratulations. Miss Zhao is with child." Mu Xinyue's face broke into a smile. She had expected it, but still wanted to hear the confirmation. As the physician spoke, she looked around, but didn't see Su Qingge. Curiously she asked, "Why isn't Master Su here?" Mu Xinyue said, "He's fishing at the Wudong River." A flicker of disappointment passed through the physician's eyes, which she quickly hid. The Wudong River. Swish, the fishhook sank into the water. "I have to say, life after transmigration is really carefree." Su Qingge stretched luxuriously, a smile on his lips. Since transmigrating, he had been fishing, tending flowers, strolling the streets. He never lacked money, and life was truly comfortable. In the evening he returned empty-handed. Fishing was just to pass the time, so he released all the fish he caught. Another few months passed in a flash. Zhao Xinyue gave birth to a lovely daughter weighing 7 jin, and 7 liang, who cried and fussed, endearing to all. "Husband, how about we name her Morong Su?" Zhao Xinyue asked softly, holding the swaddled baby. "Sure." Su Qingge nodded with satisfaction, combining both surnames. Not bad. It wasn't that the name was good, but that his wife was thoughtful, knowing to include his surname. How considerate. At that moment a wave of rewards was on its way. Ding. Ding. The system has detected that the host has fathered a second child, and rewards are being automatically distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received Sage Experience Card 1. 20 years of cultivation, Card 1. 30,000 gene strength, Card 1. Qingge Immortal Slaying Sword 1. High-level Sword Technique Comprehension, Force Breaking Myriad Armies Sword. High-level Technique Comprehension, Heavenly Thunder, Earthly Flame, Overlord Physique Art. We hope you will continue your efforts, have more children, and the next reward will be even richer. Wushim taking off. Su Qing's heart brimmed with delight as he beheld the multitude of rewards. He was in high spirits. A radiant smile graced his face. The Sage Experience Card was self-explanatory, more potent than the Quasi-Saint Experience Card, with an effective duration of 24 hours. This trump card was formidable enough. 24 hours were ample time to accomplish much. The 30,000 gene strength card was also straightforward. Upon use it permanently increased physical strength by 30,000 gene. The Qingge Immortal Slaying Sword, a saint-grade weapon, summoned thunder and lightning, with each swing darkening the sky and unleashing devastating power. Permanent effect. The force-breaking Myriad Armies Sword, when wielded together with the Qingge Immortal Slaying Sword, could unleash even greater might. Also permanent. I've suddenly gained an insight and need to break through. He'll step out for a moment. Su Qingge pushed open the door and left. When he broke through, it would surely cause considerable tremors in the room. I've suddenly gained an insight and need to break through. He'll step out for a moment. Su Qingge pushed open the door and left. When he broke through, it would surely cause considerable tremors in the room. He couldn't let it affect the mother and child. Watching him leave, Zhao Xinyue's heart swelled with emotion, her eyes rimmed with red. She naturally guessed why Su Qingge had gone out. He was afraid of harming her and the child. Following a narrow path, Su Qingge arrived at the backyard. Here stood many training chambers cast from bronze and as sturdy as iron walls. Truly extraordinary. As the most important person in the clan, he used the highest spec training chamber. It was forged from primordial true gold, resembling an iron great wall, indestructible. He took out the key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Seating himself on the ground, he wasted no words and directly used the 20 years of cultivation card. Boom. In an instant, a sound like exploding iron beams erupted within his body, vast magnificence sweeping in all directions. The violent fluctuations made the entire training chamber tremble. The ground beneath his feet quaked and the surface shook. Many servants, sensing the tremors underfoot, exchanged bewildered glances. The young master is so formidable. Indeed, the violent shaking makes it hard to even stand. Boom. Amid the tremors, Qingge's cultivation surged to a new height. Body tempering realm, first layer. Body tempering realm, second layer. Body tempering realm, third layer. Body tempering realm, fourth layer. Body tempering realm, ninth layer. Mortal departure. His aura retracted, becoming profound. The surrounding tremors ceased entirely. Qingge slowly opened his eyes and found the world had changed. Entering the mortal departure realm signified complete shedding of the mundane, extending his lifespan by 300 years, surpassing the oldest living person on Blue Star. Then he used the 30,000 gene strength card. Boom crack. An even more powerful explosion resounded within his body. Every meridian seemed to be unblocked, bulging, and full with green veins standing out, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging, boiling torrent of power within him like an unfathomable ocean, deep, vast, and majestic. If he threw a punch now, he could likely shatter the training chamber. If he struck Blue Star, he could probably blow up a skyscraper on. Of course, he believed in resolving matters through virtue and didn't recklessly cause destruction. 108,000 plus 300,000. I now have 408,000 gene of strength. Qingge calculated and felt quite satisfied. Having fathered nearly 2 children, he could already unleash over 400,000 gene of force with a single arm. If he had a few more children, his strength would rise like a cascade of dominoes. Just the thought was exhilarating. If he went to war, one punch would take down an enemy. Next, he began to use the comprehension of the force-breaking myriad army's sword. As the comprehension of the force-breaking myriad army's sword entered his body, insights into this sword technique surged through his mind, like waves washing over sand, like a mighty river rushing and tumbling, deepening his understanding with each passing moment. After a few breaths, done. Qingge exhaled a mouthful of turbid chi, having fully grasped the insight, reaching a state of perfection. Then he used the comprehension of the heavenly thunder, earthly flame, overlord physique art. In an instant, Qingge understood. This was an extremely powerful body-forging technique, tempering the flesh into steel. Once used, it could refine the body to the point of being as hard as bronze and iron, unbreakable. As his comprehension deepened, after a few breaths, his physical form became incomparably strong and unmatched in hardness. Having accomplished all this, he left the training chamber. He went to find his mother-in-law, Mu Xingyue. It was time for her to give him his money. At that moment, Mu Xingyue was in her own room preparing a reward for Qingge. On the table sat a chest crafted from pure gold, more exquisite than the last, filled with a dazzling array of spirit stones. All were uniformly gleaming top-grade spirit stones. In addition, she had also prepared something else, something Qingge adored. Tap, tap, tap. Just then the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Qingge had arrived. Mu Xinyu's heart leaped with joy, and she murmured, "I was just about to look for him, and he comes on his own. This suits my wishes perfectly." She walked to the door, opened it, and welcomed Qingge inside. "Qingge, please have a seat." She spoke softly, her voice like a gentle breeze caressing the willows, warm and intimate. Qingge sat down. In a single glance, he spotted the golden chest on the table. It was even larger than the previous one, and through the gaps, he could clearly see brilliant light spilling out. Needless to say, it was packed to the brim with spirit stones. "Qingge, I thought that a reward of 2 million was too little, so I added 3 million more. This time it totals 5 million. What do you think?" Mu Xinyu's tone was as gentle as before, like butterflies fluttering gracefully, a tender embrace. When it came to increasing the sum, Qingge was never one to be coy. After all, who could resist the allure of more money? He smiled faintly and said, "I have no objections. Thank you, Aunt you. Oh Qingge, why must you be so formal with me?" Mu Xinyue laughed, her smile like peach blossoms in early spring, vibrant and colorful. To be honest, when it came to this son-in-law, she would willingly give away not just 5 million, but even 50 million. This money was well spent. The reason she didn't reward him with 50 million directly was simple. If she rewarded him that much now, what would she do in the future? If the children kept coming, wouldn't she soon be drained dry? But even being drained dry didn't matter. For the sake of the family, what harm was there in giving her all? Alright, there's also this. Mu Xinyue took out a fishing rod and said softly, "I noticed that whenever you have free time, you always go fishing at the Wudong River. Is that your hobby? So I took the liberty of buying you an extra fishing rod. It didn't cost much, so please don't think twice about it." Oh, Qingge was suddenly overjoyed. To be honest, it wasn't that he loved fishing, it was just that in his life of wealth and leisure the days were as lonely as snow, so he went fishing to pass the time. He looked at the fishing rod. The rod was entirely golden, cast from fine gilded gold, exceptionally remarkable. Even the fishing line on it was extraordinary. He couldn't tell what material it was made of as strands of purple gold light flowed along it. Without a second glance, he knew it was a top-tier premium item. Yet his mother-in-law said it didn't cost much. Perhaps in her eyes it truly was insignificant. Alright. Qingge let out a hearty laugh and took the rod in his hands. It felt somewhat heavy in his grasp, sturdy and solid. With such a divine artifact in hand, he felt that the fish would willingly jump onto the hook. Next, he accepted the chest, bid farewell to Mu Xinyue, and returned to his own quarters. Walking through the courtyard, he opened the chest. As expected, it contained 5 million spirit stones, glittering and dazzling. During this time in his leisure, he had also figured out the prices in this world. An ordinary person's breakfast cost 5 spirit stones, lunch 10 spirit stones, and dinner about the same. Snacks like meat buns and savory pancakes cost 5 to 8 spirit stones each. In other words, the prices were roughly similar to those on Blue Star. So 5 million spirit stones were essentially equivalent to 5 million RMB. Having a child earned him 5 million RMB. This was comfortable. As expected of the ancient royal clan, truly wealthy. Qingge praised. He had to admit this life of marrying into the family was truly enjoyable. That was one word. If two, then very enjoyable. He returned to his residence. His beautiful wife had been waiting for some time. Husband, I made you breakfast. Come try it, and see if it suits your taste. Murong Wainer said softly with a gentle smile. In her hands, she held a plate of freshly prepared delicacy goji berry fish head soup, highly nourishing, emitting an enticing aroma. As she spoke, Qingge suddenly noticed that she had gained more maturity, exuding charm and womanliness. Let me have a taste. Qingge took a sip. Half an hour later, after finishing the meal, he went to the delivery room to care for Zhao Xinyue, who had just given birth. Murong Wainer, being as clever as ice and snow, had prepared 2 portions of the fish head soup. She also had her share. After childbirth, nourishment was certainly necessary. Qingge took a spoon and fed Zhao Xinyue 1 spoonful at a time. Husband. Zhao Xinyue gazed at him with tender affection, her heart filled with warmth. Time flew like an arrow and days and months passed swiftly. 3 days later, on this morning, members of the main lineage arrived. Throughout the Great Qing Kingdom, many clans bore the surname Murong. The Murong family to which Qingge belonged was a branch of the ancient royal Murong clan. In other words, it was a collateral lineage. There were many collateral branches, but only one main lineage which boasted the purest bloodline and received the most esteem. The head of the main lineage came in person. Her name was Murong Shui. She appeared to be around 30 years old, though her true age was far greater. Her figure was curvaceous, forming an elegant shape, exuding a mature and alluring charm. Every smile and frown radiated an enchanting maturity. Like a blooming orchid in full splendor, she was a vision of grace and beauty. She had come to apologize. Behind her stretched a grand procession, with rows of carriages neatly lined up before the gate, laden with numerous treasure chests filled with supplies. Sister, please open the door. Murong Shui stood at the entrance, her voice soft as she spoke. The doors soon swung open. Murong Shui and several members of the main lineage were ushered by the servants into the main hall. Before long, Mu Xinyue came out to take charge of the situation. She seated herself in the place of honor, gazing nervously at Murong Shui, uncertain of her purpose. The servants too watched Murong Shui with trepidation, scarcely daring to lift their heads under the authority of the main lineage. Sister, I have come to offer my apologies. These supplies shall henceforth belong to your household. Murong Shui said softly, her smile blooming like a flower. Mu Xinyue understood. In the past, the main lineage had rarely deigned to look upon any collateral branch. It wasn't outright disdain, but rather a sense that their blood was thin and impure, which naturally bred a certain contempt. As a result, the main Murong family had not interacted with many collateral branches for years, not even during festivals, but now everything had changed. The extraordinary benefits bestowed upon this collateral branch by the emperor had struck the main lineage like a thunderbolt, jolting them into action. They immediately paid a visit to offer their humble apologies. And thus the scene unfolded. The main lineage's visit served 2 purposes: to atone and to curry favor. Many servants were utterly astounded. They craned their necks, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor in shock. Could it be that the main lineage had actually lowered their proud heads to apologize and ingratiate themselves? In ordinary times they would have thought they were dreaming. Yet they all knew the reason. It was because of the young master. Without him, would the main lineage ever stoop so low? The scene before them felt as if their own branch were the main lineage, and the main lineage had become the collateral one. A complete reversal. At that moment, every servant present was filled with deep emotion. A surge of gratitude towards Qingge welled up within them, and their reverence for him grew, as if they were worshipping a deity. Oh, where is the young master? Murong Shui suddenly glanced around and asked. Her main purpose today was to see him, yet she couldn't find him anywhere. A hint of disappointment crept into her heart. The servants marveled inwardly. Truly the young master possessed extraordinary abilities, commanding even the respect of the main lineage's matriarch, who addressed him so warmly. How admirable and awe-inspiring. He is in the back accompanying Wainer. Perhaps we could have lunch together and meet him. Mu Xinyue suggested. Very well, Murong Shui replied, her smile radiant. She was naturally beautiful, and when she smiled it was like a summer flower in full bloom, a breathtaking sight. The white clouds drifted lazily, and the morning passed in the blink of an eye. At noon, the sunlight was perfect and the breeze was gentle. A welcoming banquet began. The atmosphere was lively and jubilant. The entire Murong household was immersed in celebration. In the reception hall, a large round table was set with servants and maids bustling about, placing dish after dish of fragrant cuisine upon it. Murong Shui and Mu Xinyue had already taken their seats along with key figures from the main lineage and the elders of the collateral branch. Yet the most important person had not yet arrived. That was Qingge. At that moment he was bathing in the rear courtyard, attended by a maid who scrubbed his back. After the time it takes to sip a cup of tea, his bath was complete. He donned a luxurious brocade robe, his jet black hair cascading down his back. He appeared as elegant as a jade tree in the wind, exuding poetic grace and charm. After all, with guests present he had to dress formally. This was also a gesture of respect toward the main lineage. Amidst Murong Shui's impatient wait, Qingge finally made his entrance. Clad in a flowing white robe, his long hair as dark as ink and his features exquisitely handsome, he seemed like an immortal stepping out of a painting. Everyone from the main lineage was dazzled. A pair of chopsticks clattered onto the table as a powerful figure from the main lineage dropped them. In 1,000 years, she had never seen such a striking man. Handsome, youthful, dashing, and carefree. What a splendid and elegant gentleman. What a pity he was not part of their— Morong Shui was equally awestruck, blurting out, "What a fine and talented young man. He's so charming that even I feel my heart flutter." "Oh no, flutter. Flutter. What? Let's eat." Everyone stopped staring at me. Morong Shui blushed. It wasn't that she had never seen men before, but after a millennium of bloody warfare 9 out of 10 men had perished, making any man a rarity. And a young handsome man like this was the rarest of the rare. She felt a sense of surrealism, as if she had traveled back. No, even 1,000 years ago there had never been such a handsome gentleman. Mu Xingyue for some reason suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. "What are you looking at? He's mine." "Oh no, he's my daughter's." "Stop staring and eat your food." Though jealous, she felt a surge of pride. Her beautiful eyes turned towards Qingge, shimmering with a radiant light, like brilliant stars in the night sky, sparkling and crystalline. Qingge politely greeted the main lineage. Seeing this elegant gentleman so courteous and refined, everyone from the main lineage was filled with admiration. After the pleasantries, Mu Xingyue was about to announce the start of the feast. But just then a servant came to report, "Madam, the Emperor's envoy has arrived." The banquet was paused. Everyone, including those from the main branch, went outside to welcome the Emperor's envoy. After all, this was the royal family, a symbol of authority not to be profaned. The envoy this time was still a eunuch in red robes. Before reading the imperial edict, the eunuch cast a meaningful glance at Qingge, his expression somewhat dejected. Alas, though both were men, their fates were vastly different. Where could one seek justice? Then he began to read the edict. Its content was simple, fulfilling the promise, a reward of 30 million. Previously having 1 child meant exemption from taxes, now, with 2 children, the reward was naturally 30 million in cash. The money filled 8 large treasure chests carried by many soldiers and placed in the Morong family's courtyard. After setting them down, the soldiers were all panting, heavily drenched in sweat. This showed just how heavy those chests were, presumably packed with dazzling spirit stones. Morong Shui's heart trembled with joy at the sight, but the next moment, she realized this was the Emperor's reward for the collateral branch, not her own. Envy instantly welled up within her. Though envious, she felt no jealousy. Without a diamond, one cannot handle porcelain work. Only by keeping a balanced heart could one live happily. Many maids and servants were genuinely delighted to see so many spirit stones casting tender gazes at Qingge, their eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. Fortune fell from the sky while one sat at home. If not for the young master, how could such a fantasy come true? Mu Xingyue was also overjoyed, her lips curving into a crescent smile. Yet she did not intend to keep these spirit stones for herself, planning instead to give them all to Qingge. After all, he had earned them, so they rightfully belonged to him. After the reward was distributed, the red-robed eunuch brought another piece of good news. Since the Morong family was the first in the entire Great Qing to have a second child, setting an example, as before, the Empress was delighted and granted additional benefits. First benefit: from now on, all children of the Morong family, whether from the main or collateral branch, would have all expenses from birth to adulthood covered by the imperial court, with the Morong family paying nothing. Clearly, Empress Ning Xianro had also considered the issue of family division. Upon hearing this benefit, Morong Shui couldn't help but cheer loudly. Wonderful, this is truly wonderful. Some influential figures from the middle branch also rejoiced, nearly jumping with excitement. Amid the cheers, they all looked towards Qingge. The man who had brought them such benefits was truly amazing. But this wasn't all, there was a second benefit. Second benefit: if any Morong children did not wish to study locally, they could be sent to the imperial palace for education by the royal family, receiving a high-level education. Wow, this is great. Many people broke into beaming smiles. The quality of imperial education went without saying. Those trained there were all outstanding talents. Yet there was still more, a third benefit. Third benefit: upon reaching adulthood, Morong children could directly take the imperial examinations, enter officialdom, and enjoy priority in recruitment. In simple terms, as long as descendants weren't fools, they could all enter the bureaucracy. Morong Shui and Mu Xingyue were overjoyed, their smiles so wide they couldn't close their mouths. Fourth benefit: an additional reward of a dragon worship for young Master Su. Dragon worship. Qingge looked around doubtfully. Where was it? Behind the red-robed eunuch, there was nothing. Where could a worship be? Right here. The eunuch read his thoughts, sweeping his sleeve like lightning cutting through darkness. A colossal dragon-shaped shadow materialized in the void, over 1,000 zhang long, with countless rooms and flowing light like divine halos. On the deck were arrayed 800 cannons, their black maws exuding a terrifying deterrent. This was Great Qing's ultimate weapon for conquest, typically used to lead assaults against other dynasties. It was immensely powerful, invincible in battle and unstoppable in offense. A single shot could reduce a city to rubble, leaving not even debris behind. Its own defenses were equally formidable. Even if 800 cannons fired simultaneously, it would only feel like a tickle. At this, the red-robed eunuch added with a smile. In truth, the dragon worship is a gift from Her Majesty to young Master Su for travel. A vessel of sturdy iron and powerful cannons, integrating offense and defense to protect his safety. Su Qingge broke into a delighted smile. From now on life would be even better. Cruising in a small boat, sipping wine holding his beautiful wife. Yes, comfort, utter comfort. The eunuch continued, Her Majesty holds you in high regard. She wishes to meet you, but with a mountain of memorials, she cannot spare the time. It would be wonderful if you could visit the imperial city. Murong Shui and the main branch members were all stunned. Su Qingge could have an audience with the empress. Didn't that mean the Murong family would rise swiftly under his radiance? It seemed they must rely on this young master's patronage from now on. Yes, cling tightly to his thigh and never let go. The eunuch in red came and went as swiftly as before. After his departure, everyone in the entire clan looked at Su Qingge with a different gaze. Previously they only thought him extraordinarily handsome, but now, well, words failed them. In short, he was like a cup of clear spring in the desert, a white cloud in the sky, a spotless lotus in a pond rising unstained from the mud. With such an aura about him, he seemed like a celestial being. He was an angel sent by heaven. Moments later, Mu Xinyue retracted the dragon warship, shrinking it into a palm-sized model, and gently handed it to Su Qingge. This dragon warship could freely expand and contract for portability. In a Xuanhuan world, such a function was Then she handed over all 30 million spirit stones to Su Qingge. Qingge, here, this belongs to you. I take nothing. But Su Qingge shook his head and said, Wait, I have a better way to distribute it. He felt it was time to give back to his mother-in-law and beautiful wives. After all, how could he hog all the gains? That would be too selfish. So he divided the huge sum into many portions and shared it with everyone. Even some maidservants received a share. Instantly, their admiration and reverence for him deepened. Many maidservants wept with gratitude, vowing that if they ever betrayed the young master they would end up alone for life. Su Qingge did this partly to repay the clan, and partly because he himself had no need for so much money. Once another child was born, new wealth would come again. And as more children were born, the money would snowball. He could earn money while lying down. In other words, they were never short of cash and could burn through it freely. Next, the banquet continued. Since the eunuch in red had come and gone swiftly, the dishes were still warm. Everyone in the reception hall raised their cups and chatted merrily. Outside, the maidservants were also enjoying themselves with wine and conversation. It should be noted that under normal circumstances, maidservants could only squat in corners with bowls to eat, being of low status. But today Su Qingge specifically decreed that from then on they should eat at the table like everyone else. Thus these maidservants were overjoyed, as if liberated. Beyond their happiness, their hearts were warmed, and a feeling of respect and admiration melted within them. In the reception hall, it was extremely lively. During the feast, the members of the main lineage were deeply respectful, far more so than when they had first arrived. Earlier they had only shown respect, but now it had elevated into profound worship and reverence. It was like looking up at a towering mountain following a grand path. Young master, there is something I wish to say to you. I hope you won't refuse. Murong Shui parted her lips and spoke with a smile. She wanted to gift Su Qingge some of the main lineage's enterprises, such as escort agencies and taverns, without charge. After all, if one wanted to cling to a powerful patron, one had to make sacrifices, didn't they? If nothing was offered, how could they expect the patron to accept them? Where in the world was such a good deal? Upon learning this, Su Qingge nodded and agreed, all right. He was not one to be overly modest. Since she said he should not refuse, how could he decline her kindness? Thus Murong Shui gifted him 7 of her enterprises. Among them were 2 escort agencies and 5 taverns. Taverns, being places for dining and lodging, were far more upscale than inns. This was also considering that the young master might travel in the future, and being far from home at night, would have no place to stay. How perfect that he could lodge in his own taverns. Perfect, wasn't it? Murong Shui felt she was truly a considerate woman. As she thought about it, a joyful smile spread across her face, and she felt her cheeks flush. Because she suddenly noticed that Mu Xinyue was looking at her with a somewhat different gaze, as if jealous. Ahem. She quickly coughed twice, and said, Sister, don't overthink it. No, Mu Xinyue hastily clarified. I just think, isn't this a bit too much? In the clan, whenever a branch family was established, the main lineage had to give away one of its enterprises. Thus over time the main lineage would naturally become unwilling. If their possessions kept dwindling, in the end, would they be left to drink the northwest wind? This was also the root of discord between the main and branch lineages. However, Murong Shui did not mind. She intended to cling tightly to the young master's coattails in the future. If she was unwilling to part with even 7 enterprises, how could she manage? In truth, let alone 7 enterprises, she even wanted to offer herself. Of course that could not be said. At the very least, not on such an occasion. As for whether it could be said later, who knew? The luncheon was only halfway through when Su Qingge left. His 2 wives, he returned to accompany his wife and child. He carried a lunchbox filled with various dishes and pastries. Husband. Zhao Xinyue was still unable to leave her bed, and Wainer was tending to her. Su Qingge took out the food, and the family ate together harmoniously. Time flowed leisurely. Looking back, 7 days had already passed. The main branch members had stayed here for a while, and were now preparing to depart. Before leaving, Murong Shui invited Su Qingge to visit the properties she had gifted him. After all, you need to know the way. And the general managers and shopkeepers of those establishments also need to meet their new master. Su Qingge understood this, so he appreciated Murong Shui's thoughtful intentions. After spending a warm moment with his wife and children, he accompanied her out. As for their mode of transport, it was naturally the dragon warship. He offered the dragon warship to the wind, and instantly it expanded with the gale swelling to 1,000 zhang in size. The cannons aboard exuded an awe-inspiring majesty. Even from a distance, one could feel the solemn dignity of their muzzles, not to be profaned. When Murong Shui and the main branch members boarded the warship, they were immediately awestruck by its luxury and gazing around they saw imperial majesty everywhere. Ornate buildings with carved beams and painted rafters, resplendent pavilions shimmering with flowing light, divine mists entwining, and an endless interplay of order haze and Tao rhythm chains that dazzled the eyes. Murong Shui, who had only glimpsed it from below in previous days, now found herself within it, and felt that her ancient royal clan was utterly insignificant. To ride such a warship, this was truly living. Truly a gift befitting a female emperor. At the great emperor level, their generosity was extraordinary. Qingge quickly figured out how to control this colossal vessel. It was simple. Once aboard, one only needed to think of the destination, and the dragon warship would navigate itself. In essence, it was autonomous driving. In a fantasy world, such a function was a mere trifle. With a whoosh, the warship soared through the sky, gliding across the heavens. As it passed, low-level flying boats and merchant vessels hastily gave way. That's a dragon warship. How dare we profane it? An elder from a sect steered his flying boat away, swiftly gasping in relief, his voice filled with lingering fear. That thing was a heavy weapon used by Great Qingge to conquer territories. If one showed disrespect, a single cannon blast could annihilate them instantly, and it might even bring disaster upon their sect. Many disciples beside him also stared at the warship, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Damn, it was lucky the elder had sharp eyes, otherwise they would have been buried with him. This dragon warship was known throughout Great Qingge without exception. 1,000 years ago, Ning Shinro had ascended to the great emperor realm, swept across the 6 directions, unified Great Qingge, and then forged powerful ships and cannons to expand outward. Before that, the territory of Great Qingge had been occupied by small states such as Chu Han, Zhao Weiqi, and Yin. After Ning Shinro swept through the 6 kingdoms and achieved unification, she devoted herself to forging these dragon warships. With these great weapons, she forcibly breached the gates of the Great Tang, igniting a 1,000-year blood war. Beyond Great Qingge's borders lay Great Tang, Great Song, Great Ming, Great Han. And within their territories, like the former Great Qingge, there were many small states that had yet to achieve unification. Then they were shattered by the dragon warship's bombardment. Forced into desperation, Great Tang had to ally with other dynasties to resist Great Qingge. This war lasted 1,000 years. To this day, many vividly recall the first thunderous roar of the dragon warship's cannon. Good heavens, that day a single blast shook the earth like a dragon turning over, followed by a massive fireball descending from the sky, devastating everything in its path like a ray that pierced through a city of Great Tang, reducing it to rubble and leaving a terrifying abyss akin to a meteor crater. One cannon, one city. Such terrifying speed. It could reach Great Tang's capital in less than half a day. So the elder quickly made way. At the same time, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. No one wanted to endure a single cannon blast. And they had also guessed who was aboard the warship. The son-in-law of the Murong family, Qingge. Now Su Qing's name was widely renowned, spread by Ning Shinro. After all, the family that led Great Qingge in procreation deserved to be praised as an example for all to follow. Throughout Great Qingge, many knew that warships were generally not deployed during peacetime. Now that one had been, it could only be for that son-in-law of the Murong family. The warship flew through the air for a short time before reaching its destination. This was Dunhuang City, spanning 10,000 li, prosperous and magnificent. Murong Shui had already sent a telepathic message across 10,000 li instructing the general managers of these properties to prepare. The big shot was coming for an inspection. Consequently, at the entrance of a security escort agency, a row of formidable figures stood ready. They stood with hands clasped behind their backs, manifesting Dharma images behind them. Each stood like a Valkyrie, towering and imposing. As a place for escorting treasures, these female swordsmen naturally possessed high cultivation. A single sword strike could split a mountain. In the void, Murong Shui suggested not shrinking the warship, but parking it right in front of the door to enhance their prestige. Of course, she wouldn't say it so bluntly. Qingge understood and looked down, indeed, spotting an empty space beside the escort agency. In fact, that empty space had originally been a large auction house. When Murong Shui's telepathic message arrived, the general manager hastily acquired it at any cost and leveled it within 3 breaths. Yes, just to park a helicopter. Soon, amid the astonished exclamations of countless onlookers, the warship landed on the empty ground. Qingge stepped out of the cabin like a refined gentleman, a smile on his face. For a moment, everyone felt as if they saw a radiant moonlight, their eyes widening. But before they could clearly see his face, the general manager blocked their view. The general manager, also the head steward, trotted over to Qingge, a flattering smile on his face, and said respectfully, "Greetings, boss." For a moment, everyone felt as if they saw a radiant moonlight, their eyes widening. But yes, greetings, young master. The head steward was exceedingly respectful. Then the head steward waved his hand, and several female swordsmen immediately approached, shielding Qingge like bodyguards to keep him from public view, maintaining an air of mystery. They then respectfully escorted him into the escort agency. In the head steward's view, these commoners had no right to behold the young master's peerless visage. Upon entering the agency, everything was in order. The escort masters and leaders worked systematically, thriving and prosperous. Seeing this, Qingge's mood improved further. Morong Shui briefly introduced the head steward. Qingge learned her name was Wang Wu, a capable woman who had managed the agency efficiently. He naturally valued such a competent woman. So he turned to take a closer look and found Wang Wu to be very attractive. Fair skin, bright eyes, and white teeth, a slender and graceful figure with a waist so delicate it seemed to be held in one hand. She was like a lyrical poem exuding a fresh aura. She was like a sunflower blooming in a field, fresh and striking. As for her abilities, well, let's just say appearances guided judgment. Such a beautiful woman surely had no lack of skill. On Earth, she might have been a secretary. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze. Wang Wu remembered to manage the agency well for the young master. He is usually busy with many affairs and cannot be here often. Morong Shui, experienced and perceptive, understood what Qingge wanted to say even without him speaking. Wang Wu parted her red lips and nodded. I will not fail the young master's trust. I will handle matters myself. Qingge nodded in satisfaction. Morong Shui was also pleased, casting an approving glance at Wang Wu. Young Master T. Not long after, while inspecting a certain area, Wang Wu noticed that Qingge appeared slightly weary and handed him a cup of clear tea. This was the rear courtyard of the escort agency, where many escort carts were lined up laden with various goods. Qingge sipped his tea as he conducted the inspection. Just then it began to rain, and Wang Wu quickly unfurled an umbrella to shield him from the downpour. Before long, the inspection concluded. Qingge found the agency's operations to be running smoothly, with all tasks flourishing under Wang Wu's diligent efforts, allowing him to act as a hands-off proprietor. This was effortless profit. In a word, splendid. Allow me to inform you, young master, that the remaining escort agency and the 5 grand restaurants are all under Wang Wu's management. Morong Shui said respectfully from the side. These 7 establishments were spread across different cities, though none were too distant, and Wang Wu's exceptional abilities made managing them a breeze. Shall I accompany you, young master, to familiarize yourself with the route? Wang Wu inquired with deference. Proceed. Morong Shui nodded. There was no need for her to accompany them, as she still had matters to attend to here. Next, Wang Wu produced a flying boat to transport Qingge to the other locations. Since the distances were not great, there was no need to deploy the massive warship. This flying boat was also remarkably swift. After about half an hour, another city materialized before Qingge's eyes. It was majestic and imposing, radiating grandeur. Its footprint was also considerable. Upon entering the city, they were greeted by a bustling scene of traffic and vibrant prosperity. At this moment, before a luxurious grand restaurant, many servants were already waiting. Every single one of them wore an expression of reverence. Soon Qingge arrived. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. Their salutations rose in a cascading wave. These people had long received word via sound transmission. After all, for such an important event, how could preparations not be made in advance? What if the young master were to take offense? However, upon seeing the young master himself approach with a gentle smile, like a beam of radiant moonlight, they instantly felt a refreshing breeze wash over them. They had been petty-minded, judging a gentleman's heart with their own narrow thoughts. This was but a minor interlude. Soon a junior steward produced the account books along with past management guidelines and future plans for the restaurant, all presented for Qingge's review. How could Qingge possibly understand such matters? He was destined only for enjoyment, not for labor. Allow me. Wang Wu's gentle voice sounded. With Wang Wu's exceptional competence, it took only a short while to examine all the work and report everything accurately. Qingge nodded. Wang Wu's reports were meticulous in every detail. Under her scrutiny, each task seemed as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. This prompted him to cast another glance at Wang Wu. Indeed, this secretary was quite remarkable. Next, he proceeded to inspect the various rooms. After all, a restaurant, much like a hotel, had lodging as its primary function, so this aspect required thorough examination. Wang Wu and the junior steward followed behind, clutching their notebooks. Inside a guest room, Qingge's gaze swept across the space, taking in its luxurious elegance, resplendent splendor, and high-end sophistication. It was immaculate and pristine, with no fault to be found. This was all thanks to Wang Wu's adept management. Nevertheless, he still offered some of his own guiding suggestions. These served as a supplement to address Wang Wu's areas of deficiency. Wang Wu and the junior steward quickly jotted down his words in their notebooks. Before long, the inspection was complete. This visit had served to acquaint him with the premises and allowed everyone to recognize his face. Subsequently, he and Wang Wu departed to inspect the other establishments. Time slipped by like a fleeting steed glimpsed through a crack. Several hours passed in a blur. Diligence paid off, and by the approach of evening, they had finally familiarized themselves with all 7 properties. Wang Wu was utterly exhausted. She rarely spent an entire day traveling to so many places. Ordinarily, she issued directives from the main office, which were then conveyed by subordinates. Yet despite her physical fatigue, her spirit remained unweary, and she even wished to accompany the young master in inspecting more locations. Because the young master had affirmed and recognized her work abilities, she felt a sense of validation and importance, which brought her great comfort. Being with the young master felt like basking in the warmth of spring, with a gentle coziness suffusing her entire being. By nightfall, the two returned to Dunhuang City. The flying boat landed in the rear courtyard. Qingge stepped down feeling refreshed and invigorated. The day had passed like a sightseeing trip complete with free meals, and was thoroughly enjoyable. Morong Shui came forward to greet them. She had already settled her own affairs, and was about to return to the main lineage, but before leaving, she had one more word for Wang Wu. You must remain loyal to the young master. Can you remember that? That was the gist of her words. Wang Wu nodded solemnly, and said, Rest assured, clan leader. I swear by the heavenly Tao that if I ever betray him, may I cease to breathe from this moment forth. Morong Shui was left speechless. Her intention had merely been to caution Wang Wu, reminding her that with a new master, she must be as loyal to the young master as she had been to her, never taking advantage of his inexperience in management or his recent arrival. If Wang Wu were to betray him, how disgraceful would that be for her? Who would have thought that Wang Wu's loyalty far exceeded her expectations? Thus she could set her mind at ease. What she did not know was that Wang Wu harbored deep gratitude towards Su Qingge. It was not just for his affirmation of her, but also because with Su Qingge's involvement, many rivals in the industry would exercise greater restraint towards the 7 establishments under her charge. Competitors were natural adversaries, often leading to minor disputes. But now those disputes would surely cease. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Morong Shui. Loyalty. If the young master were to take her as a concubine, would she not then be absolutely loyal? A woman of such capability would surely excel at bearing children as well. But whether the young master would find her worthy remained uncertain. Morong Shui merely pondered this without voicing it. After lingering a while longer, she led her people back to the main lineage. Before departing, she cast a smile back at Su Qingge and warmly invited, Young master, do come visit the main lineage when you have time. I will come another day. Su Qingge replied amiably. Morong Shui took her leave. Next, Su Qingge prepared to return to his family, but before he could step out, Wang Wu softly entreated, Young master, it is already late. Why not stay the night before leaving? What do you think? Su Qingge glanced at the sky and nodded. Indeed, it is getting late. I will stay for the night. Wang Wu, being an exceptionally capable woman, quickly arranged a refined and elegant room. After Su Qingge lay down, she waited outside ready to attend to any needs. In truth, she considered summoning a few songstresses to entertain the young master. Yet she wondered if doing so might be somewhat improper. The young master was like moonlight itself, robed in white, untouched by worldly dust. How could she harbor such thoughts? Suddenly she felt a sense of shame and hastily dismissed the notion. With his status, what woman could he not obtain if he wished? Would he need to summon courtesans? Time flowed gently as the night. This time Su Qingge nodded. Previously, Wayner's body had not been ready, as women must undergo postpartum recovery and other physical constraints. Thus it had not been possible. He had slept most comfortably. As he was about to leave, a glimpse caught his eye. Wang Wu stood to his right, looking weary, as if she had stood vigil all night. He had not sensed her presence last night. Young master, you're awake, she said, forcing her drowsy eyes open. Ill-prepared. Su Qingge was moved. Indeed, she was not only competent, but also deeply considerate. After breakfast, he walked out of the escort agency and saw a crowd gathered around the dragon warship. Many were fascinated by the colossal vessel. Some sketched it as a memento, others composed poems in its honor. While so, this is the dragon warship. Majestic, luxurious. A symbol of status. I wonder where Master Su is. How I long to meet him. Among the crowd, many young women indulged in fantasies. They were not locals of Dunhuang City, but had come from other towns. Not just them. Today, many from nearby cities had. The moment Su Qingge arrived in Dunhuang City aboard the dragon warship yesterday, the news had stirred excitement across thousands of miles, drawing crowds eager to witness his splendor. But how could someone so noble be easily seen by the likes of them? So they could only gaze upon the warship. The vessel was magnificent, a visual spectacle of overwhelming grandeur. How wonderful it would be to ride it. Su Qingge walked through the crowd without a female sword guardian escort, at his special request. He was kind and easygoing, seeing no need for such formality. As fate would have it, he accidentally stepped on a woman's foot. The woman, utterly absorbed in admiring the warship, was startled by the sudden pain. She felt an excruciating sting and was about to curse. But before she could speak, she caught a clear glimpse of his face. Robes as white as snow, youthful and handsome, exuding an ethereal grace. It was a visage she had never seen in all her lives. She was mesmerized, frozen in place, forgetting what she meant to say. Only one word echoed in her heart: handsome. Utterly handsome. Handsome to the core. Ah, she was so nervous. What to do? Meanwhile, Su Qingge felt a bit awkward. He had not meant to do it. He was merely walking too quickly and failed to notice. After offering a brief apology and some medical compensation, he departed. The woman remained in a daze, almost forgetting to take the money. She could only watch him walk away and in a trance saw him board the warship. Suddenly she froze, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Oh my heavens, so it was him. He was Su Qingge himself. She gasped sharply, her scalp tingling. Thank goodness I didn't lose my temper earlier, or else. If she had cursed, she might have been killed by his subordinates without him even lifting a finger. But thankfully he was magnanimous and noble. Not only sincerely apologetic, but even proactively offering medical fees. That was class, that was stature, that was a man of cultivation. Suddenly she felt unworthy. A sense of shame welled up within her. Many in the crowd saw Su Qingge board the warship, their hearts stirred with endless thoughts. What was a Prince Charming? This was it. Wealthy, leisured, high-standing, powerful, and renowned. Such a perfect man. At the gate of the escort agency, Wang Wu watched the warship rise into the wind and gradually fade away. Somehow a hollow feeling grew in her heart. She realized she didn't want him to leave. Was it because of his cheerful smile yesterday? Had she fallen in love with him? Indeed, what woman could resist such a man? At the Muron residence, a colossal dragon warship descended from the heavens, then shrank into a model the size of a walnut. Qingge appeared in the courtyard. "Young master, you've returned." Many maidservants rushed forward in excitement. Their hearts felt incomplete without seeing him for a single day. Before Qingge could speak, his mother-in-law also hurried over. Qingge had come to urge them about having children. Considering the time Wainer had already recovered and could conceive again, "You two should get to it." Qingge dismissed the servants. Perceiving the gravity of the matter, the maids dispersed to attend to their own duty. Then with a hint of embarrassment, Qingge leaned in as before and whispered, "So how about another one?" This time Qingge nodded. Previously, Wainer's body had not been ready, as women must undergo postpartum recovery and other physical constraints. Thus it had not been possible. But now she had recovered well enough to conceive again. Then without further delay, "You two should." Qingge trailed off, but her meaning was clear. Qingge understood, but suddenly recalled something. "In broad daylight. What about daytime? For the sake of revitalizing the family, you must seize the moment." Qingge was relentless. Qingge said nothing more. He understood her. After all, what mother-in-law isn't eager for grandchildren? Yet Qingge was so youthful, she seemed more like an elder sister. Shortly after, he entered the bridal chamber, discussed the matter with Wainer, and then closed the doors and windows. In the afternoon, under the radiant sun, Qingge paced restlessly in her bedroom, troubled. She had suddenly recalled although her daughter had recovered, a woman could not bear children indefinitely in her lifetime. This had been told to her a millennium ago by a physician. According to that physician, the highest number of births she had witnessed was 15 in a lifetime. That was a truly great mother. There might have been even greater ones, but she had not seen them. So Qingge estimated that 15 births was the limit for a woman, beyond that the body would not permit it. The term births rather than children was used because twins or triplets could occur. Thus it was counted by births. Now Qingge worried once her daughter reached her limit, what would become of the family? It seemed Zhao Xinyu had done the right thing, urging Qingge to take her as a concubine. This would solve the problem, but not entirely, for Zhao Xinyu would also eventually reach her limit. "It seems I must have Qingge continue taking concubines." Mu Xinyu's thoughts raced. She waved her hand and sent out a sound transmission. About a few quarters of an hour later, Zhao Xinyu arrived. "Aunt Yue," she greeted, well-mannered. "I plan to have Qingge take another concubine," Mu Xinyu said with a smile. Then she explained what she had just realized. Zhao Xinyu understood the reasoning. She felt she could only bear 5 children for her husband before her body would give out. So she said softly, "You're right. I happened to be looking into this a few days ago. There's a maidservant you might recall, Wang Lianer. She joined the family less than 2 years ago from a poor background. Though her origins are humble, she is kind-hearted, diligent, and sensible. We lack neither wealth nor status, so why not choose her? What do you think?" At this mention, Mu Xinyu had a faint recollection. In her mind, the image of a hard-working figure fetching water to wash clothes gradually emerged. After all, there were too many servants in the household to remember each one clearly. "Yes, I like the diligent ones. Since you've already observed her, let's settle it." Mu Xinyu spoke gently and added, "By the way, go tell Qingge and see what he thinks. We should discuss family." Zhao Xinyu departed. Within moments, the news reached Qingge. Qingge had no objections. Taking another concubine was nothing. Moreover, his system was one of many children, many blessings. The more children born, the greater and better the rewards. Naturally, he agreed. Of course, the prerequisite was that the woman must be virtuous, with a clean background, social circle, family, and personal history. Wang Lianer met all these criteria. Moron Wainer also nodded in agreement. In this matter, she unconditionally supported her husband. Thus the news was soon conveyed to Wang Lianer by Zhao Xinyu. Upon learning of it, Wang Lianer was stunned. Heavens, how could she be so fortunate? She nearly suffocated, feeling as if a pie had fallen from the sky. And she was the one it had landed on. She thought she was dreaming. The young master was handsome and carefree, the object of many's desires, and she. It was a long while before she finally calmed herself. Mu Xinyu acted with great efficiency. Seeing that Qingge had nodded in agreement, she immediately set about arranging the wedding affairs. After all, if the matter were settled today, wouldn't she be one step closer to holding a grandchild? No sooner had the news spread than an amusing and exasperating incident occurred. Suddenly, numerous wedding processions burst forth from the entrance, each volunteering, eagerly insisting on undertaking this task. They erupted into fierce arguments, faces flushed red with contention. Clearly all of them wished to partake in this feast. Seeing them locked in a protracted dispute, Mu Xinyu finally made a decisive call, merging them into a single grand procession, allowing everyone to participate. After all, a wedding should be as lively and grand as possible. Since her family was wealthy and powerful, money was no object. The more splendid the affair, the better. The many wedding processions were all overjoyed. They praised in unison, as expected of the Muron family, so wealthy and generous. This is true magnanimity. With everything prepared, the wedding commenced. Wang Lianer, adorned in a red bridal gown, was escorted onto the bridal sedan chair. Qingge, riding a small dragon and dressed in the groom's attire, walked beside her. Alas, young Master Su is becoming a groom again. Indeed, how we envy him with the utmost admiration. Among the onlookers were some men, many of whom had once participated in the martial arts tournament to win a bride. Each of them now felt a pang of bitterness. Many amused bystanders chuckled. The Morong family is truly self-sufficient. Well said. The first time was marrying off a daughter, the second time also a daughter, and the third time a maidservant. Every time it's the Morong family marrying within itself. What a fine example of self-sufficiency. Admirable, truly admirable. This was merely a jest. Smiles adorned every face. The grand wedding procession circled the vast Morong estate before returning and re-entering the gates. As with the previous two occasions, the courtyard was already filled with a lavish array of delicacies and fine wines. Bow to heaven and earth, bow to the parents. An officiant called out. Soon the wedding was concluded in a lively and grand manner. It was truly a splendid affair. Wang Lianer's parents, two elderly individuals who had traveled a great distance, watched their daughter, whom they had raised with much hardship, marry into wealth. Overwhelmed with emotion, they sobbed uncontrollably. Our daughter, oh. The two elders wept tears of joy. At the same time, they were deeply flattered, even more so than Wang Lianer, feeling as though a fortune had fallen into their laps. It all seemed surreal and hard to believe. Yet in the end they accepted it, knowing it was real. Their hearts swelled with profound respect for Qingge. This son-in-law was truly good. To have such a son-in-law was a blessing accumulated from a past life. They grasped Qingge's hands, their limbs trembling, their mouths quivering, their words incoherent. Qingge understood the two elders well. They were poor folk, uneducated, and felt inferior in the presence of what he treated them with kindness and lenience, consoling them briefly before instructing his servants to give them a substantial sum of money. They were to use it to build a new house upon returning to their hometown in glory, and spend the remainder freely without hesitation. Whenever it ran out, they need only ask. Through conversation, he also learned that Wang Lianer had a younger sister named Wang Xing. Due to the family's poverty, she had been unable to attend a private school and had dropped out early. She now worked as a cowherd for a landlord, earning a meager monthly wage insufficient for food and clothing. Qingge immediately sent a voice transmission summoning Wang Wu and instructed make the arrangements. Wang Wu produced an appointment letter and handed it to the two elders. This was a store manager's appointment letter. With it, one could directly assume the position of store manager. As for operational skills, a dedicated person would provide hands-on training. The two elders received the letter, their hearts overflowing with uncontrollable joy, expressing 1,000 thanks. With their son-in-law's arrangements, Qingge's fortunes had been completely transformed. Wang Lianer observed all of this, her heart filled with nothing but gratitude. To have such a husband was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. When the two elders returned home, their neighbors and villagers' eyes sparkled, and the way they looked at them had changed entirely. The two elders stood tall and straight, feeling a newfound confidence in their stride. All of this was brought by their son-in-law. They wondered what good deeds they had done in a past life. Meanwhile, after the wedding concluded in the joyous bridal chamber, Qingge lifted the red veil from his beloved wife's head. Time flowed gently. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. One day, while dining, Wang Lianer and Morong Schwerer both began to vomit simultaneously. Mu Xingyue, being an experienced matron, immediately sent for the female physician who had visited before. The physician arrived swiftly. Her flowing white robe could not conceal her curvaceous figure, and her soft, gentle face exuded an approachable charm. After taking Wang Lianer and Morong Schwerer's pulses, she soon announced that both were with child. Instantly, the entire Morong household erupted in jubilation. Mu Xingyue was especially overjoyed, dancing with delight. A double blessing. How could she not be happy? The physician herself felt pleased, rejoicing for Qingge. Yet glancing around, she noticed Qingge was nowhere to be seen. A familiar sense of disappointment crept into her heart, as it had last time, leaving an empty void within her. After a moment, she could not help but ask, "Why is Master Su not here?" Mu Xingyu's heart stirred. Why did she inquire about this twice in a row? Moreover, judging by her gaze, she seemed deeply concerned about Qingge. Could it be? It wouldn't be impossible, Mu Xingyue murmured to herself. It was plain to see that this female physician took a special interest in Qingge. Besides, having to summon her from afar for every childbirth was rather inconvenient. If Qingge were to take her as a concubine, it would certainly be much more convenient in the future. He has gone fishing at the Wudong River, Mu Xingyue answered truthfully. The physician seemed about to say something, but held back. She then prescribed some prenatal remedies for Morong Wainer and Wang Lianer before taking her leave. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and an entire summer slipped away in the blink of an eye. When autumn arrived, Morong Wainer and Wang Lianer were ready to give birth. After 10 months of pregnancy, the moment of delivery had come. Mu Xingyue immediately sent for the physician. Due to the great distance between their homes, by the time the physician arrived, Morong Wainer and Wang Lianer had already dilated to 9 fingers and were struggling to hold on. This strengthened Mu Xingyu's resolve to have Qingge take the physician as his concubine. After all, if he was to take a concubine, why not her? Having the physician would be wonderful. It would be very convenient whenever anyone at home fell ill. The thought was beautiful, and the outcome was equally so. The physician in truth harbored the same wish. But she kept it to herself. After all, a maiden must maintain some reserve. Drawing on her previous experience, the physician, though arriving a little late, managed the delivery smoothly. Before long, 2 cries of wah, wah, rang out as 2 baby girls entered the world. Both weighed a little over 7 jin, and their cries were loud and clear. But soon they were drowned out by the joyful cheers. This time the physician did not feel disappointed, for she had seen Qingge. During her last visit, Qingge had been absent. But now as a husband and father Tobe, he was naturally present for the birth. While the delivery is done, nothing else to attend to. They'll take my leave, the female physician said, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. With those words she stepped out the door. Mu Xingyue shot Su Qingge a meaningful glance, and said, "Why don't you see her off?" It was only proper to escort someone who had traveled such a long distance. Su Qingge nodded, but he keenly sensed a peculiar glint in his mother-in-law's eyes. An hour later, the colossal dragon warship landed in front of the physician's home, drawing gasps of astonishment. Su Qingge had escorted her back. Along the way, all flying boats and merchant vessels made way. As the physician disembarked, the blush on her face deepened. During the journey, she had told Su Qingge her name. Her name was Yi Qingzi, a beautiful name. She had also shed her white medical robe. Her figure was exquisite. She stood gracefully, a vision of maidenly elegance. Boldly she told Su Qingge that she wished for him to take her as his concubine. Su Qingge was not one for pretense. He nodded and said, "All right, I will marry you in a few days." Yi Qingzi smiled, a radiant smile that lit up her face, now flushed with a rosy glow. When she entered her home, her astonished parents, overwhelmed by the honor, said in disbelief, "Child, people of such stature are far beyond our reach." Yi Qingzi lifted her chin, her cheeks flushed, and told them, "He has already promised to marry me, and it will be with a grand bridal procession." Several hours later, Su Qingge returned home. To his surprise, no sooner had he arrived than his mother-in-law Mu Xingyue rushed over and asked, "What did the physician say? When are you planning to get married?" She had already discussed the matter with the family, and in a few days they would be able to celebrate with wedding wine again. Thus everyone in the household was overjoyed. Outside, many others were even more delighted, for some would have business opportunities again, while others could enjoy a feast. Some even wished that Su Qingge would become a bridegroom every night. If he were a bridegroom every night, they would have food and drink, and their families could even save on cooking. Indeed, they could. The Morong family was wealthy and powerful, they wouldn't miss a bit of grain. Su Qingge smiled knowingly, and said, "In a few days." Upon hearing this, Mu Xinyu's face blossomed into a radiant smile, like an orchid blooming in a secluded valley, exquisite and enchanting. Next, Su Qingge planned to go out for a stroll by the river to relax. Just after the child was born, the system's rewards had, but he had to see Yi Qingzi off, so he had no time to check. Arriving at the riverbank, he opened the system panel. The previous reward page popped up. Ding. Detecting that the host has given birth to the third and fourth children, the system automatically issues rewards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Sage King Experience Card 2, 40-year Cultivation Card 2, 500,000 Gene Strength Card 2, 9 Tribulation Sword 2, High-Level Sword Technique Insight Primordial Annihilation Dao Sword, High-Level Martial Art Insight, Qi Yu's Martial Code. Ding. Since the host has given birth to 2 offspring at once, an additional reward has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a mysterious treasure chest. Hope the host continues to strive for more children. The next reward will be even richer. I see. Gazing at the dazzling array of rewards, Su Qingge roughly understood. The more children he had, the more rewards he would receive. Double, or even multiple. Additionally, giving birth to 2 or more children at once would trigger extra rewards. 2 Sage King Experience Cards granted him a Sage King level cultivation for 48 hours. 48 hours equivalent to 2 days. This was undoubtedly formidable. In battles between experts, a single move often determined victory or defeat. 48 hours would be ample time to even dig up an opponent's ancestral graves. Yet no one came to provoke him. If someone did, perhaps he wouldn't even need the Sage King card. A single blast from the dragon warship would suffice. If one blast wasn't enough, another would follow. Next were the 40-year cultivation cards. There was little to say about them. Using one directly increased cultivation by 40 years permanently. 2 cards meant 80 years of cultivation. Many people toiled for 80 years of bitter cultivation, but he completed it in an instant. Indeed, it was exhilarating. The 500,000 Gene Strength Cards 2 in total gave 1,000,000 Gene of strength permanently. The 9 Tribulation Sword, a saint-level weapon, could darken the sky and churn the seas with a single swing, possessing devastating power. However, 2 swords were more than he could use. He would give one to his beloved wives for self-defense. As for where they came from, a stroke of fortune, of course. In a world of fantasy, everyone has their own destiny, elusive as fate itself. What is meant to be will be, and what is not cannot be forced. That was roughly the idea. High-level Sword Technique Insight Primordial Annihilation Dao Sword, a terrifyingly powerful sword art. Qi Yu's Martial Code, the supreme secret art of the ancient demon god. Qi Yu, capable of tempering bones, forging every bone into gilded great bones, impervious to blades, lightning, and fire. Finally, the mysterious treasure chest. He glanced at it and found a tree inside. It was a money tree sapling. Once planted, it could be shaken once a year, yielding between 1 and 30 million top-grade spirit stones at random. It was worth noting that the better the soil, the higher the probability of shaking down a greater number of spirit stones. For example, poor soil might yield only 1,000,000 spirit stones in a year, while good soil could bring unpredictable riches. A single shake might lead to instant wealth. He wasn't in a hurry to plant it. He would buy the best soil another day. After reviewing the rewards, he began to stroll along. The scenery was beautiful. The water shimmered like a calm sapphire, a gentle breeze rippled the surface, and the crisp autumn air refreshed the soul. Though he called it a stroll, he was actually using the system's rewards. He absorbed 2 40-year cultivation cards. In an instant his cultivation surged, stepping into the golden body realm. Golden body, first heaven. Golden body, second heaven. Golden body, fifth heaven. 80 years, a major realm. His lifespan increased directly by 800 years. If this were known, others would either die of envy or be utterly stunned, gasping in disbelief. Reach the peak of golden body. 80 years, a major realm. His lifespan increased directly by 800 years. If this were known, others would either die of envy or be utterly stunned, gasping in disbelief. Then came the 500,000 gene strength cards. Absorbing 2 cards, his physical strength instantly increased by 1,000,000 gene. He felt his blood boil, surging within him, like the roaring war cries of 2 armies clashing. Torrential, overwhelming, deafening, majestic. That was his sensation. Finally, he used the insights from the primordial annihilation Tao sword, and Qi used martial code. In an instant, a torrent of profound principles surged through his mind, flowing ceaselessly, like the waves of a... Within a few moments, he had fully absorbed and digested all these insights, as if he had personally comprehended them for 100 years, mastering them with effortless familiarity. He could even innovate new techniques. Looking inward, he saw his bones. Every one of them transformed into gilded great bones, shining brilliantly, as if cast from pure gold. Now he could enjoy his leisure in peace. After all, life these days was leisurely and carefree, lonely as snow. It wasn't until several hours later, when he had had enough fun, that he returned home. He prepared to give one of the 9 tribulation swords to his beloved wife. By the time he returned home, dusk had nearly fallen. The setting sun cast a boundless charm, as if inviting one to pause and admire the crimson-tinted maple grove. Inside the bridal chamber, Qingge drew out the 9 tribulation sword, and in an instant waves of terrifying aura surged forth like the majestic might of heaven descending, capable of severing all things in the world. His several beautiful wives were utterly stunned. "Take these for your protection," he said. He could not fully utilize 2 swords himself, and it was undoubtedly right to treat his wives and children well. Zhao Xinyue, being the highest in cultivation, would temporarily keep this sword. Yet she was deeply puzzled. Where had her husband obtained such a blade? A fortuitous encounter. Qingge, reading her thoughts, spoke. Zhao Xinyue nodded. Wang Lianer said, "Husband, aunt you came by earlier and asked you to go see her. MMO, go now." Qingge let out a hearty laugh. The reason his mother-in-law summoned him was simple. It was time. This money indeed grew like a snowball, rolling larger and larger. Fortunately, his storage ring was spacious enough, otherwise he would have fretted over where to keep it. Before long, he arrived at Mu Xinyu's room. In the corner, a stick of incense burned, emitting a refined fragrance that captivated the senses. "Qingge, this time you fathered 2 at once. Without further ado, 1,000,000 each. How does that sound?" In the corner, a stick of incense burned, emitting a refined fragrance that captivated the senses. "Qingge, this time you fathered 2 at once. Without further ado, 1,000,000 each." She was overjoyed that the family had grown once more. Qingge was not one to be pretentious. If comparing the addition of money to a storm, then let the storm rage even more fiercely. Even thunderous rain would be fine, he could bear it all. Let him silently endure it alone. Thus he replied, agreed. Mu Xinyue brought out a large chest, bulging and clearly stuffed to the brim, forced shut with difficulty. Qingge released a wisp of his aura to scan it, and found exactly 2,000,000 inside, not a coin less. A cultivator at the golden body realm possessed a divine sense formidable enough to ascertain the amount with a single glance. When he inadvertently revealed his power, Mu Xinyu's expression shifted in astonishment. "Qingge, when did you reach the golden body realm?" "Just recently. I had an epiphany and suddenly comprehended it," Qingge said calmly. Mu Xinyu's mouth gaped wide, nearly large enough to fit a big pear. How long had it been? And he was already at the golden body realm. She had truly found a treasure. Qingge paid no heed to her amazement. He packed the chest into his ring and prepared to leave. Just then footsteps echoed from outside the door. Soon after, a maidservant's voice rang out, "Master, madam, that Sister Wang has arrived." Wang Wu. She had visited before. Many still remembered her. "Oh." Qingge stepped out. "She's here." Mu Xinyue followed him out. She was curious about Wang Wu's purpose. Was it regarding the businesses? At the doorway, Wang Wu stood in the sunlight, clad in snow-white garments like a pure lilac flower. Her curved brows resembled crescent moons. A brilliant smile graced her pretty face, as if her longing had found release. The moment she saw Qingge emerge, her crimson lips parted suddenly like a budding rose in full bloom, and her smile grew even more radiant, as if beholding her beloved. She had come to report on the year's business performance. Yet more importantly, she wished to catch a glimpse of the young master. After the year-end inventory, profits had increased tenfold compared to before, enough to build another grand restaurant. This was all thanks to the young master's involvement. Without him, those competitors would not have conceded, leading to such a Ever since Qingge took over those 7 businesses, whether merchant guilds or auction houses, all disputes over trade had ceased, even turning into flattery. Business partners grew closer than ever, fearful of losing such a powerful ally. Wang Wu knew that without the young master, this flourishing scene would never have come to pass. Hence she had dressed up specially. This outfit was exceedingly expensive, pure white and flawless, elegant and refined, as if woven by the weaver girl herself. It had cost her nearly half a year's savings. for no other reason than to show the young master. If only he would cast one more glance at her, let his gaze linger a moment longer, that would be enough. And Qingge did linger. Upon seeing her, his eyes lit up, struck by a refreshing change. Previously, Wang Wu had seemed like a professional woman exuding the beauty of the workplace. Now she appeared pure and gentle like a demure maiden. "You are very beautiful," he praised. Wang Wu's cheeks instantly flushed like a ripe apple or a shy girl. She lowered her head, burying it deep, not daring to meet his eyes. Mu Xingyue watched from the side, pondering whether she should take this woman as well. Upon learning of the year's high revenue, she was both surprised and delighted, her face brimming with joy and happiness. Wang Wu departed, saying she would bring the young master a surprise on her next visit. Qingge smiled and nodded, then amidst her protests of no, escorted her 1,000 miles away. There by a flower pond shimmering under the clear sky, Wang Wu stood and said that even a 1,000-mile farewell must end. Yet she was reluctant for the young master to leave, wishing he would stay a while longer. Qingge, perceiving her lingering attachment, and unspoken words recited, "Heaven never ages, passion never dies, the heart holds a double silk net with 1,000,000 knots within." Meaning that if heaven never ages, true feelings will never perish, the affection in the heart is like a double silk net entwined with countless knots. Wang Wu was overjoyed. She understood the young master's intent. He too had feelings for her. She spread her snowy white arms and bravely embraced Qingge, hot scalding tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. They soaked Qingge's garments. Ahem. Suddenly a cough sounded. Did I come at a bad time? Please continue. A eunuch in red robes passed by, envy filling his heart. But alas, his younger brother was gone, and his elder brother powerless. He was on his way to the Murong residence to distribute rewards, never expecting to witness this scene. Sigh, all men are born, yet some live so freely, while fate plays cruel tricks. Due to the presence of the red-robed eunuch, Qingge felt compelled to show a degree of respect, as there was a significant distinction between them. Thus he only embraced Wang Wu for 8 hours before departing with the red-robed eunuch. Wang Wu's fair face flushed crimson, as if roasted over a fire, and she quickly donned a pristine veil, returning to her duties. Despite the veil's concealment, her exquisite beauty could still be faintly discerned behind it. Qingge soon returned home with the red-robed eunuch. Mu Xingyue and the others in the courtyard sensed their presence and rushed out to greet them. The red-robed eunuch brought an abundance of good news this time. Since 2 children were born at once, the emperor was overjoyed, and a flurry of rewards poured forth like a dam bursting. First came 60 million spirit stones. Exceptional quality. Following that were various elixirs, such as the Millennium Heart Nurturing Pill, 10,000-Year Purple Return Pill, 5 Dragon Heart Penetrating Pill, and 9 Turns Returning Yang Pill. A plethora of precious pills filled 10 large treasure chests. Simultaneously, various benefits were bestowed. Benefit 1: members of the Murong family, especially Qingge himself, could enjoy free food, drink, and entertainment in the imperial city with all expenses covered by the royal family. In other words, in the imperial city where prices were exorbitantly high, you wouldn't need to spend a single coin on anything, including enjoying performances at brothels. Benefit 2: the empress specifically ordered the acquisition of the most prosperous areas in the imperial city, leveling the merchant guilds on those sites to construct a Su mansion and Murong mansion, preparing for Su King's future visit to the capital. It is known that land within the imperial city is worth its weight in gold, yet a plot was directly allocated and houses would be built free of charge. Isn't this a clear symbol of status and identity? Benefit 3: the descendants of the Murong family would receive a special allowance known as age subsidy every year from the imperial court for their entire lives from birth until death. What? Immortality. Then it would continue until the end of the world. Qingge understood that this was simply an enhanced version of social security. Benefit 4: irregular special allowances would be provided to Qingge and the Murong family, including weapons, equipment, elixirs, and spirit fruits, not limited to heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as divine weapons and artifacts. Artifacts were referred to as treasures in ancient times. After discussing the benefits, the red-robed eunuch brought, "Our visit this time is not only to deliver rewards, but also to take the first and second children to the royal court for education. The third and fourth are still too young to be separated from you. If there are no objections, I will take the first 2 with me. Young Master Su, do you agree?" Ning Xianro respected Su King's wishes and would not pressure him if he was unwilling to let his descendants receive royal education. However, who would not want to send their children to the royal court? This honor was coveted by many, and no one would be foolish enough to refuse it. Qingge understood this well, and accepted calmly, saying, "Yes, of course I agree." Oh, there's also a piece of good news. The red-robed eunuch shared another piece of good news. In the future, when these children grow up, the empress wishes for them to directly enter the military. It was also noted that we are in a time of peace with all the dynasties focused on recovery, so there would be no concerns about war. Taking a step back, even if a war were to occur, the Great Qingge would sweep through like a hot knife through butter, and if these children achieved great feats and became generals, Qingge would also gain honor, wouldn't he? After finishing, the red-robed eunuch leaned in and said mysteriously, "In fact, the emperor wishes to promote your family." Qingge chuckled heartily, saying, "Yes, that would be acceptable." The red-robed eunuch departed, taking the 2 children with him. The children did not cry or make a fuss, gazing at him as if they were looking at a kind old grandfather. Next, Qingge began preparing for the matter of marrying Qingge. The two families were quite distant, requiring advanced preparations. As soon as he mentioned this, his mother-in-law smiled and interrupted, saying, "I have already sent people to prepare. The various wedding processions are currently gathering on their way here." Qingge found himself with some leisure time. He decided to buy some chives and oysters to prepare a meal, as these two ingredients were known for their invigorating properties. At last the day to marry Qingge had arrived. The grand procession gathered at the doorstep, throngs of people bustling and crowding. Qingge, clad in a red groom's robe with a large red flower pinned to his chest, mounted a small dragon and set off with the procession toward the Yi residence. As the Yi residence was far from the Murong estate, the procession had traveled for half a day without reaching its destination. Many households along the way were startled by the immense procession, followed by profound admiration. Truly worthy of young Master Su. He's taking another concubine. This is what life should be. Numerous men felt a surge of envy in their hearts. Qingge, observing the lively onlookers lining the streets, was in high spirits. He casually tossed out a generous handful of red envelopes, instantly igniting the atmosphere. "Well, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, may you rise in rank and fortune, wealth flowing endlessly, all wishes fulfilled, and family joy. Longevity like the southern mountain, and many more concubines." Everyone's faces bloomed with smiles, their attitudes reverent, as they offered heartfelt blessings to Qingge. This response pleased Qingge greatly, and with a casual wave of his hand, another shower of red envelopes rained down. Instantly the crowd erupted again. "Sir, may you live as long as the heavens, enjoy family harmony, have all wishes come true, and be a groom every night. May you have many children and blessings." Everyone was thrilled, calling out "Sir, sir" repeatedly. When the procession arrived at the Yi residence, Qingge's parents were utterly astonished. The Yi family was considered quite wealthy in the Great Qin, but they never imagined that Qingge would marry their daughter with such grand and magnificent splendor. This vast crowd, the thunderous drums and gongs, and the lavish scattering of red envelopes along the way for passers-by to pick up, what defined magnanimity? This was magnanimity. A grand gesture. It brought them immense face. At that moment their hearts surged with emotion, and they wholeheartedly accepted this son-in-law. Nearby neighbors and villagers witnessed the scene, each one consumed by envy for the Yi family. What a remarkable son-in-law they had. Turning to look at their own ill-favored sons-in-law, they felt a wave of disgust. Not only were they unattractive, but they were also penniless. In earlier years, due to the scarcity of men, they had hurriedly arranged marriages for their daughters, little knowing they would lose the chance to connect with young Master Su. Yet the next moment they realized their own daughters were also unattractive, unlikely to catch young Master Su's eye. Suddenly they came to their senses. Many families with unmarried daughters turned to them, waving, "Go over there, take the initiative. If young Master Su takes a liking to you, your fate will change." The grand sedan chair arrived before Qingge's parents. Her father Yinanshan, ecstatic, quickly said, "Worthy son-in-law, this is too much. Absolutely too much." Her mother, Lady Zhou, flattered, added, "Young Master Su, our daughter comes from a humble background. She does not deserve such grandeur." Qingge waved his hand with a smile. "Not at all, you are too kind." Seeing their son-in-law's generous and approachable nature, the elder couple felt warmth in their hearts, their eyes reflecting deep approval. Such a son-in-law was impossible to find even with a lantern. In the bridal chamber, Qingge's heart raced with excitement, her cheeks flushed. She had risen early that morning, adorning herself in a state of exhilaration like a graceful flower in full bloom, ready to blossom. Supported by her maid, she stepped out of the room, cast a tender glance at Qingge, and then boarded the sedan chair. The bride ascends the sedan. Someone cheered loudly. As they spoke, their hearts were filled with complex emotions. When would they ever marry such a beautiful wife? After picking up Qingge, the grand procession began its return journey. During the return, the procession grew even larger as many people along the way joined in to attend the wedding feast. Numerous young women secretly tossed handkerchiefs towards Qingge during the journey. On the pure white handkerchiefs were painted large red hearts. Some men observed this, saying nothing aloud, but their hearts burned with envy. Yet what could they do? Envy alone could not change their fate. He was wealthy and powerful, flawless as the moonlight, the dream lover of all maidens. Was it not natural for him to have many admirers? Qingge selected a few handkerchiefs from those with pleasing appearances and kept them. The rest could wait for another day. After a while, the grand procession returned to the Murong estate. Mu Xingyue stood at the door with a beaming smile, welcoming the bride as she descended from the sedan. With a physician in the house, how convenient would childbirth be? Everything was prepared, and the wedding ceremony was about to begin. Just then a voice came from outside the door, "Make way, everyone, make way." Many turned their heads, startled by the sight. A noble carriage was approaching, its interior exuding a formidable. Surrounding the carriage were heavily armored soldiers, each one towering and imposing. The city lord. The onlookers were stunned. Good heavens, even the city lord had come for young Master Su's concubine-taking ceremony. The carriage curtain was drawn aside, revealing an old man in luxurious silk robes. With a respectful bow and a smile, he said, "Ma Wanli, city lord of Qingge City, has learned of young Master Su's ceremony today and offers a congratulatory gift of 5 million. A humble token I hope you will accept." Soldiers immediately presented a solid gold treasure chest. "You are too kind. Please take a seat." Qingge offered a smile in return. The city lord of Qingge City entered respectfully and chose a seat. Those who had been sitting there felt a storm of shock. This man was the supreme ruler of the region, governing not only Tianhe City, but also tens of thousands of cities across 10,000 miles. Yet he had taken time from his busy schedule to attend. Truly, young Master Su commanded immense prestige. Before they could recover from the shock, another resonant voice rang out from outside. The Governor-General has arrived. Following the sound, warhorses neighed as an ancient war chariot descended from the sky. Behind it came a dense throng of soldiers, each radiating formidable energy surrounding the chariot. Everyone was utterly stunned. They stared in awe, wondering if their eyes were deceiving them. Unlike the city lord who governed 10,000 cities, the Governor-General was a true feudal lord. He commanded countless city lords under his authority. Hiss! My heavens! Even such a high-ranking figure has come. Everyone felt their breath quicken, their minds going blank. Overwhelmed by the vast disparity in status, their bodies trembled, and they dared not speak recklessly. In an instant the chariot landed. An old man clad in golden armor stepped out, his aura profound and vast, standing like an undefeated war god. He clasped his hands and said respectfully, Wang Qian, Governor-General of Liangwang, upon learning of young Master Su's ceremony, presents 50,000 bolts of silk, 100,000 taels of gold, 20 million high-grade spirit stones, and 300,000 bottles of precious elixirs, wishing young Master Su boundless happiness and longevity. The entire venue erupted in astonishment. Ah, this is young Master Su's prestige. Even such a high-ranking figure attends his concubine taking. Indeed, if we could have even half of young Master Su's fortune, we would be content for life. Mu Xinyue, hearing these comments, beamed with joy. Thanks to her son-in-law, otherwise how could such a high-ranking figure have? Truly this brought her great honor. Just then she noticed a young woman standing behind the Governor-General. She appeared to be 18 or 19, with lustrous black hair, a waist as slender as a willow, and a face as delicate as a peach blossom, young, beautiful, and captivatingly lovely. Many began to murmur, isn't that the Governor-General's precious daughter? Yes, I recall she has been kept in the inner chambers and never goes out. Could she be here to offer her handkerchief to young Master Su? Now that you mention it, that's quite possible. The Governor-General coughed, and a rare flush of embarrassment appeared on his stern face. To be honest, my daughter has long admired young Master Su. Today she came to. He trailed off. But everyone understood his meaning. The Governor-General's daughter wished to marry young Master Su. We get it. Su Qingge glanced at the Governor-General's precious daughter. She was tall, fair-skinned, with delicate features, a noble and ethereal aura, and a face of stunning beauty, truly a national beauty. Behind the Governor-General, as he looked at Wang Yingying, she shyly looked back at him. Her beautiful eyes already revealed a budding affection. Indeed, Su Qingge stood there like a jade tree in the mountains, a cloud in the sky, an oasis in the desert. A stark contrast to the crowd, as if he were a celestial being. Her heart raced. She had already silently pledged her heart. Yinger. In a daze, she heard her father calling her. She understood his meaning. He was asking for her consent. She nodded gently, shyly whispering, The Governor-General smiled. Then I will arrange the match for you next time. It was somewhat inappropriate to discuss matchmaking at someone else's wedding feast. Within 3 days at most he would visit again to offer his daughter's hand to young Master Su. He then took his daughter and sat down. Just as they settled, the void suddenly rippled, and a figure materialized. She was clad in a rainbow-colored garment, approaching like a butterfly. Her gentle gaze swept across, startling even the dignified Governor-General. This was a figure among figures. The favored aide of the female emperor. A saint at the great perfection stage. Everyone present saw only a flash of light. Those with high cultivation felt a tremor in their hearts, their faces changing in shock. Heavens, a saint has arrived. Chu Rongyu was one of Ning Xinri's closest confidants. She had come to deliver the female emperor's blessings for young. With her profound cultivation, she was merely a flicker of light, imperceptible to all. They could only sense a streak of light passing by like a rainbow that vanished in an instant. Such a high-level figure was beyond their reach. Even the Governor-General could not easily meet one. The Governor-General was also shocked. He thought he was the most powerful person present, yet such an exalted figure had. Chu Rongyu did not take a seat at the feast, but waited quietly in the reception hall. Soon after finishing his affairs outside, Su Qingge entered. He looked up and saw Chu Rongyu, radiant and peerless in beauty, with delicate brows, long lashes, a jade-like face, and a waist as supple as if boneless. A true beauty fit to topple kingdoms. Chu Rongyu smiled softly, and said His Majesty could not come personally as it would draw too much attention, so she instructed me to deliver gifts and blessings. The gifts were numerous. They included various precious diamonds, soul-stabilizing pearls, dragon scales, and luminous pearls, filling over 30 chests. These chests were stored in a storage ring, which Chu Rongyu transferred from her fair hand to Su Qing's. Please convey my thanks to His Majesty. Su Qingge returned her smile. For some reason, Chu Rongji's beautiful eyes involuntarily kept falling on him, as if he were a magnet attracting the opposite sex. Suddenly she recalled something, and said softly, Oh, by the way, the eldest princess also wishes to meet you. The eldest princess? Su Qingge was slightly taken aback. The eldest princess, named Ning Ruoxue, was the full-blooded sister of the female emperor Ning Xianro. Her cultivation was formidable, just one step away from the emperor realm. Hearing that the eldest princess wished to see him, Su Qingge felt that a trip to the imperial city should be put on the agenda. He then personally hosted Chu Rongyu, treating her to a wedding feast in the reception hall. After some time, Chu Rongyu returned to report. Outside, the wedding feast was also drawing to a close, ending amidst the lively atmosphere. Finally, it was time to enter the bridal chamber. Su Qingge took Yi Qing's fair wrist and led her step by step into the chamber. After extinguishing the candles, he lifted the red veil from Yi Qing's head. The next day, Wang Wu arrived. She was still clad in that pristine white dress, standing in the sunlight like a pure... "Young master, I heard you took a concubine yesterday. I intended to come, but something urgent came up at the tavern, and by the time I finished it was already evening." Wang Wu's face was full of apology. Su Qingge bore no resentment, smiling faintly. "It's fine. In truth, too many people had come yesterday, especially the city lord and the governor, which made him somewhat uncomfortable." Thus, after the event concluded, he specifically instructed that in the future, when taking concubines, there was no need for such a grand commotion. After all, there would surely be more concubines in the future, and having so many important figures attend each time was not only troublesome, but also rather disconcerting. The city lord and the governor naturally agreed. So Wang Wu's absence did not bother him in the slightest. The blessings Wang Wu brought were numerous, including mandarin duck pillows, floral quilts, silk bed sheets, and so on. She did not bring any extremely valuable items as gifts, for she knew the young master lacked nothing in wealth. Instead, she brought many practical things. Su Qingge accepted them gladly. Afterwards, Wang Wu was reluctant to leave, lingering with a tender voice. "Young master, would you accompany me for a walk outside?" Having been busy all day yesterday, she wanted to steal a few moments of leisure today and spend more time with the young master. Su Qingge smiled and readily agreed. Thus, after some time, the two appeared in a mortal town. Here, everyone was a commoner with no cultivators in sight. The town was filled with myriad sights, bustling and colorful, rich with the flavor of mortal life. As she spoke, she bought 2 candied hawthorns and handed one to Su Qingge. Su Qingge took a bite and said, It's really sweet." Wang Wu turned to look, her small face brimming with joy. She smiled. "I loved eating candied hawthorns as a child, and I still enjoy them now. Would the young master like one?" As she spoke, she bought 2 candied hawthorns and handed one to Su Qingge. Su Qingge took a bite and said, It's really sweet." Wang Wu bit off a piece of her candied hawthorn and held it in her mouth, savoring the rich sweetness. In the small town, the sounds of everyday life rang out clearly, and the footsteps on the ground were unforgettable. Along the way, Wang Wu overheard more than one passerby remark, "That young man beside the lady is so handsome." This filled her with pride, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with happiness. Yet this was not true happiness, and a faint sense of loss crept into her heart. "Young master, I..." She swallowed the candied hawthorn, parted her red lips as if to speak, but the words caught in her throat, difficult to utter. She could not muster the courage. Then she could only pop another candied hawthorn into her mouth, carefully experiencing its sweetness. Su Qingge watched her lips close around it again, wondering what she wanted to say, but he did not ask. He had already guessed roughly what it was. This town was very small, far smaller than cities inhabited by cultivators. It took only an hour to stroll from the south end to the north end. After their walk, the candied hawthorn in Wang Wu's mouth was still there, not yet swallowed. It was Su Qing's candied hawthorn. She had already finished her own. Su Qingge was not particularly fond of candied hawthorns, and seeing that she enjoyed them, he gave his to her. To him this was nothing significant, but Wang Wu felt a warmth in her heart, a cozy, happy sensation. When they reached the stage, Wang Wu's eyes lit up. "Young master, shall we go listen to some music?" Su Qingge nodded and smiled. After paying the entrance fee, the two entered. There were many seats, and on the stage several women were playing instruments and singing. The piece was a love song, captivating the audience. "You live at the head of the Yangtze River, I live at its tail. Day by day I think of you, but cannot see you drinking from the same river." Many listeners were deeply moved, tears of longing streaming down their faces. Especially when they heard the line, "Day by day I think of you, but cannot see you." Their hearts were touched, and they found it hard to let go. Gradually, Wang Wu also became entranced, her little head unconsciously leaning on Su Qing's shoulder, her heartbeat quickening. Finally, as the song reached its climax, she gathered her courage and whispered, barely audible, "Young master, will you take me as your concubine?" Su Qingge heard her, smiled faintly, and gently stroked her smooth cheek, saying softly, "Yes." Wang Wu shed tears of happiness. Then she buried her little head in his embrace. By the time the melody concluded, it was already noon. Wang Wu's cheeks flushed as crimson as before as she retrieved a veil to cover her face and returned to the estate. The estate was bustling with activity. Stealing a half-day's respite was the utmost she could afford. Su Qingge felt that she ought to hire some assistance, for such exhaustion was hardly beneficial. Subsequently, he headed home to prepare for the matter of taking a concubine. Upon arriving, before even stepping through the gate, he suddenly caught sight of his mother-in-law conversing with a middle-aged woman at the entrance. He did not recognize the woman. She did not appear to be a member of the Morong family either. Her garments were patched with numerous repairs, giving her the semblance of an honest and simple farmer. Upon seeing Su Qing's return, Mu Sinyu's eyes brightened, and she waved from a distance, calling out, "Qingge, come here. There is a matter requiring your assistance." Su Qingge approached. After a few moments, he learned that this Annie was named Zhou Ying, a villager from Erlong village. Erlong village was roughly 100 li away, not too distant. Today she had come seeking help, drawn by reputation. The matter originated thus: 18 years ago, her husband was falsely accused by a local bully. The bully had his men beat her husband severely and forced him to affix his fingerprint, confessing to murder. Yet the victim had been slain by the bully himself, not by her husband. But there was no recourse. The bully sought a scapegoat, and their family, being honest and meek, became his target. Zhou Ying's son objected and resisted fiercely. However, the bully, accustomed to tyranny, summoned a gang and brutally crippled her son by severing one of his legs, leaving him disabled. Her son threatened to report the matter to the county office, but in response the gang beat him to death that very night and burned his corpse. They threatened her if she dared to report, they would break the legs of both mother and daughter. This woman also had a daughter who was merely an infant at the time, but had now grown into adulthood. The bully held mother and daughter in his grip and warned many in the village against reporting to higher authorities, threatening to sever arms or break legs otherwise. Many villagers lived in fear of these local despots. Every household had suffered oppression, yet under coercion, they could only remain silent. The reason these bullies were so overbearing was that they had connections in high places. I have been wronged. My poor son and husband. The woman grew more agitated as she spoke, tears streaming uncontrollably. 18 years had passed, and county magistrates had come and gone, yet this matter remained unredressed and unavenged. But she was merely a peasant of low status. Even if she went to the county seat, she could not gain an audience with the magistrate, nor even with a secretary. But she was merely a peasant of low status. Even if she went to the county seat, she could not gain an audience with the magistrate. She had heard that the Murong family had gained a son-in-law who was generous and approachable, so she came on a whim, hoping to have the injustice redressed and let her son rest peacefully in the underworld. Qingge, what do you think? The speaker wept, and the listener grieved. Tears glistened in Mu Sinyu's eyes. I will go and have a look. Qingge slowly straightened his posture. Ah, thank you, my lord. Thank you. The woman shed tears of gratitude. After so many years, her son could and her husband could finally hold his head high and be a man again. Call me young master, Qingge said indifferently. Afterward, he entered the house to visit his wife and child, then produced the dragon warship. It swelled instantly in the wind, transforming into a colossal vessel spanning 1,000 zhang. He brought Zhou Ying aboard and set off for the county seat. Zhou Ying's jurisdiction lay within Hongshou County. The warship pierced through layers of clouds, arriving at 2 in the afternoon. It descended directly before the county office and stood there without being retracted. Many who beheld this colossal vessel gaped, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. That young Master Su of the Murong family has graced us with his presence. Some hearts churned like raging seas within. Qingge led Zhou Ying out of the cabin, and before they even descended, the county magistrate was already seen approaching from afar and welcome. Your subordinate Wei Yuan pays respects to the young master. I knew not of your esteemed arrival, and failed to greet you from afar. I beg your forgiveness. The magistrate bowed and clasped his hands, too nervous to lift his head, brimming with deference. This scene filled Zhou Ying with both surprise and delight. What seemed insurmountably difficult in her eyes was as effortless as drinking water or eating for Qingge. If not for Master Su, how could she ever have an audience with the magistrate? Rise, Qingge said calmly. Yes. The magistrate straightened up, but still dared not raise his head. Soon in the county office's hearing chamber, Zhou Ying recounted the entire affair. She spoke with great detail, revealing everything from when the bullies forced her husband, when they threatened her family, and when they menaced the villagers. The magistrate listened, throughout his brow furrowing deeper. Qingge sat on a nearby armchair, and a servant respectfully served him a cup of fine tea. After a while, the magistrate's face showed a troubled expression. Young Master Su, I have long heard of this case, but it is not that I refuse to act. I dare not. Oh, Qingge smiled faintly. Why dare you not? He has connections above. The magistrate trailed off as if bound by some taboo, unwilling to continue. Qingge stopped sipping his tea and set the cup down on the table with a soft thud. The magistrate's heart skipped a beat. The attendant's heart followed suit. Disaster. This one had grown angry. Speak. Who is his backer? Su Qing's indifferent voice rang out again. The magistrate's eyelids twitched violently, and he dared not conceal the truth. I hear it is the steward of the right-hand man to the governor-general, named Du Long. So it's merely a subordinate of the governor-general? I thought he was the son of heaven himself. Qingge chuckled, retrieved the teacup, took a sip, and said, Very well, you are dismissed. Withdraw. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. In my next life, I would be willing to be your beast of burden. Zhou Ying fell to her knees with a thud, tears and gratitude streaming down her face. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. In my next life, I would be willing to be your beast of burden. Zhou Ying fell to her knees with a thud, tears and gratitude streaming down her face. The magistrate had referred to the Governor-General Wang Qian of Liangguang. The steward of his right-hand man was the steward of his most outstanding subordinate. The colossal warship set off again, heading toward the domain of that right-hand man. There lay the administrative center of the region, a vast city with sprawling territories exuding the aura of a national gateway. The warship moved swiftly and arrived before long. Qingge stood on the deck, glanced over, and found the city comparable to a provincial capital. It did not take long for him to locate that right-hand man. This man was named Wu Song, a middle-aged man in his 30s with triangular eyes that left an unsettling impression. I knew not of your esteemed arrival, young Master Su. Forgive my failure to greet you from afar. Wu Song was respectful, a smile on his face. Fortunately, Zhou Ying had already imagined this scene, or she would have thought she was dreaming. A figure of such high rank under the Governor-General, and she had met him so easily. Qingge asked, Magistrate Wu, what do you know of Du Long's matter? Du Long. Wu Song frowned, his demeanor shifting. Your subordinate knows nothing. Su Qing's eyes hardened. No matter what he asked next, Wu Song merely smiled and spoke pleasantries without taking any action. Seeing this, Qingge understood that the man was shielding Du Long. This situation left Zhou Ying deeply embarrassed and tarnished Su Qing's dignity. Qingge said no more and directly piloted the warship away. Watching him leave, Wu Song remarked, Farewell, no need to see me off. Half an hour later, Qingge arrived at the Governor-General's mansion. The Governor-General's mansion stood in the most prosperous district of the provincial capital. Before its gates, carriages and horses flowed endlessly, and the passers-by were elegantly dressed, all wealthy or noble. Suddenly the sky darkened. A colossal warship flew overhead. Below, a brief silence descended, then erupted into a frenzy. Heavens, a dragon warship. The Murong family. Its young master Su of the Murong family. Amidst the exclamations, Qingge descended from the warship and strode toward the Governor-General's mansion. Zhou Ying followed behind. At the mansion's gates, she stumbled, filled with timidity. She glanced around, feeling like a country bumpkin entering the city, and lowered her head in deep inferiority. The golden bricks and silver tiles of the imposing Governor-General's mansion made her so self-conscious that she dared not enter. It's all right, come. Qingge stepped into the mansion. The mansion had guards, but who would dare stop them upon recognizing Qingge? Thus, Qingge walked in as if through an empty space, heading straight inside. Upon entering, he immediately saw Wang Qian trotting over, a smile on his face, bowing from afar. Oh, what wind has blown the young master here? This is a triple blessing. Please come in. Wang Qian had just sensed the commotion and hurried out, fortunately greeting him in time. Wang Ying also sensed it and came along with her father. Moments later in the reception hall, Zhou Ying recounted the matter in detail. What? Outrageous. Wang Qian erupted in fury and immediately declared, under the rule of law, such a grave injustice exists. What I despise most are local tyrants. Men, eradicate the bullies. Follow me to Erlong village. Immediately a general arrived, wielding a battle halberd with a sharp blade, exuding might. Soon vast numbers of troops marched in, boarding various small warships, a dark mass heading toward Erlong village. Given the severity of the matter, mainly due to Su Qing's involvement, Wang Qian showed great respect by deploying an entire battalion of 3,000 armored soldiers and personally leading the expedition. When a dark tide-like surge of armored soldiers flooded towards Erlong village, every soul within its bounds was seized by panic. In their eyes, those soldiers were colossal and formidable, each one a servant of the imperial court, as majestic as celestial beings, making them seem no more significant than a grain of dust in comparison. A group of local bullies were also thrown into disarray at that moment. They had been gathered indoors, feasting on meat and wine, when suddenly the thunderous pounding of footsteps erupted outside, accompanied by the clatter of armor, signaling the arrival of government troops. In the great Qin dynasty, countless sects and rogue cultivators existed. In ages past, these forces were not subject to imperial rule, adhering instead to the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak, and none heeded the king's decree. But then Ning Shinro ascended to the great emperor realm, sweeping across the realm and subjugating all sects. They were compelled to pay annual taxes to the court or face obliteration by cannon fire. From that moment, the influence of the sectarian forces waned before the might of the imperial government. Yet a mere decree was insufficient to instill fear in these sectarian powers. At that time, a holy land dared to resist attempting rebellion. But Ning Shinro moved, suppressing their ancestor with a single finger and annihilating their sacred lord with another. This display of might cowed all others into submission, and no further defiance remained. Not good, big brother, it seems our deeds have been exposed, a bully stammered in alarm. The bully leader, however, was unperturbed, sneering coldly. What's there to fear? My backing is immensely powerful. Who would dare touch me? He was yet unaware of who was coming. The next moment, with a resounding crash, the door shattered into 1,000 fragments. A dark tide of soldiers surged in their strides, swift and heavy, and immediately subdued the bully leader. The rest of you crouch down with your hands on your heads. Those who resist shall be killed without mercy. Instantly, everyone in the room obeyed, not daring to resist. Wang Qian strode in, fixing his gaze on the bully leader, and said, So you're the one, aren't you? Bah? Who do you think you are? My big brother is Du Long. Do you even know Du Long? He is a subordinate of the government. Even in captivity, the bully leader remained defiant. He didn't believe that his misdeeds were beyond his brother's ability to cover up. Could that woman possibly appeal all the way to the governor? Who did she think she was? Would the governor even care about her? She probably couldn't even get through the gates of the governor's mansion. Wang Qian chuckled, producing a gilded plaque from his person. Come take a look and see who this official is. The bully leader's expression shifted dramatically as he saw it, and he was instantly struck dumb with terror. You are the governor. How is this possible? How could you? He couldn't believe, even in death, that that woman had managed to sway the governor into mobilizing such a massive force. This was the patron of his own patron. And for the governor to come personally, how could she possibly possess such influence? But he still had his own leverage. He pulled out a banknote, the savings of his lifetime, and shouted, Your Excellency the Governor, this humble one has a little nest egg. Please just let me go like a passing breeze. But he still had his own leverage. He pulled out a banknote, the savings of his lifetime, and shouted, "Your Excellency the Governor, this humble one has a little nest egg. Please just let me go like a passing breeze." The bully leader tried to speak further, but his mouth was immediately sealed shut. In but a moment they were transferred by the soldiers to the main street, where a makeshift execution ground had been set up. Qingge sat in the seat of honor with Wang Qian in the second position, like a chief advisor. Seeing this, the bully leader suddenly realized the truth. Crack! His head was severed by the executioner's blade, and went flying through the air. Then with a few more cracks, all the other bullies were beheaded, their blood spilling across the long street. Subsequently, a designated person composed a notice detailing the matter and made it public. Zhou Ying's husband's grievance was redressed. The government compensated her with a substantial pension. And for her deceased son, the government also provided a large sum of compensation. When all the villagers of Erlong village learned of this, they applauded the news in delight. The word spread, and within a radius of 100 li, people everywhere also clapped and cheered. And they all understood that it was that young Master Su who had made this happen or otherwise. However, the matter was not yet concluded. There were still thorns to be pulled out. Qingge recounted the affair concerning Du Long. In an instant, Wang Qian's anger flared, making his beard bristle. A fine case of shielding a criminal. There must be illicit dealings involved. Rest assured, young master, I will personally investigate this matter thoroughly, and will certainly give you a satisfactory account. An hour later, at Wu Song's residence. Wu Song, confronted with the billion spirit stones unearthed as bribes, confessed without reservation to his crimes of graft and corruption. Beside him, Du Long slumped to the ground like a heap of mud. Wang Qian was furious that a worm had infested his own. These billion spirit stones weren't just from that one bully in Erlong village. Across the Liangwang region, there were many similar bully organizations and individuals who stole, robbed, turned bandit, or killed for wealth, wreaking havoc across the land. These billion spirit stones weren't just from that one bully in Erlong village. Across the Liangwang region, there were many similar bully organizations and individuals who stole, robbed, turned bandit. Soon the Wu family was wiped out. This powerful minister who once held sway over all beneath the governor was uprooted as easily as pulling a weed. With the matter settled, Zhou Ying departed, expressing her endless gratitude. In her heart, she was profoundly thankful, vowing to repay Qingge in her next life, even if it meant being. Immediately after, Wang Qian gave a grand gesture. Men, investigate all organizations and individuals who had dealings with Wu Song. Arrest them all, confiscate their ill-gotten gains for the state treasury, and then behead them. As you command. Instantly a general led a multitude of soldiers dispersing like raindrops. They proceeded to investigate one by one according to the list of Wu Song's bribe recipients. The subsequent affairs no longer required Wang Qian's close oversight. He had more important matters to attend to. A fawning smile spread across his face as he turned to Qingge, cupping his hands respectfully. Your subordinate has a daughter, just turned 18. Wang Qian was overjoyed. He had originally planned to propose to the Murong family in 3 days, but unexpectedly the other party came knocking at his door. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. He was so happy he could hardly contain himself. But what about the person who followed you that day? Qingge gently inquired. He had certainly noticed at the time. Indeed, that young lady is named Wang Ying. Wang Qian hurriedly responded, immediately waving his hand to the side, commanding, someone arrange a banquet to welcome young Master Su. This was to ensure Qingge would not leave after finishing his business, so he quickly organized a feast to entertain him. After all, once the other party completed their matters, there was no reason for them to stay here, and they might leave at any moment. If he did not seize this opportunity quickly, it would slip away. Immediately a servant responded yes, and hurried off to make arrangements. Wang Qian whispered to a nearby maid, go tell the young lady to dress elegantly in beautiful clothes, we'll be receiving guests in the hall soon. The maid understood, and promptly went to do so. Before long, in the reception hall the banquet began. The lighting was emerald, luxurious, and atmospheric, quite upscale. After all, this was the governor's residence, where various high-ranking officials from the 2 Guang provinces would report their work, naturally making it extravagant and noble, unattainable for ordinary folk. At the banquet, more than 10 dancers dressed in flowing colorful silks moved gracefully, their waists like delicate willows. To the lively music, they danced like fluttering butterflies, enchanting all with their vibrant performances. It was a refreshing sight. Come, let me fill a cup for young master. Wang Qian smiled broadly, personally pouring wine for Qingge, filling the cup in the blink of an eye. The fine wine was rich and fragrant, truly exquisite. If an uninformed person were to witness this scene, they would surely be left agape, astonished that a governor of such stature would show such respect to a young man, as if it were a dream. Qingge nodded and smiled, then raised his cup and downed it in one go. After 3 rounds of drinks, Wang Ying arrived. She wore a pure white silk garment draped like cicada wings, accentuating her already graceful figure. Through the sheer fabric, her fair and delicate skin was faintly visible, truly as white as snow, with a beauty that could captivate a nation. Especially her noble and exquisite face, which gave ordinary people an insurmountable feeling of distance. Come, my daughter, come here. Wang Qian, flushed with joy, called her over. Wang Ying's gaze was somewhat shyer. It was her first time wearing such clothes, and she dared not lift her eyes to meet Su Qing's. With a mix of nervousness and excitement, she approached. Wang Qian smiled and said, my daughter, this young master is here. There's no better day than today. Oh, I shall act as a matchmaker and betroth you to him. Are you agreeable? Wang Yingying's face instantly flushed red. She buried her head lower and nodded, her voice so soft it was nearly. Wang Qian was immediately overjoyed. Suddenly he reached out his right palm, gently pushing, and with a gust of wind Wang Yingying was directly sent into Su Qingge's embrace. In Wang Qian's view, this matter had to be settled quickly without delay. Wang Yingying exclaimed, her cheeks flushed all the way. Meanwhile, the fragrance of the beautiful girl wafted over. Su Qingge was not pretentious. He extended his right hand and naturally embraced her. Wang Yingying's delicate body trembled slightly. Wang Qian watched this scene with delight in his heart, laughing. Then it settled. Someone bring me my writing materials, who I shall draft the marriage contract. Soon a maid delivered the ink and brush. As a man of letters, Wang Qian found such matters as easy as eating and drinking. With swift strokes, he soon penned a lengthy marriage contract. This represented the formation of a marriage bond. Wang Yingying looked at her father's thoughtfulness, joy bubbling in her heart, her beautiful eyes blinking like twinkling stars. She also realized it was time to change how she addressed him, to call him fiancé. Her face instantly turned even redder. After completing the marriage contract, Wang Qian gave one copy to Su Qingge, 2 copies in total, while keeping the other for himself. Then he smiled and said, "Son-in-law, the marriage contract is established, and from now on we are family. Why not choose an auspicious day soon to hold the wedding? What do you think?" Su Qingge had nothing to say and simply smiled lightly. "That works." Wang Qian began calculating the dates. It was not a big deal, but upon checking he discovered that the auspicious day was the day after tomorrow. This truly coincides with my wishes. Wang Qian was extremely pleased. At that moment he suddenly had a brilliant idea, saying, "Son-in-law, would you accompany me to an auction?" He looked at the beauty in his arms and granted this favor. Thus Su Qingge learned that his father-in-law had a friend who operated an auction house, and he usually invited him to the stage. After all, with his position as the governor of the 2 Guang provinces, his presence would greatly benefit the auctions business, and he hoped Su Qingge would give him this favor. He looked at the beauty in his arms and granted this favor, nodding. "We will take my worship there." Half an hour later the banquet concluded amidst a sea of laughter and cheerful conversation. Subsequently, Su Qingge with the fair lady in his arms boarded the colossal dragon warship alongside Wang Qian. Wang Qian stepped onto the deck with a heart brimming with excitement, his mind swirling with myriad emotions. Even with his status and position, he only possessed a small warship, never one so noble and magnificent as this colossal dragon vessel. The warship set sail, its destination the Sunset Auction House. That place was not far from the governor's mansion. It would take only half an hour by flying sword, and naturally the colossal dragon warship was even faster. Thus, in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they arrived successfully. Amidst a cascade of gasps and exclamations, the warship landed on the open ground before the auction house. This space had originally been cleared for parking Wang Qian's personal carriage. Su Qingge did not shrink the warship. He naturally understood the art of enhancing his father-in-law's prestige. True enough, a look of immense delight blossomed in Wang Qian's eyes. What a capable son-in-law. Subsequently, the 3 of them disembarked from the warship. At this moment, the square before the auction house was a sea of people, all waiting for the auction to commence. These people were utterly astonished to see the governor accompanying a young master. My heavens, could this young man be that Master Su? Is the governor actually following him? Yes, and look at the governor's demeanor, it seems rather cautious. Many were shaken. In their eyes, the governor stood slightly behind Su Qingge's left side, nodding and smiling respectfully from time to time. What did this signify? Inside the auction house, the owner, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly strode out to welcome them. His name was Zhou Long. Backed by the governor's business, he was exceedingly wealthy, adorned in gold and silver, every trinket of immense value. Seeing his old friend following behind a young man with the deference of an old servant, a shock coursed through him. When had his old friend ever been so respectful to a young upstart? Could this youth be a big shot from some other place? The next moment his gaze fell upon the colossal dragon warship, and a shiver ran down his spine. He quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. "I am Zhou Long, greetings to Master Su." Su Qingge returned a smile. Wang Qian waved his hand, grandly introducing with immense pride, "This is my son-in-law." Zhou Long's heart trembled with envy. Good heavens, his old friend certainly knew how to network, sending his daughter off. Immediately, with a face full of smiles, he invited the 3 into the most luxurious private room. The interior was resplendent with luminous pearls adorning the walls like worthless glass beads, serving as illumination. Paintings of elegant ladies hung on the walls, each a masterpiece by a renowned artist, rare and coveted. Even the floor was inlaid with gold, polished diligently by a maidservant. "You may leave now." Zhou Long gestured to the maidservant after ushering Su Qingge in. She hurriedly exited. Zhou Long then followed suit. This was a family affair. Why should an outsider intrude? Inside the private room, seeing that all extraneous people had left, Wang Qian sat for a moment, then chuckled. "Ah, son-in-law, I just remembered some business at home. I'll take my leave now. You two enjoy yourselves." He was merely creating an opportunity for his daughter and Su Qingge to be alone. The auction was just an excuse. Wang Yingying's cheeks flushed like apples, understanding her father's intentions. Su Qingge said indifferently, "All right, go attend to your affairs." After Wang Qian left, Wang Yingying buried her head deep into Su Qing's embrace, gentle and submissive, as if she were already his woman. Outside, Zhou Long instructed his servants to treat the guest in that room with utmost respect lest they cause offense and lose their heads. The servants quickly assented. After a while, the auction was about to begin, and more people filed in, all dressed in finery, clearly wealthy. Soon the seats were filled, and the auction commenced. An auctioneer took the stage, as she was shapely with a face like the bright moon, and a gentle smile ignited the entire hall. The first item, the heart of ice necklace. She produced a tray covered in red cloth. When she lifted the cloth, a crystalline sparkling necklace was revealed, radiating a myriad of brilliant lights. Each pearl shone like a precious gem, dazzling beyond compare. This item can absorb the essence of the sun and moon, nourishing its wearer. Worn for a long time, one's cultivation base will unknowingly become more stable. Starting bid 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 10,000. As the auctioneer's words fell, a moment of silence descended upon the hall, absorbing the essence of sun and moon to stabilize cultivation. A treasure, a true treasure. I bid 200,000. Someone immediately raised the bid by 100,000. The crowd was stunned, then turned in unison to see the voice came from the private room. Many exchanged bewildered glances. Damn, raising it by 10,000 is enough, but this guy directly adds 100,000. Indeed. As if hearing the murmurs, Su Qing's calm voice drifted from the private room. What can I say? Money burns a hole in my pocket. Turning his head, Su Qingge looked at the beauty in his arms and said softly with a smile, Yinger, do you like this necklace? I do. Wang Yingying's pretty face flushed crimson, and she buried her head deeper. The main hall outside fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned. To raise the bid by 100,000 in one go, such boldness was beyond them. In truth, even raising it by 10,000 would give them pause, but he had done it without batting an eye. Was this the world of the wealthy? As no one followed the bid, the necklace was quickly secured by Su Qingge. He then presented it to Wang Yingying, fastening it. Her fair neck adorned with the sparkling necklace made her look even more enchanting. The second item, the autumn wind fan. Starting bid 100,000 each, increment no less than. The auctioneer's voice rang out again. 300,000. Just as she was about to describe the fan's function, a soft voice came from the private room. This sent a shock through everyone present. Inside the private room, Wang Yingying rested her head on Su Qing's broad chest and murmured, Husband, I want to buy this fan for you. Su Qingge naturally agreed. It's a fine fan, I do like it. Because the bid from the private room was so exorbitant, no one in the hall dared to speak. Good heavens, it seemed the wealthy never considered an item's function, they only cared about their mood. Soon the autumn wind fan was delivered to Su Qingge. He unfurled it to reveal landscapes, insects, and fish along with inscribed poetry. Every stroke was the work of a master, penetrating the paper with profound depth, extremely precious. Whether it was worth 300,000 or not mattered little, it was a gift from his betrothed, and her intent was the most important thing. He was in excellent spirits. The auction continued. For the next several items, Su Qingge had little interest, and Wang Yingying was similarly indifferent. It wasn't that they were inferior, but rather that they seemed unnecessary. All were claimed by various cultivators. After more than a dozen lots had passed, Su Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. Youth-preserving pills. 100 of them. Their efficacy needs no elaboration. They can preserve one's youthful appearance even for ordinary mortals. Starting bid at 300,000, each increment no less than 20,000. The auctioneer's words were barely uttered when gasps of awe rippled through the hall. This was a coveted treasure, the dream of every woman. With such pills, what woman could resist? Just toss one at her feet, and wouldn't she follow willingly? And 100 of them at that. How many women could that win over? The mere thought was exhilarating. In the private booth, Su Qingge was equally captivated. Such an item would be priceless back on Blue Star. With this many, he could give one to each of his wives. He was about to speak. A deep voice boomed from the main hall. I bid 600,000. Hiss. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone was stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. Good heavens, starting at 300,000, and you double the bid outright. How is anyone else supposed to compete? Give us a shred of confidence, won't you? But before they could recover, a calm voice drifted from the booth. 1 million. Su Qingge uttered these words without a flicker of hesitation. He cared not for the cost. As long as he secured it, what did it matter? No matter how wealthy his rival, they couldn't match his fortune. The hall fell into absolute silence. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone felt as if they were hearing a fairy tale. How in the span of a few breaths had the price soared to 1 million? Was this even real? Enraged, the man shot to his feet. He was a burly middle-aged man with a chiseled face, his body radiating a surging aura as he bellowed. 1,200,000. 2 million. Su Qingge retorted instantly. Again he cared not for the price. Everyone in the hall struggled to breathe, their frames trembling at the staggering figure. My heavens, 2 million. In just 2 exchanges the price had rocketed to 2 million. The middle-aged man erupted in fury, cursing aloud. Kid, are you deliberately opposing me? Not at all, Su Qingge replied coolly. I simply don't care about the cost. If I want it, I take it. It's that simple. The man's rage reached its zenith. He drew a massive blade, its sharp edge glinting with terrifying light, and roared, Damn it all, who the hell are you to defy me? Seeking death, are you? Creak. Wang Yingying flung open the door and declared, He's my betrothed, Su Qingge. Huh. At the name, the entire crowd jolted in shock. The next moment, they looked up and recognized the radiant woman at the booth's entrance. Their hearts quaked as they gasped, "My God, isn't that the governor's daughter? Did I arrive late and miss her? Such a high-profile figure." Hiss. The entire hall felt a chill run down their spines. The governor, a feudal lord of immense power, a being of supreme nobility, wealthy, influential, and untouchable by all. Zhou Long glared at the middle-aged man, gripping his blade, fuming. "It was young Master Su who bid against you. That dragon worship outside is his. What do you have a problem?" Hiss. The man was terrified out of his wits. He never imagined that the person in that booth was Su Qingge himself. With a crack, he severed his own right arm, blood gushing and flesh splattering, yet he seemed oblivious. Hastily, he said in respect, "Young Master Su, I was blind just now. I now sever my arm as penance, begging for your—" The booth remained silent for a long time. After a while, he understood. He was beneath notice. Indeed, how could a nobody like me ever catch his eye? His face, the 100 youth-preserving pills were soon delivered to Su Qingge's hands. They were like gleaming agates, translucent and flawless with not a trace of impurity. A single whiff brought a sense of serene clarity, and subconsciously one felt their appearance had improved. He promptly gave one to Wang Yingying. She accepted the pill, warmth flooding her heart as if caught in a spring breeze amidst the harsh winter, her entire being enveloped in comfort and affection. Her feelings for Su Qingge deepened further. The auction resumed, but no matter what the auctioneer presented, few dared. Everyone watched to see if Su Qingge in the booth would bid. If he did, it meant he coveted the item, and they would be wise not to meddle. Otherwise, trouble would brew. Only when he remained silent could they compete. After 4 hours, the auction concluded. Su Qingge selected several fine treasures, snapped his fingers, and stored them in his ring. Then he took Wang Yingying aboard the dragon warship and departed. At the governor's mansion, she clung to him, reluctantly nestling in his embrace, unwilling to let go. Su Qingge patted her head gently and said with a soft smile, "Don't worry. In at most 2 days I'll come to marry you." Wang Yingying whispered, Su Qingge returned to the Morong family. He had been quite busy these past few days preparing to take 2 concubines. Today he would marry Wang Wu, and tomorrow he would marry Wang Yingying. As soon as this news spread, his mother-in-law Mu Xinyue was filled with joy and immediately began to make arrangements. Before long, a grand wedding procession was once again assembled. Su Qingge rode a tall steed, leading the procession towards his estate. He had already inquired about Wang Wu. She had no family, and was taken in by Morong Shui, serving the main line of the Morong family since childhood. Now she was under his command. Therefore there was no need to go elsewhere. They could head directly to the estate. At the same time, in Dunhuang City, this was a tavern under Wang Wu's control, adorned with intricate carvings and luxurious elegance. Today Wang Wu looked exceptionally beautiful, her red attire accentuating her curvaceous figure, utterly captivating. Even the maid beside her couldn't help but praise her sister. "Wang Wu, if only I were half as beautiful as you." Wang Wu merely smiled in response. Before long, the wedding procession arrived. With drums and gongs resonating, the atmosphere was lively, and red envelopes were scattered along the way, drawing gasps of surprise from passers-by. Everyone was awestruck by Su Qingge's generosity, thoroughly impressed. "Look, this is young Master Su continuously showering red envelopes. This is what professionalism looks like." Consequently, people wished Su Qingge would take concubines every day, as they could collect enough money from the red envelopes without needing to work. This was because Su Qingge's envelopes were all of considerable value. One must be generous in life. When Su Qingge arrived at the tavern on his tall horse, Wang Wu had already been waiting for. Her lovely face bore a mixture of longing and excitement. Thinking about what was about to happen tonight made her cheeks involuntarily flush. Like a blushing peach, Su Qingge lifted her up from the waist and gently placed her into the sedan chair. Then they began their return trip. Sigh. A man in the crowd sighed. In this time where there were many women and few men, he was considered quite desirable. However, upon seeing Su Qingge, he felt inadequate. He could only marry some lesser beauties, while Su Qingge's brides were all stunning goddesses. Yet he felt no resentment. After all, Su Qingge was handsome and wealthy. He knew he could not compare. After a while, the wedding procession successfully arrived at the Morong family. Mu Xinyue had already made various preparations. The local elders had also gathered, happily watching everything unfold, eagerly awaiting the feast. That evening, Su Qingge carried Wang Wu into the bridal chamber, lifting the red veil from her head. "Help me bear a child." As time flowed like a stream, the night quickly passed. In the morning, the sun rose from the east, illuminating the room. Wang Wu had risen early, pinning her long hair into a bun at the back. Now a married woman, she belonged to Su Qingge from now on. She would rely on him for life. Then she gently draped a robe over Su Qingge and softly asked, "Husband, do you need my help today?" "No need." Su Qingge replied gently. Last night, he had already told Wang Wu that he would be taking Wang Yingying as a concubine today. This matter was known throughout the family. She had just married in, and no one had informed her, so she needed to mention it herself. "Just rest well. I've sent capable people to the estate. You must be tired, right? Make sure to take a good rest," Su Qingge said with a smile. Wang Wu felt warm inside, lowering her head and softly replying like an obedient little woman image him. After a while, the sky brightened. The wedding procession gathered once more, a grand team, led by Su Qingge, heading toward the governor's mansion. Many in the wedding procession did not know who would be taken as a concubine, and upon learning, they were all stunned. "Oh my, the daughter of the governor is actually going to be a concubine for young Master Su." There were many men in the wedding procession as they were needed to carry out the formalities. Upon hearing this news, they all turned envious tears streaming down their faces, their bodies trembling. When the entire provincial city saw such a large procession making its way to the governor's home, everyone was left in shock. No way is the governor marrying off his daughter. You still don't know? That's young Master Su. The governor is practically eager to cling to this big leg. I see, oh my fantasy is shattered. Many men felt their hearts bleeding. They had fantasized more than once about the governor's daughter, but now thinking about how Wang Yingying was about to become someone else's, their fantasies were instantly shattered, leaving them feeling miserable. Yet they couldn't say anything. Could they compare themselves to young Master Su? One must recognize reality in life, or otherwise happiness would elude them. Then they adjusted their mindsets and joined the fray for the red envelopes. At the governor's mansion, Governor Wang Qian had already changed into festive attire, his face glowing with joy. Through his efforts, he had finally secured this big leg. It was exhilarating. Beside him, Wang Yingying, dressed in red, was equally excited and thrilled, a hint of shyness showing in her beautiful eyes filled with various fantasies about her future life. Soon Su Qingge arrived to pick her up, carrying her into the bridal sedan. Then amidst cheers of celebration, they began their return journey. Upon returning home, various complex ceremonies were meticulously managed under Mu Xinyu's arrangements, and they quickly concluded. In-laws. In-laws. From now on we are family. Wang Qian said excitedly to Mu Xinyue, if you need anything in the future, just send someone to the mansion, don't hesitate. Mu Xinyue was extremely delighted, nodding like a rattledrum. She also cast a grateful glance at Su Qingge. If it weren't for her son-in-law, how could a figure of such stature treat her with such familiarity? It was simply impossible. Meanwhile, many servants and maids present were also filled with emotions, sighing deep. All of this was brought about by the son-in-law. Without him, how could such a high-ranking official be so friendly? Many guests also felt envious, unable to contain themselves. They knew that the Morong family had taken off. After the wedding concluded, Su Qingge carried Wang Yingying into the bridal chamber. Under her eager gaze, he lifted the red veil from her head. Time flew like an arrow, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. Qingge was pregnant. Wang Wu was also pregnant. Wang Yingying was pregnant as well. As their bellies gradually swelled, Mu Xinyue was overjoyed, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Though she appeared to be in her 30s, she rejoiced like a carefree maiden. In the grand hall, she summoned all three and gazed at their abdomens, asking Qingge, is it certain? Qingge, being a physician herself, took her own pulse, and then checked Wang Wu and Wang Yingying. Finally she confirmed, yes, we are all pregnant. Mu Xinyue chuckled, having you here is truly convenient. Yet Qingge suddenly sighed, lately I've been feeling breathless with a chill at the back of my neck, as if an invisible hand is gripping my throat. It's quite uncomfortable. I suspect it's just pregnancy-related tension. Some herbal medicine should ease it. Su Qingge asked, what medicine do you need? Give me the prescription and I'll fetch it. Qingge sighed again and shook her head, no, a physician cannot heal themselves. We need another doctor. Huh. Su Qingge and Mu Xinyue were both taken aback. But soon they understood. Indeed, there is a saying that a physician cannot heal themselves. When treating oneself, excessive concern and overthinking lead to worries. Fearing a herb is too cold, too toxic, or too harmful. Weighing back and forth, one hesitates, adjusts the prescription repeatedly, and ultimately delays the condition. Yet when treating others, there is no such hesitation. If it's cold, add warmth. If it's hot, cool it down. If near death, use a shock. Thus it often proves effective. Of course, minor ailments can be self-treated. Here Qingge worried if she used too strong a dose, would it harm her? But if the dose was too weak, wouldn't it delay recovery? That's simple. They'll find another physician. Su Qingge stepped out. He mounted his dragon warship and soon arrived at the governor's mansion. With the governor's sweeping resources, finding a renowned doctor was a trivial matter. So he came here. Wang Qian sensed his presence and hurried out to greet him, beaming warmly, my worthy son-in-law. Months have passed, and you remain as radiant as ever. During this time he had inquired and learned that his daughter was eating well and sleeping soundly, treated with utmost kindness by everyone in the Morong family. And though his son-in-law had many concubines, there was no harem-like scheming. All the wives and concubines lived in harmony, their relationships exceptionally cordial. Su Qingge explained the reason for his visit. Wang Qian immediately decided, someone summoned my old friend's daughter. A servant went at once. His old friend was a renowned physician from a family of doctors for generations, and this daughter, the only child, had studied medicine since childhood, mastering various medical arts with many years of unique experience. In less than an hour, a young woman arrived. She was young, appearing just 19, with a flawless jade-like face, smooth as polished gem, delicate features, eyes like autumn pools, brows like distant peaks, silky black hair, and a graceful, ethereal figure, poised and serene. A refined lady. Su Qingge took one look and gave that assessment. Wang Qian had summoned her first to meet his son-in-law's request, and second, to give his old friend a helping hand. His daughter had already latched onto a golden opportunity. How could his friend's daughter miss out? And the old friend, understanding the goodwill, promptly sent his daughter. Who would let such a once-in-a-lifetime chance slip by? Thus the scene unfolded, and his daughter, facing it all, was still she was unaware of the situation. Innocent and untouched, she had never interacted with any man. Now seeing Su Qingge, a celestial being, before her, her heart raced, and her mind went blank. Could there truly be such a handsome man in this world? No wonder rumors in the market spoke of that Morong family. Having found the physician, Qingge thanked Wang Qian, who quickly said no need for formality or family. Being polite makes us strangers. Qingge laughed heartily and returned the same way. Before long at the Morong residence. As fate would have it, this female physician was also surnamed Morong, named Morong Yuner, a very beautiful name. Upon entering the house, she quickly took Yi Qingxi's pulse, observed her for a moment, then chuckled softly, "Elder sister, you are not ill. It's because your undergarment is on backward." Oh, the whole family was stunned. Yi Qingxi was utterly flabbergasted. Then she unfastened her outer robe and saw that indeed the inner lining was worn backward. No wonder it choked her neck. A false alarm. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qingge then escorted Morong Yuner home. Along the way, Morong Yuner was nervous, unsure of what to say. The journey was silent as Qingge saw her home. 7 months later, he fetched her again to assist in the delivery of it. Though it was Morong Yuner's first time delivering babies, her father had taught her countless times. Safely, 3 little lives came into the world, 2 boys and 1 girl. She let out a long breath. Mother and child are all well. Somehow, hearing those words, Yi Qingxi felt a sudden daze, seeing a reflection of her former self in Morong Yuner. Perhaps the husband should take her as a concubine. Meanwhile, Mu Xingyue had the same thought. After all, taking anyone as a concubine was the same, and this one was beautiful with a fine figure and medical skills. She shouldn't be given to another man. Moreover, she even bore the surname Morong. Could this be a destined family? At that moment, a cascade of system rewards was on its way to Su Qing's mind. Ding! Ding! Detected that the host has given birth to the 5th, 6th, and 7th children. The system automatically issues rewards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Great Sage Experience Card, X3. Century Cultivation Card, X3. £1,000,000 Strength Card, X3. Lingxi Divine Sword, X3. High-level Sword Technique Comprehension, Heaven-rending Sword. High-level Cultivation Method Comprehension, Primordial Dominance Body Art. Ding! As the host has given birth to 3 offspring at once, an additional reward is triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Mysterious Treasure Chest. We hope the host will continue to strive, have more children, and receive even richer rewards next time. Just as I expected, it's exactly like this. Qingge gazed at the dazzling array of rewards, feeling an exhilarating thrill within. He had realized before that the more children he had, the more rewards would be doubled or even multiplied. Now, having given birth to 3 at once, it indeed turned out that way. It was a pity they weren't twins or triplets. If they were, the rewards would have been even more generous. Next, he began to examine the rewards. It was worth noting that the system now directly deposited all rewards into his storage ring. First, the Great Sage Experience Card. This was truly a heavyweight. In the Cungyuan realm, the hierarchy of cultivation was simple. After Quasi-Saint came Saint, then Saint King, and only then Great Sage. One could imagine how terrifying this experience card was. And there were 3 of them. A full 72 hours of Great Sage cultivation. If unleashed, it would likely reduce even the ancestral ashes of his enemies to nothing. Next was the Century Cultivation Card, which needed no elaboration. 3 combined gave 300 years of cultivation. It was unfathomable how much this would elevate his power. Truly terrifying. If outsiders knew, wouldn't they be driven mad with envy? The £1,000,000 Strength Card was also straightforward. 3 cards meant 3,000,000 pounds of force. A single punch would unleash explosive devastation. As for the 3 Lingxi Divine Swords, he planned to give 2 to his wives for self-defense. After all, when he was away, there might be petty villains daring to take risks. Although the Empress had elevated his treatment to that of a royal prince, there were still rogue experts in the martial world who might act recklessly. In the novels he read before his transmigration, weren't there flower thieves? They were bolder than anyone, even sneaking into the Emperor's harem. The more forbidden it was, the more curious and thus it was necessary to give 2 of these swords to his wives. The high-level Sword Technique Comprehension Heaven-rending Sword could unleash a single slash with immense sword intent, tearing a massive rift in the sky. The Primordial Dominance Body Art was an ancient technique from the primordial era focused on tempering the physical body. I've already cultivated the Heaven-Earth Thunderfire Body Forging Art. If I cultivate this as well, and the 2 techniques stack layer upon layer, won't my physical strength skyrocket? Su Qing's lips curled into a smile. He was truly overjoyed. He then examined the additional reward, the Mysterious Treasure Chest. Sweeping his divine sense over it, he found a vine inside bearing a single green gourd. This was the refining desolate gourd capable of drawing a person inside. Within less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, that person would be refined into a pool of blood. However, this gourd was not yet ripe and still needed to grow. Its growth rate was closely tied to the soil. Good soil meant rapid growth, while poor soil slowed it down. Meanwhile, the delivery was complete, and Morong Yuner prepared to take her leave. Mu Xingyue instructed Qingge see her. Meanwhile, the delivery was complete, and Morong Yuner prepared to take her leave. Mu Xingyue instructed Qingge see her. Qingge escorted her away. Soon the war chariot sped through the void, heading toward Morong Yuner's home. She stood on the deck, her heart filled with uncertainty. She also wanted to have a child. But with whom? She glanced at Qingge, then quickly lowered her head. She confessed to her. Qingge was indeed the most handsome man she had ever seen. Handsome and graceful, with an ethereal aura like pure moonlight. After seeing him looking at other men, only made her realize her standards had risen. She couldn't settle for anyone else. When they arrived at her home, Morong Yunur's elderly father greeted them from afar with utmost respect. A peculiar glint shone in his eyes as he looked at his daughter, as if saying, "Be proactive, my girl." But Morong Yunur, innocent and inexperienced, didn't understand and looked bewildered. Her heart was just beginning to stir, and she didn't know how to express herself. After all, she was a reserved girl hesitant to make decisions. This left her father anxious. Qingge didn't linger long and piloted the war chariot back. When he returned home, his mother-in-law informed him that the eunuch in red had already come. Empress Ningxinro had sent 99,999,000 top-grade spirit stones, holding back the last 10,000 to keep Qingge from becoming proud. Due to the immense amount, it was given as a promissory note, a green one. Qingge glanced at it. It resembled ancient silver notes, much like a check in the Blue Star world. Additionally, there were many extra rewards: Tiger Gate cannons, diamond crossbows, thunder bombs. All the latest inventions from the Royal Military Camp were sent over. These were mainly to protect the Morong family. The Tiger Gate cannon was immensely powerful, capable of shattering a mountain with a single blast. The diamond crossbow, hard as diamond, could pierce the heart and kill silently. The thunder bomb, upon detonation, would send enemies spiraling into the sky. Beyond these, there were 300,000 vials of top-grade elixirs, such as Black Jade Reunion Pills, Celestial Heart, Great Return Pills, and Buddha's Light Relics. Each was a rare treasure refined from precious herbs by master hands, unparalleled and invaluable. The purpose was to encourage Qingge to redouble his efforts. Have more children, the more the better. There was also a letter personally written by Ningxinro. Minister Su, remember to take more concubines and have many children. Your Morong family is the most honored in all of Great Qing. Your childbearing brings glory to the whole family. Additionally, I have ordered many women under my command, including my sister Ning Roashua, to find husbands quickly, but they all struggle to find anyone. Alas, it truly troubles me. Her words carried a hint of melancholy. Qingge finished reading and put the letter away. This item had collectible value. It was an antique. Perhaps 1,000,000 years from now, it could be auctioned off, making him rich overnight and allowing him to rebuild his fortune. Just then he noticed there were words on the back of the letter. Flipping it over, he read, "Minister Su, in truth, I am also troubled." He furrowed his brow. Indeed, even the Empress of Great Qing was worried about finding someone to marry. After bestowing the Emperor's rewards upon Qingge, Mu Xinyue realized it was her turn to present a reward. She felt a sense of hesitation, uncertain of what to give. Her son-in-law was no longer in need of wealth. The Emperor's gift of 99 million spirit stones alone would suffice for an incalculable period. After much deliberation, she decided to offer something else. "Qingge, come to my room." She turned and smiled gently. "All right," Qingge replied calmly. Soon in Mu Xinyue's chamber, incense burned in the corner, emitting a refreshing fragrance that soothed the soul. Mu Xinyue bent down, searching under the bed for a moment, and soon retrieved a bronze chest. The bronze chest was peculiar, covered in rust and clumps of dirt, mottled as if freshly unearthed. It exuded an ancient aura with a rustic charm that marked it as extraordinary. She took out a yellowed key, turned it gently, and the chest opened. Qingge then saw 2 scriptures inside the chest, each as thick as 2 stacked bricks. They radiated a profound pressure, and a wave of ancient weathered energy surged forth. "These are?" he asked. Mu Xinyue smiled. "These are the primordial scripture and the ancient god celestial text, supreme treasures of our Morong family. They have 9 layers, each immensely powerful. From now on they are yours. Truthfully, I plan to wait before giving them to you, but upon reflection, you are my son-in-law. When I am gone, all the family's wealth will be yours anyway. So giving them now is the same as later." Her smile was warm like a spring breeze, calming the heart. However, given the immense longevity of cultivators, especially in ancient clans like the primordial kings, her passing could be far in the future. Qingge did not stand on ceremony and stepped forward to take them. As he received them, he frowned slightly. Though just 2 books, they weighed over 10,000 jin. Undoubtedly, these were genuine treasures. Then Mu Xinyue explained the functions of the 2 cultivation techniques. Qingge quickly learned that both were body tempering techniques, but unlike ordinary ones, they were highly detailed. The primordial scripture trained every hair on the body. At the highest level, it could strengthen all surface hair to the sharpness of diamond spikes. For instance, eyelashes, body hair, and even head hair could all be honed to razor sharpness with immense hardness. A single strand of hair lightly swung could shatter steel. How terrifying was that? The ancient god celestial text discovered by the Morong family in the remains of a giant ape from ancient times could reinforce all the periosteum in the body. It was akin to layering steel over bones and fascia, exponentially boosting their strength. Incredible! Qingge exclaimed with delight. He had already tempered his flesh and bones, but fine details remained unrefined. These 2 specialized techniques came at the perfect time. If he cultivated them fully, his physical form would become even mightier. If he truly shattered steel with a strand of hair, how many would be left utterly astounded? After explaining the treasure's effects, Mu Xinyue gazed at him tenderly. Her lips parted and she spoke softly. "Qingge, you have rendered great service to the family time and again. Henceforth, whatever request you make, I will unconditionally agree." Qingge nodded gently. "Good." Suddenly recalling something, Mu Xinyue added, "O Qingge, regarding the silver notes rewarded by His Majesty, I suggest you withdraw them. But it's fine either way, up to you." In the Great Qing court, officials rarely carried cash when traveling, relying on silver notes, also known as spirit stone notes. However, as the term was somewhat cumbersome, Ning Xianrou had ordered them to be uniformly called silver notes. Imagine a noble rewarding servants. It would be impractical to hand out chests of spirit stones every time. Silver notes were far more convenient. Influential figures followed suit, offering large denomination notes with a light touch. Though lacking the visual impact of stacked spirit stones, they made for the most dazzling display of status. Qingge found silver notes convenient and saw no need to withdraw them. But a sudden thought struck him: for future concubines he would need cash. After all, distributing red envelopes couldn't be done without cash. "He'll go withdraw money," he said, then turned to leave. But before he stepped out of the room, Mu Xinyue called him back. Mu Xinyue looked at him with a mix of hope and longing. "Can I come with you? I've been feeling lonely at home, and it would be nice to go out for a stroll. Will you take me?" Qingge turned around and smiled. "All right, let's go." Woodheart Moon rejoiced inwardly. As she gazed upon Su Qing's retreating figure, her eyes sparkled with extraordinary brilliance, looking at him as if he were a sacred being incomparably sublime. Ever since gaining a son-in-law, her household had undergone earth-shattering transformations, rising like a newly ascended star. In her heart, she had come to regard Su Qingge as a deity. There was adoration, reverence, and affection. Before long, they arrived at Pipa City. Entering the city, they saw clean streets bustling with traffic. In the distance, many shopkeepers were busy with a constant stream of customers, creating a lively and bustling scene. "Let's go to that money house over there." After walking a short while, Woodheart Moon pointed to the left. Qingge turned to look. There was an old established money house where many people were withdrawing money, indicating thriving business. In Great Qing, many money houses were chain establishments uniformly operated by the government, though private ones also existed. The banknotes he held were universally exchangeable. That meant they could be cashed anywhere. So he and Woodheart Moon, upon entering, the shopkeeper was busy attending to customers. Many people were withdrawing money, exchanging stacks of notes for gleaming white spirit stones, a sight that drew considerable attention. Fortunately, the queue was short. Qingge quickly reached the counter and handed over his banknotes. The shopkeeper glanced at the amount on the note, his expression shifting dramatically. His attitude instantly became exceedingly respectful. Cupping his hands, he said, "Honored guest, this amount is too large for our branch. I must go to another branch to procure the funds. Please wait a moment in the inner hall. My sincerest apologies for the inconvenience." With that, he called out to a maid nearby, "Xiao Wu, serve tea for this gentleman." Around them, whether they had already withdrawn money or were still waiting in line, everyone wore astonished expressions. They exchanged bewildered glances, a single thought echoing in their minds: how much money was that they had to go to another branch to get it? Instantly, gazes filled with reverence turned towards Qingge. "Behold a true man of wealth. Are you out of funds?" Qingge asked. He did not wish to wait too long. The shopkeeper looked embarrassed. Respectfully, he said in reply to the honored guest, "Once you withdraw this amount, this branch will be emptied." Therefore, the bystanders were once again astounded. Holy shit. That single seemingly insignificant note was enough to drain the entire place. Woodheart Moon gently advised, "Perhaps we can wait a while. There's no rush anyway." Shortly after, Qingge was ushered into the inner hall. A comely maid with fair legs swayed as she approached, respectfully serving tea and saying softly, "Sir, please have some tea." Other maids also brought pastries and fruits. Qingge understood this was the VIP treatment for premium client. Before long, the head manager came out, scurrying all the way to Qingge. Without even wiping the sweat from his brow, he beamed and cupped his hands. "Your humble servant, Zhao Ning, greets this gentleman." He also bowed to Woodheart Moon nearby, his smile unwavering greetings to this young lady. Primarily because Woodheart Moon looked so youthful, it never occurred to him she might be a mother-in-law. He simply assumed they were a couple. "Have you brought the money?" Qingge asked calmly, accepting a peeled grape handed to him by a maid. I have. The head manager, beaming, quickly produced a storage ring. Qingge took it and swept it with his divine sense. Inside were large treasure chests stacked to the brim, containing the exact amount he had requested, not a single coin short. The head manager was also flustered. He rarely made personal appearances, usually issuing orders from his office. When he heard the urgent report from the junior manager, he hurried down to make a favorable impression. This gentleman was a major client. Having retrieved the money, Qingge saw no reason to linger and took his leave. The head manager bowed obsequiously, smiling, "Farewell, honored guest." As they stepped outside, a burly man clad in a black cloak with a sinister and venomous look in his eyes gritted his teeth and said, "Brothers, prepare to strike." Though this was a bustling market, that man had a fortune. A single successful heist would fund 10 years of luxury. Even the most extravagant spending would be amply covered. "Yes, boss." Many men gathered around him, each exuding formidable and powerful auras. But suddenly they saw the man they intended to rob abruptly summon an object. It swelled in the wind, instantly expanding to a length of thousands of zhang. It was a dragon warship. Hiss! The burly man gasped in shock. The others were nearly popping their eyes out amidst a chorus of astonished cries. Qingge boarded the vessel, with Woodheart Moon returning to their clan. Only after they had vanished into the distance, not a trace of their aura remaining, did the group of would-be bandits heave a tremendous sigh of relief. They collapsed to the ground with a thud, feeling utterly weak, their strength drained, barely able to breathe. So close. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Upon arriving home, Qingge distributed the Lingxi divine swords to his wives. He gave one to Wang Yingying and another to Wang Wu. Both were astonished to receive such a precious divine sword, and their surprise was soon replaced by profound gratitude. Something so invaluable, and their husband had bestowed it upon them without a second thought. It spoke volumes of their significance in his heart. The only way to repay him was to bear him more children. After distributing the divine swords, Qingge departed. A moment later he arrived at the riverside from before. With a thought he directly used a century of cultivation card. In an instant a terrifying fluctuation erupted from within his body like two armies clashing, the thunderous pounding of warhorses' hooves on the ground roaring, without cease, each sound deafening. His aura surged upward. The golden body shattered, and in one step, he entered the Dharma image realm. First layer of Dharma image. Second layer of Dharma image. Fifth layer of Dharma image. Seventh layer of Dharma image. The peak of Dharma image. It was only upon reaching this point that the energy of that single card was fully expended. Immediately after he used the remaining two cards. Boom. Another deafening explosion echoed from within, even more fearsome than before, more startling than lightning, thunderous, and utterly horrifying. After about 3 breaths, Qingge let out a long sigh of turbid breath, feeling his entire body surging with hot blood, as if containing boundless power. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine Palace realm. Mere moments ago he was at the peak of Golden Body, and now in this brief instant he had directly crossed the Dharma Image realm, leaping 2 major realms to arrive at the peak of Divine Palace. If word of this got out, it was unimaginable how shocked others would be. By the riverside in front of a patch of reeds, there was an old man fishing. He had white hair, wore a straw rain cape and hat, and bore no aura fluctuation whatsoever. Such was the appearance. In reality, he was a master. Just now Qingge was preoccupied with his own affairs and hadn't noticed him. And the old man likewise paid no attention to Qingge, not even a single glance, focusing solely on fishing. In his eyes a mere youth wasn't worth his regard. But suddenly he sensed the continuously rising aura fluctuations from the young man, and his eyes flew wide open, his cloudy pupils revealing deep utter disbelief. Good heavens! In such a short time he broke through so many major realms. He almost thought his perception was even in his prime, he couldn't have broken through so many realms in a single day. Breaking 3 realms consecutively was already terrifying enough to be called a genius, and those were only minor realms. That young man, however, had instantly broken through 2 major realms. 1 major realm encompasses 9 minor realms, so that young man had directly broken 18 realms in that brief moment. He felt his own understanding was insufficient. Good lord, is this even human? Over here Qingge, having finished his breakthrough, lightly clenched his fist. Instantly his bones and sinews crackled like thunder, explosive and immense. A single punch thrown now would possess devastating destructive power. But this wasn't the end. Instantly his bones and sinews crackled like thunder, explosive. In an instant 3 million gene of power entered his body. In a flash his entire body thundered, every bone vibrated, and from within came a vast resonant sound, like a great bronze bell spreading out deep and mighty, grand to the extreme. The old fisherman by the river was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Good lord, what the hell, a physical cultivation king. Then Qingge also used the comprehension of the sky-rending sword. This time there were no alarming fluctuations. But the more ordinary it seemed, the more it signified extraordinariness. Subsequently, he also used the comprehension of the primordial overlord body art. Within a few breaths his physical Buddhist strength experienced another surge, becoming stronger still. Finally he cultivated both the primordial scripture and the ancient god heavenly scripture which his mother-in-law had just given him. Perhaps because he had entered a brand new realm, he understood these 2 techniques at a glance, and his physical strength immediately underwent another wave of explosive growth, layer upon layer of reinforcement, reaching an inconceivable level. After finishing his cultivation, he exhaled and prepared to return. He had no idea that the old fisherman whose back was turned to him was now in a state of utter turmoil within. Wait a moment. Qingge suddenly changed his mind. My strength has been increasing, but I've never actually tested it. Why not find a place to verify it? As he thought, he acted, lifting his foot and walking towards the distance. The old fisherman hurriedly packed up his fishing rod and stealthily followed. His heart was filled with myriad emotions. He had already guessed this was an unparalleled genius. He prepared to follow him to see just how formidable his strength truly was, and if it met the requirements he would take him as an apprentice. Before a towering mountain. This place was called Huashan. Qingge arrived and gazed upon it, seeing its immense majesty. Sheer cliffs rising 1,000 rin, piercing into the clouds, so tall that standing at its base, one could not glimpse its summit. It was also profoundly vast, stretching for thousands of li, covering an expanse so great that even 10 football fields could not match its size. What a colossal behemoth, he exclaimed. In a concealed spot behind, the old fisherman gazed at the mountain, harboring only one thought. Does he intend to shake an elephant with the strength of an ant? It was not that he underestimated Qingge. Truly, a person standing beneath this mountain was as insignificant as an ant. For this mountain was simply too enormous. Suddenly, he saw Qingge make a move. A fist shattered the air, causing the void to tremble, striking unerringly at the root of Huashan. Huashan did not so much as quiver. There was not even a tremor. Just as the old fisherman thought he would be disappointed, abruptly the earth began to shake, followed by fissures splitting open like moats. He swiftly dodged, nearly falling into a chasm. The next moment the entire Huashan crumbled inch by inch like an avalanche, with rolling debris scattering everywhere. In no time at all the whole mountain was blasted into a flat plain. The old fisherman was utterly stunned, unable to contain his shock. Such a massive mountain stretching thousands of li had been directly blasted apart by that young man with a single punch. Could a divine palace realm cultivator destroy Huashan? Wasn't this level only capable of shattering a small hill? Only a true king realm expert could split a mountain like Huashan. In an instant, only one thought filled his mind: is this person human or demon? He had no idea how terrifying Su Qingge's physical body was. This punch was merely a casual strike from Qingge, unleashing little of his true power. Over here, amid a cloud of dust, the ground beneath Huashan gradually revealed itself. It had been leveled by that punch. Just as Qingge was about to turn and leave, he suddenly heard the sound of rushing water beneath his feet. It was like a river surging with turbulent waves. Looking closely, he saw that beneath Huashan lay a spiritual vein. Billowing spiritual energy converged, condensing into gleaming white spirit stones, gushing and flowing like a river. As far as the eye could see, everything was a dazzling white, a profoundly striking visual spectacle. Not bad at all. A knowing smile spread across his face. Then, with a sweep of his divine sense, he instantly obtained an exact count. The vein held a full 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Just as he was about to snap his fingers and store them all into his ring, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed over from afar. "Hold it!" The man immediately drew his blade. The sharp edge gleamed with a piercing cold light, and he said angrily, "This is the territory of my Luotian sect. Since a spiritual vein has appeared here, it belongs to the Luotian sect. No one else may lay a finger on it." This man was an elder of the Luotian sect with considerable cultivation at the first level of the true king realm. He burst forth with a profound aura upon arrival. In the world of cultivation, the strong preyed on the weak. He thought that this mere divine palace realm brat would be easy to handle. As for how he had just punched Huashan to rubble, that was merely a stroke of luck. Perhaps the mountain was already on the verge of collapse, and he had simply stolen the credit. Qingge paid him no heed. He snapped his fingers, and the gleaming spirit stones surged like a torrent into his storage ring. "You brat, you're asking for death." The middle-aged man flew into a rage. Qingge barely glanced at him, quickening the absorption. Soon he had pocketed the entire 100 million spirit stones. Only after finishing did he utter indifferently, "If you want to live, get lost." The middle-aged man's fury ignited. He swung his blade directly, roaring, "You're far too arrogant, boy. I am a dignified true king realm expert. Killing you is but a thought away. I intended to spare your life, but since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being merciless. Die." Boom. The blade descended, splitting space itself. Terrifying ripples spread outward as the full force of the true king realm was unleashed. Under that fearsome strike, the old fisherman hiding in the shadows raised an eyebrow. This was a strike from a true king. Even if that young man was a genius, he was only at the divine palace realm. Could he withstand it? Just as he worried over this, a cracking sound erupted, and sparks flew everywhere. His heart jolted. Looking up, he saw Qingge gripping the blade with one hand, as if grasping a piece of paper. With a casual tear, the great sword sparked violently, and was ripped into shreds. Hiss! The old fisherman and the middle-aged man gasped simultaneously. Was this real? Tearing apart a treasured blade like paper. Was such terror truly possible? True king realm, so what? Qingge's face was expressionless. He plucked a strand of hair from his forehead, and said, "I hope you can withstand this strand of hair from my divine palace realm." The strand of hair was released like a drawn blade. The middle-aged man instantly sensed a razor-sharp killing intent rushing toward him. He hurriedly raised his arm to block. Crack! His arm was severed, bone fragments scattering everywhere, blood gushing forth. The power of the hair strand did not diminish. After cutting through his arm, it continued to slash toward him. In that instant, the middle-aged man's eyelids twitched violently. He realized he might have provoked a formidable foe, yet he refused to yield, bellowing, "You dare not kill me. I am the Punishment Hall elder of the Luotian sect, wielding real authority. If you kill me, the sect master will not let you go." Qingge waved his hand dismissively and said, "Your words have soured my mood. Fine, destroying one is the same as destroying many. I might as well wipe out your sect as well." The strand of hair slashed through forcefully. The middle-aged man's abdomen was sliced open, flesh and blood flying. The hair shot straight through, emerging from behind him and falling to the ground. The two halves of the middle-aged man's body crashed to the ground with a thud, blood pooling around them. He had been bisected by a single strand of hair. In the shadows, the old fisherman stared wide-eyed, his heart pounding violently, unable to accept what he had witnessed. Heavens! A divine palace cultivator killing a true king. And with just a strand of hair. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. The next moment, overwhelming joy surged within him. A gratified smile spread across his face. Such a genius had met his expectations and was worthy of Just as he was about to reveal himself, he suddenly recalled something. This person seemed somewhat familiar. He held his forehead in thought for a moment, and then it dawned on him. Lately throughout the entire Great Qing territory notices had been posted everywhere. The Su young master of the Murong family has a child alone, bringing glory to the whole family. And the portrait on those notices was an exact match to the person before him. So, it's him. The old fisherman inhaled a sharp breath, utterly stunned. My goodness, no wonder. How could he possibly be qualified to be his master? Even the female emperor might wish to marry him and personally teach him. Why would he need an old man like him to impart techniques? In an instant his face burned with shame. Qingge arrived at Luotian's sect. The old man who had been fishing behind him was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, everyone in Luotian's sect stared blankly at the colossal object above the sky. The mere shadow it cast enveloped the entire sect, leaving them all stunned and horrified. They cried out, "This! A dragon warship! This thing was a formidable force. It could conquer cities and lands. With a single cannon blast it could level a city. Why had it suddenly appeared here? What did it intend to do? May I ask why you have graced us with your presence, young Master Su?" The sect master of Luotian's sect stood below, drenched in sweat. He vaguely sensed that the visitor's purpose was not auspicious. He had also perceived the earlier incident at Mount Hua. He had wanted to stop the punishment hall elder, but it was too late. By the time he set out to apologize, the other party had already arrived. Aboard the warship, Qingge stood on the deck looking down. He saw that the sect was quite large, but that was all. With a thought, 800 cannons simultaneously aimed their firepower, instantly covering the entire territory of Luotian's sect. Even before firing, the deathly aura emanating from the dark oppressive muzzles made one's scalp tingle. The sect master's head was about to explode. His soul seemed to leave his body. The elders behind him and the numerous disciples all gasped in terror, collapsing to the ground in unison, almost rolling their eyes back. No particular business. I'm simply in a bad mood and want to annihilate you all, Qingge said calmly. As a transmigrator, he naturally knew the importance of being decisive and ruthless. Eradicate the roots. Leave no one alive. Mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Otherwise, years later, an old foe would surely find you and seek your demise. With a thought, a large number of people in Luotian's sect collapsed, their bodies limp, like walking corpses, their spirits. The sect master was so terrified, he felt his skull would explode. If not for that damned punishment hall elder's final defiant words, how would he have been implicated? The moment this thought crossed his mind, a thunderous roar erupted. All 800 cannons fired simultaneously. Under the blanket of firepower, massive fireballs rained down upon the entire sect. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave swept across all directions, spanning millions of miles. The ground for hundreds of thousands of miles around collapsed instantly, as if struck by a massive earthquake. The Earth's surface caved in inch by inch, centered on Luotian's sect, sinking downward and transforming into a sea of hellfire. When the bombardment ceased, Luotian's sect was reduced to rubble. Under the scorching heat, everyone was melted into plasma. Not a single person escaped. Qingge stood aloft in the sky, gazing toward Mount Hua, and murmured to himself, "And your sect master?" But no reply could come from there. A full 3 hours later, the sea of fire gradually extinguished. Qingge swept his divine sense and found that everyone in Luotian's sect, from the sect master down to a single dog, had been killed. Truly not one remained. He had waited until now because he was not at ease. He had to ensure no survivors were left, lest they become a hidden threat to his descendants. In truth, he had initially considered using a Quasi-Saint Experience Card, transforming into a Quasi-Saint, and pressing down with a single palm to flatten the sect. But on second thought, it was unnecessary. He had hardly used the dragon warship since acquiring it, so he might as well employ it. Other sects in the vicinity were utterly startled when they witnessed this scene. An ancestor of one sect voluntarily flew into midair and declared, "Young Master Su, rest assured. If I discover any remnants of Luotian's sect, I will be the first to kill them and report to you." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a contingent of troops immediately rushed out from below, surrounding the ruins of Luotian's sect, in layers upon layers. Should any survivor attempt to emerge, they would be instantly captured and slain. Qingge nodded and said, "Good, then I'll trouble you with that." "No trouble at all, it's my duty, my duty." The ancestor quickly cupped his hands and bowed in utmost reverence. Qingge casually tossed down a jade token and said, "Contact me if anything comes up, I'll handle any matter for you." Then he turned and departed. The ancestor was ecstatic, his hand trembling violently as he caressed the jade token. He kept his hands cupped in salute until the warship had vanished from sight. It was late at night when Qingge arrived home. He went straight to the room of his newly taken concubine Wang Yingying and retired for the night. Time slipped away like a fleeting steed glimpsed through a crack, and a single night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day arrived swiftly. He had initially planned to go out and purchase soil that very day, but he lingered for a few more days to spend time with his wife and child, for there was nothing quite like the warmth of a family hearth. Thus it was not until 3 days later that he finally set out. On that day, just before his departure, Qingge suddenly rushed over and asked Qingge, "May I accompany you?" She still had no idea what Qingge intended to do, for he had not shared the matter with her, as it involved the system. Qingge shrugged, thinking it would not hurt to bring her along. He then mentioned his plan to purchase soil, merely stating that he needed good earth without revealing its intended use. Qingge did not press further, suspecting that perhaps her son-in-law had taken up an interest in gardening. At that moment a sudden inspiration struck her and she tapped her forehead exclaiming, "Ah, I just remembered. Your cousin's family runs a potted plant business, and they naturally sell high-quality soil. Why don't we go to him? He might even share some gardening knowledge with you." Qingge nodded. Gaining some horticultural insight would be quite beneficial, especially for planting the tree. He understood that the cousin Mu Xingyue referred to was the head of a collateral branch of the family. Due to generational hierarchy, this branch head would have to address him as elder brother. "Oh, it's been so long since we last visited. Years, in fact. If you hadn't brought it up today, I might never have remembered. Come, I'll take you there." Mu Xingyue's voice was melodious and inviting. Before long, the colossal dragon warship set off, heading northward toward the Great Qingge. The collateral branch was located in the north, a land perpetually blanketed in snow, where the northern scenery stretched for 1,000 li in frozen splendor. But the dragon warship was swift and distance posed no obstacle. After a journey of only a day and a half, they reached their destination. Along the way, Mu Xingyue informed him that the collateral branch sold a premium soil known as Shirong Earth. Shirong Earth, as its name suggested, was the most precious soil in the north, fertile and potent, capable of accelerating plant growth. It was typically reserved for the vegetation in imperial gardens. As the dragon warship descended upon the collateral branch, the entire estate erupted in gasps of astonishment. Many of the younger clan members were utterly stunned. Good heavens, a warship flying across the sky. They watched as the warship soared overhead, then descended, finally landing steadily within their own clan grounds. Could this be the renowned young master from the same collateral branch? The esteemed son-in-law has graced us with his presence. Even the clan head was overwhelmed with flattery. He appeared to be in his 40s with streaks of gray in his hair, yet he vaguely recalled that by seniority, he should address this son-in-law as elder brother. He was also well aware that ever since the Empress had bestowed various privileges upon the Murong family, their collateral branch had reaped the benefits as well. Truly, when the son-in-law sired a child, the entire clan basked in the reflected glory. In truth, he had long wished to pay a visit to this legendary son-in-law, but he felt deeply inferior, fearing that the man would be too busy to see him. Helpless, he had shelved the matter. Yet to his surprise, the man had come to him of his own accord today. Overwhelmed with excitement, he rushed out, cupped his hands, and exclaimed, "Elder brother." The servants were all taken aback. A look of incredulity crossed their faces. The clan head, who was so advanced in years, was actually calling this man. Sensing the stares around him, the clan head paused and looked more closely. Only then did he realize that the son-in-law was incredibly young, handsome, and elegant, clearly a dashing young gentleman. And here he was with white hairs already sprouting on his forehead. For a moment he was utterly dumbfounded, a deep sense of impossibility washing over him. It was the former clan head, the current head's father, who was more worldly wise. Leaning on his cane, he walked out and said with great warmth, "Ah, my worthy son-in-law, I have missed you so dearly, my heart aches. Please come in." Qingge and Mu Xingyue entered. The servants also hurried inside, their faces filled with reverence. Once in the reception hall, fair-skinned, beautiful maidservants soon served 2 cups of fine tea, stealing glances at the son-in-law, their hearts fluttering like startled deer. Ah, what a handsome son-in-law. After seeing him, every other man seemed utterly drab and unappealing. The current clan head was too excited to speak, but the former clan head, seasoned and composed, said, "Worthy son-in-law, since you have traveled so far, you must not rush off. Please stay for a few days." Qingge took a sip of tea. Then he stated his purpose. Upon hearing it, the former clan head beamed and said, "A trivial matter, trivial indeed." However, he had long since stopped handling business affairs and turned his gaze to the current clan head. The current clan head immediately stood up and said, "Elder brother, we have plenty of fine soil. Whatever you desire is available. Please this way." But as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized his oversight. This elder brother, who had come from afar and brought glory to the entire clan, must have endured a long and tiring journey. How could he impose further fatigue upon him? Shouldn't he simply send a servant to deliver the soil instead? At that moment, the former clan head coughed, signaling his disapproval. The current clan head took a deep breath and said, "Elder brother, please rest here for a moment. I will have the head steward bring it at once." At that moment, the former clan head coughed, signaling his disapproval. The current clan head took a deep breath and said, "Elder brother, please rest here for a moment. I will have the head steward bring it at once." In his hands, he carried a large chest. When opened, it revealed a dazzling array of fine soils, each emitting the fresh fragrance of earth. The current clan head chuckled and said, "Elder brother, take your pick, whichever catches your eye." Qingge swept his gaze across, observing the soil in shades of yellow, black, and red, along with other hues, mostly variations of these 3 colors. "Brother, you might consider this one. It's the most expensive, offers the best results, and is a universal Shirong soil capable of nurturing any vegetation." The current clan leader bowed and scraped his face, beaming with smiles. Hearing this, Su King's gaze fell upon the soil he pointed to, a viscous red earth resembling clay, evidently fertile. He asked, "How much is this?" Speaking of money is vulgar. Between us, who needs that? Brother, tell me how much you need, and he'll have the servants loaded onto your ship for free. The current clan leader grinned from ear to ear. We're family, oh why ask for money? Qingge realized he had misunderstood. He only wanted to know the price, but decided not to press further. Soon the steward had the soil loaded onto the warship. Over 100 caddies, enough for a decade. The current and former clan leaders were overjoyed. Everyone else was equally delighted, not because they had curried favor with this esteemed relative, but because they had finally done something for him, bringing joy to their hearts. After all, family should help one another. At that moment, the current clan leader had a sudden inspiration and whispered instructions to a maidservant. The maidservant promptly departed and soon returned with a beautiful woman. Qingge turned to look. The woman had silver hair, fair pink skin, a nose like curdled goose, fat brows like distant spring mountains, and a figure as slender as a willow. Her demeanor was as touching as early snow, and her perky derriere was particularly alluring. As she approached, she seemed like a celestial maiden descending from the moon palace, unparalleled in elegance. Before he could speak, the current clan leader smiled and introduced, "Brother, allow me to present my daughter Murong Yaya, just turned 18. As he spoke, he glanced at Murong Yaya, whose cheeks were flushed with shyness. Before he could speak, the current clan leader smiled and introduced, "Brother, allow me to present my daughter Murong Yaya, just turned 18. As he spoke, he glanced at Murong Yaya, whose cheeks were flushed with shyness. Before he could speak, the current clan leader smiled and introduced, "Brother, allow me to present my daughter Murong Yaya, just turned 18. As he spoke, the current clan leader said with a fawning smile. Qingge smiled too. He hadn't even considered the matter of blood relations, yet his cousin had already found an excuse for him. How clever. Reflecting on this, he mused that his trip north had not only yielded free soil, but also a wife. Truly splendid. At that moment, Qingge transmitted her voice. "Qingge, she's not bad. Look, her rear is as ample as mine. As the saying goes, a big bottom ensures easy childbirth. Such a woman excels at bearing children." Before she finished, Qingge understood her meaning. Since she was offered to him, why not take her as a concubine? He had already intended to. Hearing this, he smiled faintly and decided, "Very well, I shall gladly accept." With that, everyone spoke openly. The current clan leader rejoiced. "Brother, I'll write the betrothal notice and finalize." Turning to Murong Yaya, he said, "Daughter, why don't you lean closer to your brother? Haven't you long wished to meet him? Now that he's come to you, why are you too shy to speak?" Murong Yaya's fair cheeks blazed red as the sun. She murmured a soft mm and slowly approached Qingge. Even when she stood before him, her head remained bowed, overcome with shyness, unable to lift it. Qingge gently drew her into his arms, and the fragrant scent of her beauty enveloped him. Afterward, both parties signed the marriage contract, sealing the matter to everyone's delight. The marriage contract stipulated that an auspicious day should be chosen for the wedding. The current clan head calculated the date, and suddenly added fuel to the fire, saying, "Why not hold the wedding today?" Everyone was stunned. So urgent. It was as if they feared the son-in-law might change his mind. Seeing the crowd bewildered, the current clan head scratched his head apologetically, and said, "We must hurry. After all, the current environment encourages childbirth. How can we miss the trend?" At the word childbirth, Murong Yaya's cheeks flushed even deeper, like a bud or a pink petal. The old clan head suddenly interjected a hymn, "Since it's already tomorrow, why not just make it today?" Everyone turned to look at him. Old clan head, "You're even more impatient than him." The scene fell into dead silence. My worthy son-in-law, the old clan head turned his gaze to Qingge and said, "Why not seize the day and hold the wedding today? What do you think?" After speaking, he suddenly remembered something and added, "Traveling back and forth is too far. Why not hold it here? After everything is done, you can stay for a few days, then take your new wife home. How about that?" Qingge thought it over. Since the wedding had to happen anyway, one day was as good as another, and one place was as good as any. So it was settled. Just as he thought this, Qingge suddenly transmitted a message. "Qingge, I think it's fine. Let's do it this way." Qingge nodded and said, "All right." The old clan head was overjoyed. Soon wedding preparations began. The old clan head specifically asked Qingge how things were done on her side. After learning, he immediately followed suit, find a wedding procession, and circle the mansion once. This was also to save time. He wanted Qingge to enter the bridal chamber early, making the matter a done deal. Qingge thought the same, hoping to hold another grandchild soon. Thus, before long, the wedding ceremony began. The current clan head somehow found a wedding procession. As joyful music sounded, Qingge donned the red groom's robe, wore a large red flower on his chest, and mounted a tall horse. Murong Yaya, her face flushed, dressed in bridal finery with anticipation and longing, and stepped into the bridal sedan chair. Along the way, Qingge scattered red envelopes like rain, letting the locals truly experience his immense wealth. "I've long heard that the Murong family son-in-law is generous. Seeing him today, he's truly extraordinary. Indeed, such a grand gesture. This is what a wealthy man looks like." Many people joyfully grabbed the red envelopes, their hearts filled with admiration. All the Branch family members felt immensely proud hearing these praises. The Branch mansion was also vast, taking a full 2 hours to circle. When they returned to the entrance, the banquet was already set, hosting many respected figures from the north and some impoverished families. Those poor families rarely had a chance for a full meal. Now, seeing the delicacies on the table, their mouths watered, and their gratitude towards Qingge was boundless. They wished they could serve him like beasts of burden. The wedding concluded amidst lively festivities. That evening, Qingge carried Murong Yaya into the bridal chamber and lifted her red veil. Time flew like an arrow, and soon the sky brightened. Qingge rose early, tucked the blanket around his still sleeping beloved, dressed, and stepped outside. He returned to the warship and saw piles of top-quality Shirong soil everywhere on the deck, stored in large wooden barrels one after another. He walked over, snapped his fingers softly, and with a whoosh, all the Shirong soil was collected into his storage ring. Then with a thought, he stepped inside. The storage ring contained a vast world spacious enough for a person to enter. After all, it was a reward from the system. Such functions were a breeze. He walked over, snapped his fingers softly, and with a whoosh, all the Shirong soil was collected into his storage ring. The field was very fertile, more than enough for the money tree saplings and the desolate refining vine to grow. After preparing the groundwork, he began planting. Planting the trees was quick. Only a few breaths of time to set the money tree saplings and vines. Then he fetched some water from outside and watered them. Now he only needed to wait for the 2 trees to mature. Once the money tree grew, shaking it every year would yield money. How delightful. The desolate refining vine was similar. When it matured, he would gain another trump card. Thinking of this, Qingge broke into a cheerful smile. With nothing else to do, he focused his mind and returned to. Just as he steadied himself on the deck, he suddenly saw a bloodied figure stumbling back from afar, rushing straight into the branch mansion and shouting, "Clan head! Clan head! Something terrible has happened! Clan head! Something terrible!" Qingge furrowed her brow. The man was covered in blood and looked panicked. Had he been attacked? With a whoosh, she too entered the courtyard. In the main hall, the blood-soaked figure rushed in, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his face etched with anxiety. He cried out, "Patriarch, please save my father. He's encountered a formidable enemy and needs immediate aid. Send reinforcements quickly." The current patriarch had already arrived upon hearing the news. Enraged, he slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Our Murong family now has the young master's backing. Who dares to provoke us?" The man hastily replied, "It's not humans. It's demon beasts, many of them from the ancient wild forest. My father is in dire battle. His transmission talisman was shattered, and he fought tooth and nail to carve a path for me to return and report." The patriarch's heart skipped a beat. The ancient wild forest was far from here. It would take nearly half a day by flying sword to reach. Moreover, the demon beasts there were ferocious beyond measure, ancient relics from a bygone era. Sending anyone would likely mean they wouldn't return. Just as he was at a loss, Qingge entered and said calmly, "They'll go. My worship is fast." The messenger looked at him startled and quickly asked the patriarch, "Patriarch, this gentleman is so distinguished and handsome. Could he be?" "Indeed, he is our young master," the patriarch declared with immense pride. The messenger shuddered, a surge of admiration welling up within him. He clasped his fists and said, "Murong Bo pays respects to the young master." Pressed for time, Qingge waved his hand and said, "He'll set off now." The patriarch, still uneasy, said, "Brother, wait. Let me assign more men. I alone am enough." Leaving these words behind, Qingge had already stepped out the door. Murong Yaya, having heard the commotion, arrived and watched his departing back, murmuring, "Husband." She felt that her husband was truly extraordinary. Many around praised, with the young master taking action, success is guaranteed. Qingge piloted the dragon warship and flew swiftly, soon reaching the ancient wild plain. This was an ancient region teeming with ferocious demon beasts where ordinary people dared not tread. Hence it was sparsely populated. He looked down and saw that the area was vast, with a sea of dense jungle. From deep within came the roars of demon beasts and faint traces of human presence. "Looks a bit dangerous," Qingge chuckled lightly. But he paid it no mind. With so many trump cards up his sleeve, what was inside the wild forest, it was different from the outside. Ancient trees grew thick, their enormous leaves blocking the sun above, casting a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere. "Looks a bit dangerous," Qingge chuckled lightly. But he paid it no mind. With so many trump cards up his sleeve, what was... After walking a short distance, the human aura grew clearer, and a pungent smell of blood assailed his senses. Deep in the wild forest, in a thicket, 16 enormous saber-toothed tigers were hunting a gray-robed elder. These tigers exuded formidable auras, each at the immortal platform stage, extremely powerful. Their massive bodies loomed like small mountains, and even their tails resembled iron rods, exuding an over... The elder clutched an ancient blood-stained sword that looked razor-sharp. He relied on it to hold off these giant beasts. The beasts seemed wary as well, choosing to bide their time and slowly wear him down. Qingge glanced at the scene, deciding to use a Quasi-Saint Experience Card. After all, 16 immortal platform opponents were a vast gap in cultivation. So he would directly transform into a Quasi-Saint and crush them with invincible might. Suddenly, a saber-toothed tiger noticed him and let out a furious roar. At that roar, the elder also spotted him, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. He joyfully cried, "Quick, save me." But before he could finish, he sensed Qingge's aura. It was even weaker than his own, merely at the divine palace level. The light in his eyes dimmed. Alas, a divine palace cultivator couldn't save himself, let alone others. "Quick, flee. Don't worry about me." The elder gritted his teeth, brandishing his sword, hoping to buy time for the young man to escape. Unexpectedly, the young man not only refused to retreat, but walked forward step by step. With a light step, his aura began to surge. Boom. True King realm. First level of True King. Second level. Third level. Ninth level. Peak True King. Immortal platform. Great power. Quasi-Saint. Boom. 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 Thunderous explosions shook heaven and earth. As the final explosion subsided, a majestic, overwhelming, saintly aura swept forth like a tidal wave. For 10,000 miles the void erupted with continuous rolling celestial phenomena. Heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses surged from the earth. Dragons and phoenixes danced Qilins brought auspicious signs. Spiritual energy fell like rain, and heaven and earth rejoiced. Endless streams of earth, water, fire, and wind burst forth, shining brilliantly, illuminating the ages with dazzling radiance. The elder was utterly stunned. This was a saint-level powerhouse. Meanwhile, countless people within 10,000 miles stared blankly at the unending celestial phenomena in the void, shaken and lost in awe. They all sensed this vast, magnificent aura, as boundless as the sea, as profound as the starry river. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. Heaven's a saint-level expert had appeared. Many fell to their knees, trembling with excitement. In the wild forest, Qingge walked forward, moving past the astonished gaze of the elder, and approached the dazed saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger was already paralyzed by this overwhelming aura, unable to move its head, nearly bursting from the realization, my heavens, is this truly a saint? Just as it thought this with a bang, Qingge unleashed a punch, using only half of his strength, instantly smashing its head to pieces, its body exploding into a mist of blood. The remaining saber-toothed tigers shivered violently, their legs unable to support them, and they turned to flee. But before they could turn around, they suddenly realized that the surrounding space had already been sealed off, an overwhelmingly powerful aura of the saint closing off all escape routes. Not even a mosquito could get out. A shock ran through their hearts as they understood that they were doomed today. One of the saber-toothed tigers approached Qingge, kneeling with a thud, and spoke human words, "Senior, please spare us." Boom. Qingge directly smashed it to pieces with a punch. Blood splattered across the faces of the other saber-toothed tigers. They all trembled, shivering in fear. Oh no, today. Qingge spared none. Stepping forward under the elder's astonished gaze, he punched each one. It was as simple as bursting a balloon. After finishing, Qingge suddenly noticed that the cores of these saber-toothed tigers were floating in the air, a total of 16. These were the cores of demon beasts, containing the essence of their blood and flesh, who, once absorbed, they could greatly increase one's cultivation. Qingge picked them up one by one and stored them in his storage ring. Finally, he approached the elder, explaining his purpose. "I am here to rescue you." The elder, named Murong Quan, was indeed Murong Ba's father. At this moment, he was utterly shocked. "Oh my God, a saint, an unattainable saint has come to rescue me." He thought he was dreaming. Yet when he pinched his thigh, the intense pain brought him back to reality. This was indeed true. Seeing him in shock and unable to recover, Qingge chose to sit cross-legged on the ground, waiting for him to regain his composure. It's normal for anyone to be stunned by something so incredibly unbelievable. After all, how majestic a being is a saint, to suddenly appear out of nowhere, it would astonish anyone. It took a long time for Murong Quan to finally come back to his senses, but he still trembled, his mouth quivering violently. "Follow me." Qingge took flight on his sword, bringing him back to the Branch family, while simultaneously along the way he revealed his identity. Upon learning that this young man was indeed the son-in-law, Murong Quan immediately felt a surge of respect, deeply admiring him. Upon reaching home, Murong Quan staggered off the sword, barely able to stand, and rushed into the main hall, shouting, "Head of the family, I have returned alive." Upon hearing his voice, both the old and current heads of the family were immensely gratified. Others, like servants and maids, also revealed looks of admiration. Look, this is the power of the son-in-law. Murong Quan felt endlessly grateful and pondered whether he should marry his daughter to this son-in-law. Murong Quan also had a daughter of marrying age this year, fair-skinned and long-legged with a face like a peach blossom. He had long wanted to find a suitable son-in-law, but had not yet found one he liked. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw Murong Yaya running over, leaping into Su Qing's arms, and softly saying, "Husband, I missed you so much." Even though it was only a short while, Murong Yaya missed him greatly. This short time, though brief, felt like a separation of a... Seeing this scene, Murong Quan immediately understood. The current head of the family had already taken the initiative to send his daughter out. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Damn it, that was quick." However, it was not a problem. Men have many wives and concubines. He himself had more than 20 concubines, so he could just give his daughter to him later. Since proposing now might seem a bit inappropriate, he decided to wait, planning to visit in person later and formally Subsequently, to express his gratitude, he summoned servants to bring several large treasure chests, which were opened to reveal a bounty of white spirit stones. "Son-in-law, a life is worth more than 1,000 gold. I hope you won't think it is too little," Murong Quan said sincerely. Qingge looked up and saw a total of 50 million top-grade spirit stones, not a single one missing. He smiled and said, "You're being polite." Next, to show his gratitude, Murong Bo also gifted 30 million along with some northern specialties: agate, jade, rare antiques, sea cucumbers, bird's nest, and other precious items. He leaned closer and whispered, "Son-in-law, this sea cucumber and bird's nest are very nourishing. You'll understand once you try it. I deal in this business, so if you need anything in the future, just send a message, and I'll have someone deliver it to you." Qingge immediately understood his meaning, nodding and smiling all right. Due to their warm hospitality, Qingge stayed there for 5 days before finally setting off to return. The warship flew through the void. Qingge held Murong Yaya in his arms, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, arriving empty-handed and returning fully loaded. How delightful. A day and a half passed in a flash. Qingge returned home. When everyone saw Murong Yaya with her silver hair and ethereal beauty, they were all captivated. As a result, his wives and concubines quickly bonded with her, getting along harmoniously. Qingge and Mu Xinyue were delighted to see this. Perhaps I can gradually expand my influence and forge a formidable cultivation clan. Suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed through Qingge's mind. Once conceived, this idea refused to leave him. Just imagine commanding an entire cultivation clan. How exhilarating would that be? But this required a step-by-step approach without haste. Expanding one's influence through progeny was not something achieved overnight. That afternoon, after the previous day's labor, he lounged comfortably on a deck chair, as usual basking in the sun to replenish his yang energy. Beside him, a beautiful maidservant peeled grapes and lychees, making for a scene of utter leisure. Life is truly carefree, Qingge thought with contentment. After a while, the corner of his eye caught a young man suddenly appearing at the gate, peering and hesitantly craning his neck to look inside. He wasn't acting like a thief. He looked around as if wanting to enter, but was deeply hesitant, afraid to step in. Seeing no ill intent, Qingge ignored him. Another day passed. After a night's work, Qingge was again basking in the sun. The man appeared once more. He stood timidly at the gate as if about to enter, but would retreat after a single step, lacking the courage. It was clear he was deeply self-conscious. Looking closer, Qingge noticed blood on his shoulder and bruises all over his body. His clothes were patched. Curious, Qingge gestured to the maidservant beside him. Go ask him what he wants. But the moment the maidservant approached, the man darted away. Qingge was speechless, but noted the matter. On the third day, as he was again sunbathing, the man showed up as usual. 3 days in a row, Qingge's curiosity was piqued. Knowing the man must have something on his mind, he took the initiative to call out. You there at the gate, if you have something to say, come over. It's fine. The man glanced at the luxurious courtyard inside, quickly averted his gaze, and walked in slowly. Soon he stood before Qingge, cupping his hands. Your humble servant Wang Xiaosan pays respects to this lord. Qingge got straight to the point. State your business. Wang Xiaosan cowered. I love gambling, and owe a mountain of debt. My creditors have beaten me black and blue. Now I've come to borrow money. Qingge saw the fear in his eyes, and said bluntly. No. Wang Xiaosan shook his head vehemently, then added, please don't misunderstand, I'm not here to borrow money. I want to offer my elder sister to you as a wife. If you find her worthy, just give me any sum and be done with it. Qingge chuckled. That depends on whether your sister is good looking. Wang Xiaosan's face lit up with joy. You'll be absolutely satisfied. Though I'm not much to look at, my sister is a true beauty. Come see for yourself. Qingge pondered for a moment. Lead the way. After a while, following a muddy path, he soon followed Wang Xiaosan into a small city. The city was tiny, almost a sparrow's-sized town, and terribly impoverished. Its city wall was only waist-high, built from old yellow earth mixed with wheat straw. A gust of wind made it sway precariously as if it might collapse at any moment. Inside the city, everywhere were poor people in patched clothes, gaunt and sallow, as if they hadn't had a proper meal in ages. Their eyes lit up when they saw him. Isn't that the great benefactor? Yes, I attended his feast last time. I wish I'd take another concubine so we could feast again. Qingge smiled and distributed spirit stones to each person. Go buy some food. He was not short of money. Besides, doing a good deed once in a while accumulated blessings for his descendants, didn't it? The recipients took the spirit stones, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Without wasting more time, Qingge soon arrived at Wang Xiaosan's home. It was an old compound, small, with 3 tiled. One room was piled with firewood, one was Wang Xiaosan's, and one belonged to his sister. Their parents had long passed. The yard was littered with withered yellow leaves, evoking a sense of desolation. Inside, the room resembled a dilapidated shrine. Worn-out beds, windows papered over, flapping noisily. A chipped bowl on the table was empty of its thin gruel. Wang Xiaosan quit gambling. It's a destructive habit, Qingge advised. He wondered how the man could still gamble when his family was so destitute. Wang Xiaosan quickly cupped his hands. You're right. Truth be told, I don't want to either. Then he hurried to the old bed, calling out, Sister, wake up. I've brought Benefactor Su. Because Qingge frequently took concubines and held banquets, both siblings had attended his feasts many times. Grateful, they always referred to him as Benefactor Su. Qingge looked over and saw a woman lying on her side on the old bed. Even from her back, she appeared graceful and elegant like a bellflower. Benefactor Su is here. The woman trembled in disbelief. She pushed herself up, turned around, and her eyes widened, as if witnessing the most incredible sight in the world. Qingge gazed at her. She wore a simple green dress, her skin as fair as the bright moon, with soft, fresh features. Her figure was tall and lithe, her snow-white neck smooth as jade, and a faint fragrance emanated from her. Yet she was thin, pale, and her clothes were covered in patches. She was like a poor man's daughter, beautiful but buried in the mundane world, reduced to an ordinary person. Thump. Wang Xiaosan dropped to his knees before her, pleading, Sister, I'm at my wit's end. Please marry Benefactor, brother. The woman sobbed uncontrollably. Her name was Wang Xianer. Seeing Qingge, she felt her heart pounding wildly, as if a deer were ramming against it. She was already smitten. Which girl wouldn't want to marry such a Prince Charming? But she was a Cinderella, unworthy in status, and there were many more beautiful women in the world. After a moment, she lowered her head, too ashamed to speak. Suddenly, she heard Qingge's soft voice, lift your head. This. She trembled, and as if possessed, Qingge looked at her for a while. Her eyes were as clear as water, like a limpid spring. Without a doubt, she was a good girl, a fine beauty. Alright, I'll take her. He smiled faintly at Wang Xiaosan and casually tossed him a storage pouch. Wang Xiaosan opened it, and his eyes bulged so much. The pouch contained a full 500,000. He had never seen so much money in his life. That amount was enough to buy a new house. Wang Xian'er was also overwhelmed. She hadn't expected such a generous betrothal. Now her brother's troubles were resolved. She stole another glance at Su Qingge. If not for him, her brother would have been crippled by those thugs. Su Qingge looked back at her, noticing her pallor. Are you hungry? Let me take you to get something to eat. Wang Xian'er glanced at the bowl on the table, looked embarrassed, and lowered her head again. In a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, she replied, a little. Su Qingge sensed she was simply hungry, so he led her away. However, Wang Xian'er seemed to have been starving for a long time, her body lacking nourishment. As she walked, her steps were unsteady, and she nearly stumbled. Su Qingge simply lifted her into his arms. He flew on his sword, swiftly bringing Wang Xian'er to a bustling capital. First, he took her for a hearty meal to satisfy her hunger. After solving the problem of food and clothing, he found a bathhouse, gave her a thorough wash, and finally bought her a new set of clothes. Thank you, benefactor Su. Wang Xian'er was overwhelmed by the kindness, her small frame trembling. She couldn't believe that one day her life would feel like a dream. Just call me young master, Su Qingge said with a hearty laugh. Looking at his sunny smile, Wang Xian'er felt inferior, lowered her head, and whispered, yes, young master. Afterwards, Su Qingge escorted her home. When they arrived, Wang Xiaosan was not there. It was unknown where he had gone. He paid it no mind, gently setting Wang Xian'er down from his back, and said warmly, he'll go back to prepare. He'll come soon to marry you. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Wang Xian'er's cheeks. She knew her fortune had turned. Hot tears flowed freely, cascading down like rain. Su Qingge wiped away her tears, pushed open the door, and left. Wang Xian'er watched him depart, reaching out her hand to touch the air, fearing he might never return. Before long, Su Qingge told Mu Xinyue about the matter, asking her to prepare. Mu Xinyue immediately summoned the wedding procession, and they set off. Su Qingge changed into the groom's attire, mounted a tall horse, and scattered red envelopes of money along the way, drawing cheers from the crowd. Woe, young master Su is taking another concubine. Soon the wedding procession arrived at the small town. Instantly the town was in an uproar, and everyone was stunned. Why had young master Su come to their slums this time? Had he taken a fancy to some Cinderella? It seemed that Cinderella had struck gold. In the dilapidated room, Wang Xian'er waited anxiously and nervously. At a certain moment, she heard the clamor of gongs and drums outside. She knew the wedding procession had come for her, and her tears flowed, even more, streaming down uncontrollably like a downpour from the heavens. Soon the wedding procession arrived. It came to her door. Su Qingge gave an order to an attendant, who immediately took out the pre-prepared bridal gown, entered the room, and dressed Wang Xian'er. Seeing the dilapidated state of the room, the attendant sighed softly, but harbored no disdain in her heart. If the master liked her, then she was good enough. Soon Wang Xian'er was adorned in her bridal gown, her heart racing with excitement, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Then, amidst a flurry of uncertainty, Su Qingge entered, lifted her into his arms, and placed her in the bridal sedan chair. Wang Xiaosan was present this time, tears flowing from his eyes, a mix of reluctance and excitement. His heart was filled with gratitude towards Su Qingge. Next, he followed the procession towards the Murong residence. Upon arriving at the Murong residence, the courtyard was already laden with a feast of delicacies from land and sea, along with various spiritual wines. He ate his fill, and then wept bitterly. Su Qingge said nothing. Perhaps it was because the siblings had depended on each other since childhood. Now that his sister was married, his heart was heavy. Su Qingge understood. Thanks to this banquet, many people from miles around had another hearty meal. As it drew to a close, Su Qingge told them to pack up the leftovers and take them home. After all, the family was wealthy, they wouldn't miss this bit of food. The crowd was touched, expressing their gratitude profusely. When everything was done, Su Qingge carried the trembling Wang Xian'er into the bridal chamber and lifted the red veil from her head. The next morning, Wang Xian'er, who had woken early, was still incredulous, thinking she was dreaming. Yesterday she was destitute, and today her fortunes had reversed. It truly felt like a grand dream. She looked at the graceful young master beside her, truly afraid it was all a dream. Young master. She caressed Su Qing's face, gazing at him with deep affection. After a while the day grew bright. She rose early, coiled up her hair, and murmured softly, from now on I am a married woman. I must wash and cook for my husband, make the bed, and fold the blankets. Just then Su Qingge awoke. He offered a gentle smile, then dressed and went out. Wang Xian'er seemed to want to say something, but held back. As Su Qingge stepped out, he immediately ran into Wang Xiaosan, who said, brother-in-law, I'm out of money. Could you? Without a word, Su Qingge handed him 100,000. Wang Xiaosan fell to his knees with a thud, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, brother-in-law. Su Qingge laughed heartily. Afterward, Wang Xiaosan left. But before long he was back. Again he fell to his knees with a thud, clutching Su Qing's robe, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother-in-law, you have to help me. You are the only one who can. I swear I'll never gamble again. Su Qingge didn't mind, but he asked anyway, 200,000, is that enough? Enough. Thank you, brother-in-law. Wang Xiaosan was overjoyed. Su Qingge gave him another 200,000. Then he had his breakfast. The day passed without incident. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Wang Xiaoer came running again, wailing, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, I'm out of money again. You have to help me. A group of maids frowned. However, they felt it wasn't their place to speak. Even Su Qingge was starting to frown at this repeated behavior. It was becoming a bottomless pit. Though the money wasn't much his brother-in-law's gambling habit. That was not a good thing. He asked, "What's going on with you?" Wang Xiaosan wailed loudly, too afraid to speak. Wang Xianer, standing nearby, said timidly, "Husband, please let me explain. It's like this." In a short while, Su Qingge understood. It turned out that Wang Xiaosan hadn't been a gambler from the start. He was also a victim. A few months ago, Wang Xiaosan had gone out looking for work, hoping to earn money to support his sister. But he encountered a man who promised to give him a leg up. The man claimed gambling was the fastest way to make money, speaking so persuasively that he swayed Wang Xiaosan. Wang Xiaosan himself was eager to earn money and couldn't resist the temptation. He was indeed a bit intrigued. So he gambled just once, thinking he would stop as soon as he made some money and go home to give his sister a good life. But that one gamble hooked him. The man first let him win a small amount to get a taste of profit, then began to fleece him. In less than half an hour, Wang Xiaosan had lost everything, even the 3-tiled rooms of their home. Terrified, he tried to leave, but the man in cahoots with the gambling den's owner stopped him. They offered to lend him 3,000 spirit stones, telling him to play freely. Maybe he could win it back. Gambling is addictive, and Wang Xiaosan, desperate to recover his losses, fell for the trap. He gritted his teeth and started betting. But the result was that he sank deeper and deeper. In no time, the 3,000 spirit stones were lost. The man, smiling, offered another 5,000 spirit stones, repeating the same trick. It was then that the man and the gambling den owner told him, "Borrow 3,000, repay 30,000, borrow 5,000, repay 50,000. As for more, it was then that the man and the gambling den owner told him, "Borrow 3,000, repay 30,000, borrow 5,000, repay 50,000. As for more, the repayment was even greater. If he didn't pay, they had plenty of ways to deal with him." Wang Xiaoer was scared out of his wits, his legs weak. But the men said, considering his inability to earn money, they could give him an extension. They tricked him into signing an IOU that granted him a 1-month grace period, but at a skyrocketing interest rate. What was originally a loan of 50,000 now demanded repayment of 500,000. Wang Xiaoer, dazed and confused, was forced to sign and then released. Returning home, he dared not tell his sister about this and curled up alone in a corner to lick his wounds. Until a month later, the debt with compound interest had ballooned to 1 million. The men came to the house to collect. His sister was both angry and heartbroken, but what could she do? She could only hand over the 300-odd spirit stones she had painstakingly saved. But 300 was a drop in the bucket compared to the $1 million debt. She spent her days crying. Wang Xiaosan wanted to end his life, but thinking of his sister, who had been his only family since childhood, he couldn't bear it. He wailed bitterly. The men said they would give him another month. If he didn't pay by then, they would sell his tile-roofed house and land, and sell his sister to a brothel, where she would work for them for the rest of her life. They had Wang Xiaosan exactly where they wanted him. Ultimately, with no other choice, Wang Xiaosan went to Su Qingge. But after he got the money from Su Qingge and paid back a large portion, the men saw he had found a wealthy patron. They immediately became greedy and raised the demand, insisting he repay 2 million. They produced evidence claiming that because his debt had been outstanding for so long, it had hindered their business, so the interest rate would be doubled from the original. And out of the goodness of their hearts, they said if he could just come up with one final million, they would forget the remaining odd amount. It was all there in black and white. He was in despair. After learning the full story, Su Qingge snorted coldly and said, "You stay here tonight. I'd like to see if they dare to come collecting debts from me." Meanwhile, in Jinhua City, the streets were thronged with people, bustling with noise and activity. Inside a gambling house, a burly man with a fierce face was checking the accounts. In his hand were stacks of IOUs, each bearing the names of different individuals and stamped with crimson fingerprints. Across from him, a young man with a scar on his face asked, "Boss, why hasn't Wang Xiaosan shown up yet?" Another, more cautious, added suspiciously, "Could it be that the target has grown tough?" The burly man sneered dismissively. "That fool thinks he can hold his head high and start anew just because he has a brother-in-law backing him. Dream on. Take his IOUs, let's go." The young man quickly summoned men, and in the blink of an eye, a large crowd marched out of the city, charging toward the Morong residence. With strong soldiers and neighing warhorses, they stirred up clouds of dust as they passed. Many along the way were startled to see their direction leading to the Morong family. Soon the massive procession blocked the entrance of the Morong residence. The burly man and the young man, riding tall on their steeds with an imposing air, bellowed, "Young Master Su, come out and face us." Hearing the commotion, Su Qingge walked out. Behind him, Wang Xiaosan, pale-faced, also stepped out, though he held his chest. He knew his brother-in-law was formidable. Wang Xianer followed as well. Moments later, the two sides met. The burly man first cupped his hands in salute and said, "Young Master Su, a pleasure." Without even a nod, Su Qingge replied coldly, "Speak plainly." The burly man produced the IOUs and said nonchalantly, "No need for idle chatter. Let's get straight to the point. Look, these are written in black and white by Wang Xiaosan himself with his fingerprint. It wouldn't be right for you to shield him, would it?" "Oh," Su Qingge hummed casually. And then, "Oi. Debts must be repaid. It's only natural. He owes me money, and I'm here to collect." "That's not a problem, is it?" the burly man said coldly. Wang Xiaosan and his sister turned pale. Su Qingge shot back, "You can say that in prison. Charging usurious interest and profiting from others' misery. You call that righteous?" With a flick of his sleeve, he called inside, "Ying'er, handle this trivial matter." Wang Yingying soon emerged from the courtyard. Glancing at the group, she wasted no words and took out a sound transmission jade, sending a message directly to her family home. Father, there's a bunch of arrogant men here daring to block our gate. In response, a furious roar erupted from the jade. How outrageous. Before long, dark warships glided across the void. Wang Qian had dispatched 3 full battalions. Rows of robust soldiers stood on the warships like celestial beings towering in the sky, their blades and spears gleaming with fierce might, an awe-inspiring sight. The burly man immediately wilted. With a thud, all his men tumbled from their horses, their faces ashen, gasping heavily for breath. They were mere local bullies. How could they stand against imperial troops? In moments, the warships landed and swarms of soldiers poured out, surrounding them layer upon layer in an impenetrable encirclement. Ah, my dear son-in-law. It's been a while. How I've missed you. Wang Qian strode over to Su Qingge with broad steps, his face wreathed in smiles. Su Qingge recounted the matter briefly. Wang Qian immediately flew into a rage. Turning around, he glared fiercely and said, "How dare you? Have you eaten the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard?" Thud. The burly man felt his head might explode. Trembling, he produced the IOU and mustered his courage to say, but he signed it. Debts must be repaid. Ha! Wang Qian spat in his face and roared, "Who do you think you are? Do you even understand what you've done? Under the rule of law to have maggots like you. If His Majesty found out, even I would lose my head 10 times over." He didn't even mention the money. His intent was solely to crush him. The burly man's face crumpled in terror as he stammered, "Your Excellency, I only wanted to reclaim what's mine." Guards, arrest them all. Throw them in prison and investigate every past crime. Once evidence is solid, behead them immediately. At Wang Qian's command, soldiers rushed over, shackled the burly man, and hauled them all away. The burly man was scared out of his wits, never imagining that he had kicked such an iron wall. He had been playing with fire. Soon a contingent of troops marched into Jinhua City, and within moments they uncovered a series of bloody crimes. It turned out that this gang had been engaged in illegal activities, preying on the desperate, true parasites of the nation. Seize them all, throw them in prison, and behead them after the autumn harvest. With a wave of his hand, Wang Qian ordered the closure of all gambling houses in Jinhua City that were colluding with the burly man. All those involved were arrested and sentenced to execution after autumn. Furthermore, a thorough sweep was conducted across a 100-li radius. Every gambling house was investigated, and any found operating illegally were shut down immediately. For serious offenses, the punishment extended to their families. After finishing, Wang Qian wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said gratefully, "My dear son-in-law, if not for you, I'd never have known what these people were doing. If His Majesty had found out, I'd truly have lost my head." His words were not just for Su Qingge, but for all who might hear. "I arrested them because they were guilty, not out of personal vendetta." Su Qingge was somewhat surprised that his father-in-law not only agreed to help, but even expressed gratitude in return. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. For a moment, his mood lightened considerably. The news spread swiftly. In just a short while, many had learned of it. Instantly, the surrounding villagers and townsfolk were filled with admiration and gratitude. That burly man named Hu Guang outwardly ran a gambling business, but secretly engaged in usury, commanding a gang of thugs, a veritable force of evil. He had plagued countless lives, tearing apart families and ruining homes. Now he had finally been dealt with. For a time, countless people nearby applauded in delight, praising, "Young Master Su is truly formidable." With just a few words, he settled the matter. How wonderful. Truly wonderful. At the Morong residence, Wang Xianer was deeply grateful, hot tears streaming from her beautiful eyes. Wang Xiaosan sobbed uncontrollably with gratitude. "Brother-in-law is truly incredible." Wang Qian turned to look at the siblings and said, "Don't be afraid. Does Hu Guang think a written IOU can save him? Doesn't he understand the essence of the matter? This is walking right into a trap. He deserves it." Wang Xianer and her brother quickly clasped their hands and said, "You are right, Governor." Then the siblings turned to look at Su Qingge, their hearts brimming with gratitude. They knew well who had truly resolved the situation. Wang Qian looked at Su Qingge again, smiling, "My worthy son-in-law, I've brought you some gifts this time." He just immediately soldiers brought out over a dozen large chests filled to the brim with ginseng birds, nest, sea, cucumber, caterpillar, fungus. An array of highly nourishing items. These were all items of exceptional nutritional value. Wang Yingying's pretty face flushed with joy and surprise. Father. She could not miss her father's intentions. This was meant to nourish her husband well. Wang Qian smiled sheepishly. Su Qingge naturally accepted all these. These were all items of exceptional nutritional value. Wang Yingying's pretty face flushed with joy and surprise. Father. She could. Wang Xiaosan was overwhelmed with gratitude, dropping to his knees with a thud and wailing, "Thank you, brother-in-law." He then gave him an additional sum, instructing him to start a small business and rebuild his life with dignity. After all, having married his sister, it was only right to lend a helping hand. Wang Xiaosan was overwhelmed with gratitude, dropping to his knees with a thud and wailing, "Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you. You are truly my savior. I Wang Xiaosan swear here and now that from this day forth." All right, Su Qingge interrupted with a smile, waving his hand. "Let's talk about the future later. Go on for now." Wang Xiaosan kowtowed 3 times heavily, then turned and reluctantly departed. Su Qingge had given him a total of 2 million, 1 million for a house, and another million as capital for business. This was a chance for him to start anew. Beside him, Wang Xian'er was already moved to tears, her gratitude towards Su Qingge gushing like a spring. She silently vowed to serve him for life and bear him many children. Just then the sound of carriage wheels echoed from afar. Moments later, a luxurious carriage arrived at the gate, and a man stumbled out tumbling to the ground. This man was portly with a fleshy face and ears clad in fine silk, but now his face was ashen, utterly disheveled. He hurried to Su Qingge, fell to his knees with a thud, and tremblingly said, Young Master Su, please put in a good word for me before the governor. He was the city lord of Jinhua City, and had come bearing gifts. That such a major incident had occurred in his jurisdiction, forcing the esteemed governor to clean up the mess, sent cold sweat dripping from his brow. This was a dereliction of duty. If he didn't bring gifts now, and the governor grew angry, he feared not only losing his official post, but having his entire family exiled to the frontier. For a young master like Su, a single word could save the lives of his entire family. Su Qingge looked at the gifts he had brought. All rare and coveted treasures, exotic gems, peculiar stones, precious flowers, and birds, and 50 million spirit stones. It was clear the man's sincerity was substantial. Seeing his pathetic, terrified state was rather comical. Moreover, the matter had passed, so there was no need to make things. It wasn't about being lenient when possible, but rather avoiding unnecessary trouble. Besides, he had received such generous gifts, enriching himself further. And Wang Qian had said nothing about it. So he said, Alright, it's over. Go back. The city lord of Jinhua City finally breathed a long sigh of relief and departed with endless thanks. A couple of days later, the city lord of Jinhua City discovered that Su Qing's brother-in-law Wang Xiaosan had purchased property in the city and was starting in business, seeking approval from the city lord's office. He promptly went out to greet him personally, writing a single word on the permit, approved. On the opening day, he even showed up in person to lend his support. Wang Xiaosan initially didn't understand why the city lord was so deferential to him. Later, after inquiring, he learned of the incident between the city lord and his brother-in-law. Suddenly he couldn't help but sigh, my brother-in-law's influence is truly immense. That evening after dinner, Su Qingge went to Wang Xian'er's room to sleep. A year later, Wang Xian'er became pregnant and was about to give birth. It's time, she's giving birth. Throughout the Murong estate, maidservants rushed to spread the news. Mu Xinyue, upon hearing this joyful tidings, was even more thrilled than if she herself were pregnant. She hurried over in a few quick steps and said to Su Qingge, Quick, go fetch the physician. The reason a new physician was needed was that Yi Qingzi had been toiling late into the nights recently and was exhausted, while childbirth was a physically demanding task. Su Qingge immediately set off for Murong Yuner's home. Soon he returned with Murong Yuner. Murong Yuner's father had invited him to stay for a meal when he came back, and thanks to the practical experience from last time, this delivery went smoothly. In the span of just 1 cup of tea, 2 tiny lives came into the world with their first cries. This time it was twins, both girls. Thanks to the practical experience from last time, this delivery went smoothly. In the span of just 1 cup of tea, 2 tiny lives came into the world with their first cries. This time it was twins, both girls. When the cries of the newborns echoed from the delivery room, the entire Murong family broke into joyful laughter. Su Qingge smiled as well, not only because he had expanded his lineage once more, but also because the system's rewards had arrived. Ding! Detected that the host has given birth to the 8th and 9th children. System automatically issuing rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received Quasi-Emperor Experience Card X2. 200-year Cultivation Card X2. 2 million Gene Strength Card X2. High-grade Weapon Primordial Explosive Gauntlets. High-grade Technique Comprehension Primordial Ancient Art. Ding. As the host has given birth to 2 offspring at once, an additional reward has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received a mysterious treasure chest. We hope you will continue your efforts and have more children. The next reward will be even richer. Not bad, absolutely not bad. Watching as having children yielded rewards, Su Qingge beamed with delight. 2 Quasi-Emperor Experience Cards. There was nothing more to say about that. Even a Quasi-Saint was terrifying enough. How much more terrifying would a Quasi-Emperor be? And there were 2 of them. Truly exhilarating. The 200-year Cultivation Card also needed no explanation. Using it directly added 200 years of cultivation. 2 cards meant 400 years, something countless people would envy to the point of tears. High-grade Weapon Primordial Explosive Gauntlets. He had never seen this before, and was momentarily stunned, then both surprised and delighted. He immediately clicked to view the system description. Before long he understood. It was a pair of gauntlets forged from celestial meteorite. Worn on the hands, they were impervious to blades and spears, and indestructible by thunder. With a single punch, they could double the immense force within his body and unleash it in an instant. In other words, for example, if he originally had only 5 million gene of strength, wearing these gauntlets would double it directly to 10 million gene. Holy shit, this was a treasure. Next came the primordial ancient art, a technique for tempering the Tao heart. It could refine the Tao heart layer by layer, and when cultivated to the highest level, no matter how many myriad ghosts emerged, he would remain unmoved and steadfast. To put it plainly, it made the Tao heart invincible. He also examined the final additional reward, the mysterious treasure chest. Inside was a longevity tree, which bore fruits called lifespan fruits. Eating one would directly add 50 years to one's life. And this longevity tree bore fruit every autumn, yielding an unknown number of fruits. The tree was densely. The added lifespan was fantastic. Qingge planned that when he couldn't finish them himself, he would give some to his family members. After all, it was only right to treat them well. As for the body tempering technique he had previously cultivated, which was also a system reward, he felt it was time to give a few copies to his wives. After all, he should treat them well too. After the delivery was complete, Moron Yuner went aside to wash her hands. She turned her head and glanced at him. Her beautiful large eyes seemed to speak, but the meaning they conveyed was difficult to fathom. Qingge responded with a smile. Then, since Mu Xinyue and the maidservants were looking after things here, he decided to go out and visit Weiner and the others. Before long, he returned, having already given all the body tempering techniques he had previously obtained to his wives. Zhao Xinyue was leading everyone in their cultivation. It was worth mentioning that when he had given the techniques to them earlier, Zhao Xinyue and the others were greatly surprised. However, he smiled faintly and said it was a stroke of fortune. Everyone understood, and their hearts were deeply moved. Suddenly, from Moron Yaya's room, a voice rang out abruptly. Husband, him in so much pain. I think I'm going into labor too. These past days, she had also become pregnant. But perhaps because she had conceived later, there had been no signs until now. Unexpectedly, she was going into labor today. Mu Xinyue became even more delighted. Qingge turned his gaze to Moron Yuner and said softly, Miss Yuner, I entrust this to you. Moron Yuner lifted her head and said gently, you're welcome. After speaking, she opened her mouth as if to say something more, but the words lingered on her lips. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she remained silent. You know I want to give birth too. When that time comes, I'll entrust it to you as well. Before long, Moron Yuner arrived at Moron Yaya's chamber. The attendant maids followed, carrying basins of water. Mu Xinyue and Qingge also accompanied her. Meanwhile, a few attendants remained behind to tend to Wang Xianer. Moron Yaya lay on the bed drenched in sweat, her silver hair completely soaked. She had come to realize the immense difficulty of childbirth. Moron Yuner approached and lifted the blanket to find that the dilation had reached 9 fingers. She instructed the maids to spread a cloth and began the delivery. Once again, the process went smoothly. Before long, the cries of a newborn filled the room. It was another girl weighing over 8 Jin, perfectly healthy. Mu Xinyue smiled, her joy radiant. On Su Qing's end, the system's reward notification arrived once more. A chime echoed. The system detected the birth of the host's 10th child and automatically issued rewards. The host received 1 Great Emperor First Life Experience Card, 1 300-Year Cultivation Card, 1 3,000,000 Gene Strength Card, 1 Dragon Scale Sword, and the Advanced Constitution Spiritual Insight Tao Body. The system encouraged the host to continue bearing children for even richer future rewards. Qingge was overjoyed to receive a constitution. Previous rewards had never included a constitution, so this was a pleasant surprise. She examined the description. After a moment, she understood this constitution enhanced comprehension, elevating her insight to its peak instantly. She could grasp cultivation techniques and Tao principles to perfection at a single glance. For instance, a technique with 9 layers would require others to cultivate step by step, but she could master it entirely with just one look. Such was the benefit of this constitution. Just then she realized the first reward was a Great Emperor Experience Card. The Great Emperor realm spanned from the 1st to the 9th life, and this card granted the first life experience. Immensely powerful and perfect. Powerful. Her breath quickened with excitement. As for the 300-year cultivation card and the 3,000,000 gene strength card, they needed no further elaboration. She turned her attention to the dragon scale sword. This sword, forged from the scales of an ancient flood dragon, gleamed with sharp brilliance. It could cleave through steel as easily as cutting through melons and vegetables. After inspecting it, she held the baby for a while. The infant had silver hair, rosy lips, fair skin, and delicate brows, like a porcelain doll bearing a striking resemblance to her mother. She then gave further instructions before stepping out. Arriving by the riverside, she immediately began integrating the spiritual insight Tao body. Instantly, a crackling sound emanated from within her body as her bones, veins, and meridians merged with something extraordinarily potent. Before long, the fusion was complete. In that moment, the entire world appeared transformed. Mountains were no longer mere mountains, water no longer mere water. She perceived the essence behind all phenomena, exquisite, intricate, as if the highest wisdom of the Creator had been crystallized. Next, she casually used 2 200-year cultivation cards and 1 300-year cultivation card. A thunder. In an instant, a grand earth-shattering explosion resounded within her, like 1,000 surging waves rolling through one wave after another in relentless succession. It was akin to a mighty river's raging torrent. A full half-hour passed before the roaring subsided. Qingge examined herself internally and found a monumental change. She had stepped into the 9th realm of the immortal platform. This realm granted a direct increase of 2,000 years in lifespan. Combined with her original lifespan, she now possessed over 3,000 years of life. Yet she remained humble and proceeded to use 2 2,000,000 gene strength cards and 1 3,000,000 gene strength card. Suddenly, an explosive drumming sound thundered within her, like a subterranean dragon turning over, surging forward. Her blood and chi roared like dragons, and her terrifying physical strength caused the air to detonate, sweeping in all directions. After a moment, her aura gradually settled. She began to examine the primordial explosive fist gloves. Gazing at them, her hands itched, yearning to find someone to deliver a punch. After all, when she calculated her strength, her physical power had reached a staggering 1,108,000 gene from one strength card, plus 300,000 from another, plus 500,000 from two, plus 1 million from three, plus 2 million from two, plus 3 million from one, equaling 1,108,000 gene. With such terrifying force, a single punch would unleash cataclysmic destruction. If combined with the primordial explosive fist gloves heavens, that punch landing on someone would plunge them into utter despair. Just as she was about to plant the longevity tree, her mother-in-law Mu Sinyu's telepathic message arrived. Qingge, come back quickly. I want to give you a reward. Before long, Qingge returned to the family estate. Mu Xinyu led him to her room, rummaged under the bed, and eventually retrieved a palm-sized jade pendant. She handed the jade pendant to Qingge and asked, do you want this? Qingge looked up and saw that the pendant was pure white, crystal clear, like a droplet of water frozen in time, immaculate and dazzling. Wearing it made him feel even more handsome. He asked Anua, what is this? Mu Xinyu smiled and explained. Suddenly Qingge understood this was the golden cicada with pearl pendant. When worn, it could stabilize one's cultivation in an extremely short time. It was also because Mu Xinyu had seen his cultivation rise again. After her shock, she gave it to him. With this pendant, every time Qingge broke through, he didn't need to worry about consolidating his cultivation. Just one sleep would do. It was that simple. Qingge was overjoyed. His mother-in-law truly gave him exactly what he needed. He had originally thought that after his breakthrough he would need to find treasures to consolidate his cultivation. If he relied solely on seclusion, it would waste time. Far too long, and not the best option. But now his mother-in-law had provided timely help. With nothing else to do, he bid farewell to Mu Xinyu and prepared to return to his room to sleep and stabilize his cultivation. Just then Mu Xinyu suddenly said, aren't you going to see Miss Murong off? She was referring to Murong Yuner. Qingge nodded. I should. An hour later, at Murong Yuner's home. It was a mansion built in the heart of White Dragon City with carved beams and painted rafters, bustling and luxurious. Qingge escorted Murong Yuner back. Before they entered, her father Murong Guang came running out with a beaming face, welcoming them. Young Master Su, please come inside. Qingge had intended to leave immediately, but recalling that Murong Guang had wanted him to stay for a meal earlier, he nodded. Murong Guang was overjoyed and ordered the servants quickly prepare all kinds of delicacies. Abalone, fresh shrimp, everything. The servants hurried off. Before long, in the reception hall, various dishes of abalone and fresh shrimp were served along with fine wine that Murong Guang had treasured for a century. Murong Guang intended to entertain Qingge and voiced the thoughts in his heart. He didn't know what his daughter was thinking, but he felt that no matter what, she wouldn't refuse. After all, where could one find a man as wealthy, powerful, and handsome as young Master Su? Indeed, when he saw his daughter shyly pouring wine for Qingge, he already knew the answer. After 3 rounds of wine, Murong Guang's face was flushed with drink. He said, young Master Su, this old man has a question to ask if you don't mind. Qingge smiled. Speak. Murong Guang glanced at his daughter and asked Qingge, what do you think of my daughter? Murong Yuner's cheeks flushed instantly red as watermelon flesh, like a blazing sunset. She knew exactly what her father meant. Qingge turned to look at her and said, she's fine, beautiful, and skilled in medicine. He didn't finish stopping there. Murong Guang laughed. You like these 2 qualities? Qingge wasn't one to be coy, so he nodded. Since a beauty had come to him, how could he refuse her kindness? Seeing Qingge nod, Murong Guang was as delighted as if he had won the lottery. He laughed heartily. Then why not settle the marriage and choose an auspicious day? Shortly after, the matter was quickly decided, and Murong Guang couldn't stop smiling. Murong Yuner shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. After lunch, Qingge rested there. When he woke from his nap, his cultivation had been fully consolidated thanks to the jade pendant. He lightly swung his fist, and the boundless power within him surged, causing the air to explode with a buzzing vibration. This was a sign of a solid foundation. Through that single hour of sleep, his cultivation was thoroughly stabilized, impossible to regress, even if he tried. Just then a commotion arose outside. Wow, everyone look. The Emperor's envoy is heading to the Murong residence again. Oh really? That young Master Su is truly prolific. This must be another wave of rewards, right? Of course, how envious we are. Qingge opened the window and looked out, seeing a warship flying through the sky. A eunuch in red stood on the deck, heading toward the Murong residence. He felt delighted inside, but he wasn't in a hurry. That morning he had been about to cultivate the primordial ancient art by the river when his mother-in-law called him home. Now he finally had the chance. Thus he began to cultivate. With the supreme enlightenment of the spirit insight Tao body, he mastered the primordial ancient art in no time. This technique had 10 layers. For others it would take years upon years to complete. But for him it was just a short while. From now on my Tao heart is invincible. Qingge was immensely pleased. Then he headed back to his family estate. Upon arriving home, he happened to see the eunuch in red distributing items. The eunuch brought an astonishingly large number of good news this time. First, there were promissory notes worth 200 million top-grade spirit stones redeemable anywhere in the nation. Then came 30 heaven-shaking cannons, 100 thunderbolt bombs, and 100 small warships. The heaven-shaking cannons were even more powerful than the Tiger Gate cannons, excelling in sieges and territorial conquests. They were the latest technological innovation of the military workshop that year. The thunderbolt bombs upon detonation could level a towering Tintasanshang mountain, blasting it into fragments from peak to base. As for the 100 small warships Ning Xianrou had arranged for them to be issued all at once, considering that many members of the Murong family often traveled far and lacked sufficient transportation. They were intended purely as a means of travel. Although they were merely travel tools, they were still equipped with smoke-belching cannons, integrating offense and defense armed to the teeth. Many in the Murong family looked upon these rewards with heartfelt gratitude toward their master. Su Qingge's status in their hearts rose once again. Next came various privileges. From now on, the Murong family could list all expenses for clothing, food, housing, and transportation, and at the end of the year submit them to the local finance bureau for reimbursement. Whether it was medical expenses, childbirth costs, or any other outlay, even buying a bottle of soy sauce on an errand, all could be reimbursed. This even covered maid servants and their families. As soon as this privilege was announced, all the servants became ecstatic. They had come from tragic, humble beginnings with families lacking wealth or influence. Otherwise, they would not have ended up as servants. They never imagined they would now be aboard such a great ship. In an instant, everyone was moved to tears of gratitude, turning their grateful gazes towards Su Qingge. Su Qingge merely smiled. Privilege number 3. The Empress also bestowed upon Su Qingge a golden plaque of immunity from death, bearing her personal signature. With this plaque, no matter how grave an offense Su Qingge committed, he could be spared from execution once. This was mainly because Ning Xianrou feared that many might envy him and plot against him, so she issued this plaque as After a moment's thought, Su Qingge understood immediately. The entire Murong family erupted in a resounding wow. This meant their patron was unshakable. Even if there was no way out, they still had this golden plaque of immunity from death, signed personally by Her Majesty. Who would dare touch it? Not even the Prime Minister would dare. For a time, the entire Murong family burst into cheers. Then the eunuch in red suddenly asked, "Young Master Su, would you like to become a holy son?" Su Qingge was slightly taken aback, puzzled as to why the other had suddenly asked this. But since the offer was presented to him on a silver platter, why would he refuse it? That would be too pretentious. So he replied, "Of course I would." The eunuch in red said earnestly with a smile, "His Majesty said that if you wish, there is a holy land you can go to. It was established by His Majesty in her early years on a whim, and after many years of development, it has grown quite large and influential. A few years ago, she found it troublesome to manage and gave it away. Now take this cosmic token and go directly to become its holy son." As he spoke, the eunuch in red took out a gleaming, gilded token from his pocket and solemnly handed it over. Su Qingge received it, finding it heavy and substantial. Still, he was puzzled. Why would the Empress suddenly want him to become a holy son? He voiced this question. The eunuch in red did not hide the truth and replied with a smile, "His Majesty said that this will better elevate your status. On one hand, your identity in the martial world, and on the other, your position at court." After a brief moment of thought, Su Qingge suddenly understood. His current status and treatment were already that of a prince or noble. This was his identity at court. But he still lacked an identity in the martial world. Thus, by pursuing both paths simultaneously, he would dominate both the underworld and the officialdom in the future. Just then the eunuch in red leaned in again and said with a grin, "Oh, and young Master Su, the most crucial thing is that the Holy Land is filled with beautiful women." Su Qingge smiled and said, "I understand. They'll go take up the position of Holy Son right away." With matters concluded, the eunuch in red led the children back to the imperial city. Su Qingge also made some preparations, and after arranging everything, he set off to assume the role of Holy Son. The Qianquan sacred land, situated at a strategic geographical location within the Great Qin territory, was a colossal immortal mountain comprising 9 peaks. It boasted lush greenery, clear waters, melodious birds, and fragrant blossoms. Under the gentle sunlight, cascading waterfalls plunged down, stirring up countless ripples upon impact. Today, the grand ceremony for accepting disciples was being held. The purpose of recruiting disciples was to infuse fresh vitality and simultaneously to select a few prodigies. Every year around this time, they would invariably accept new disciples. At this moment, the mountain gate was packed with aspiring disciples, shoulder to shoulder, each face brimming with anticipation for the future. "Hey, stop pushing. You stepped on my foot." "Ah, sorry." The crowd was lively, and this year's newcomers were before them. Elders with profound auras were selecting candidates. Their gazes swept over the crowd, and upon observing the humility and amiability of the individuals, they nodded in satisfaction. When Su Qingge arrived, he did not need to present the Qianquan token, as someone immediately recognized him. The person exclaimed, "Whoa, it's that young Master Su from the Murong family." The moment the words fell, the entire sacred land erupted. "What? It's him. Why is he here to become a disciple too? No idea, but it's certain he's in the same cohort as us. He's so handsome, I wish I could be his cauldron." The scene exploded into a cacophony of excitement. In just a brief moment, countless individuals were scheming to latch onto this influential figure. After all, this was an opportunity right before their eyes. In just a brief moment, countless individuals were scheming to latch onto this influential figure. After all, this was an opportunity right before their eyes. Without lifting a finger, they could become his peers. This was simply too wonderful. There were also some senior disciples who had joined the previous year. Watching the newcomers, they couldn't help but sigh. Why weren't we so fortunate as to be in the same cohort as young Master Su? As for the elders, they were overjoyed. Inducting young Master Su into the sacred land would be a monumental achievement. They were lost in thought. The void rippled, and a beautiful woman materialized. "Sacred Lord," an elder exclaimed, bowing respectfully. Instantly the entire assembly knelt in unison, chanting, "We welcome the Sacred Lord." As they shouted, their hearts trembled in awe. Young Master Su's mere act of seeking apprenticeship had moved the Sacred Lord to greet him in person. Some newcomers hastily knelt as well. Qingge looked up to see the woman who appeared to be in her 30s. Her skin was fair and supple, her legs long and graceful, her figure voluptuous and enchanting. Every movement exuded a mature allure. She wore a purple robe adorned with a pure white jade hairpin, and held an ethereal, immortal sword in her hand, radiating an otherworldly elegance. Her name was Qingge, the Sacred Lord of this domain. At that moment Qingge was also inwardly shaken. She had long received word that the Emperor wished for young Master Su to become the Sacred Son. How could she not welcome him? She hurried over to Su. Qingge bowed deeply, and said, "Greetings, Sacred Son." Huh! In an instant the entire assembly was stunned. What? Young Master Su was the Sacred Son here? This had never been heard of before. Even the elders were bewildered. When had he become the Sacred Son? Could it be that the Sacred Lord had done this to curry favor with him? And furthermore, the Sacred Lord was bowing to him. Qingge produced the Qingge token and said, "The Emperor appointed me as the Sacred Son." The entire assembly felt their minds buzzing. My heavens, no wonder. Some, recalling that they had to start as menial laborers upon joining, felt a pang of bitterness. However, they quickly composed themselves. How could they compare to young Master Su? Qingge raised her jade-like hand and said with a gentle smile, "Young Master Su, to be honest, I could even offer you the position of Sacred Lord, let alone Sacred Son." Qingge was indifferent to this and replied casually with a smile, "I'm just here to gild my resume. If you handed me the Sacred Land, I'd find it too exhausting." Qingge felt he was right. As the Sacred Lord, she had to toil from the moment she opened her eyes each day, utterly drained in body and mind. She couldn't help but sigh. You were born to enjoy a life of ease. The disciple recruitment ceremony continued. However, Qingge had no further part to play. Amidst gazes filled with envy, he followed Qingge step by step into the Sacred Land. Many who witnessed this scene felt their faces flush with heat. Alas, how could someone of such noble status ever be with? Indeed, merely catching a glimpse of him is a stroke of fortune. A chorus of sighs and regrets rose from the crowd, yet they were not entirely disheartened. After all, they all belonged to the same sacred land spanning no more than 10,000 li. With such proximity, how could they fail to encounter the Holy Sun again? Moreover, from now on they could proudly declare when abroad, "Brother Su is my senior fellow apprentice." Under Qin Zuexin's guidance, Qingge entered the sacred land. The interior of the sacred land was even more breathtaking than the outside. Ethereal mists drifted, not a speck of dust marred the scene, and a few celestial cranes soared past, exuding an air of grace and tranquility. Distant peaks were shrouded in clouds and mist like a veil of white haze imbued with a dreamy beauty. Everywhere one looked it felt like a blessed land of immortals. As they walked, many high-ranking officials bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Holy Sun." "Greetings, Your Highness, the Holy Sun." These were members of the enforcement hall, wielders of immense authority, who could apprehend anyone violating sect rules. Yet before Qingge they too had to lower their proud heads. After paying respects to Qingge, they turned to Qingge and clasped their hands. "Greetings, Sacred Lord." Qingge smiled gracefully, showing no concern. After all, Qingge was merely here to gain experience. She was but a temporary intermediary, serving him nothing. She understood her position perfectly well. Along a misty mountain path, she quickly led Qingge to an elegant. This place, known as the Star-Plucking Tower, was a landmark of the sacred land. Many, upon recalling the name of the Qingge sacred land, would immediately think of this tower. Indeed, thinking of this tower inevitably brought the Qingge sacred land to mind. Qingge looked up and saw the jade tower adorned with carved jade gold bricks and silver tiles exuding extreme opulence. Its height was so immense it seemed unscalable, piercing straight into the clouds like a colossal pagoda, majestic and towering. "Your Highness the Holy Sun, if you stand atop the tower at night, you can almost touch the stars in the sky." Qingge chuckled, her delicate face as smooth and refined as rain-washed jade. Only those of the highest status could reside in the Star-Plucking Tower, and the Holy Sun was perfectly entitled to live here. Qingge nodded softly. "That is indeed quite remarkable." He then stepped inside. The interior of the Star-Plucking Tower was not the gaudy splendor of gold and jewels, but featured white pearl curtains and emerald ornaments, with silver light shimmering like moonlight, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene that evoked a fresh and refined elegance. Living here lifted one's spirits considerably. "By the way, Your Highness the Holy Sun, although the Star-Plucking Tower is fine, there is one drawback: the spiritual energy." Qingge said somewhat hesitantly. Due to its extreme height, the Star-Plucking Tower required a very deep foundation. Most peaks in the sacred land were unsuitable, but when surveying this spot, they found the soil thick and solid, so they built it here. However, as the saying goes, when heaven opens a window, it closes a door. The spiritual energy here was sparse, only half of that found on other peaks. Qingge smiled faintly upon hearing this, paying it no heed. He did not need to absorb spiritual energy to advance his cultivation. He merely used the cultivation cards rewarded by the system, so the level of spiritual energy was irrelevant. A single smile from him immediately eased Qingge's tension. Yet she knew that lacking spiritual energy was unacceptable. She quickly said, "Your Highness, if you find this residence unsuitable, I will immediately order the construction of a new dwelling for you. You can alternate between the two places. How does that sound?" Qingge thought it acceptable. After all, although the star-plucking tower was excellent like buying toys, why should a man be limited to playing with just one? So he replied, "Fine, then build another one." Just then he sensed that on a peak to the southwest the spiritual energy was exceptionally dense, almost condensed into. Some disciples were meditating there, their cultivation speed noticeably faster than others. He couldn't help but remark, "That place is quite good." With just that one comment, Qingge immediately declared, "I will order the construction of a new jade tower for you there." Soon Qingge arrived at this mountain peak. It was one of the 9 peaks of the Holy Land named Xianling Peak, whose master was Wanyan Qingge. Her disciples gathered in groups numbering as many as 10,000. It should be noted that within the Qingge Holy Land there were no schemes or betrayals among disciples. Everyone lived in unity and harmony, like a warm family. Before long, Qingge reached the place within the peak where spiritual energy was most abundant. It was the highest terrain of Xianling Peak, covered with towering ancient trees, their layers of leaves dyed in rich hues. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that on the tree trunks, leaves, and even the grass underfoot there was a layer of condensed frost and sparkling dewdrops. These were the crystallizations of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here had reached its utmost concentration, and in this place there was a uniquely blessed cave dwelling the residence of Wanyan Qingge's most outstanding disciple, named Qingge, after the saying sinking fish and falling geese. At that moment Wanyan Qingge was teaching Qingge inside the cave. Qingge entered and gently coughed, saying, "Well, Qingge, the spiritual energy here is rich, and young Master Su has taken a liking to it. You may move out." The reason for this was that she believed someone as noble as young Master Su should not reside in a second-hand place, so the cave would naturally be demolished and a new exquisite villa built. Upon hearing this, Qingge was first startled, wondering which young Master Su was being referred to. Beside her, the brilliant Wanyan Qingge asked, could it be the one from the Morong family? Precisely, Qingge said with a light nod and a smile. "He is a noble young lord personally ordered by the Empress to come here for gilding. How could we fail to offer proper hospitality?" Wanyan Qingge understood, her fair neck nodding slightly. "Then I will take Qingge out now." There was no choice. A figure personally elevated by the Empress was not someone of her lowly status could defy. But at this moment Qingge felt somewhat reluctant, not out of defiance, but because she was deeply attached to this place. A sudden inspiration struck, and she said shyly, "Holy Lord, wait, could I live with him? Live together?" Qingge's eyes narrowed slightly, but she soon shook her head. "No, this place is to be demolished and rebuilt. I know you are reluctant, but we cannot go against the young lord's wishes." She understood Qingge's thoughts well. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and she was loath to leave, wanting to share it. But that young lord would surely not agree. After all, how could one tolerate another sleeping beside their bed? Qingge suddenly said, I could become his concubine." Huh. Qingge was stunned. Wanyan Qingge was also stunned. Thinking about it, that might be feasible. As a concubine she could indeed live together. But would that young lord be willing? Somehow Wanyan Qingge found herself envying her own disciple. Her face slightly flushed. She said, "You want to be his concubine, but your master." "I too am reluctant to leave this place. With such rich spiritual energy, it was a treasure for cultivation. Who would want to abandon it?" Of course her mind was also wandering with fanciful thoughts. If she could be like Qingge. Qingge guessed her thoughts, and said, "Master, if you envy me, why not join me as a concubine?" Huff. Qingge took a deep breath, truly astonished. Her heart was thoroughly shaken. Heavens, what were these master and disciple thinking? How shameless. But on second thought, this treasure was so rare, who would willingly move away? And to be united with that noble lord was a dream for countless women. Ahem, she coughed. "You want to be concubines, but he must agree. He'll take you to meet him. If that young lord nods, then." "Thank you, holy lord. We entrust this matter to you." Wanyan Qingge and Qingge were overjoyed. When Qingge led Wanyan Qingge and Qingge to the place, Qingge was wandering on the 5th floor of the star-picking tower. I must say the star-picking tower is truly a wonderful place, offering an expansive view. From the height of the 7th floor one can almost overlook the entire sacred land. It felt as if one were gazing down from above. Suddenly he saw Qingge approaching with the 2 women, and his brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that there were some obstacles in building the new residence? He descended the stairs. Downstairs Wanyan Qingge was very excited, her cheeks flushed, feeling a bit hot. Qingge in comparison wasn't much better. Her face felt like it had been splashed with boiling water with waves of stinging pain. So shy. As Qingge walked down the stairs, he happened to see the 2 of them in this state, his eyes narrowing, slightly puzzled. He looked closely and saw that the 2 women appeared to be in their prime. One was slender and graceful, while the other had a curvaceous figure, one resembling a spring peach blossom, and the other a serene autumn cloud. Both were quite tall, approximately 1.73 meters, resembling celestial nymphs, tranquil and elegant, making one want to gaze at them longer. On this side, Wanyan Qingge and Qingge noticed his gaze lingering on them for a moment, and immediately felt extremely nervous, their hearts racing like little deer. At the same time, they were thrilled that this young gentleman could spare them a glance. In fact, when Qingge had just come down, the two of them had already been unable to contain their curiosity. The moment Qingge pushed the door open, they felt as if a brilliant moonlight had stepped out from a painting, more like a celestial being descending from the heavens, a true gentleman from another world, captivating and unforgettable. Such a refined young gentleman, how many times can one encounter in this world? Yet they merely stole a glance and did not dare to look again. Regardless of status or position, the young gentleman before them was someone they needed to look up to. They felt shy and inferior, thinking how wonderful it would be if he could notice them. Xuexin, what are they? Qingge looked at Xuexin. Given his status, he naturally did not need to refer to her as the Holy Master. Xuexin had initially wanted Wang Yin Qingxue and Su Qinyu to speak for themselves, but upon seeing them both wilt like frostbitten eggplants, she felt compelled to help. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly, resembling flowers swaying in the breeze. They had lost the courage to speak. Reluctantly, she could only assist. Your Highness, it's like this. Xuexin explained the situation. Upon hearing the backstory, Qingge couldn't help but chuckle. These two master and disciple were indeed in sync. He then took another look at Wang Yin Qingxue and Su Qinyu. What had been a cursory glance now turned into a careful appraisal, revealing that both were indeed eye-catching, one slightly older and the other younger, one an elegant woman and the other a pure young girl. Together they presented a unique charm. Since they had come to him, he naturally had no intention of refusing. He was also not one to be overly coy. If he was interested, he would face it openly. Thus he said, "All right, let's settle this matter and choose an auspicious date for the marriage." He intended to take both as consorts at once. Wang Yin Qingxue immediately trembled in shock, unable to believe that he actually agreed. Su Qinyu was similarly astonished, her cherry lips agape, almost revealing the 8 pristine white teeth within. Once they regained their senses, they felt an overwhelming sense of happiness rising within them, gathering and blending. Next, it was time to sign the marriage contract. Xuexin volunteered, saying, "I'll go get the paper and pen." She then promptly went. After a while along a mountain path, she dreamily said, "I forgot to include myself. A which girl wouldn't like such a young, but would he notice me? After all, I seem a bit old." In truth, she was not old at all, just lacking the youthful innocence. After some time, the marriage contract was brought over. Qingge took the brush and began to sign. While signing, he thought to himself that he had just entered the sacred land and was already taking 2 concubines. He was rather quick. Qingge had just entered the sacred land, yet they couldn't help but throw themselves at him if this were to spread. Oh, it doesn't matter, perhaps others would scold. Qingge had just entered the sacred land, yet they couldn't help but throw themselves at him if this were to spread. Oh, it doesn't matter, perhaps others would scold us, but deep down they would wish to be in our place. Thus thought Wang Yin Qingxue. It was easy to get lost in such thoughts regardless of how others viewed it. The two parties quickly signed the marriage contract. Once the marriage contract was signed, Qingge pondered and said, "I will contact my family and have them prepare now. In a few days I will bring you home. After that, if you wish to cultivate, you can return after the wedding." After all, things were different now. Previously he had no family, so he wandered around the courtyard, but now it was only right to do it formally, picking them up from the sacred land and returning home. Next, Xuexin suggested taking a stroll around the sacred ground. The reason was that Qingge was new here, and everyone needed to recognize his face, especially the other 8 peak masters, so they would know he was the Holy Son and must show respect and obedience. As the Holy Lord, she accompanied him with Su Qinyu and another following closely. Qingge agreed. Before long, they arrived at Weiwu Peak. This was the strongest peak in the sacred ground aside from the main peak, and any member who stepped out would be a fearsome presence to the outside world. Upon arriving, Qingge sensed that even the weakest disciple here was at the great power level. "Greetings, Holy Son. Greetings, Holy Son." These great powers hurriedly bowed as he approached their attitude. They all felt that although their cultivation was higher than the Holy Son's, his status far surpassed theirs. Qingge returned a smile and continued inward. The crowd hastily made way for him. Before he had walked far, the peak master rushed over with quick steps, a beaming smile on her face, saying, "My apologies, truly sorry. I was refining pills and got delayed. I hope the Holy Son will not hold it against me." Qingge would not blame her. Alchemy required precise control of the flame. Distraction could ruin the entire batch. He said with a faint smile, "It's fine. I just came to inspect. No need to be nervous." But the peak master was still anxious, forcing a smile. Qingge said no more, and after a brief inspection left. Next they proceeded to other peaks. Within the sacred ground, the main peak stood at the center, while the other 9 peaks surrounded it in a circle connected by iron chains, presenting a magnificent sight. Time flew like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye 3 hours had passed. Qingge had visited every peak in the entire sacred ground. Everyone had seen his face, and each was extremely respectful, creating a harmonious atmosphere where he felt like the moon surrounded by stars. The peak masters in particular were all deferential. After all, they were all quasi-Qingge level powerhouses. Any one of them, even disregarding their cultivation, possessed a status that could overwhelm countless forces in the outside world. Yet such exalted individuals bowed and smiled obsequiously before Qingge. As they returned to the main peak, a majestic bell suddenly tolled. Dong! 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 3 bell rings echoed through the clouds. Something has come up. Xuexin raised an eyebrow slightly. In the sacred ground, whenever something happened, the disciple in charge of the bell would strike it to spread the news. Qingge's eyes narrowed. What is it? Soon a disciple arrived to report. It turned out that a subordinate sect called White Crane sect had sent a distress message saying that in 3 days someone would attack. The incident began when a White Crane sect disciple bid on an item at an auction, angering a disciple from the Demon Blade sect. This disciple happened to be the sect master's son. Upon returning, he sent a message to White Crane sect threatening that in 3 days the Demon Blade sect master would lead many experts to their doorstep, telling everyone to wait with their necks bared, for none would escape alive. This put White Crane sect on the brink of annihilation. Panic spread throughout the sect, even sparking internal strife. However, the sect master, courageous and resourceful, quelled the rebellion and sent a transmission requesting the sacred ground's intervention. A trivial matter. Qingge smiled lightly. Such a disaster for White Crane sect was as simple as drinking tea or eating for the sacred ground, though any dispatched member could handle it. It must be noted that White Crane sect had only pledged allegiance to the sacred ground last month, and their bond was not deep. Thus she intended to send only a random person. Qingge was momentarily stunned. The Holy Son's status was so exalted. Was such a minor affair worthy of his presence? It must be noted that White Crane sect had only pledged allegiance to the sacred ground last month, and their bond was not deep. Thus she intended to send only a random person, not any strong expert. Though the relationship was shallow, if a sect faced annihilation as the superior power that had collected their protection fees, failure to act would be a loss of face. But sending the Holy Son was far too great an honor for them. Seeing her hesitation, Qingge explained. Holy Lord Sir Su has just taken office, and the outside world needs to know of him. If he goes, his reputation will spread. Qingge then broke into a smile. Look, she hasn't even married him yet, and she's already looking out for her husband. What a virtuous little wife. Qingge also burst into laughter. Someone, Qingge ordered. The Holy Son has just arrived, and is weary from the journey. He needs to rest. First send a message to White Crane sect telling them to be patient. Once the Holy Son has refreshed himself, he will arrive immediately. As you command. The person promptly sent a transmission. This message transmission quickly reached the White Crane sect. At that moment, the sect leader of the White Crane sect was pacing back and forth within the grand hall of the sect, a look of worry etched upon his face. Suddenly, he noticed a transmission arrive, and a surge of joy washed over him as he hurriedly leaned in to listen. When he discerned the content, his heart jolted, and he stood there utterly stunned and speechless. Heavens! The Holy Son! It is His Highness the Holy Son himself gracing us with his presence. My heavens, this is wonderful. The sect leader of the White Crane sect was so shocked that his limbs grew numb, scarcely daring to believe it was real. That was the Holy Son, an existence second only to one and above all others. How supremely noble was he! And yet, he was personally coming to their sect. Was he not dreaming? For a moment, he trembled with excitement, nearly leaping for joy. Sect leader, what did the Holy Land say? Many elders in the hall were anxiously awaiting news, and one of them stepped forward to inquire. The sect leader of the White Crane sect relayed the message. What? They have dispatched the Holy Son for our sake. The elder was taken aback, utterly incredulous. This was a tremendous honor for their sect. With a collective gasp, every elder in the hall was instantly trembling with excitement, their hearts brimming with profound gratitude. They were merely a small sect that had only pledged allegiance to the Holy Land less than 2 months prior, and yet the Holy Land had already dispatched the Holy Son for them. This debt of gratitude was as immense as a rebirth, enough to move the heavens and earth. Sect leader, this subordinate has a proposal. Suddenly an elder stepped forward, leading a beautiful woman behind him. He clasped his hands and said, that is the Holy Son, a being of such exalted status. Could we perhaps? As he spoke, he gestured towards the woman. This was his niece, a woman of fair countenance and refined upbringing. Though men were scarce in these times, he had always been reluctant to marry her off, hoping to find a worthy match. The sect leader of the White Crane sect understood instantly. The others were quick-witted as well, grasping the implication in a flash. Slap. The sect leader smacked his forehead and exclaimed, that's right. Send your niece. No, send my own daughter. To the Holy Son as a concubine. If he takes a liking to her, and she bears him children in the future, then our bond with the Qingge Holy Land will be. As he spoke, the sect leader's face beamed with a radiant flush of joy, utterly captivated by the idea. But the elder below wore a sour expression. Sect leader, it was I who proposed sending my niece. How has it become you sending your own daughter? How can you steal my opportunity? Can you not lead by example? Ahem, this matter must prioritize the greater good. One must not hinder the sect for personal gain, Elder Wu. You understand, don't you? The sect leader of the White Crane sect cleared his throat and spoke with a rather brazen lack of shame. His words left the elder at a loss for a reply, and he could only lament his misfortune. Yet he was not disheartened. He would find another opportunity to approach the Holy Son. At the Qingge Holy Land, Qingge was being attended to by Wanyan Qingxue and Qingyu, who were helping him settle in and refresh himself. A large wooden tub was filled with various medicinal herbs. He immersed himself within it, feeling a warm and soothing sensation spreading throughout his entire body, as if basking in sunlight, a state of supreme comfort. The medicinal power of the herbs gradually seeped through his skin and into his meridians, making his whole body feel even more relaxed and ethereal, while his internal cultivation base grew more solid and profound. As expected of a holy land, this is truly comfortable. Qingge murmured softly. Then his gaze fell upon the two beauties before him. These two exquisite women were revered as celestial maidens in the outside world. Goddesses whom others could only envy from afar, yet before he had even married them, they were already so devoted to him, eagerly spreading his fame and personally attending to his medicinal bath. Truly they were thoughtful and caring. However, his gaze did not linger upon them for long. After a brief moment of observation, he looked away. Soon the medicinal bath was complete. Wanyan Qingge meticulously draped over him the sacred robe befitting the holy sun, while Qingge, once he wore it, his entire demeanor transformed. While my husband is so handsome, he is the holy sun, and we have not yet married him, yet you have already changed your address. How shameless he is, and once he wore it, his entire demeanor transformed. While my husband is so handsome, he is the holy sun, and we have not yet married him, yet you have already changed your address. How shameless he is. Wanyan Qingge and Qingge playfully scuffled their cheeks, flushed a deep crimson. Outside, a high-ranking member of the Holy Land led a magnificent carriage followed by a vast imposing procession. He bowed respectfully at the entrance and announced, "Your Highness, everything is prepared. We may depart." "Very well, let us set off," Qingge said with a warm smile. At the White Crane sect, all disciples were reverently waiting in the square, gazing up at the sky, with eager anticipation for the arrival of the Holy Sun. Before long the void hummed, and the clouds rolled as a majestic carriage emerged, pulled by 18 ancient sky-treading beasts that spewed flames from their maws, their bodies flowing with terrifying magma, and exuding an overwhelming formidable aura. Surrounding the carriage, a dense throng of Holy Land elites, like a school of fish crossing a river, guarded it on all sides. Each held aloft a banner emblazoned with 4 imposing characters, Qingge Holy Sun. Every one of these elites was at the great power realm, and some were even infinitely close to the quasi-sage level. Their terrifying auras caused the void to explode, forming dreadful ripples that were truly fearsome. Such an extravagant procession left everyone in the White Crane sect below utterly astounded. Truly befitting a holy sun, a noble carriage of vast retinue, and an unparalleled spectacle, like celestial soldiers descending upon the world, blotting out the sky and covering the heavens, evoking awe and wonder. "Holy Sun, over here," the White Crane sect leader called out, raising his hand while casting a proud glance around. Many sects within 10,000 li stood dumbfounded on their peaks, staring blankly at the grand scene. Inside the carriage, Qingge opened his brilliant eyes. Beside him, Wanyan Qingge immediately drew back the curtain. He glanced down, confirmed the direction of the White Crane sect, and beckoned to his subordinates. "As you command." The coachman cracked his whip, and the carriage swiftly descended through the clouds, landing at the White Crane sect. Everyone there held their breath, their hearts pounding with nervous tension. Such a distinguished person was not one to be seen often. The next moment, a dense swarm of elites descended like raindrops onto the square, their formidable auras sweeping out, leaving countless nearby sects utterly shocked and pale. At the very least, great powers. At the highest, a quasi-sage. This. Even the peak masters have come, someone suddenly exclaimed. Only then did the crowd notice that beside the holy sun, an alluring mature woman emerged. Her saintly aura caused countless to lose their composure, dimming the heavens and the earth. She bent down her fair wrist, lifting the carriage curtain, and said, "Your Highness, we have arrived." Qingge replied, slowly stepping out of the carriage. "We greet the Holy Sun. We greet the Holy Sun. We greet the Holy Sun." The entire assembly knelt in unison, erupting in cheers. The White Crane sect leader's heart surged with excitement, not daring to lift his head. When he had previously visited the Qingge Holy Land, he had at most met mid-level figures, never peak masters. Now not only did he see a peak master, but also the even more revered Holy Sun. He felt as if he were living in a dream. The Holy Sun's illustrious presence truly honors our humble sect. "Servants, prepare a welcoming feast." An elder quick to act eagerly called out. The White Crane sect leader snapped back to reality and hurriedly said with a flattering smile, "Quickly, Holy Sun, please enter for the banquet." Soon they were in the sect's reception hall. Comely maids had already laid out a feast with delicacies like abalone and king crab, rare dishes, and fine wines served one after another. Qingge was escorted to the seat of honor with Wanyan Qingge attending beside him. The others took their seats according to rank. After serving the dishes, the maids lingered, reluctant to leave, hoping for another glimpse of Qingge. "Ah, what a handsome prince." Soon the welcoming feast began. "Holy Sun, please drink this cup," the White Crane sect leader said, taking several deep breaths to steady himself, though his hands still trembled. Very well, Qingge accepted the cup and drained it in one go, showing respect. Gradually, everyone relaxed. After a few rounds of wine, the White Crane sect leader cast a meaningful glance to the side. An elder immediately understood, rose, and said, "Your Highness, please excuse me for a moment." Qingge nodded in agreement. Before long, the elder returned, leading the sect leader's precious daughter. She approached somewhat nervously and said to Qingge, "Your Highness, this is my daughter Wang Zichuan, just turned 19. She will attend to your Highness' wine. I hope you want to stain her." The White Crane sect leader quickly added. He feared his daughter might speak wrongly out of excitement in such an important occasion. "I see." Qingge understood and looked closely. Wang Zichuan had a slender figure, about 1 meter 68, skin as white as milk, delicate and smooth like a baby's, with exquisite features. a demure and charming young lady. Wanyan Qingge suddenly caught on and said bluntly, "Sect leader Wang, are you offering a concubine to his this?" The White Crane sect leader's face changed, and he fell to his knees with a thud. "This lowly one deserves death, deserves death." "It's nothing," Wanyan Qingge said with a smile. "If you want to offer her, then do it. What woman in the world wouldn't love a man?" The White Crane sect leader took a deep breath, not daring to respond. Qingge smiled, and said, "Enough, I don't blame you. I find her quite adorable. Since you have this intention, I will accept her." Overwhelmed by the favor, the White Crane sect leader scrambled to his feet and refilled Qingge's cup. Beside him, Wang Zikin's pretty face flushed red like a shy flower as she lowered her head. When the feast ended, the White Crane sect leader breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully married off his daughter. The marriage contract was already written. In a few days, when the Holy Sun had time, he would come to take her as his bride. "Haha, from now on my White Crane sect will rise." He grinned from ear to ear with joy. Behind him, the elders trembled with happiness. News quickly spread throughout the sect. Instantly, everyone cheered with elation. As for the impending attack from the Demon Blade sect, that was now a trivial matter. What the White Crane sect never anticipated was that the Demon Blade sect, having declared they would arrive in 3 days, would actually— It was exactly midnight after Qingge finished the welcoming banquet. At this moment, Qingge was resting in a luxurious and elegant jade tower, sleeping soundly with over a dozen maids waiting outside. In the void above, within the darkness, several towering and burly figures faintly emerged, followed by pairs of scarlet eyes opening, releasing bloodthirsty, killing intent, and crimson light in the pitch-black night, like the eyes of wolves. There were a full 10,000 of them, a dense oppressive mass. Like dark clouds pressing down on the city, they scattered like raindrops and landed within the mountain gate of the White Crane sect. In an instant, waves of oppressive aura swept out like a landslide and tsunami. Many people woke from their sleep in shock, all exclaiming in horror, "They're here! They're here!" The next moment, the White Crane sect's sect master hurriedly dressed and went to the sect's main hall to take charge. Many other elders also quickly strode to the main hall, each looking as if their eyebrows were on fire. Soon after, the Demon Blade sect's sect master, flanked by a retinue of true Qingge experts, strode in with his head held high. He swept his gaze across the hall, then fixed his eyes on the White Crane sect's sect master, sneering. "Surnamed Wang, kneel and kowtow to me, and I in my great mercy will grant you a whole corpse." Faced with this arrogant demand, everyone from the White Crane sect in the hall changed expression. Yet they paid it no mind. With the Holy Sun in residence, what was there to fear? However, it was now deep into the night, and the Holy Sun was resting, no one dared to disturb him. The White Crane sect's sect master remained calm and composed, saying in a deep voice, "Wang Qiong, it's been years, and you're still as arrogant as ever." The Demon Blade sect's sect master was named Wang Qiong, a man of extreme ruthlessness who would repay the slightest grievance, leaving him virtually without enemies, because he had already killed all his enemies. His subordinates were equally arrogant and unruly. Crack! The Demon Blade sect's sect master struck like lightning, a bloodstained great axe swinging out in an instant. It chopped down one of the hall's pillars on the spot, and he grinned savagely. "It seems you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This pillar is your fate. Men, attack. Cut him down." But before the words faded, the White Crane sect's sect master suddenly sneered, "Hold. How dare you? Do you know whom I have? He is a most honored and unparalleled figure. I warn you, when you see him, don't be scared to death." The Demon Blade sect's sect master was taken aback, then burst into loud laughter. "You could invite nothing but a nobody. For a weak and insignificant sect like yours, what great figure could you possibly invite? You pretend to be calm and unruffled, but you're already trembling with fear, aren't you? Let me tell you, today, I will raise this place to the ground and leave no one alive." Someone beside him suddenly advised, "Sect master, what if he's telling the truth? I've heard recently that the White Crane sect might have allied with the Divine Essence Holy Land a few months ago." "Huh. That's just a bluff. I've also spread rumors that we allied with the Divine Essence Holy Land. It's all tactics. Psychological warfare, understand. I refuse to believe he could invite such a noble person. Who does he think he is? Would such a person even grant him face?" The Demon Blade sect's sect master dismissed it with contempt. As his words fell, a voice rang out. "I grant him face. What do you have a problem with that?" Qingge stepped in, followed by a vast crowd of great power realm experts and the quasi-Sage level Wanyan Qingge. The ultimate holy realm aura instantly swept out. Countless people from the White Crane sect gasped for breath, hurriedly kneeling to the ground and respectfully saying, "Greetings, Holy Sun." SSS. The Demon Blade sect's sect master's legs went weak with fear on the spot, and the many high-ranking members behind him turned pale as ghosts, standing frozen like wooden chickens. "Rise." Qingge waved his hand at the kneeling White Crane sect members. "As you command." The White Crane sect members quickly stood up. The White Crane sect's sect master pointed at Wang Qiong and said, "Holy Sun, it's him." Wang Qiong's head felt like it was about to explode. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead involuntarily. He hurriedly fell to his knees with a thud, trembling with fear. This. Holy Sun, this junior was blind and offended you, but it was unintentional. I beg you, a great man, to forgive a minor fault and not stoop to my level." As he spoke, he began to kowtow heavily. Thud, 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 thud. In the blink of an eye he had kowtowed 4 times, his scalp bleeding, but he dared not stop. He never expected the White Crane sect to have truly invited the divine essence Holy Sun. And upon closer inspection, wasn't this the young Master Su of the Morong family? He had kicked an iron plate this time. Thud. The many high-ranking members behind him, terrified out of their wits, also fell to their knees in unison, kowtowing vigorously, their hearts shaken to the core. Qingge walked through the crowd and sat down on the main seat. The White Crane sect's sect master immediately offered him a cup of tea. He took a sip and said indifferently to the side, "Kill them all. SSS." The Demon Blade sect's sect master gasped in shock, then immediately wailed, "No. Please, Holy Sun, I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. This is my sect's supreme treasure. I only beg for my life to be spared. I implore you in your great mercy, accept this offering." A ring was handed over through the White Crane sect's sect master. Qingge took it in his hand and examined it. It was a ring like a silver moon containing a vast and majestic world within, mountains and rivers, morning and evening, with the sun and moon hanging high in the sky, synchronized with the outside world. Over a dozen golden treasure chests were stacked inside. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found a total of 80 million top-grade spirit stones. "Is that all?" Qingge said indifferently. The Demon Blade sect's sect master, utterly weakened, hurriedly replied, "Wait, there's more, there's more." He frantically gathered all his valuables into a storage pouch and presented it. The other high-ranking members also quickly collected all their treasures and, trembling with fear, offered them up. Qingge took them in hand, and upon a cursory inspection, found the items numerous and satisfactory. Yet he felt something was still missing. He glanced around as if searching for something unseen. The Demon Blade sect's sect master, filled with trepidation, seeing that the prince still seemed unsatisfied, hastily said, "Wait. Your Highness, my daughter is 18 this year, and ready for marriage. If you do not disdain her, I offer her to be your concubine." Fearing Su Qing's refusal, he quickly gestured to the side. Immediately a young woman lifted the bamboo hat from her face. Everyone from the White Crane sect was utterly stunned. The woman had a face like a radiant moon, skin as white as snow, and a figure so perfectly proportioned that any more or less would be a flaw. Her features were as if painted with a vermilion, that between her brows a peerless beauty whose smile could topple cities. "Your Highness, I wish only to live, so I offer this woman. Her name is Wang Yarong, kind-hearted and filial. I beg for your mercy." The Demon Blade sect's sect master, terrified of dying here, wailed loudly. Qingge glanced at Wang Yarong, then took a sip of tea, saying coldly, "A fine woman, but not enough to spare you. From today onward you shall be a vassal sect to the White Crane sect. Each year you must pay 30 million top-grade spirit stones. Miss one. We won't miss any. Rest assured, Your Highness, not a single one will be missing," the Demon Blade sect's sect master said hastily. This attitude pleased Qingge, but it was still not enough. "Sever one arm, and I will let you leave." The Demon Blade sect's sect master dared not delay. He swiftly raised his blade and severed his own left arm. With a crack, a bloodied arm fell to the ground. Qingge then turned his gaze to the many high-ranking members behind him. With a collective hiss, their faces turned pale. They quickly drew their blades and severed their own right arms. In the blink of an eye, the hall was littered with severed limbs. "You may leave," Qingge said flatly. The Demon Blade sect's sect master suddenly hesitated to leave. He gathered his courage and asked, "And what about my daughter?" He still hoped his daughter would marry the Saint Prince, elevating his own status. Qingge glanced at Wang Yarong again. "A fine beauty. Since you insist on giving her to me as a concubine, it would be ungracious of me to refuse. Bring paper and ink. We shall draft a betrothal and settle this in a few days." "Yes. Yes. Right away." The Demon Blade sect's sect master, trembling with excitement, quickly produced paper and ink. Qingge took up the brush, and soon a marriage contract was written. When all was done, the Demon Blade sect's sect master let out a long sigh of relief and departed in peace. Only after fleeing the bounds of the White Crane sect did he realize his back was drenched in cold sweat, wondering how he had found the nerve to linger. Nevertheless, he had managed to latch onto this powerful connection. This trip was worth it. He could not hide his elation. And this arm was a worthy sacrifice. The others behind him were overjoyed as well, cupping their hands in salute. Wise is the sect master. An arm can be regrown, but once this bond is forged, unless we court death, it can never be broken. The Demon Blade sect's sect master laughed heartily. Indeed. Then the group departed in high spirits. Back at the White Crane sect, the crisis was perfectly resolved, and the entire sect erupted in celebration. "Your Highness troubling you at this late hour," the White Crane sect's sect master said apologetically. "No matter." Qingge shook his head gently. It was not without gain. The offerings from the Demon Blade sect were exceedingly generous, nearly their entire wealth. There were thousands of pills, chi refining pills, blood restoring pills, dragon emperor pills, 9 revival soul pills, and countless weapons and artifacts as numerous as fish in a river. Had it not been for their sincere repentance and the offering of their daughter, he would never have let them leave. With nothing else to attend to, he retired for the night. Cultivators typically have no need for sleep, but Qingge was different. He cultivated solely through cultivation cards, so he passed the time by sleeping. Time flowed gently, and a single night passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, Qingge opened her drowsy eyes, and the attendant beside her immediately stepped forward to help her dress and adorn herself. Soon after washing and dressing amidst the cheers and farewells of everyone in the White Crane sect, he departed in his carriage. Not long after he arrived at the divine Kunlun sacred land. In the grand hall of the sacred land, Qingge was utterly astonished so soon. It was originally said to be 3 days, yet in just 1 day, everything was already settled. Moreover, he had even managed to take their daughter. Truly, enemies had become in-laws. Qingge merely smiled. What could he do? With his charm, high status, and illustrious position, wasn't it only natural for beauties to throw themselves into his arms? This trip had yielded a bountiful harvest. With no other matters to attend to, he returned to reside in the stargazing tower. A few days later, he returned to the Murong family and began to take concubines. Today he would take 2 concubines, Wanyan Qingge and Su Qingyu. Tomorrow he would take 2 more Murong Yuner and Zhao Linger. He was very busy. Mu Xingyue had prepared the wedding procession a few days earlier. Upon Su Qing's return, the grand procession set off with great fanfare. Is young Master Su taking another concubine? Indeed. I wonder who it is this time. Along the way, many people stood on tiptoe, buzzing with discussion. Their eyes were filled with envy. Then they chased after the procession, picking up red envelopes of money, their faces beaming with joy. For them, they wished young Master Su would take concubines every day so they wouldn't have to work. When the wedding procession arrived at the divine Kunlun sacred land, Wanyan Qingge and Su Qingyu were already prepared. With excited hearts, they donned their bridal finery radiant in red and stepped out to welcome their husband. With so many people arriving, the divine Kunlun sacred land was exceptionally lively. Many onlookers followed the procession all the way here. When they saw a peak master-level Quasi-Saint powerhouse shyly stepping into the bridal sedan like a young maiden, and another young lady radiating formidable powerful energy, they were all utterly shocked. Holy crap, young Master Su is actually taking sacred land fairies as concubines this time, and 2 at once. My heavens. Indeed, alas, young Master Su's capabilities are truly immense beyond what we commoners can achieve. For ordinary folks like us, we would be eternally grateful just to marry a menial servant girl from the sacred land, let alone a fairy. For a time the crowd was abuzz with discussion. They had all thought that young Master Su would at most marry a core disciple this time, but they never expected he had even won over a peak master. However, someone laughed and said, "It seems the Murong family hasn't been self-producing and self-consumed for a while." Instantly the atmosphere became lively, and everyone wore joyous smiles. That was right. In the past the Murong family often had internal marriages, but they hadn't seen any recently. Had they already run out of their own women to marry? On the return journey, the wedding procession continued to scatter red envelopes of money, generously eliciting cheers and applause from all around. If anyone dared to speak ill of young Master Su, the crowd would immediately rush over and beat that person up. The Murong family's courtyard was already filled with distinguished guests. The banquet tables were laden with delicacies and fine wines awaiting the start of the feast. Qingge had also come and was seated at the table, a smile on her face. Many were startled to see that even the sacred land's lord herself had come to attend. There were still many sect representatives present, who out of fear quickly moved to sit far away, not daring to speak, carelessly worried they might say something wrong. This was someone with powerful backing, who among ordinary people dared to show disrespect. Yet some still came to curry favor, but she rejected them all. However, at that moment Qingge suddenly began to fantasize. How wonderful it would be if she were the heroine of today. Time flew like a fleeting white colt passing a crack, and a single day slipped away in an instant. The wedding concluded amidst the festivities. Su Qingge carried Wanyan Qingge into the bridal chamber and lifted the red veil from her head. Time passed swiftly, and soon the sky brightened. The next morning arrived. Outside the window, little birds chirped joyfully, their cheerful songs heralding a beautiful day. Spring has come again. Inside the room, Mu Xingyue let out a long sigh. She vaguely recalled that around this time last year a child had been born in the household. And now it should be time for another birth soon, shouldn't it? Especially with the 2 new concubines taken yesterday. By this time next year they should have delivered as well. Spring, after all, was a season she understood well, as someone experienced. In the ornately decorated bridal chamber, Su Qingge rose early to prepare for the day's events. Having taken Wanyan Qingge and Su Qingyu yesterday, today he was to take Murong Yuner and Wang Zichuan. There was no helping it. Their timing was simply coincidental. As for Wang Yarong, she would have to wait a few more days. But come to think of it, I never went to Su Qingyu last night. He let out. Having taken 2 concubines yesterday, he hadn't managed to consummate the marriage with her. And tonight new concubines would arrive. It would take 4 days to consummate all the marriages. Shaking his head, he set aside such thoughts and began his work. Outside, Mu Xingyue had already prepared the bridal procession. Not only that, but she had also arranged everything else, merely awaiting Su Qingge. She fussed over Su Qing's affairs even more than her own. Before long, Su Qingge donned a new groom's robe, a large red flower pinned to his chest, mounted a tall steed, and led the procession toward the Murong residence. Murong Yuner's home was not far away. Along the route, crowds of onlookers formed lengthy lines with people packed densely on both sides of the road. Ah, this is Master Su. He took 2 concubines yesterday, and another 2 today. When it comes to taking concubines, I bow to him alone. I'm utterly convinced too, but I have a question. With so many, did he have time to consummate last night? He can't be in 2 places at once, can he? You don't understand his joy. At his level, he only cares about taking them. As for consummation, that's a matter of time. Take them first and talk later. Makes sense. Many murmured among themselves. Qingge heard them and simply smiled it off. Then he ordered his servants to scatter a rain of red envelopes. He could no longer be bothered to scatter them himself. Such trivial matters were best left to the servants. The servants were more than willing to do this task, even eager for it. After all, who would consider scattering money a bad chore? Whooshed! A handful of red envelopes flew out, sparking a frenzied scramble among the crowd. Before long, amid a cascade of red envelopes, the bridal procession arrived at Murong Yuner's home. Murong Guang's face glowed with excitement, even more so than on his own wedding day. He said to Murong Yuner, who was adorned in full bridal attire, "My daughter, you are blessed from now on." Murong Yuner's pretty face flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Soon Qingge stepped forward, lifted her into the bridal sedan, and amidst another rain of red envelopes, they returned along the same path. After bringing her home, to save time, he postponed the feast. He mounted his tall steed once more, and led the grand procession straight to the White Crane sect, which was Wang Ziquan's home. At that moment, the White Crane sect was filled with jubilation. Everyone rejoiced at having latched onto such a powerful connection. Amid the laughter and cheer, Wang Ziquan, dressed in resplendent red bridal attire, stood at the mountain gate, gazing into the distance. Before long, a bridal procession appeared in her sight. "They're here." Wang Ziquan was overjoyed. Behind her, her father and the elders and disciples all beamed with happiness. In no time, Qingge arrived, lifted her into the bridal sedan, and waved his hand grandly, saying, "Everyone come to the house for the feast." Instantly, the entire White Crane sect erupted in excitement. "Roar, charge! Let's go to the feast." Immediately, figures on flying swords soared into the air, heading to the Murong residence for the banquet. Meanwhile, many on foot followed the bridal procession. Before long, everyone returned home. The two brides simultaneously performed the rituals, bowing to heaven and earth, bowing to the parents, and bowing to each other. Then the feast began. At the banquet, the number of guests was especially large this time, so much so that the courtyard could barely accommodate the tables. Numerous city lords, dignitaries, and officials arrived, each bearing lavish gifts and blessings. Mu Xinyu's hands grew weary from counting the monetary gifts alone. Boxes of gifts, as if given away for free, piled up in the back hall. Time passed leisurely, and before they knew it, the afternoon had slipped away. That evening, as the feast concluded, Qingge pondered for a moment, then carried Wang Ziquan into the bridal chamber. As for Murong Yuner, she would have to wait until tomorrow. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. After Wanyan Qingxue and Qingyu married into this household, everything felt remarkably pleasant. Although Qingge had many wives, the family was harmonious, with everyone open-hearted, free from suspicion and intrigue. All was simply wonderful. They cherished this environment so much that, unable to resist, they stayed for over a month. As for returning to the sacred ground for cultivation, there would always be time for that later. For now, they preferred to indulge in this blissful life. After all, cultivation was rather tedious, wasn't it? How could it compare to the comfort of such carefree days? And thus another month passed in enjoyment. Before they knew it, both she and Qingyu had conceived. Meanwhile, Murong Yuner and Wang Ziquan were also pregnant. Moreover, Wang Ziquan seemed to be carrying twins, her symptoms especially pronounced. This filled Mu Xinyue with immense joy, so she assigned several maids to take turns caring for them. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. One day, Qingge, feeling bored, decided to go out for a stroll. After all, it was spring. A time for enjoying the outdoors was essential. Who could blame him in a world without smartphones? As for returning to the sacred ground, he was in no hurry. He only needed to wait for his children to be born, and he would level up just by lying around, without the need for arduous cultivation. And if he kept using cultivation cards to ascend all the way to immortal emperor, and then had more children, the leftover cards could be passed down to his descendants. That way the family would flourish rapidly, and conquering myriad realms would be no mere dream. How comfortable! Qingge murmured, his face beaming with joy at the thought of his offspring spreading across the myriad heaven. Then he stepped outside. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than a figure ran from afar, shouting, "Master-in-law! Master-in-law! A letter from Wang Xiaosan." Wang Xiaosan. Su Qing's heart stirred as he took the letter. Opening it, his face lit up with delight. It turned out that Wang Xiaosan, using the capital Qingge had given him, had gone into business in Jinhua City. In just over a year, he had amassed great wealth, becoming the richest man in Jinhua City, surrounded by servants, and commanding attention wherever he went. Now he wrote first to share the good news, and second, to invite Qingge for a visit, hoping to repay his kindness. As for why he hadn't come in person, it was because he was far too busy to get away. Since it was spring, the letter said, "Brother-in-law, if you wish to enjoy the spring scenery, come to Jinhua City. Here the gardens are full of vibrant colors and blossoms." After reading the letter, Qingge didn't head off immediately. Instead, he first went into the courtyard to share the wonderful news with Wang Xianer. Wang Xianer was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "My poor brother has finally made something of himself." She could hardly describe her emotions, her fair wrists trembling uncontrollably. She knew well to whom she owed her brother's success. Without her husband, he might never have turned his life around. "Husband, I want to bear your child too." She laughed, radiant as the morning sun, and leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on Su Qing's cheek. Qingge smiled. Wang Xianer, for some reason, had shown no signs of pregnancy. Yi Qingzi examined her, and found nothing wrong. Murong Yuner also checked, and said the same, but still there was no progress. Qingge wasn't worried. Perhaps she was carrying a Neza. Then he set out. Jinhua City. Qingge stepped inside, noticing the tremendous changes. The streets had been widened threefold, clean and tidy, adorned with blooming flowers. Lanterns hung from every house, creating a festive and peaceful atmosphere. It looked as if a festival was being celebrated. Along the way, inns lined the streets one after another, along with large restaurants. However, the scale and luxury of these establishments fell far short of those in Wang's domain, though they were still quite refined and imposing. Qingge noticed that all the restaurants bore the sign, Wang Xiaosan Chain Restaurant. He instantly understood. These establishments must belong to Wang Xiaosan. It seemed his brother-in-law had struck it rich. Honestly, seeing a once destitute young man crushed by life rise to such heights with his support filled Qingge with deep satisfaction. Since he didn't know where Wang Xiaosan currently lived, the letter hadn't mentioned it. Qingge randomly entered one of the chain restaurants to ask, "Ah, welcome, honored guest." The waiter greeted him with a beaming smile full of respect. Qingge got straight to the point. "I'm looking for your boss." "Looking for the boss?" The waiter paused, wondering, who do you think you are asking for the boss right away? But then he took a closer look. Qingge was imposing and handsome, and his attire suggested he was a wealthy young master from a prominent family. Not daring to be careless, the waiter quickly said, "Please have a seat, and I'll go upstairs to inform the manager." He was new and didn't recognize Qingge. Qingge sat down in the main hall. Soon the waiter hurried upstairs and whispered to the head manager, "What? Get the hell out of here. Starting today, you're fired." Scram. The head manager immediately sacked the waiter. "Damn it. That was young Master Su, the benefactor who gave the boss a second chance at life, and you left him sitting in the main hall. This man didn't even deserve the private rooms here, yet you left him cooling his heels in the lobby. Where's your sense of judgment?" But the waiter's face stiffened, and before he could finish, he was escorted to the accounting office. His wages for the period were fully paid, and he was told to pack his things and leave immediately, not a minute more, and never to be rehired. "Get out." But the waiter's face stiffened, and before he could finish, he was escorted to the accounting office. His wages for the period were fully paid, and he was told to pack his things and leave immediately, not a minute more, and never to be rehired. "Get out. You're too kind." Qingge waved his hand, lightly gesturing for him to rise. Only then did Ma Wanjin straighten his back and laugh. "You've arrived at just the right moment. Our master is currently auditing the accounts at the main branch. You really ought to have informed us beforehand, so we could prepare properly." Haha. This establishment was merely a branch, a satellite outlet, while Wang Xiaosan managed the headquarters. "Take me there." Qingge spoke calmly. "Right away, this way please." The chief steward hurriedly led the way. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they arrived at Wang Xiaosan's restaurant, the headquarters. "Oh, brother-in-law, I've longed for your arrival day and night. Finally you're here. Please sit down, sit down." Wang Xiaosan beamed with excitement, and without delay poured a cup of tea himself. Qingge lifted his gaze and saw that Wang Xiaosan had undergone a dramatic transformation. His once slender frame had swelled into corpulence, a prominent belly now rounded his waist. In short, he had grown markedly plumper. His face sleek and powdered, adorned with gold and jade, utterly unrecognizable from the impoverished, downtrodden laborer he once was. He had become a prosperous magnate. Clearly he was living a life of extraordinary ease and comfort. Seeing this, Qingge felt an even deeper sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the servants and maids standing nearby exchanged furtive, anxious glances, tense beyond measure. This was a figure of immense stature. His unexpected visit sent tremors through the household. What should they do? Would their actions betray a lack of discernment? Yet the master had already performed every act of deference imaginable. As they pondered, the maids stole repeated fleeting glances at Qingge, then swiftly averted their eyes, breaths quickening, hearts pounding uncontrollably. "Excellent, truly excellent. Seeing you like this puts my mind completely at ease." Qingge smiled warmly. Lending a hand to his brother-in-law was only natural, but if the man had proved unworthy, no one could have helped him. To his delight, Wang Xiaosan had risen admirably. This was more than satisfactory. His own peace of mind was secured. So too was Shinner's. "All this is thanks to you, brother-in-law." Wang Xiaosan beamed. "Everything I have comes from you. And were it not for your influence, even the city lord would never have treated me with such respect. Did you know, I began with an inn. Upon its grand opening, the city lord issued a formal decree. Henceforth, all visitors arriving in Jinhua City, whether for tourism or any other purpose, were to lodge first and foremost at Wang Xiaosan's inn. Other inns remained open, of course, but none enjoyed the steadfast protection of the city lord's administration. The city lord's office belongs to the great Qing dominion, a fact whose implications you understand better than anyone. With such backing, how could mine possibly fail to thrive? A ceaseless tide of guests flooded in while rival inns collapsed one after another. Within half a year, I absorbed every single inn in Jinhua City, then expanded boldly into restaurants, pleasure houses, courtesan establishments, and gambling halls. Today my enterprise flourishes brilliantly, my life rich and fulfilling. Wang Xiaosan grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Tears of gratitude glistened in his eyes. Without brother-in-law's patronage would the city lord ever have honored him so? Without brother-in-law could he possibly have attained this station? Qingge suddenly recalled. The city lord of Jinhua City was none other than the man who had knelt before him sobbing uncontrollably. He still vividly remembered the man's hands trembling violently like sieve chaff begging him to intercede favorably with his father-in-law. Indeed, connections truly smooth the path. The thought vanished as quickly as it arose. Then he smiled and said, so long as he grants you respect, all is well. If he dares withhold it, I'll pay him a visit myself. At these words, every servant and maid present instantly fixed Su Qingge with stunned, awestruck gazes. Master Su is truly formidable. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wang Shaoxin clapped vigorously, whereupon 3 or 4 exquisitely graceful songstresses promptly stepped forward from beside him. Brother-in-law, these dancers are peerless. Choose whichever pleases you, freely without restraint. Just then a sharp announcement rang out from outside. Master, the city lord has arrived and requests an audience with Master Su. It was the steward speaking. Wang Shaoxin immediately turned to Su Qingge. Su Qingge glanced toward the doorway and said, I am occupied at the moment. Inform him I will see him after I've concluded my business. Yes, sir. The steward bowed and departed to deliver the message. These dancing maidens were utterly astonished. The city lord with his heroic and spirited bearing was a figure far beyond their reach as mere servants. Yet when he came seeking an audience with young Master Su, a single word from Su turned him away. How incredibly formidable. Over here a group of maidservants were also taken aback once more. Young Master Su's abilities were truly immense. Wang Shaoxin noticed the shock in their eyes, pondered briefly, and instantly understood. Then he immediately felt a surge of pride. He is my brother-in-law. Do any of you have a brother-in-law like this? Alright, stop gawking. Dance now, Wang Shaoxin commanded. At his order the several dancing maidens began to perform. They wore pristine white gossamer, their slender waists swaying, sleeves fluttering like ethereal feathers, as if Jiao Chan herself were dancing gracefully. A scene of poetic beauty, enchanting, and exquisite. Their waists were as supple as cotton, even the most challenging dance poses were executed with ease. The elegant movements accompanied by gentle and soothing music immersed one completely, making it hard to break free. Su Qingge couldn't help but have his eyes light up. He had to admit no wonder emperors neglected their morning courts. With such pleasures any man would be utterly captivated. His gaze fell upon one of the dancers. She was in the prime of her youth, her skin as luminous and flawless as the moon, with a captivating oval face, and a gracefully slender figure standing like a delicate flower in the field, irresistibly drawing one's gaze. Wang Shaoxin noticed this and chuckled, brother-in-law, do you fancy this one? Indeed, Su Qingge nodded. A man should be open and forthright, there was nothing to hide. Shyness was a woman's affair. This one is called Lu Shui, a dancer from the Neon Garden in Pipa City. I later redeemed her along with these others. Seeing their extraordinary dance, I bought them for my own establishment. Since you like her, brother-in-law, I gift her to you. Wang Shaoxin added with a smile, they only perform, not sell their bodies. Here I respected that and never touched them. Su Qingge nodded and accepted gladly. Learning dance was wonderful, bodies so supple and flexible, every pose a delight. He could take her home and enjoy her dances anytime. Soon after the performance ended, Su Qingge looked at Lu Shui and said, you come here. Lu Shui was momentarily startled, feeling both flattered and delighted. She quickly approached. She realized she had caught the eye of this distinguished figure. In a blink she stood before Su Qingge and knelt down, saying, your servant Lu Shui greets young Master Su. Dance for me alone, Su Qingge said calmly. He was curious to see how Lu Shui performed solo. Lu Shui stepped back twice and began her solo dance. She was like a peacock in full display, resplendent and colorful, or like a celestial maiden scattering flowers imbued with boundless charm. Her palms swept past, bringing a warm breeze, and a delicate fragrance was intoxicating. Not bad, truly not bad. Su Qingge took a sip of tea and laughed heartily. Hearing this, Lu Shui felt encouraged and danced even more brilliantly, showing him her most beautiful side. When the dance concluded, Su Qingge flicked his sleeves, and 100,000 spirit stones flew out, like worthless pebbles. Take this and spend it freely. Lu Shui's face lit up with joy. Su Qingge naturally did not forget the other dancers. With a grand gesture, he gave each of them 100,000 as well. Lu Shui's face lit up with joy. Su Qingge, your servant has long heard of young Master Su's generosity, unmatched by ordinary men. Seeing it today truly opens our eyes. We sisters are truly fortunate. The dancers' faces bloomed with radiant smiles, brimming with excitement. Usually they danced for a month, toiling hard, barely earning over 10,000. Now after just one performance for this distinguished figure they received a full 100,000 each. Such was the life of the wealthy, far better than those common mortals. Alright, you may leave. Lu Shui, stay behind, Wang Shaoxin said with a wave. The others quickly withdrew. Then Su Qingge looked at Lu Shui and said, from today you are free. Come to my home. If you do not wish to the choice. Thank you, young master. Lu Shui wept with gratitude, sobbing uncontrollably. She had been sold to a brothel as a child, trained as a dancer, and later became the cash cow of the Neon Garden, due to her exceptional skills, so no one dared touch her. Then Wang Shaoxin bought her, but that was merely moving from one cage to another. And today she was finally free. Your servant will go nowhere. I wish to follow you and serve you for a lifetime, she said, tears streaming, unwilling to leave. Very well. Su Qingge did not hesitate, and pulled her into his embrace. Feeling the breadth of his chest, Lu Shui found her anchor, and overcome with emotion, she sobbed softly. After a long while, Su Qingge procured a horse-drawn carriage for her, allowing her to return to the Murong residence ahead of schedule. She herself remained behind, yearning to linger and savor a few more days of leisure. Wang Xiaosan said, "Brother-in-law, well, the truth is I invited you here because I have a favor to ask." "Oh." Su Qingge chuckled. "If you have something to say, you could have just said it in the letter. Why go through all this trouble?" Wang Xiaosan gave an awkward smile and said, "I was hoping you could lend me some prestige." He then explained the matter to. It turned out that Wang Xiaosan was about to get married. His betrothed was the daughter of a farming family from the countryside outside Guanyuan City. Though not particularly attractive, she was simple, kind-hearted, thrifty, and a good homemaker, a fine woman for a stable life. He hoped Su Qingge would grace the grand wedding with his presence. Wang Xiaosan also showed him a portrait. Su Qingge gazed at the rotund ball-like woman in the painting and couldn't help but sigh. "Brother-in-law, I truly cannot compliment your taste. Well, I left all the good ones for you, didn't I? He'll just marry someone ordinary as long as she can keep a household." Wang Xiaosan scratched his head and laughed. "Well, I left all the good ones for you, didn't I? He'll just marry someone ordinary as long as she can keep a household." Wang Xiaosan scratched his head and laughed. Sling festivity. Guanyuan City was not far away, and being situated in the outskirts, it was practically closer to Jinhua City. Consequently, the bride was soon brought over. Inside the spacious courtyard, honored guests filled every seat. Smiles adorned every face. The city lord was also present, volunteering to serve as the registrar. Seeing this, Wang Xiaosan's admiration for Su Qingge deepened. "I hear that even Master Su has come to grace Boss Wang. What do you know? Master Su is his brother-in-law, of course." Head show face. "Ah, so that's the connection. No wonder the city lord is sitting there keeping the books. Why hasn't it started yet? I'm getting a bit hungry." Amidst the lively clamor and diverse chatter, a sudden escaped the city lord as his expression shifted. At the entrance appeared a chariot, opulent and majestic, emanating a faint but profound aura. Its specifications far surpassed his own. "The governor has arrived." With that announcement, Wang Qian stepped out of the chariot, his bearing steady and imposing as a sacred mountain. The crowd was astonished. Such a high-ranking official had actually come. The next moment, a warship streaked across the sky, followed by a voice declaring, "The governor of Bohai has arrived." What? The governor of Bohai? Everyone's expressions changed in unison. Two governors had come to a single wedding feast. As this thought just crossed their minds, a lavish convoy of carriages materialized out of thin air before the gate. The leader, adorned with a crown, possessed an extraordinary aura with immense authority evident in his brow. It was the authority of one long accustomed to high office, commanding respect without anger. "The governor of Weihai has specially come to cheer for Boss Wang." The crowned middle-aged man entered, offered a slight bow, and then took a seat to the side. It was the authority of one long accustomed to high office, commanding respect without anger. "The governor of Weihai has specially come to cheer for Boss Wang." The crowned middle-aged man entered, offered a slight bow, and then took a seat to the side. Everyone was stunned. A single thought echoed in every mind. Good heavens, so many major figures had graced this. As they pondered, all eyes turned to Su Qingge. "Your influence is truly immense. Even though it's not your own wedding but your brother-in-law's, so many dignitaries still came to show face." Over on the side, Wang Xiaosan was also astounded. He had never imagined that so many prominent figures would attend his wedding. For a moment, he stood frozen in place. His legs trembled slightly. He knew full well that these three high-ranking officials weren't honoring him, but his brother-in-law. Instantly, he felt immensely gratified, his face beaming with pride. The bride, too, was shocked, her heart churning with turbulent waves. My heavens, she swore she was merely a farmer's daughter. She had never even qualified to meet a city lord, let alone a governor. Yet today, she was at a loss for words. Her parents were also wide-eyed and dumbfounded. However, upon learning that Wang Xiaosan's brother-in-law was the renowned Su Qingge, enlightenment dawned. Suddenly, a feeling of having found a priceless treasure surged within them. Excellent. Their daughter had married well. An hour later, the grand wedding concluded amidst a joyful atmosphere. The numerous guests, having feasted heartily, departed with satisfaction, taking leftovers to wrap up. The three governors approached, Su Qingge, smiles on their faces. After offering their greetings, they bid farewell and left. With matters settled, Su Qingge naturally had no reason to linger and made to leave. But at that moment, the city lord of Jinhua suddenly detained him, saying, "Master Su, please wait. I have a matter to discuss." "Oh." Su Qing's heart stirred as she turned to look at him. "I almost forgot you wanted to see me. What is it?" The city lord of Jinhua City glanced around, noticing some had not yet left. He leaned in and whispered mysteriously, "This place is not quite convenient. May I have a word in private?" Su Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. "Let's go." Moments later, in a secluded spot. "Young master, it's like this." The city lord of Jinhua City recounted the matter. Su Qingge soon learned that years ago, while traveling, the city lord had stumbled upon an ancient painting in an antique shop. The painting seemed ordinary, a landscape scene, but within it lay a hidden realm, an illusionary world one could enter and explore. But that wasn't the key point. The key was that a powerful expert accompanying the city lord sensed an extraordinary pressure emanating from the painting, suspecting someone dwelled within the illusion. Fortunately, the antique shop owner was a novice with low cultivation, unaware of the painting's anomaly, allowing them to acquire it at a paltry price. Subsequently, the city lord summoned many renowned masters, spending a fortune to decipher the painting and uncover its secrets. Finally, a formation master revealed the truth. It was a legendary illusionary painting concealing an ancient goddess known as the Guy Goddess. Seeking tranquility, she had secluded herself within for eons unknown. Upon learning this, the city lord was elated. He immediately hid the painting away, never showing it to anyone. He knew well of the Guy Goddess, a celestial maiden from the ancient era of the Zhongyuan realm, famed as the Guy Fairy. Her beauty was unparalleled, the dream lover of countless souls, driving many to madness. Now he said, "Young Master Su, after all these years I've kept the painting hidden, afraid to reveal it. I intend to gift it to you, if you can enter the painting and find the Guy Goddess." Su Qingge smiled faintly. Without pretense she said, "All right. Please follow me," the city lord said respectfully. After the time it takes to sip half a cup of tea, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. The city lord dismissed the servants and cautiously led Su Qingge to the backyard. There stood a rockery above a lotus pond, seemingly unremarkable. The city lord knocked on the rockery a few times. With a rumble, a crack appeared, revealing a stone door. The door was immensely thick and featured a keyhole. Clearly layers of defenses were in place lest anyone hear of it and attempt theft. "Young Master Su, please," the city lord said respectfully. Su Qingge stepped inside. A corridor like a cave stretched ahead, devoid of any torchlight. After descending several hundred meters underground, and this is the end. The city lord produced a key to unlock the door, revealing a cellar. Su Qingge stepped in and swept her gaze across the room, spotting a square table with a landscape painting on it. The Guy Goddess was a peerless beauty, captivating all in the ancient era. Countless cultivators were willingly Ever since deciphering this painting, I dared not show it to anyone. This treasure is too precious. If news of the Guy Goddess leaks out, it would surely stir a bloody storm. The city lord worried. The Guy Goddess was a peerless beauty, captivating all in the ancient era. Countless cultivators were willingly infatuated, utterly obsessed. Then suddenly she vanished without a trace. Many searched frantically, but in the end found nothing. Some cultivators even developed inner demons from it. Others, as if losing their faith, saw their world collapse and leaped into the sea to end their lives. Su Qingge took the treasured painting in hand and said, "They'll study it slowly back home. There's no rush for a moment. Let me host a welcome feast before you go." The city lord sought to curry favor. Su Qingge smiled and tossed him a jade talisman. "If you ever face trouble, just send me a message and I'll handle it." "Thank you, young master." The city lord's heart leaped with joy, his grin spreading wide. He had found a patron. Su Qingge walked out of the city lord's mansion feeling quite pleased. While this little excursion had yielded quite a bounty, he was about to head back when he suddenly sensed something and furrowed his brow. In his perception, there was a dark area where a pair of crimson eyes seemed to be staring at him. Ill intent. His eyes instantly dimmed. It must be for the divine maiden of Guy, right? Upon closer sensing, the opponent was actually a quasi-saint level existence. If a fight broke out with such a being, Jinhua City would be in dire straits. Better to go to an uninhabited place. With that thought, Su Qingge vanished with a whoosh. A day later, in this place was barren and uninhabited. As far as the eye could see, there were only lush slopes, desolate and bleak. "You've been following me for a day, truly persistent. Come out, I discovered you long ago." Having arrived here, Su Qingge turned to look behind him and spoke calmly. With a hum, a young man slowly emerged from a shadow behind him. Su Qingge looked him over. He was clad in black with a burly and robust figure. His features were as if carved by knives and axes, very rugged, and in his hand, he carried a large blade with a sharp, gleaming edge that was quite fearsome. "Speak plainly, get straight to the point," Su Qingge said coolly. The man snorted and sneered. "Fine. Straightforward. In that case, I have no need to hide things. Hand over that painting, and I'll let you leave." Uffed. Su Qingge laughed outright. Let him leave. Was there really such a cheap deal in this world? He must be afraid that I would hide the painting elsewhere or destroy it in a last-ditch effort, so he was playing it safe to avoid losing everything. "If you want to come and take it." "I'm just afraid you don't dare," Su Qingge said with a faint smile. He wasn't flustered at all. With the trump cards in his hand, forget a quasi-saint, even a saint was nothing to fear. If he activated the Great Emperor card, who could withstand it? But this man was only at the quasi-saint level. He didn't even need the Great Emperor card. A saint card would suffice. "I don't dare? You really think I don't dare?" The young man also laughed, waving his hand grandly, and saying coldly, "What a joke. Do you think that just because you are the holy son of the Qingge Holy Land, and have the female emperor backing you, you can act with impunity? Let me tell you, I'll kill you, take the treasure, and flee to another country hiding in the Great Tang or the Great Song. The world is vast. Who could find me? Even if Ning Shinro is a great emperor, so what? With years of war, the men are all spent. Would she start another war just for me? Do you think she's that foolish?" Su Qingge shook his head and said, "No, you're mistaken. I'm not like that. I was just speaking casually. Enough chatter. Hand over the thing and spare me the trouble." The young man's eyes burned with desire. He had coveted the divine maiden of Guy for a long time. Now suddenly seeing that after Wang Shaoxin's banquet ended, the city lord had sneaked Su Qingge back, he observed in secret for a while and was overjoyed. He had coveted the divine maiden of Guy for a long time. Now suddenly seeing that after Wang Shaoxin's banquet ended, the city lord had sneaked Su Qingge back, he observed in secret for a while and was overjoyed. This unruffled demeanor made the young man even more cautious. He was already afraid that Su Qingge had hidden the painting elsewhere or would tear it up at the moment of death. Then all his efforts would be in vain. So coaxing Qingge to hand it over, and then killing him to silence him, was the safest method. But he hadn't expected that even at death's door Qingge remained unperturbed. Could he have some hidden card? He secretly observed Qingge and saw that his displayed cultivation level was far inferior to his own. Fine, you're asking for death. Don't blame me. The young man gritted his teeth, flashed forward, and raised his blade to but unexpectedly at that moment Qingge let out a long sigh, and said, "There is a road to heaven, but you refuse to walk it. The gates of hell are open, yet you insist on rushing in." With that he willed it, and used a Saint Experience card. With a thunderous boom before the young man's incredulous eyes, Qingge's aura surged upward. Runes intertwined between his fingers, countless terrifying mysterious symbols emerged, the earth cracked inch by inch, spreading to millions of miles away in an instant. In that moment, within millions of miles around, countless great mountains collapsed like avalanches. And in the sky, endless energies of earth, water, wind, and fire erupted. Dragons and phoenixes appeared, ancient auspicious beasts materialized, heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses sprouted from the ground. An infinite array of celestial phenomena shone across the heavens, magnificent and resplendent. The surging aura of a saint swept across all things, overwhelming the eight desolates. The young man was instantly dumbfounded, his face etched with sheer astonishment, as if witnessing the heavens collapse, the earth sink, and volcanoes erupt, an expression of utter disbelief. Good heavens, what had he witnessed? In the blink of an eye, a mere cultivator at the ninth layer of the immortal terrace had transformed into a saint, an existence far more formidable than himself. How could this be? Even in his wildest dreams, he dared not believe it. You concealed your cultivation. Instantly his legs gave way, the blade in his hand trembled uncontrollably, and his feet quaked with fear. After all, this was a genuine saint before him, while he was merely a quasi-saint. How could he possibly contend with? Moreover, he had only just stepped into the quasi-saint realm, a fledgling at this level. Though powerful enough, challenging a true saint would be like an egg dashing against a rock. If that's what you think, so be it. Qingge heard his words, but couldn't be bothered to argue. After all, this man was about to die, why waste words on him? Whoosh! The young man's eyelids twitched violently as he hastily retreated in an instant, covering 1,000 li to put a safe distance between them. Yet cold sweat still poured down his back, his mind felt as if it might explode, and he dared not let down his guard. He had clawed his way to this level through countless seas of blood and mountains of corpses, enduring innumerable great tribulations to achieve the quasi-saint realm. But that was a true saint. How terrifying must that be? Just as he was thinking, a ripple passed through the void, a flash of golden light streaked by, and Qingge appeared before him, as if materializing out of thin air. At the saint level, one could merge with the void, reaching any destination with a single thought. Hiss! The young man was greatly alarmed, sweat erupting from his brow. Good heavens, this was too terrifying. He had courted death today. He immediately clasped his fists and said, "Senior, please hold. This junior had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai and offended you. This precious blade is now yours. Please overlook my offense and spare my life." Boom. Without wasting words, Qingge struck out with a palm. The void collapsed on the spot, bursting into terrifying ripples as he mercilessly slammed it toward him. In an instant, the young man felt an unparalleled pressure. Even with that casual palm strike from the saint, he sensed his very soul about to shatter, lacking even the courage to fight back. In that critical moment, he tried to evade, but his entire body trembled, and even though he willed it to move, his limbs refused to obey. He could only watch helplessly as the palm descended. Bam! The palm struck him with brutal force, piercing straight through his chest, shattering his ribs, and exploding out his back, leaving a gruesome bloody hole where his chest had been. The young man's corpse thudded to the ground, his breath faint as he whispered, I regret this so much." With those final words, his legs stiffened, and he perished, his Tao extinguished. That last sentence was his dying breath. How weak! Qingge let out a contemptuous sneer. With such meager ability, he dared to commit robbery. In truth, he hadn't even used his full strength. Had he done so, the man would have likely exploded into a mist of blood, leaving nothing behind. He still wanted to see if the man carried any treasures. He couldn't afford to miss out. So he began searching the young man's body. As expected, the man's possessions were quite substantial. There were over 10,000 high-grade elixirs, more than a dozen precious blades and swords, and several suits of gleaming pure gold armor radiating extraordinary splendor. Beyond these, there were also over 9,700,000 spirit stones, roughly 10 million give or take. Not bad at all. The token was gilded all over, and the craftsmanship was clearly extraordinary. It must be a treasure. What is this? He removed the token and examined it close. The token was gilded all over, and the craftsmanship was clearly extraordinary. It must be a treasure. What is this? He removed the token and examined it closely, noticing characters engraved upon it. Netherworld Sacred Ground Candidate, Saint Heir, Chao Bao. No wonder he was so wealthy. A Saint Heir candidate. Qingge's eyes narrowed. But the next moment he shook his head, utterly unconcerned. Even if he had killed the Sacred Ground's Saint Heir, so what? And this was merely a candidate. Nothing to worry about. Yet at that very moment, a sudden inspiration struck him. He murmured to himself, "No, a man who climbed to such heights must have been highly valued by the Sacred Ground. Now that he has fallen, the Netherworld's Sacred Ground will surely not sit idly by. If I'm not mistaken, their people will arrive shortly." But still it was nothing to fear. The Saint Experience card still had plenty of time left, and using only a single palm strike was such a waste. Why not wait here like a spider in its web and slaughter them all at once? The Nether Sanctum. Black mist shrouded the land and streams of dark demonic flames mingled with a pungent stench of blood soared into the sky. Within a hall littered with bones, two elders were in discussion. Qingge, the competition among the 3 candidate holy sons, is next month. Who do you— Without a doubt it must be Qiao Bao. Though young he has already stepped into the saint realm. A quasi-saint, yet he has repeatedly obtained heaven-defying opportunities. He is one blessed with great fortune and favor. I believe it won't be long before he truly enters the saint realm. Indeed I favor him too. But what time is it now? He went out. Why hasn't he returned? Just as they spoke, abruptly a lamp in the hall extinguished without warning, without consultation, plunging into dimness. This was a soul lamp. Every disciple of the Nether Sanctum had one who once extinguished it signified that the disciple had met with misfortune. Misfortune was merely a euphemism. In truth it meant death. As demonic cultivators they often faced sieges from righteous cultivators while traveling. Such occurrences were commonplace. Thus they had grown accustomed to it, and rarely intervened. Such was the cold-blooded nature of the demonic path. But this time was different. The deceased was none other than Qiao Bao. What? How? How could he have fallen? Qingge and the other elder cried out in shock. After all, Qiao Bao was the strongest among the 3 candidate holy sons destined to shine brilliantly in the competition a month later and ascend to the position of holy son. Yet now how could his lamp be extinguished so suddenly? For a moment both stood frozen, utterly incredulous. The strongest candidate holy son was dead, dashing all their hopes. It also meant that the younger generation of the Nether Sanctum had been crippled. The century of effort invested by the Sanctum had all been in vain. Raising a quasi-saint was no trivial matter. It required endless resources. Now those resources were wasted. When another candidate holy son entered and saw Qiao Bao's extinguished soul lamp, his face turned ashen as he screamed heavens no. This candidate holy son was named Wu Guang. Though powerful in his own right, he trembled at the mere mention of Qiao Bao's name, barely able to withstand a single blow from him. Seeing Qiao Bao dead, he was utterly astounded. How formidable must the opponent be? How audacious! Did they truly believe the Nether Sanctum was to be trifled? Soon the entire Nether Sanctum was stirred. Since the Sanctum Lord had long passed away without a successor, no one presided over the Sanctum. The other elder was even more radical, issuing a command: investigate Qiao Bao's cause of death. Once found, I will tear the culprit limb from limb. Soon the entire Nether Sanctum was stirred. Since the Sanctum Lord had long passed away without a successor, no one presided over the Sanctum. All affairs were managed by Qingge and this elder. They had intended to groom Qiao Bao into the next, unleashing a terrifying aura of killing intent. The void within 10,000 li— Elder, we couldn't determine the cause of death, but we sensed Qiao Bao's aura at the Sunset Plateau, likely his remains. In an instant Qingge erupted with thunderous fury, unleashing a terrifying aura of killing intent. The void within 10,000 li collapsed layer by layer, opening countless thunderous vortexes, as if doomsday had arrived. His full Quasi-Saint, great perfection cultivation burst forth. Sunset Plateau, the murderer cannot be far. Follow me, let us kill. The elder too, enraged, let his Quasi-Saint great perfection aura sweep across 10,000 li, bellowing, Qiao Bao shall not die in vain. Follow me, let us kill. With the command, figures from the Nether Sanctum soared into the sky, each wreathed in terrifying fluctuations. The weakest were at the great power level, and some were at the 5th or 6th level of great power, their formidable pressure cascading like mountains and seas covering the heavens. They followed Qiao Bao's aura and swiftly descended upon the Sunset Plateau. Along the way many factions trembled in fear. Almost all the experts of the Nether Sanctum had mobilized. The collision of their powerful auras seemed capable of tearing heaven and earth asunder. Even the reclusive Grand Elder had appeared, suggesting a major incident within the Nether Sanctum. Though curious, none of these factions dared to look, quickly feigning ignorance and retreating into their dwellings. The reason was simple: whenever the Nether Sanctum faced trouble, a bloody massacre was inevitable. They dared not be. Not long thereafter the Yoming holy sect arrived at the Sunset Plateau, fierce, overwhelming, and terrifying. Each cultivator unleashed their full power at once. Colossal Dharma avatars sprouted from their backs, unleashing waves of horrifying force. The earth instantly collapsed, surrounding mountains vanished entirely, crushed flat into bottomless chasms 10,000 zhang deep, an awe-inspiring display of devastation. Passing civilians were mercilessly pulverized into crimson mist. Even seasoned cultivators felt their minds erupt in dissonant, deafening resonance. The suffocating pressure descended like a bloodthirsty demon god, indifferent to innocence or guilt, intent only on annihilation. Innocence offered no reprieve. Whoever stood in their path would be slain. Even Buddhas would fall before them. Such was the Yoming holy sect. Ruthless, savage, unrelenting. Who slew our holy heir? Step forward now. Otherwise I swear upon my Tao, after you die, your clan, your ancestral tombs, your 9 generations of kin, even every trace of your existence, shall be utterly obliterated. The furious roar shook the heavens. Qingge himself. He was seething. With the Holy Master's recent ascension, the Yoming holy sect had begun its slow decline. This new generation, this soul-promising heir, had been brutally extinguished. Damn it, run. Run now. It's got nothing to do with us. Run. Panic erupted as crowds fled in disarray. Yet before they took half a step, they were crushed into crimson mist by sheer oppressive force. In the blink of an eye, every living being within 10,000 li lay dead. Qingge did not hide. He stood openly beside Cao Bao's corpse, calm and unbothered. Yet the Yoming cultivators roared skyward in fury, glancing at him only fleetingly, and dismissing him outright. They assumed another perpetrator must exist, for how could it possibly be him? After all, he was a true sage, a holy heir of the Qingge holy sect, and none other than Qingge of the illustrious Murong clan. Surely it could not be him. Whoever you are, I issue a final solemn warning: do not scorn mercy and invite retribution. Step forth now, and I swear, your family shall live. One life for one life. Tuanwu bellowed again. Behind him, another elder's rage surged. Who in hell is it? As he pondered, his gaze swept over Qingge. Within 10,000 li, he was the sole figure remaining. Could it? The thought had barely formed, when Qingge spoke, voice calm and detached. Cease your canine yapping. I killed him. A stunned silence followed. Every cultivator of the Yoming holy sect froze. Eyes wide, jaws slack, exchanging bewildered glances. Heaven above, did we just hear correctly? It was him. What now? For a breathless moment, utter paralysis gripped them. No one knew how to react. Especially Tuanwu. His mouth gaped open wide enough to swallow an egg, frozen midair like a wooden statue, staring blankly at Qingge. Wait. This is a grave misunderstanding. We beg your eminence, holy heir, spare us. Let us depart. May the green hills endure and rivers flow eternal. We shall meet again. Farewell. Another elder, quick-witted and pragmatic, bowed deeply in apology, then turned and fled without pause, unwilling to linger even a single minute. Why remain? To await certain death. This entire force had stormed in with murderous intent, and moments earlier Tuanwu himself had issued such brazen threats. How could anyone guarantee Qingge's forbearance? A sage-level existence could strike down a quasi-sage at peak cultivation with a single palm strike. And yet, he dared not flee. Nonsense. Had Qingge granted permission? Try stepping away just once. At those words, the others snapped back to awareness, swiftly suppressing their murderous intent, bowing respectfully and pleading, Your Eminence, Su. That wretched Cao Bao, blind fool that he was, dared offend you. His death was well-deserved. Please overlook our transgressions. Grant us safe passage. Every member of the Yoming holy sect had broken, humbled, supplicant, trembling. They had long heard of Qingge's renown. The Empress's recent decrees and rewards were common knowledge. Setting aside all else, the mere mention of the celestial dragon worship alone would have left them reeling. And now, Qingge was a sage. You may depart, but first surrender your most treasured possession. I've long heard the Yoming holy sect possesses a sacred artifact capable of stabilizing celestial fortune, the Qingge cauldron. Hand it over. Refuse, and leave your lives instead. Qingge showed no mercy. As a transmigrated, he understood well the fatal folly of compassion. What a... Tuanwu recoiled in shock. The Qingge cauldron was the sect's very lifeline, the keystone anchoring its celestial fortune. Without it, the sect would fracture into chaos, collapsing irreversibly. Ah, Your Eminence, Su. Might we offer something else instead, oi? Tuanwu forced a smile. No. You hesitate, so you refuse. Qingge yielded not an inch. Tuanwu's face darkened. Do not push too far, Your Eminence. Though you are an authentic sage, we are no mere fodder. Ants can shake heaven itself. With so many of us, assembled battle would bring mutual ruin. As the saying goes, retreat one step, and the horizon widens. Let us both yield. What say you? Tuanwu's voice lowered heavy with gravity. Enough. Leave your lives instead. Impatience spent, Qingge struck, without warning. Boom. In a flash of lightning and flint, Qingge struck out, with a palm, unleashing a terrifying force that seemed to collapse the heavens and shatter the earth. The ground split open in a straight line, bursting into abyss-like fissures. He had long heard that the Nether Sanctum possessed an artifact to suppress its fortune. He had intended to obtain it peacefully, but since these fools refused to yield, he would simply take it by force. This is too much. Tuanwu roared in fury. Attack! The irate elder bellowed, producing a scarlet halberd. With a swing of his arm, the halberd tore through the clouds, its sharp blade dripping with bloodthirsty cold light as it pierced through the void. However, the moment Su King's palm descended, he felt as if billions of meteorites were pressing down upon him, his scalp tingling with numbness. Instantly struck with terror, he lost all courage to fight and turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Su King's palm struck the halberd, shattering it into fragments amidst a spray of sparks. The residual force of the palm did not diminish and slammed heavily into the elder's body. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed. Nothing remained but a pool of blood mist. The Grand Elder of the Nether Sanctum, a being at the peak of the Quasi-Saint realm, had fallen on the spot. Hiss! 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 In an instant, a terrifying scream erupted from the scene. On the side of the Nether Sanctum, everyone's faces changed drastically, their hearts pounding with fear and their scalps crawling with dread. Good heavens, after just one exchange the Grand Elder had perished. He was far too powerful. Tuanwu's eyelids twitched violently. Not daring to engage, he turned and fled. But the moment he took a step, his head burst with a bang, blood streaming down. The space here had long been sealed. Not even a mosquito could hope to escape. There was no escape, neither to the heavens nor into the earth. In an instant Tun Wu was paralyzed with fear, drenched in cold sweat. He hastily said, "Wait. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to hand over the Qingge cauldron, but it is within the sanctum, not on my person. I beg for your mercy. No need, I will retrieve it myself." Qingge said coldly. If these people had assessed the situation earlier, he might have granted them an intact corpse. But now apologies they would turn into blood mist this very day? Boom. He struck out with a palm, unleashing the full force of his terrifying Saint Realm cultivation. Waves of extreme oppressive pressure surged into the sky, splitting the gray clouds, and creating rolling ripples, as if a fist had punched through the surface of water spreading outward. Tun Wu attempted to resist, but before he could even move, the palm slammed onto his head like a meteorite. His head exploded instantly, his body shattered inch by inch from head to toe, visibly disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist in the blink of an eye, leaving no remains. Those behind him were all stunned with terror. Battles between Saint Realm experts were exceedingly rare, but today they witnessed it firsthand. Killing was a matter of a single thought, swift and decisive. Yet in the next moment they realized they might be the next to die. Boom. A wave of oppressive force crushed down upon. In an instant a continuous series of bang 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 sounds erupted on the field. Bodies exploded one after another like fireworks, blood and gore splattering everywhere, pooling into rivers. Under the saint's oppressive force these disciples could not even counterattack or utter a sound. They simply exploded on the spot, turning into blood mist. Before long, not a single person remained on the scene. Every member of the Nether Sanctum had fallen, not one left alive. They deserve to die. Qingge cursed rarely. At the same time he murmured to himself, "I have to say this trial card is really convenient." This kind of trump card was his alone. No matter how low his cultivation, he could instantly become a saint, or even a saint king or great emperor with no side effects whatsoever, even after the effect wore off. It was truly comfortable. Next he picked through the remains on the ground. There were many storage pouches and storage rings scattered about belonging to Tun Wu and the various disciples. Qingge had precisely controlled his power, shattering only their physical bodies without damaging the storage rings. He naturally understood the principle of maximizing gains. After finishing this he departed for the Nether Sanctum. Less than a quarter of an hour after Qingge left, someone passed by the scene. Gazing at the utter devastation they exclaimed in shock, "By the gods! The Nether Sanctum has been annihilated." Within the Nether Sanctum in a pitch-black hall Qingge entered and began to inspect the spoils of battle. The storage rings of the two powerful elders were immensely bountiful, containing countless thousand-year spirit herbs, rare treasures, and an endless array of blades, spears, swords, and halberds. The other elders also possessed many fine items. Besides spirit medicines and precious herbs, the spirit stones alone amounted to over 400 million. After another tally, he gathered all the spirit stones together and realized this haul had made him a fortune, a staggering 1.6 billion. It must be said that annihilating the entire Nether Sanctum in one fell swoop had indeed made him exorbitantly wealthy. The credit primarily went to the Sage Experience Card. One could say that for a sage to slay a great expert was a matter of a single thought. 10,000 years ago the master of the Nether Sanctum was a ruthless figure with a cultivation base at the mid-age stage. Unfortunately he had perished in an unexpected accident. One could say that for a sage to slay a great expert was a matter of a single thought. 10,000 years ago the master of the Nether Sanctum was a ruthless figure with a cultivation base at the mid-age stage. Unfortunately he had perished in an unexpected accident. As a result the Nether Sanctum had essentially declined. Qingge soon located the Qingge cauldron. In the forbidden grounds of the Nether Sanctum, dark and cavernous, a colossal golden cauldron emanated a dense Tao aura with profound undulations flowing forth. As an artifact capable of suppressing fortune, this object was of utmost importance. From small families to medium-sized sects, from grand sanctums to entire nations, all required such a vessel to stabilize their destiny. Without it, fortune would gradually dissipate, eventually reducing any force to a negligible status. Qingge snapped his fingers and stored the cauldron into his storage ring. He intended to place the Qingge cauldron within his family to anchor their fortune. Next he did not leave, but roamed the Nether Sanctum, stripping bare everything his eyes could see. For instance, the sage throne, the intricately carved and painted pavilions, the gem-inlaid floors. All were swept into his storage ring, ready to be sold at a later destination. Thus, had anyone been present, they would have witnessed a handsome young man acting like a bandit, walking along and dismantling everything in sight, tearing the once magnificent Nether Sanctum into a chaotic ruin, plundering all valuables without leaving a trace. There was a dog at the entrance kept by a disciple. As the saying goes, eliminate the roots and leave nothing behind. Qingge casually dealt it a blow and slew it. Though the dog could not seek revenge, it still had to be killed. When he turned into the kitchen and saw a crate of eggs, he approached, shaking each one vigorously to break the yolks. After some time, Qingge left the place satisfied. Once again he arrived, empty-handed, and departed laden with spoils. The entire Nether Sanctum had been completely emptied. Along the way some rogue cultivators witnessed the scene and were utterly astounded. Qingge generously waved his hand and gifted them the items he deemed worthless. These people were moved to tears of gratitude, falling to their knees one after another. About half an hour later, within a certain city, inside a merchant guild. "Shopkeeper, I have goods to sell. Su Qingge arrived and laid out all the loot from the nether sanctum on the counter. The shopkeeper glanced at the items and said, "Ah, it's young Master Su. May I ask how much you wish to sell for?" The question left Su Qingge rather speechless. Was he the seller, or was the shopkeeper? Shouldn't the shopkeeper name a price, and he would either accept or seek another buyer? What was this about? Do you not know the market price? Su Qingge inquired. The shopkeeper forced a smile and replied, "I do know, but I fear that offering too little would displease you, young master, while offering too much would mean a loss for my humble shop. So why don't you name your price, and I'll pay it directly even if it means a loss for me." "Just give me the market price," Su Qingge said, not being particular. The shopkeeper took out an abacus and began calculating. Soon a large chest was brought over. When opened, it was filled to the brim with spirit stones, a dazzling expanse of white that was extremely eye-catching. Su Qingge swept his divine sense over it. "Another 400 million. Your items are worth a total of 398,500,000. He'll round it up for you, young master, to 400 million, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Su Qingge couldn't be bothered to argue. Wasn't getting a little extra a good thing? Who would mind having more money? He snapped his fingers, and with a whoosh the chest was stored into his ring. The news of the Nether Sanctum's downfall spread like a hurricane, rapidly reaching far and wide. At first, all within 10,000 li of the Nether Sanctum were stunned, then those beyond 10,000 li, and within a few days most of the Great Qing Empire knew. When the news traversed the Great Qing territories, everyone was incredulous, as if hearing a fairy tale. My heavens, I heard that the Nether Sanctum deployed their entire army to pursue a reclusive master at Sunset Plateau, and with a single move that master annihilated them all. The story I heard is different. I heard that master didn't even lift a finger, his mere aura crushed everyone from. I'm not sure, but the version I heard is the most reliable. This event spawned numerous versions spreading outward, shaking many powers. Despite the myriad versions, everyone knew a saint had destroyed the Nether Sanctum. For a time, many demonic sects of all sizes across Great Qing fell silent and retracted their claws. These demonic factions speculated that the saint was likely sent by the Empress killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, telling them to behave or suffer the same fate as the Nether Sanctum. The news also reached the Morong family. Instantly, the entire Morong household was first shocked, then erupted in joyous celebration. 80 years ago, a family member traveling abroad was captured by a demon from the Nether Sanctum, disappearing without a trace, dead or alive. This incident had always been a thorn in Mu Sinyu's heart. But now the Nether Sanctum was no more. She felt an overwhelming joy. Su Qingge continued his travels outside, not returning until the month's end. When he arrived home, the house was immersed in jubilation, draped in red cloth everywhere, as festive as the new year. Upon inquiry, he learned it was all because of the Nether Sanctum's destruction. "Oh Qingge, I am truly overjoyed. I wonder who that master is to have inadvertently helped us destroy the Nether Sanctum. If I could meet them, I would repay them wholeheartedly," Mu Sinyue said with a radiant smile, full of longing. The person captured by the Nether Sanctum back then was named Morong Lanlin, her beloved niece. "Well Qingge, yesterday, when Yuner gave birth, I didn't give you a reward because I couldn't decide what to give you. But now that 4 more have been born today, I'm utterly overjoyed. Tell me." He actually wanted to confess, but he guessed Mu Sinyue would be too shocked to believe it. After all, his apparent cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Immortal Terrace, far from a saint. Would she believe him if he told her? It wasn't worth using another saint card just for this. He could admit it later when his cultivation reached the saint realm. Let's wait for now. Su Qingge was very broad-minded. By then it was getting late. He went to Morong Yuner's room. Time flew like an arrow, months passed like a shuttle. One day 8 months later, Morong Yuner gave birth. That day the entire Morong family was festooned with lanterns and colored banners brimming with joy. Yi Qingxi was in charge of the delivery. Before long, amidst a bout of loud crying, a chubby baby boy was born. Mu Sinyue saw it was a boy. Instantly her face beamed with delight, unable to contain her smile. At that moment Su Qingge was also grinning from ear to ear. Because in his mind the system's rewards had arrived. Ding! Detected that the host has given birth to the 11th child. System automatically distributing rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Great Emperor 2 Experience Card 1. 500 Years of Cultivation Card 1. 5 million Gene Strength Card 1. Sacred Weapon Primordial War Halberd 1. Sacred Realm Art Azure Dragon Sky Swallowing Technique 1. Hope the host continues to strive, have more children, and the next rewards will be even richer. Wow, such generous rewards. Su Qingge slapped his forehead, beaming with joy. The Great Emperor 2 Experience Card needed no elaboration, nor did the Cultivation and Strength cards. But the Sacred Weapon was worth mentioning. This was a sacred weapon extremely precious. Once it appeared, it would create mountains of blood and seas of corpses. There was also a technique cultivable only at the Sacred Realm, the Azure Dragon Sky Swallowing Technique, an ancient divine art. Cultivated to its peak, a flick of the finger could tear the sky and shatter the cosmos. Though not numerous, the quality of these rewards was incomparably higher than before. For a moment his heart surged with Just one day later, Wang Zichuan, Su Qingyu, and Wanyan Qingxue also gave birth. Since they had all conceived around the same time, the children arrived in a cluster. Mu Sinyue was overjoyed, tears of excitement glistening in her eyes as she bustled about tirelessly. This time, all the newborns were boys. Wang Zichuan in particular gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Once the delivery was complete, Su Qingge received the system's rewards once again. Ding! detected that the host has given birth to the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th children. The system automatically issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Great Emperor's 6th Life Experience Card 4. 800 Years of Cultivation Card 4. 8 Million Gene Strength Card 4. Sacred Weapon heaven-defying Sword 4. Sacred Realm Palm Technique, Sky-Splitting Palm 4. Ding. As the host has given birth to 4 offspring at once, an additional reward is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Legendary Treasure Chest. We hope the host continues to strive for more children. The next reward will be even richer. Damn, this is even more generous than last time. And there's a Legendary Treasure Chest. Qingge blurted out. But he quickly calmed down. After all, he had more children this time, so naturally the rewards were greater. The first 3 items went without saying. The heian-defying sword possessed immense power capable of cleaving billions of miles of land with a single strike. As for the sky-splitting palm, it could tear into the depths of the void, creating terrifying cracks like a moat. As for the legendary treasure chest, he would open it outside. Taking advantage of Mu Xinyue tending to the newborns, he left the house and arrived at a quiet area. It was a dense forest rarely visited by humans. Qingge sat cross-legged, opened the legendary treasure chest, and found a single drop of blood inside. Even a single drop exuded an extremely terrifying aura, an ancient and desolate presence rushing toward him. It was unclear which great power's blood this was. He asked System, what blood is this? Primordial flood, dragon blood. When fused, grants immortality. The system replied. Qingge took a deep breath, overwhelmed with excitement. Did this mean that if he fused this drop of blood, he could achieve eternal life? With a thought, he chose to fuse it. Instantly, he felt his senses sharpen, his entire body pleasantly warm and comfortable, as if soaking in a hot spring. After a moment, Qingge let out a long breath. The fusion with the primordial flood dragon blood was complete. He found that his physique had transformed, granting him the immortal body. With 2 physiques merged into one, he possessed both immortality and supreme comprehension. Without becoming complacent, he calmed his mind and used a 500 Years of Cultivation card. He had intended to use it yesterday, but he had secretly placed the Qingge cauldron in the family's auspicious site, causing a boom. As the 500 Years of Cultivation card entered his body, he felt a surge of restlessness. Endless hot blood rushed through him like mighty rivers and seas, turbulent and roaring, crashing and exploding within him without pause. His body erupted with the sound of thousands of troops clashing, deafening. With a violent explosion, his cultivation surged, shattering the immortal platform and stepping into the great ability realm. Great ability, first heaven. Great ability, second heaven. Great ability, fourth heaven. Great ability, fifth heaven. Great ability, ninth heaven. Great ability peak. In just a short moment, he had reached the peak of the great ability realm, his speed akin to riding a rocket, leaving no room for negotiation. If others knew of his speed, they would likely be shocked into questioning their own existence. It was only after a long while that the fluctuations from his breakthrough gradually subsided. Qingge opened his eyes, feeling as if billions of gene of power had been poured into his body. Every part of him was brimming with strength, so full that he wondered how much damage a single punch could cause. But one thing was certain, splitting Mount Hua with a single strike had become child's play. And this was only the result of one 500 Years of Cultivation card. He still had 4 800 Years of Cultivation cards in hand. Without wasting time, he chose to use them directly. Since he had them, he would use them. Breaking through was a thrill, and continuous breakthroughs brought endless pleasure. Boom. As the 4 cultivation cards entered his body, the world around him felt entirely different. He became as light as a feather, his cultivation shooting upward like a spaceship, unstoppable. When the waves of breakthrough subsided, Qingge slowly opened his eyes and found that his cultivation had reached the peak of quasi-sage. This realm was only one step away from true sagehood. Now he no longer needed to use Quasi-Sage Experience cards. He could directly unleash the power of a quasi-sage. What if I go home and give the Quasi-Sage Experience cards to my wives? He suddenly thought. But that seemed problematic. How would he explain such a thing? He couldn't very well say it came from the system. Still, it didn't matter. He could secretly place them in their pockets. In times of danger, with a mere thought, he could let them absorb the cards invisibly. By the way, system, can these experience cards be used by others? He asked with a frown. If not, that would be troublesome. Yes, the system replied. Qingge revealed a satisfied smile. Then he also used 1 5 million gene strength card and 4 8 million gene strength cards. Boom, boom. A thunderous explosion erupted within his body like a nuclear bomb detonating inside. Surging power instantly swept through every corner of his being, providing terrifying strength akin to deep-sea waves, each wave stronger than the last. With such a terrifying accumulation, his physical strength skyrocketed, and his power increased dramatically. After a long while, Qingge clenched his fist, and the joints emitted a piercing crack, fearsome beyond measure. All the strength cards had been fully absorbed. If he were to release his physical power, now countless people would likely be awestruck and prostrate themselves in admiration. Then he proceeded to cultivate the Azure Dragon, swallowing Heaven Art and the Sky-Splitting Palm. Thanks to his physique's unparalleled comprehension, he mastered both techniques to their fullest extent in just a few breaths. After finishing all this, he rose and returned to the family. Upon arriving at the family estate before he could even settle down, he was summoned to the room by Mu Xingyue. Well, Qingge, yesterday, when Yuner gave birth, I didn't give you a reward because I couldn't decide what to give you. But now that 4 more have been born today, I'm utterly overjoyed. Tell me whatever you want, and I will grant it. Mu Xingyue spoke with a warm smile. The reason she hadn't given a reward yesterday was that Qingge was not short of money, and she had been racking her brains for an appropriate gift. His contributions were too immense, no reward felt sufficient. So she decided to leave the choice to him. I don't really want anything in particular. Why not just convert it all into money? Qingge pondered for a moment before speaking. Money was a hard currency, how everything could be measured by it, so no one disliked it. Although he wasn't lacking funds, who would ever complain about having too much wealth? Alright, I'll give you money then. Mu Xinyu's expression brightened. With a wave of her hand, 10 chests materialized on the table. Inside here are 300 million. Spend it as you wish. If it's not enough, come to me anytime, and it'll satisfy your needs. Hearing this, Qingge smiled and replied, alright. Mu Xinyue continued, honestly, I've been growing more troubled about what to reward you. It feels like nothing is enough. But since you're willing to take money, that's no problem. Our family has plenty. You know, as an ancient imperial clan, our wealth could last nearly 1,000 years. As she spoke, Mu Xinyu's face brimmed with pride. In the ancient era, the first patriarch of the Morong family was a master at making money. He single-handedly supported the entire clan with enterprises sprawling across the Qinglan realm. Even after distributing shares to branch families over countless generations, the enterprises remained vast, standing as unshakable pillars. Each branch received a generous portion, enough to last for eons. Suddenly a loud shout came from outside, trouble, madam. Old man Wang is here. Mu Xinyu's expression shifted, and she hurried out. As she stepped out, she saw a white-haired old man charging towards Qingge, ignoring her entirely. He bellowed, I look down on you. Why would you do anything else but marry into the family? You're a disgrace to men. Qingge's eyes narrowed slightly. During this time, he had heard Mu Xinyue mention that a man surnamed Wang always secretly looked down on him, mainly because he was a Livian son-in-law, bringing shame to men. Of course, Mu Xinyue hadn't put it so bluntly, but he understood. Originally, Qingge paid no heed to such petty characters, simply because their stations in life were different, and so were their mindsets. But today, with this old man charging right to his doorstep, he could no longer tolerate it. He directly took out 1 million and flung it in the old man's face, saying, my mother-in-law said back then that she'd reward 1 million for each child born. Now there are over a dozen, and the bonus has exceeded 100 million. Do you understand? What? Old man Wang's heart jolted, then his eyes turned red with jealousy. He roared, shameful, shameful. If I were you, I'd die before marrying into a family. For money, you've even abandoned a man's dignity. I'm sorry, but young Master Su lives very well in my home, with food, drink, and servants. It's not what you imagine. Also, I advise you to watch your tongue. It's better for everyone. Mu Xinyue was also furious, her cheeks puffing in anger. Although Qingge had married into the family, her entire household revolved around him, treating him with utmost respect and care, afraid of any oversight. This old man must be driven mad by jealousy. Qingge said with a faint smile, if you're not convinced, go marry into a family yourself. What's all this noise about? Old man Wang grew even angrier. At his age, even if he wanted to marry into a family, no one would take him. Old Wang's face flushed crimson with fury and shame. He plopped down on the ground and bellowed, I'm so angry, I'm sick. You have to compensate me. Qingge let out a derisive laugh. Who gave this man the audacity to cause trouble here? Was it because there were more women than men, making him think he was a hot commodity? With a swift motion, Qingge drew a sword and slashed it across Old Wang's head. You! Old Wang barely managed to scream before his head rolled away, severed from his body. Qingge waved a hand and ordered, someone come clean this up. Immediately, a maidservant came to drag away Old Wang's corpse and wash the floor clean. Old Wang was a solitary old man with no relatives, making his death a simple matter. Years ago, he had been caught groping a girl who was about to be married, and her family beat him so badly he developed epilepsy. Since then, no family was willing to marry their daughter to him despite the gender imbalance. So he remained single. That was the end of Old Wang's affair. Next, Qingge awaited the empress' reward. But this time he was puzzled, why hadn't the redrobed eunuch arrived yet? Logically, he should have been here long ago. Mu Xinyue had already sent word to the capital about the birth of the child. This was strange. Mu Xinyue was equally perplexed. Why hadn't the emperor's envoy arrived yet? What was going on? In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The redrobed eunuch was still missing. Another 5 days slipped by. Finally, on the 7th day, there was movement out. A large procession of riders on tall horses approached from the direction of the capital. From afar, one could see a troop of over 3,000 people, including maids, eunuchs, soldiers. A massive crowd, shoulder to shoulder. Leading them was none other than the redrobed eunuch. Mu Xinyue was overjoyed and hurried out to greet them. Soon the redrobed eunuch said apologetically, well, there have been unusual movements on the Song side recently, possibly another war, so His Majesty has been busy and delayed a few days. But rest assured, no matter the delay, the reward will reach you. And this time, as an apology, His Majesty has made amends. Mu Xinyue understood. The redrobed eunuch began distributing the rewards. This time the Empress awarded 800 million top-grade spirit stones along with various rare treasures, divine weapons, and the latest research results from the Divine Mechanism Battalion. 7 or 8 soldiers pushed a massive cannon cart, panting heavily as they approached. From a distance, Qingge saw the cannon cart and felt it resembled a giant cannon from some game. A steel carriage with a huge cannon mounted on it, majestic and imposing. The red-robed eunuch took out a few head-sized cannonballs and loaded them, smiling. One shot from this can obliterate a towering mountain range with power equivalent to a single palm strike from a saint. Impressive, isn't it? Qingge calculated and agreed a saint's palm could indeed flatten a mountain range. He nodded, satisfied with the cannon's power. In addition, there was a great privilege: any member of the Morong family serving as an official would be exempt from impeachment. Impeachment was essentially being reported. When in office, one might face false accusations from treacherous ministers. If reported, the Ministry of Justice would investigate, and if evidence was confirmed, it could lead to serious trouble. But now with this exemption, no one could report you. Honestly, the red-robed eunuch felt a pang of bitterness, for he could see that Ning Xianro had placed another layer of protection around Qingge. With defenses layered upon each other, no one could bring him down. As this privilege was announced, the entire Morong family erupted in thunderous cheers. Ha ha ha, this is wonderful, truly wonderful. This is all thanks to our young master. Ha ha, good, good, good. Someone was so happy they shouted good 3 times in a row. They were genuinely overjoyed. Finally, the red-robed eunuch handed Qingge an appointment letter and said, "His Majesty says you should report to the capital to take up your post at the beginning of next month." Qingge's heart stirred. What's this about? As mentioned before, having many children earns you an official position. You have over 10, now meeting the requirement. Look at what the letter says, the red-robed eunuch said with a kind smile. Qingge unfolded it and saw bold calligraphy: Grand Secretary of the Hanlin Academy. Below it was stamped with a large imperial jade seal. This is a 4th-rank official position. You've truly risen to prominence overnight. Alas, many scholars spend their entire lives taking the imperial exams only to end up as minor officials in remote places. You've been directly transferred to the capital. Your starting point is others' finish line. I envy you, truly I do, the red-robed eunuch lamented with a bitter expression. Qingge didn't know how to respond and simply smiled it off. His Majesty also said that if you have more children in the future, you will be promoted to the 4th-rank official, the junior minister of the Court of Judicial Review. Next will be the 3rd rank, then the 2nd rank, all the way up to the 1st rank. Grand Scholar Su, I hope you will look after me. The eunuch in red robes, his eyes gleaming, seemed to see his future patron. Seeing his fawning demeanor, Qingge was at a loss for words. Ahem, time for the compensation. The eunuch coughed and waved his hand. 3,000 graceful maidens began to move, filing through the gates of the Morong residence. What does this mean? Mu Xingyue asked, puzzled. The eunuch chuckled. His Majesty has granted 3,000 maidservants as compensation. A look of realization dawned on Mu Xinyue's face. She suddenly recalled that in the past, when high officials rendered great service, the Empress would not only reward them with gold, but also with maids and servants, a myriad of prizes. Grand Scholar Su, remember to report for duty at the Imperial City next month. The eunuch leaned in and whispered while pressing a storage pouch into Qingge's hand. It contained 400 million sparkling spirit stones. Then he led the remaining attendants away. He knew that Grand Scholar Su was destined for a meteoric rise, and he was determined to secure his favor in advance. Qingge looked at the storage pouch in his hand, feeling its considerable weight. He chuckled and accepted it. Just then a maidservant stepped forward from the crowd and said, "Young Master Su, I wish for you to take me as your concubine." Qingge was bewildered. The entire Morong household was similarly stunned. What was happening? Was this maidservant so desperate to marry? After his initial surprise, Qingge studied her closely. She was young and beautiful, with bright eyes, white teeth, delicate features, fair skin, and a slender figure. A stunning sight that would surely make him proud to be seen with her. Though she was attractive, he was not lacking in female companions. He was not the type to be swayed by every pretty face. He shook his head. Fine, but it will have to wait. I am rather busy at the moment. The truth was, having seen so many beautiful women since his transmigration, he was a bit overwhelmed. He planned to marry this maidservant later. The maidservant said nothing more and returned to the ranks. As she rejoined them, someone whispered, "Your Majesty, now you see. He is not that kind of person. Let's wait a month and see." The maidservant nodded slightly. I only used a bit of disguise, and he still didn't take a fancy to me. It's my fault for giving him too many women. Humph. She was none other than the reigning Empress Ning Xianro. Weary of the monotonous state affairs, she had been struck by a whim to venture out incognito. Her first reason was a strong desire to meet this breathtakingly handsome young Master Su. The second was to test him. Unexpectedly, her test was met with a refusal. Truly, she didn't know whether to praise or criticize him. It's not really a refusal, just a delay. Ning Xianro tapped her forehead. But as the Empress, shouldn't you be eagerly begging to marry me? Honestly, Humph, I wonder what expression you'll wear when you see me in the throne hall a month from now. She stole a glance at Qingge, her beautiful eyes blinking as if they could speak. Meanwhile, Mu Xinyu watched her, finding the maidservant unusually bold, hardly like someone of low status. Perhaps she is the daughter of some high official whose family was confiscated, Mu Xinyu thought. She never once suspected the Emperor. After all, how could such an exalted figure come in person? He'll be taking up my post next month. Qingge gazed at the appointment letter in his hand, his face radiant with joy. Getting an official post just for having children. How wonderful. But I wonder what the monthly salary is. He fell into contemplation. As luck would have it, Ning Xianro overheard him. She stepped forward and said with a smile, "To answer the Grand Scholar, the salary is quite generous. A full 30 million top-grade spirit stones a month." "That much?" Qingge slapped his forehead overjoyed. He recalled that when his first child was born, the Empress had rewarded him with 30 million, but that had taken 10 whole months. After all, pregnancy takes 10 months. Now he could earn that much in a single month. How efficient. "And what about the junior minister of the Court of Judicial Review?" Ning Xianro answered without hesitation. "Even higher, 50 million. Qingge's heart skipped a beat. If he hadn't transmigrated and had this earning power, he could have bought a sports car with no trouble. He could have bought a helicopter long ago. "You seem to know quite a bit. Alright, you don't have to be a servant anymore. You can be my personal maid." He extended an olive branch to Ning Xianro. Her lips twitched slightly. "Grand Scholar Su, it sounds like you're not in time." Despite her thoughts, Ning Xianro walked over. "I, the Empress, will be your personal maid. You should count yourself lucky." In the afternoon, the sunlight was just right and the breeze gentle. After lunch, Qingge set a reclining chair in front of the door, laid down, and basked in the sun. "Xiao Ning, give me a back rub," he instructed softly. Ning Xianro did not use her real name, instead telling him she was called Ning Rongrong. Qingge then naturally called her Xiao Ning. "Yes, Grand Academician Su." Ning Xianro gently massaged his back. "Work hard and serve me well. If you please me, I will grant you your freedom in the future and reward you with a substantial sum of money," Qingge said with a smile. Ning Xianro said nothing. That was merely on the surface. In her heart she thought, "Humph, I never imagined I would one day be giving someone a back rub." Her emotions were immensely complicated. As the Emperor, the supreme sovereign of the realm, the ruler of the nation, she had never massaged anyone's back before. And now she was doing it for a subordinate. Who is the Emperor here, you or me? I can't even tell anymore. "Never mind, in 1 month I will make you pay, humph." Ning Xianro encouraged herself. "In a month I will demand everything back from you with interest, just wait. Not only will you massage my back, but also." After massaging for a while, Qingge fell asleep. Ning Xianro carefully studied Qingge's face, and a delicate blush gradually spread across her cheeks. "I must admit, Grand Academician Su is truly handsome. But how dare he be so negligent toward me, humph." The more she thought about it, the more unbalanced she felt. Among the young ministers at court, wasn't every one of them pining for her day and night? Yet Grand Academician Su, on the contrary, showed not the slightest urgency. Suddenly, as if dreaming of something, Qingge broke into a bright, cheerful smile. Ning Xianro smiled foolishly. She realized that Grand Academician Su's smile was incredibly healing. Staying cooped up in the palace every day was suffocating her. This trip allowed her to gaze upon such a handsome young man. How delightful. If only she could marry him. Well, she would wait a month and see if he dared to propose. He would marry her whether he wanted to or not. She was the Emperor of Great Qing, and her word was law. Suddenly, the hidden message talisman at her waist chimed. "Your Majesty, I have delivered you to the Su residence." But with so many affairs in the palace and memorials piling up one after another, how should this be arranged? It was the voice of the red-robed eunuch. Ning Xianro pondered for a moment, then a sly smile curled at the corners of her mouth. "Don't worry, let them all accumulate. In a month, we'll let our Grand Academician Su handle them. I want to get my sweet revenge on him, MHM." The red-robed eunuch had no choice but to say, "Your Majesty is wise." An academician of the Hanlin Academy was essentially a leisurely, well-paid, and undemanding post. But Your Majesty wants him to handle so many critical affairs and matters beyond his official duties at that. Dare I ask, Your Majesty, is this not a bit excessive? You are working him like a draft ox. Just then a carriage arrived at the entrance of the Morong residence. It was luxurious and imposing, supremely noble, with curtains studded with gold and carved with jade, extraordinarily refined. The coachman driving the carriage was also adorned in gold and silver, exuding elegance and wealth. Seated inside was Wang Qian. He had come once again to deliver nourishing gifts to Qingge. Upon entering, he cast a quick glance and immediately saw Qingge taking an afternoon nap with a maidservant massaging his back. Not wishing to disturb him long, Qian carried the gifts into the house. But as he stepped over the threshold, a thought suddenly struck him. That maidservant. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. He hastily walked back and took another careful look. The next moment, thump. Your subject, Wang Qian Cao. Kowtows before your maj. The final words were abruptly silenced by Ning Xianro. Ning Xianro transmitted her voice, saying, "Put down the gifts, you may leave." Wang Qian, drenched in cold sweat, cast a complicated glance at Qingge. Good heavens, was His Majesty actually giving a back rub to his son-in-law? He hurriedly departed. As a high-ranking provincial official, Wang Qian frequently attended court affairs and naturally recognized Ning Xianro. Qingge slept until dusk and finally awoke. How comfortable. He got up from the lounge chair and stretched. Glancing to the side, he noticed Xiao Ning had disappeared somewhere. Strange, why is she so oblivious? Qingge frowned slightly. When the master is sleeping, how can a maidservant wander off? Never mind, let it be. Perhaps she values freedom. She can't go far anyway, so it's fine. Besides, there's no need to be too strict. Just as he was thinking, Ning Rongrong ran out from the house beaming with joy. Grand Scholar Su, Governor Wang just came and sent so many tonics. I've prepared some for you. Would you like to try? Qingge looked up and saw it was bird's nest soup, but it was burnt. He took a casual sip and said, "It's so delicious, you should have it." Ning Xianro knew he disliked her cooking and couldn't help snorting. She had never cooked before. It was only her first attempt, and it was reasonable to not have mastered the heat, wasn't it? Though she thought this, she said nothing more. In a month, it'll teach you a lesson. At that moment, Qingge suddenly felt a strange movement on his person. Looking closely, it was the painting gifted by the city lord of Jinhua City. This thing. He frowned slightly. Over this period, he had studied it repeatedly, but found no way to enter. Even as a Quasi-Saint level powerhouse, he could not unravel this painting. Similarly, he had consulted formation masters, but the best among them could only discern that the painting contained many mountains and rivers resembling a secluded paradise, yet they could not locate the entrance. This indicated that the fairy guy had set restrictions on this illusion painting to prevent others from entering and disturbing her tranquility. With no other choice, Qingge had set it aside. But today, for some reason, the painting emitted a strange vibration. The restrictions loosened, as if entry was now possible. Shouting, "It's getting late. You're free to do as you wish." He left a word and entered the house. Ning Xianro muttered a complaint seemingly with some resentment, but said nothing, and went to her own room to sleep. Inside the ornately decorated room, Qingge unrolled the illusion painting. He noticed that the painting had somehow colored itself, resembling an oil painting. Previously, the painting was a monochrome ink wash landscape, only black and white. But now it had turned into a vibrant multicolored spectacle, dazzling and brilliant. It was as if a black and white television had suddenly become a color one. Truly miraculous. Could it be that fairy guy wants me to enter? Is this a signal? Qingge pondered, and could only come up with this explanation. As he finished speaking, a crisp, pleasant voice came from the painting. "Master Su, you are too narcissistic." Su King's heart stirred, and he suddenly laughed, saying, "You must be fairy guy, right?" "Yes," the voice in the painting did not deny, directly admitting. Qingge said, "Could it be that you are very ugly, and thus hide away from being seen?" A distinct laugh came from within, and then without anger the voice said, "Ugly or not, why don't you come in and see for yourself?" Just as Qingge was about to speak, a hum sounded. The painting rippled, fluttered without wind, and transformed into a huge light shield enveloping him tightly. Qingge only felt a flash of white light before his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a mist. Looking around, white mist drifted everywhere, hazy and ethereal. Whether clouds or fog, they floated and wavered like a celestial realm. In the distance, numerous immortal mountains rose one after another, their peaks shrouded in white mist, faint and indistinct, connecting heaven and earth like pillars of the sky. Further away, winding mountain ranges stretched to the horizon. Fairy Guy's voice sounded again. "This is the world within the painting. Haven't you wanted to enter for the past year? Now that you're in, are you happy?" The voice seemed to speak right by his ear, very close. Qingge asked, "Since you knew, why didn't you let me in earlier?" The voice suddenly laughed again, saying, "Isn't it good for a woman to be a little reserved?" Fine, you win." Qingge didn't want to argue further, and said, "Where are you now?" "I won't tell you," came a silvery laugh from his ear. "Anyway, I'm here. If you can find me, I'll marry you." Qingge looked around and swept with his spiritual sense, but found nothing nearby. This indicated she was not close by, and was using telepathy. He swept his spiritual sense far into the distance, yet found no one. As a quasi-Sage, his spiritual sense was formidable enough, but as he scanned the area within hundreds of millions of miles, there was nothing at all. Of course, there were still various flowers, plants, birds, and insects, but there was not a trace of human presence. Qingge furrowed his brows slightly, and said, "Divine Maiden, this place is so vast that I would search until the end of time. Why don't you just come out yourself? How about that? Then search until the end of time if you must." The voice of Guy Divine Maiden echoed in his ears again. Qingge was left speechless. With a whoosh, his figure appeared hundreds of millions of miles away. Then at this location, he continued to scan with his spiritual sense. Yet the result was still nothing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. He swiftly changed locations 4 times to search, but each place was devoid of people. Within hundreds of millions of miles of those 4 spots, aside from some plants and animals, there was absolutely nothing. And what is that? Suddenly, Qingge noticed that not far from him there seemed to be an artificial fish pond. He teleported there with a splash, looked down, and saw a lotus pond filled with blooming lotuses. Some goldfish swam around joyfully. In the air there was a trace of human presence. There was also a refreshing fragrance flowing like the scent of lotus blossoms, the delicate aroma of a woman. Turning his head, he saw a small wooden cabin across the pond with a row of green bamboos planted in front. The wind rustled through them, sounding like leaves, singing, melodious and pleasant. Aside from these, a zither was placed at the door, emanating a wonderful aura. "Do you live here?" Qingge lifted his foot and walked toward the cabin. The closer he got to the cabin, the richer the fragrance in the air became. But when he reached the door and swept his spiritual sense inside, there was no one. Opening the door, indeed, aside from an embroidered bed, there was nothing. It seemed this was just a temporary resting spot for her, and her real residence was not here. Opening the door, indeed, aside from an embroidered bed, there was nothing. It seemed this was just a temporary resting spot. Guy Divine Maiden's voice sounded in his ears again, adding, "If you had arrived there a quarter of an hour ago, you might have run in." Qingge was a bit displeased, and said, "Could you at least give me a hint? No, if you can find me, I'll marry you." Guy Divine Maiden's voice was melodious. With no other choice, Qingge had to start searching again. This time he headed southeast, searching through 16 mountains in succession. He found a total of 7 cabins, each with a lotus pond in front filled with many flowers, birds, and fish, but Guy Divine Maiden was not there. He grew a bit annoyed. This was too much of a waste of time. What kind of woman couldn't he find that he had to waste his time here? But since he was already here, he might as well keep looking. Time flew like an arrow. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Qingge had traversed most of this world, yet still hadn't found her. He lost his composure and said, "Divine Maiden, please come out. I can't find you. You can do it. Take your time," Guy Divine Maiden replied, completely unruffled. Her words put Qingge in a foul mood. "Aren't you tired?" "I am." But he didn't say much and continued. Another 3 hours passed. Yet in the end he still found nothing. Guy Divine Maiden seemed deliberately to make it hard for him, refusing to say where she was or give any hints, leaving him to search aimlessly. After searching back and forth, Qingge felt uncomfortable and said, "Forget it, sister. Go marry someone else. I'm not worthy of you. Farewell." In a pavilion by a waterside terrace, a white-clad woman with snow-white skin and a beautiful face sat there. She had a noble and pure aura, standing gracefully like a lotus, emerging unstained from the mud, pure and radiant. A golden halo surrounded her like a divine ring. She was none other than Guy Divine Maiden. "Have you given up?" Guy Divine Maiden parted her crimson lips and said softly, "I'm not looking anymore. I'm not worthy of you. I'm leaving." Qingge spread his hands and prepared to leave. Though he couldn't get in, he had a way to get out. "Wait," a gentle voice came in his ear. "I'm not far from you. Walk a bit south, and there's a pavilion here. I'm on the pavilion. Come, I'm waiting for you. No, I'm not worthy of you. I won't search anymore. Goodbye." Qingge didn't even pause and turned to leave. With a whoosh, he merged with the void and vanished. With a resonant hum, Qingge's figure materialized in the room. Glancing around, he noticed the painting had fallen to the floor. Picking it up, he said, "I have no shortage of women, so you might as well spend the rest of your days in solitude in there." This time the voice from the painting sounded dejected. "Come in, and he'll tell you where I am." "No." Qingge rolled up the painting into a scroll and tucked it into his storage ring. "Still look for it, as if you deserve that courtesy. Let it cool off for a while." Once the scroll was in the storage ring, not a single sound could escape. Qingge then lay down and fell asleep. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Ning Rongrong was already tapping on the window, calling out loudly, "Grand Scholar Su, how can you still be in bed? The sun is high in the sky. Get up." Qingge opened his drowsy eyes and said, "Coming." As he stepped outside, Ning Rongrong grabbed his hand and said, "Shall we go out for a stroll?" Qingge looked at her flawless white hand resting on his, unsure of what to say. A maidservant being so intimate with him. Was she not afraid of the wrath of the legitimate wife? But he was easygoing by nature and said nothing, simply replying, "All right, I've been feeling cooped up at home anyway. Let's." Before long, the two arrived in a city. This was Dunhuang City, where his business interests lay. Though he had claimed they were out for leisure on the way, he had a sudden urge to check on his enterprises. And of course to see his sister-in-law along the way. That would be Wang Lianer's younger sister, Wang Xing. He had sent her here to take up a post some time ago. He wondered if she had become adept at her duties by now, and if she was exhausted. Following a wide avenue, he quickly led Ning Rongrong into a large restaurant. "Greetings, young master." A waiter spotted him and hastily bowed respectfully. He naturally recognized the big boss behind the establishment. In an instant, the entire restaurant full of diners erupted into a commotion. Everyone lifted their heads, staring longingly at the young master of the Murong family, utterly captivated. "Yes, if only I could be his concubine. Away with you, he's mine, all mine. Stop arguing, everyone's watching, Mr. Su is right there." The scene erupted into chaos. Many also cast puzzled glances at Ning Shinro, wondering, "Hey, who is she? Why is she with Mr. Su? No idea, maybe she's a new concubine. You know, that's quite possible." Whispers buzzed everywhere. Sensing the gazes upon her, Ning Shinro felt rather speechless. "What concubine? I am the Emperor of Great Qin, and I intend to be the principal wife." Qingge, on the other hand, found it all rather trivial. After all, he planned to take her as a wife in due time, so the current gossip seemed somewhat fitting. Next, the manager hurried over and respectfully presented the accounts. Qingge glanced through them briefly, found no issues, and then departed. "Farewell, young master," the manager said with utmost respect. Before long, Qingge arrived at another large restaurant. This was the one where Wang Xing'er served as manager. If it isn't the young master. Please come in, please come in." At the entrance, a sharp-eyed waiter rushed to welcome him. Indeed, the notorious tale of the dismissed waiter from Jinhua City had spread far and wide, prompting the manager here to hang Su Qing's portrait prominently, ensuring everyone knew his face and would be keened upon seeing him. Indeed, the notorious tale of the dismissed waiter from Jinhua City had spread far and wide, prompting the manager here to hang Su Qing's portrait prominently, ensuring everyone knew his face and would be keened upon seeing him. She had long wished to meet this legendary brother-in-law. According to her parents, he was tall and handsome, wealthy, and treated her sister well. Without him, how could she have ever turned her life around? Her thoughts became a tangled mess. Su Qing's eyes lit up at the sight of her. Wang Xing'er was quite attractive too. Her skin was not extremely fair, but was rosy, and she had a petite, delicate figure at about 1.63 meters, exuding a youthful, charming air. "So are you getting used to it here?" he asked. Wang Xing'er nodded and said softly, "It's fine, everyone treats me kindly. I've long mastered the business. Would you like to inspect the accounts, brother-in-law?" She was flustered, her mind blank, and suddenly thought of letting him check her work. Qingge smiled and said, "Inspect what?" We're family. Alright, go on with your work. He was rather pleased with this system. She was simple and good-natured. In her heart, Wang Xing'er felt gratitude, admiration, and reverence for her brother-in-law. MMO be off then. She went back to attend to her duties. Some women nearby watched with envy in their hearts. If only they could have a brother-in-law like that. Alas, it was just a dream. Next, Qingge took a look at various other industries, and finding no issues left. Outside the city, he and Ning Rongrong strolled together on a wide road, wandering aimlessly. Since there was no work to do, they could go wherever they pleased and do whatever they wanted. This kind of life was truly comfortable. In plain terms, it was just wasting time. I really want to waste time with Scholar Su. Ning Xinro recalled this phrase. Being away from the court and experiencing life outside was quite nice. A few days later, the two unknowingly arrived in front of a great mountain. At that moment, the area was packed with people forming long lines and buzzing with excitement. What is going on here? Qingge was slightly taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were recruiting disciples. An old man with white brows held a testing stone, instructing each person who came to him to take a test. Today I am establishing a sect called the Wuying sect, and I am now recruiting disciples. Anyone interested can come for a test, the old man announced. However, as soon as he finished speaking, many people were eager to try, but no one dared to step forward. They were afraid of failing the test and losing face. Qingge initially planned to leave, but then thought since he was bored, why not show off a bit? Elder, I am here to become a disciple. He stepped forward and politely greeted the old man. It should be noted that to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had suppressed his Quasi-Saint cultivation level, so there was no fluctuation in his aura, making him appear like an ordinary person. Oh. The leader of the Wuying sect was slightly taken aback upon seeing him, then handed over the testing stone with a kind expression, saying, "Place your hand on it. If it flashes once, your aptitude is passable. If it flashes twice, it is above average. If it flashes 3 times, you are a genius." Qingge extended his hand and placed it on the testing stone. Boom. With a loud explosion, the testing stone shattered into a pile of powder under the incredulous gazes of everyone present. What the heck? A group of onlookers were all stunned. The testing stone had exploded. Oh, what did that signify? A look of disbelief also crossed the face of the Wuying sect leader. Qingge smiled and asked, "What does this mean for me?" "You are a genius among geniuses." The leader of the Wuying sect beamed, saying, "This indicates that the testing stone could not withstand your talent," and exploded instantly. What? Upon hearing this, everyone in the crowd was taken aback, and their gazes towards Qingge changed. They were all ordinary youths from this place with limited experience, not recognizing Qingge. Just moments ago they thought he was just some wealthy young master from a big family, but now they realized he was not only rich, but also possessed such terrifying talent. Indeed, rich people not only have good fortune, but are also quite outstanding. The second test, strength test. The Wuying sect leader snapped his fingers. Suddenly a gigantic iron cage appeared within which lay a hungry saber-toothed tiger with bloodshot eyes looking ferocious, and covered in blood with a strong stench of blood wafting over from afar. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized that its tail had been bitten off, and was bleeding. They instantly understood it was starving mad enough to even bite itself. Hiss! Someone immediately gasped, feeling a shiver down their spine. Just by looking at the saber-toothed tiger, they felt their scalp tingle and their hearts race. Others also felt their hearts race, their faces turning pale, and they did not dare to step forward. The saber-toothed tiger was massive like a small house, and its body was like a wall exuding the pressure of the transformation realm, causing their faces to change dramatically. Now being this starved, who would dare to provoke it? Can he do it? Many turned to look at Qingge with doubtful expressions. Without hesitation, Qingge opened the iron door and walked into the cage. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger saw him enter, and immediately opened its huge maw, lunging at him ferociously. It held a deep hatred for humans, because it was humans who had imprisoned it. So it intended to devour this human who— Bang! Qingge directly punched it. This punch knocked out the saber-toothed tiger's canine teeth, and his fist smashed, through causing all sorts of blood and gore to splatter everywhere. The saber-toothed tiger didn't even have time to let out a cry of despair before it collapsed like a pile of mud, losing its breath. In an instant the scene fell into silence. Everyone stared blankly at this spectacle, their jaws almost dropping in astonishment. Wow, this wealthy young master is too outstanding. Many young women gazed at him with starry eyes. Qingge walked out of the cage unscathed, and looked at the leader of the Wuying sect, saying, "Is that enough? You have passed both tests." The old man smiled broadly but waved his hand, saying, "However, I will take everyone else, but you I do not want." With this one sentence, everyone was taken aback. Why not take him? What reason could there be for not accepting such an outstanding person? Qingge was also slightly stunned, utterly puzzled, as to why the other party would refuse her. Could it be because she was too outstanding? Meanwhile, Ning Xinru's eyes suddenly blazed with a cold light. You reject someone as exceptional as Scholar Su. Are you blind? If you were go get a new pair, why won't you have me? Qingge asked. The shadowless sect master stepped forward, speaking with some embarrassment in a low voice. Well, this is just a small sect here. I cannot accommodate a grand figure like you. In truth, he had long recognized Qingge, and was merely playing along with her act. How could he dare to be a master to such a person? Qingge instantly understood his implication, but she shook her head and said, "No, I insist on joining." The shadowless sect master looked troubled. He wished to accept her, but he wouldn't dare even if his life depended on it. After all, she was the holy son of the Qingge's sacred ground, with official backing besides. Would he have the audacity to take her as a disciple? If the Empress Dowager found out, wouldn't she raise his sect to the ground with a single blast? "I am unworthy to be your master," the shadowless sect master said with a wry smile. "If you insist on entering, why not become the sect master yourself?" Now it was Qingge's turn to be bewildered. What nonsense would I be as sect master? You may not tire of it, but forget it, I don't want to be a sect master. Every day I wake up worrying about everyone's needs. A lifetime of endless concerns. No, I'm leaving. Qingge shook her head and turned to leave. "Farewell, your highness," the shadowless sect master said with a bow. And so Qingge set off again with Ning Xianrou. After some time, he entered a cultivation city and visited a brothel there, summoning several dancers to perform. On the stage, the dancers swayed gracefully, alluring and vibrant. Somehow, as he watched the corner of Qingge's eye, caught sight of Ning Rongrong beside him, pouting with a look of deep resentment. At that moment, Ning Xianrou's heart was in turmoil. "Scholar Su, oh Scholar Su, how can you gaze at other women? No, you must not. You can only look at me." "No, Ning Xianrou, oh Ning Xianrou," he just glanced at other women. "How can you be so petty? He hasn't even..." Her heart was a mess of conflicting emotions. When the performance ended, Qingge flicked his wrist and casually tossed out 100,000 spirit stones like flowing water. "Ah, thank you, my lord. Thank you. May your wishes come true, and all go well." These brothel girls, well-versed in dealing with nobles, recognized him immediately and knelt, pressing their heads to the ground with utmost reverence. Pleased with their service, Qingge waved his hand and tossed out another 100,000 spirit stones casually. The money flowed like water. But his happiness was priceless, and he figured he had plenty of wealth to give as he pleased. Afterwards, he left with Ning Rongrong. Outside, Qingge's gaze suddenly sharpened as he swept a look behind him. In his perception, there had been a faint ripple in space, as if someone was covertly tracking him hidden within the void. Ning Xianrou also felt a stirring. She too sensed the anomaly. "Xiao Ning." Qingge's first instinct was not to protect himself, but to shield this maidservant. He grabbed Ning Xianrou's hand, and then spoke to the air. "Fellow cultivator, let us fight elsewhere. Do not harm this." Feeling his hand on hers, Ning Xianrou's face flushed crimson. Especially when she heard his words, "Do not harm my maidservant." Heavens, did he truly care so much for her? Such needless casualties were truly unnecessary. But he didn't know that Ning Xianrou had actually concealed her cultivation. With a hum, the void rippled, and a gloomy-faced old crone stepped forth. Such needless casualties were truly unnecessary. But he didn't know that Ning Xianrou had actually concealed her cultivation. With a hum, the void rippled, and a gloomy-faced old crone stepped forth. "You're a man of honor. Find the assassination list, only has your name. This maidservant is innocent, let her go." She waved her hand, signaling Ning Xianrou to leave. The assassination list. Ning Xianrou's eyes turned cold. She knew of this list. It belonged to the Great Song Empire's assassination organization, the Netherworld Hall, led by a nameless master known only as the King of Hell. Whenever a patron paid for a kill, the target's name would be posted on the list by the King of Hell. Then underlings would accept the mission and carry out assassinations across the entire Qingge realm. No matter who you were or which dynasty you belonged to, once on the assassination list, death was inevitable. None could escape the Netherworld Hall's reach. Over time, a saying spread across the Qingge realm: when the King of Hell decrees your death at the third watch, none dare keep you until the fifth. Assassination list. Qingge's eyes narrowed slightly. Even without understanding the situation, she knew it was nothing good. "Who wants me dead?" "We cannot reveal the benefactor's name. That is the rule," the old crone said coldly. "However, seeing how you still worry about your maidservant at death's door, I can tell you this much: that benefactor said you are too outstanding, and it displeases him greatly. He wants you to personally experience what it means that the tree that excels in the forest is the first to be felled." Assassination list. Qingge's eyes narrowed slightly. Even without understanding the situation, she knew it was nothing good. "Who wants me dead?" "This too I can reveal. You rank first." The old crone's smile was devoid of warmth. Qingge understood the gravity of the situation. It seemed her adversary thought highly of her. Who could it be? After a moment's thought, she realized she hadn't offended anyone. "Xiao Ning, wait here. He'll be right back." With that, he pushed Ning Xianrou into the brothel, and with a flicker of movement followed the old crone away. Su Academician. A warm current surged through Ning Xianrou's heart. She was not one to stand idly by while others died. With a soft whoosh, she secretly pursued them. In her perception, this assassin was at the Saint realm. Su Academician was only a quasi-saint. In no time, they reached a stretch of Gobi Desert. Yellow sand filled the air and bleached bones littered the ground. Upon arriving, the old crone erupted with her full cultivation base. Boom! Azure clouds rolled across the horizon. Terrifying waves of energy swept out, shattering billions of miles of void into dreadful fissures like a shattered mirror, utterly horrifying. The sheer oppressive force alone caused the ground to collapse, instantly forming a bottomless abyss. A saint at great perfection, and her foundation is extremely solid, as if she has honed this realm for 10 millennia. Qingge's eyes narrowed slightly, yet she was not overly concerned. What did a saint at great perfection matter? Once she activated the Sovereign Emperor card, who could stop her? Young Master Su, to be honest, someone as handsome as you, I would be reluctant to take this task. But unfortunately King Yama has taken a great disliking to you, as well, hence he sent me. Enough idle talk. You may depart now. The old crone struck out with her palm. In an instant ancient runes materialized upon it, flashing with myriad golden lights that pressed down upon the heavens, exuding boundless ferocity. This was a secret technique of the Hall of Yama. With a single palm strike, even a divine mountain weighing billions of tons would be flattened into an abyss. However, as she launched the strike, her expression suddenly shifted in bewilderment. Why did Qingge across from her remain so composed? Why didn't he even blink? According to intelligence, he was only a quasi-saint. Had he broken through again? Impossible. Breaking through in the saint realm requires immense resources and opportunity. How long has it been? Even a genius like him couldn't have truly stepped into the saint realm, could he? The old crone mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Qingge curled his lips, ready to use a Saint King card. As for a Sovereign Emperor card, that crone wasn't worthy. After all, a Saint King card could easily suppress her, so there was no need to waste a Sovereign Emperor card. Yet just as he was about to use it, a trace of Sovereign Emperor fluctuations suddenly emanated from behind him. In an instant, 10,000 great mountains crumbled, the seas reversed their flow, and endless waves of divine power stretched across billions of miles of the firmament. Heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses surged from the earth, the four seas boiled, flood dragons breathed mist. Wave after wave of terrifying pressure bore down, like a great cosmos, descending crushing toward the old crone. Uffed. The old crone spat a mouthful of blood. Her already unleashed palm strike offered not even a sliver of resistance. Her body exploded on the spot, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. That wave of Sovereign Emperor fluctuations continued its relentless advance, crushing everything in its path. Mountains and peaks toppled simultaneously, mudslides erupted, and the remnants of the crone's blood mist were suppressed into the endless abyss, resulting in utter annihilation of body and soul. Who is it? Qingge was stunned. His mind was filled with question marks. Everything had happened too suddenly. He hadn't even used the Saint King card yet, and the crone had simply exploded. What was going on? Who had made that move? He glanced around, seeking the cause. Yet as his gaze swept across, there was no one around him. Front, back, left, right. Within his field of vision, there was not a single soul. He extended his divine sense to probe further, but still found no one. He simply could not identify the reason. Damn it, could that old crone have self-destructed? He nearly arrived at that conclusion, for the event was utterly baffling. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he looked toward. Could it be that the goddess Qingge made a move? Her origins were ancient, and her cultivation was undoubtedly formidable. It was entirely plausible for her to slay a sage in an instant. Viewed this way, she was likely the one. Just as Qingge was about to take out the painting to inquire of the goddess Gu, she, Ning Rongrong, suddenly emerged from nowhere and threw herself into his arms. Wah, Grand Scholar Su, I thought you were going to die, wah. Qingge felt a warm dampness in his embrace. She was, why are you crying? Imperfectly fine, he said with a hearty laugh. Ning Rongrong continued sobbing uncontrollably, her voice trembling. If you died, then no one would marry me. I don't want to be a widow before even getting wed, wah. Alright, Qingge patted her back, saying, it's safe here. Come, let's head back. Head back. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, reluctance in her voice. Can we not go back, just yet? She wished to spend more time alone with Grand Scholar Su. Why the sudden rush to leave? Qingge rubbed his nose, and said, look, there are people outside hunting me. If I don't return, another assassin will surely come after me. This would go on endlessly. Ning Rongrong's eyes darted, and she suggested, how about this? We go to the Great Song and annihilate the Hall of Yama. Wouldn't that solve the problem? In truth, she simply wanted to spend more time alone with Grand Scholar Su. Just to enjoy a bit of a private world together. After waging war for over 1,000 years, couldn't she indulge a little? Qingge slapped his forehead, exclaiming, you're brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Indeed, if the Hall of Yama wanted him dead, and he fled, wouldn't the flames of danger reach his family? Better to go directly to the Great Song, unleash an Emperor-level card, and crush the entire Hall of Yama. Let's go. He took a step forward, off to the Great Song. Oh yeah. Ning Rongrong's tears turned to laughter, joy filling her heart. She quickly followed. The Great Song lay to the west of the Great Qingge, hundreds of millions of kilometers from their current location. Of course, for cultivators this was no obstacle. Soaring through the skies was swift. After flying for a while, a thought struck Ning Rongrong, and she slapped her forehead, saying, Grand Scholar Su, shouldn't we change into ordinary clothes and disguise ourselves as common folk? Oh, Qingge was puzzled. Why? On foreign soil it's best not to be too conspicuous. Think about it. We're entering the Great Song to kill. Strolling in so ostentatiously would be. You know, right. Disguising as commoners could save us a lot of trouble, Ning Rongrong replied. In truth, with her martial prowess, she could simply bulldoze through. But the problem was that would leave no time for a private world with Grand Scholar Su. Topple the Hall of Yama in a minute, then head straight home. What fun was that? Moreover, if they didn't disguise themselves, someone might recognize them on the road and blow their cover. She wanted to while away a bit more time with Grand Scholar Su. Alright. Qingge found her reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Thus, after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the two appeared in a marketplace. It wasn't luxurious, but it was lively with countless stalls as numerous as hairs on an ox. Come take a look. Best deals here. Boiled beef braised brisket. Delicious, don't miss out. Antiques for sale. Freshly made antiques. All for 500 spirit stones. Pick any you like. Pills and herbs for sale. Qingge walked past the air filled with hawkers' cries from both sides of the road. Everything was sold here, a motley mix. Hey Grand Scholar Su, how about checking out the antique stall? Who knows, we might find a bargain. Ning Xianro suddenly smiled. Qingge nodded and walked over. He too thought he might stumble upon a treasure. In fact, as he passed by, a single glance told him that the vendors in this market were of low cultivation. As a quasi-sage himself, a quick scan sufficed to discern the quality of items and any hidden layers. So if there was a bargain to be had, it would be a crushing advantage. Soon he reached the antique stall, glanced down, and his eyes lit. There was a treasure. Feel free to browse, dear guest. Whatever catches your fancy, no matter its quality, it's all just 500. The antique stall owner, a middle-aged woman, greeted the approaching customer with a warm smile. Qingge nodded subtly. He lowered his gaze, observing the stall cluttered with various weapons, swords, blades, halberds, bronze bells, and massive tripods, all haphazardly piled together. The prospect of picking anything for 500 coins stirred a desire for a bargain. It felt just like those 9 deals back on Blue Star. His eyes swept across the items, finally settling on a colossal sword. The massive blade, half a meter wide and 2 meters long, dwarfed a human body, exuding an aura of formidable power. Though it appeared ordinary, his perception detected something hidden within. Sensing deeper, he discovered a concealed compartment inside the sword, housing a superior piece of meteorite. Meteorite, as the name suggests, was a rare celestial iron formed from fallen meteorites that had absorbed the essence of the earth over countless years. It could be used to forge an imperial weapon. Qingge's heart began to race with excitement. An imperial weapon. This was a treasure capable of forging an imperial weapon. How fortunate he was. It was fortunate that these cultivators had such low cultivation levels and couldn't sense it, otherwise he wouldn't have discovered it. A faint smile played on Qingge's lips as he pointed to an axe and said, "Boss, he'll take that big axe." It was a diversion. After all, if he directly asked for the sword, someone might suspect something. So he employed a reverse tactic. All right, 500 spirit stones. The antique stall owner smiled, handing him the axe. Qingge took the axe and paid the amount. After the transaction, he lingered, letting his gaze wander over the other weapons before finally resting on the colossal sword. That one's not bad either. He'll take it too. Excellent. The stall owner, elated, promptly handed over the item. She hadn't made a sale all day, and now 2 items sold in a row. How thrilling. Overjoyed, she chattered excitedly as she passed it to him. To be honest, young master, I found this sword in a cave. It's incredibly powerful. I tested it myself, and one swing leveled an entire forest. Qingge smiled and replied, "That's quite impressive. Such a formidable treasure, and you used it to chop trees." He reached out to take it. Just then a dark-faced man in the distance strode over and bellowed, "Put that sword down." Ning Xianro raised an eyebrow. Qingge also raised an eyebrow. They looked over to see a man with a shifty-eyed, sharp-faced appearance. Clearly not someone trustworthy. "I've already bought this. Why should I put it down?" Qingge said calmly. The dark-faced man sneered, I've been watching this stall for half a month. No one ever showed interest in this sword. Now someone suddenly wants to buy it. Something's definitely off." He didn't think Qingge was a fool. On the contrary, he thought he was clever. So there must be something special about that sword. Enough talk. 1,000 spirit stones. This item is mine. The dark-faced man acted swiftly, tossing double the price at the stall owner. The stall owner's face split into a delighted grin. "Oh, thank you so much." She didn't care who bought it. However, seeing the man's behavior, Qingge didn't hesitate. He tossed the colossal sword to him and said casually, "Fine, you buy it then. I don't want it anymore." Since this man thought the sword was a treasure, he would use another reverse tactic. If the man didn't fall for it, he could always just snatch it by force. Of course, it would be even better if he did fall for it. The strategy worked. The dark-faced man was taken aback, completely unprepared for Qingge's indifferent reaction. Not a hint of reluctance. Shouldn't he be fighting for it? Could it be that this sword is worthless? The dark-faced man scratched his head, feeling as though he had been tricked. "I'm not being a fool. If you want it so badly, take it." The dark-faced man snatched back the 1,000 spirit stones from the stall owner and walked away. The stall owner stood there dumbfounded. Qingge said, "Don't worry, boss. Since he doesn't want it, he'll take it. Here are 500 spirit stones." But the stall owner's face fell with regret. "Oh dear, I could have sold it for 1,000, and now it's only 500. I don't want to sell it anymore." Then she added, 1,000 spirit stones, and it's yours." She was feeling cheated. Qingge didn't waste time. He directly pulled out 2,000 spirit stones and said, "This weapon reminds me of one my late brother used. Seeing it brings back memories of him. Since fate has brought us together today, he'll pay 4 times the price." The stall owner's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. Excellent. You are most generous, young master." Qingge handed over the 2,000 spirit stones without batting an eye. In an instant the transaction was complete. The stall owner was overjoyed, laughing inwardly. 4 times the price. She had made a huge profit. The dark-faced man in the distance watched the entire scene. Hearing Qingge's explanation, enlightenment dawned on him, and he scoffed, "Tch, such a boring sentiment." After securing the greatsword, Qingge suppressed his excitement, rummaged through a few more items, and purchased some trinkets. This too was a ruse to divert attention. He then departed. Before long, he brought Ning Rongrong to a stall, bought 2 sets of plain clothes, and changed into them directly in the fitting room. Even in commoner attire, Ning Xianro could not conceal her curvaceous figure. Having finished all this, the two left. A quarter of an hour later they arrived at a secluded spot. Qingge retrieved the great sword and struck it with his fist. With a crack the sword split open, revealing it to be hollow inside. At the hilt there was a recess emitting a golden radiance. His eyes lit up as he extracted the object. Looking down he saw it was the size of 2 human heads, round and spherical, as if forged from pure gold into a single orb. Its surface was as smooth as fine jade, shimmering with a gilded light. It was astonishingly heavy, weighing tens of— "Congratulations, Grand Scholar Su. This item is clearly a treasure." Ning Xianro feigned ignorance, her voice soft. Qingge smiled gallantly and said, "Well, what do you think? Impressive, isn't your Grand Scholar Su?" Ning Xianro's lips twitched slightly. "Impressive. Far too impressive. In truth, I had already spotted it long ago, hadn't I? That's why I suggested you go there in the first place. Otherwise, how could you have gotten such a bargain? Oh, there's something else." Qingge suddenly looked at the sword. At the top of the blade there was another small cavity containing an object emitting a faint glow. His face lit up with joy as he swept his finger across, and the object flew out. Holding it in his hand, he saw it was a pearl the size of a glass bead, pure white, with a smooth texture like a round piece of jade. "What is this?" He did not recognize it. Ning Xianro glanced at it and said, "This is called a Qingming pearl worth 109 million. Su Qing's eye sparkled. Good heavens, he had only spent 2,000 spirit stones, obtained a piece of meteorite iron, and now an extra 109 million on top. He had hit the jackpot. He then asked, "What is the Qingming pearl used for?" "A Buddhist relic. When eminent monks pass into nirvana, their cultivation condenses into a pearl. If a destined person absorbs it, their power can greatly increase," Ning Xianro said without batting an eye. "If you don't know this, do you? See, you can't do without me, Qingge." Qingge was overjoyed and said, "Great, I'll sell it right away." After all, to improve his cultivation, he only needed cultivation cards, so why bother absorbing it? Turning it into money was the real priority. Yet he felt a flicker of doubt. Little Ning was remarkably knowledgeable, knowing everything. Such a wealth of knowledge was hardly befitting a maidservant. He did not dwell on it. Money was the main concern. With a single step, he vanished toward a city. Soon an Eaglecrest city. Inside a merchant guild. Carved beams, painted rafters, resplendent and magnificent. Coming and going were portly individuals, all wealthy and noble. Good heavens! A Qingming pearl. No way. How has such a treasure reappeared in the world? If I swallow this, my strength will soar instantly. Seize the chance. Don't let others get ahead. In the hall, as Qingge presented the Qingming pearl, the crowd erupted into fervor. Everyone trembled with excitement, willing to sacrifice their entire fortune to acquire this precious pearl. As for safety, after acquiring the pearl, no one worried. The guild was owned by the city lord, who had official backing. As long as one stayed within the city, no one dared cause trouble. Given the immense value of the item, the guild master recommended an auction to maximize profit. Naturally, he would also take a larger commission. Qingge agreed without a second thought. After all, who could resist the lure of more money? Soon he and Ning Rongrong were escorted to a luxurious private room, sipping tea as they waited. About an hour later the auction concluded, and the pearl fetched a staggering price of 1 billion. The guild manager, beaming, trotted in with a bounce in his step, and said, "Young master, the total is 1 billion. After deducting the commission, you have 998 million. Please verify." Qingge swept his divine sense over the money. Not a single coin was missing. "Alright, I'll come back next time." Pocketing the fortune, he departed with a flourish. Truly, this money felt like a gift from heaven. How exhilarating. "Please take care." Behind him the guild manager bowed at a 90-degree angle. A few days later Qingge and his companion arrived at the frontier of Great Qingge. Gazing into the distance, the area was heavily guarded with layers of imperial soldiers standing watch, their armor clattering loudly. "Keep your eyes peeled, don't let anyone from Great Song sneak, and be vigilant." Yes. Officers were on duty here, issuing commands. Because Great Qingge was powerful, many people from other nations often tried to infiltrate, secretly disguising themselves as Qingge citizens to live there. Of course, some took advantage of the chaos, slipping in to provide intelligence to other countries and drain Great Qingge's strength. Thus the Empress had decreed that the border be strictly fortified, and anyone caught sneaking in would be beheaded outright. Similarly, no one was allowed to leave without official business or the Emperor's permission. This was to prevent internal corruption within Great Qingge, lest its people become pawns of other nations. In truth, it wasn't just Great Qingge, other imperial dynasties were much the same, all strictly guarding their borders, forbidding outsiders from entering and their own people from leaving freely. As Qingge arrived and took a single step forward, he was immediately spotted by the garrison. The guard bellowed angrily, "Halt! What business do you have?" Qingge replied, "I'm heading to Great Song." He was unfamiliar with the laws of this world. The guard, stern and solemn, asked, "Do you have a permit?" Ordinarily, with a permit one could cross the border. Without it, leaving the country was forbidden. "No," Qingge answered truthfully. The guard's expression darkened instantly, and he said coldly, "If you don't have one, go back. Behave yourself." "Well, I am Qingge of the Morong family." Seeing the other party's firm stance, Qingge had no choice but to invoke his status. To his surprise, the guard's face only shifted slightly before he said, Even young Master Su is not exempt. His Majesty only cares for your safety and has not permitted you to leave the country freely. Please return, or we will have no choice but to use force. With a clatter, several fully armored soldiers rushed over and surrounded Su Qingge. Frowning, Su Qingge asked, "Where is your colonel? I wish to see him." Before the guard could respond, a deep voice rang out from a distance. "Who seeks an audience with me?" Whoosh! A figure materialized before Su Qingge. Looking up, he saw a man in heavy armor, a treasured saber at his waist, exuding an imposing presence. "General, I wish to travel to Great Song. I implore you to grant me this convenience." Su Qingge offered a slight bow. The colonel scanned him from head to toe and finally shook his head coldly. "No. Without a permit, no one may leave. Could you perhaps make an exception?" Su Qingge handed over a storage pouch containing 100,000 spirit stones. Helpless, he thought, when a scholar meets a soldier, reason is futile, it's better to use money. After all, these were the Empress men. How could he not show them face? If the Empress found out, it would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? It would be like slapping her in the face. The colonel's eyes lit up at the pouch, but upon taking it and peering inside, his face darkened. "This is all." Su Qing's eyes narrowed, and he quickly produced another 100,000. "Is this enough?" He had thought 100,000 would suffice, but these men had quite the appetite. Slap. The colonel flung the money to the ground and roared, "Such a paltry sum, and you think you can bribe us? Do you take us for beggars? Let me tell you, without 10 million today, you won't step 1 foot out this gate." Su Qing's face darkened instantly. Since the other party was being so discourteous, he would waste no more words. He said gravely, "Where is your general? I demand to see him." "The general is not here," the colonel replied sternly. "Wait," he said gravely, "where is your general? I demand to see him." "The general is not here," the colonel replied sternly. The air rippled, and a burly man materialized, clad in golden armor with a dignified brow and a towering, imposing frame. The surrounding soldiers immediately knelt in unison, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, General." The golden-armored man swept his gaze over Su Qingge and sneered, "You wanted to see me, didn't you? Don't speak, I know what you're going to say. You want me to cut you some slack. But I tell you, my answer is the same as theirs. You won't leave this gate. What's more, I'll have you punished." Men seize this man, give him 30 lashes, and throw him back to the Morong residence. These men had long been jealous of Su Qingge, harboring resentment, and were itching for an outlet. Now he had delivered himself to them. Yes. Soldiers immediately approached to apprehend Su Qingge. Just then Ning Xianrou spoke up, "Summon your chief commander, the Grand Commander." The golden-armored man froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You, a mere commoner, wish to see the Grand Commander." The Grand Commander, fully titled the Border General of Cavalry, commanded a massive army and held dominion over the land. "Scholar Su, wait here for me. I will resolve this matter." Ning Xianrou stepped forward and walked into the distance. There stood a massive tent, the very headquarters of the Grand Commander, known as the Central Army Tent. "Who do you think you are, daring to seek an audience with the Grand Commander? Do you think it's that easy, eh?" The golden-armored man roared in fury, charging forward to block her way. Ning Xianrou cast a cold glance at him. With just a single look, the golden-armored man felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, an icy chill rushing over him, like the approach of death itself. His body froze instantly. Ning Xianrou walked past him slowly. The surrounding soldiers, stunned by her audacity, forgot to give chase. Soon Ning Xianrou entered the Central Army Tent. Pushing open the door, she saw many generals seated inside, each clad in full armor, appearing seasoned and solemn. At the highest seat sat a stern, middle-aged man, heavily armored with a commanding visage. He was none other than the Grand Commander of this region, Lu Kaishan. Suddenly seeing a common woman enter, everyone present was taken aback. After a moment, someone roared, "Guards, drag her out and behead her." During a council meeting, outsiders were strictly forbidden. This was an act of grave treason. Lu Kaishan glanced at Ning Xianrou, initially indifferent, but upon closer inspection his expression shifted in shock. Why does this face seem familiar? Before he could gather his thoughts, he saw Ning Xianrou's plain features dissolve, revealing her true countenance. Her skin was fair and luminous, her face as exquisite as jade, and her eyes, filled with spirit, radiated an innate authority. You are." Lu Kaishan's eyelids twitched violently. He scrambled to his feet, rushed before Ning Xianrou, and dropped to his knees with a thud. "Your humble servant pays homage to your majesty." In an instant, everyone present was utterly astounded. They all recognized her. She was the reigning Empress Ning Xianrou. "Rise." Ning Xianrou's voice was cold and detached, as if devoid of emotion. At these words, Lu Kaishan's heart pounded with fear. He knew that the more detached the Empress seemed, the more it signified her fury. The others quickly came to their senses, kneeling in unison, not daring to lift their heads. "I have important matters to attend to outside the border with Scholar Su. You, Lu Kaishan, will personally escort us out." A hint of anger crept into Ning Xianrou's voice. Lu Kaishan hastened to reply, "Guards, prepare the chariot." This was the reigning Empress. Her departure from the border demanded a dignified carriage. Before long, a noble war chariot rolled forward, its weathered wheels seeming to grind through endless ages, coming to a halt outside the tent. Ning Xianrou disguised herself once more as the commoner and boarded the chariot. Lu Kaishan acted as the driver, steering the vehicle back to the previous location. When the chariot arrived, everyone saw the esteemed Grand Commander serving as a mere coachman. Their jaws dropped in disbelief, nearly hitting the ground in shock. Heavens, were their eyes deceiving them? The Grand Commander himself was pulling the chariot for that commoner. Was this real? Many were lost in astonishment, almost believing they were hallucinating. Qingge was also stunned. What was happening? The Grand Commander was acting as a coachman for her maidservant. In the blink of an eye, the chariot drew near. Scholar Su, the Grand Commander himself, is escorting us beyond the border. Why are you standing there dumbfounded? Get on quickly, Ning Xianro said with a smile. Seeing a trace of a smile on her face, Lu Kaishan let out a long sigh of relief. With many eyes and ears around, Qingge asked no questions and boarded the chariot. Not until the chariot had crossed the border and traveled far did the garrison soldiers, the colonel, and the general all feel their minds buzzing in chaos. In their subconscious, they realized they might have offended someone of immense importance. That commoner's identity must be extraordinary, likely an envoy from above traveling incognito due to special circumstances. Someone muttered, "Hiss." At these words, everyone drew in a sharp breath, their scalps tingling. Ahead, the chariot quickly traversed 1,000 li, entering the territory of the Great Song. Unlike before, the Great Song side had few garrison troops seemingly redeployed elsewhere. Ning Xianro paid it no mind, instead sending a telepathic message into Lu Kaishan's ear. Upon hearing it, Lu Kaishan broke out in a cold sweat and quickly replied telepathically, "Rest assured, your majesty. They are not long for this world." The chariot traveled a bit further before Ning Xianro and Qingge disembarked. Lu Kaishan wiped the cold sweat from his brow and returned. Soon in the central army tent, a reckoning began. The soldiers, the colonel, and the general from earlier were all beheaded. Crack. On the execution platform, heads rolled, triggering screams from the onlookers below. Ning Xianro knew she was in the wrong, but she chose to show favoritism nonetheless. "I know I ordered that no one was to leave, but I still choose to favor Qingge, for he is my betrothed." In the Great Song Empire, at a certain location, Qingge followed Ning Xianro to this place. She wanted to ask something, but the words lingered on her lips unspoken. Perhaps she liked that Chu Rongyu was one of the people by the Emperor's side. Seeing that she didn't ask, Ning Xianro offered no explanation. "Wait until you reach the imperial capital in a month. They'll be shocked to see you utterly astounded." Humph. "Grand Scholar Su, why are you staring at me like that? I'm not exactly easy on the eyes." Suddenly she noticed Qingge gazing at her, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. "No, I was just looking idly." Qingge averted her gaze. Ning Xianro instantly bristled. "Can't you at least give—" "Oh, still nothing. Grand Scholar Su, it's getting dark," she said. Qingge looked up and realized it was indeed. "There's a mountain manor ahead. Let's rest there for the night," Ning Xianro suggested. Qingge too was feeling a bit weary. At the manor's gate, Qingge knocked. Soon someone came to open it and asked, "Who is it?" "A wandering cultivator passing by you. It's dark, and we seek a place to rest. Could you oblige us?" Ning Xianro interjected quickly. "You may. I am the steward here. Call me Old Gao." Old Gao opened the door. Ning Xianro led Qingge inside. As luck would have it, just as they entered, a group of people flew back. At their head was a young man who, upon seeing Ning Xianro, his eyes lit up sharply. In his eyes, though Ning Xianro was simply dressed, her figure was graceful, curvaceous and slender, standing tall and elegant, instantly captivating his gaze. The servant beside him, keenly perceptive, secretly transmitted a message. "Young master, have you taken a liking to this one? Indeed, this dame is truly stunning. If she changed her attire, she'd surely be a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Damn, what a catch." The young man's face burned with desire. The servant smirked sinisterly. "Rest assured, young master, leave this to me. I guarantee you'll be in the bridal chamber tonight." "Good, it's in your hands then." In high spirits, the young man strode through the door. After the time it takes to sip a cup of tea, Old Gao led Qingge and her companion to a guest room. Having settled them in, he took his leave. Qingge took out the meteorite iron she carried and asked Ning Rongrong, "Xiao Ning and our great Qin, who can forge an imperial weapon?" Ning Xianro shook her head helplessly and said softly, "With just this one piece of material, it's far from enough. You need at least 3 pieces." Qingge had no choice but to shelve the idea for now. With nothing else to do, she went straight to sleep. Time flowed silently, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Qingge soon fell asleep. Ning Xianro, however, remained awake. With a thought, the meteorite iron in Su Qing's storage ring flew out and into her hand. "Grand Scholar Su, as it happens, I can forge imperial weapons. Since you desire one, I'll craft it for you, as a little diversion." She murmured softly, then took out a pagoda and stepped inside. This pagoda was her Tao artifact, called a magical treasure in ancient times, containing a vast and boundless expanse within. Ning Xianro stepped into it, arriving at a seashore. She snapped her fingers, and a smelting furnace flew out from the ring. This was the primordial crucible specially used for forging weapons. Next, she took 2 more pieces of meteorite iron from the ring. These pieces blazed with golden light as if formed from solar particles, dazzling and resplendent, their quality even superior to Su Qing's piece. Then she raised a finger, and a wisp of azure flame emerged from its tip, pure and refined. This was her innate celestial fire, named the profound heaven-defying flame, capable of both alchemy and artifact forging, unmatched throughout the entire Great Qin. With a mere thought, the 3 pieces of meteorite iron instantly melted into molten liquid. She pointed, and the liquid flew into the primordial crucible, beginning the forging process. Before long, the molten metal formed the rudimentary shape of a divine sword. She pressed her palm down and a terrifying pressure like the majestic might of heaven descended, compressing the sword into a true blade. Moments later, a brand new imperial weapon was born. Boom. As the weapon emerged, the space trembled, clouds quaked, the sea roared, and waves of fearsome energy surged skyward, churning like a tempest, overwhelmingly powerful. Ning Xianro casually pointed, and the energy was suppressed. Then she stepped out. With a soft hum, her figure materialized in the room. She placed the imperial weapon beside Su Qingge and whispered, "Grand Scholar Su, what you wished for, I've brought it for you." Time flew like an arrow, and soon it was deep into the night. The moon hung high in the sky. In the haze, Su Qingge suddenly sensed something and snapped her eyes open. He looked up and noticed that Xiaoning was nowhere to be seen, and the window was slightly ajar. He didn't think much of it, but suddenly he detected something amiss and quickly glanced at his storage ring. Inside the ring, the meteorite was gone. Su Qingge was startled. He hurriedly took off the ring and examined it closely. Yet as his spiritual sense swept through it, he could not find the meteorite anywhere. Everything else was there, but that meteorite had vanished. Damn, was it stolen? His thoughts immediately turned to Xiaoning. Why was she not here in the middle of the night? Could she have taken his meteorite and run off? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly noticed a sword lying beside the bed. Upon closer inspection, the sword had no scabbard and was wrapped in black linen. Yet even so, a sharp gleam pierced through the fabric, making it seem unbearably dazzling. What is that? Su Qingge stepped forward and picked up the sword. The moment he untied the cloth, his expression changed. Looking down, the sword was entirely pure gold, dazzling and radiant. It was about 3 feet long, with a blade curved like a crescent moon and an edge sharp as a wintry star. Wave after wave of overwhelmingly fierce, sharp aura rushed toward him, evoking a terror that reached the depths of his soul. Though it remained still, it felt as if someone had slashed his face with the sword, making his skin sting. A truly horrifying sensation. Wave after wave of overwhelmingly fierce, sharp aura rushed toward him, evoking a terror that reached the depths of his soul. Though it remained still, it felt as if someone had slashed his face with the sword. After all, how could such a precious, deadly weapon be encountered so casually? Just then, with a creak, the door was pushed open from outside. Su Qingge turned his head and saw that it was Xiaoning who had returned. "Where did you go?" he blurted out. Ning Xianro noticed the sword in his hand and smiled, saying, "Grand Scholar Su, what do you think? Do you like this sword? Did you put it here?" Su Qingge asked. "To tell you the truth, I am a weaponsmith. Forging an emperor armament is just a piece of cake." Ning Xianro's smile was as radiant as a flower. "And this sword was forged using your meteorite. By the way, your meteorite wasn't enough, so I added 2 more pieces for you. So you'll have to treat me well from now on." In her early years, she had traveled across the boundless realms, and by a stroke of fate obtained an ancient legacy in a secret realm, the art of weapon forging. In simple terms, it was the technique for crafting weapons. Later, after she broke through to the great emperor realm, she further developed this forging art. She not only used it to create formidable warships and cannons, but also to forge emperor armaments. Of course, it was all possible as long as she had the materials. Without materials, it would certainly be impossible. "So you forged this sword?" A flicker of disbelief passed through Su Qing's eyes. Honestly, he found it hard to believe. Yet the aura emanating from the weapon in his hand told him that this was indeed an emperor armament. Ning Xianro smiled and said, "Although the emperor armament is forged, I went out to buy some materials to help you." Ning Xianro smiled and said, "Although the emperor armament is forged, I went out to buy some materials to help you inlay them to maximize its power. Regardless of the type of weapon, gems and such could be inlaid to enhance its might. Things like gems, runestones, runes, and enhancement stones could be inlaid to amplify the weapon's power layer by layer. A single swing of such a weapon would become a nightmare for many." Su Qingge looked closely and saw Xiaoning holding a golden box. With his spiritual sense, he could see that it was filled with sparkling jewels, runestones, enchantment stones, and the like. Everything needed to inlay onto the weapon, elevating its power step by step. "Xiaoning, are you really a maidservant?" He was utterly bewildered. This was simply too incredible. How could a maidservant be capable of such things? Impossible, right? Would he believe it? "Yes, but I'm not an ordinary maidservant," Ning Xianro said softly. She had intended to admit it, but the words caught in her throat. She decided it was better to wait for a month. After all, time passed quickly. It was less than half a month away. She estimated that by the time the Yama Hall was destroyed, the truth was she wasn't unwilling to reveal her identity. The main reason was that if Grand Scholar Su learned who she truly was, his attitude towards her would immediately become respectful. That would make their relationship less relaxed and joyful than it was now. It would become awkward. And these runestones were actually things she had retrieved from the palace, not bought. "Then what kind of maidservant are you?" Su Qingge pressed on. He wasn't the type to insist on getting to the bottom of things, but he couldn't help his intense curiosity. Ning Xianro chuckled softly and said gently, "Grand Scholar Su, why ask so many questions? He'll tell you in a month. Just wait patiently." Seeing that she deliberately concealed the truth, Su Qingge had no choice but to stop asking. "Give me your sword," Ning Xianro said, reaching out her hand to him. He was startled, but then he remembered Xiaoning wanted to inlay things for him. Recalling that he had just suspected her of making off with the meteorite, he felt a slight flush of embarrassment on his face. "Here you go." Su Qingge handed the emperor armament to her. Then, deeply moved, he said softly, "When we return, I will marry you with a grand procession of 8 bearers." "All right." Ning's Xianri's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, like peach blossoms blooming in early spring. A moment later Ning Xianro retrieved her own Dao artifact. Then with a flick of her sleeve, Su Qingge saw a flash of white light before her eyes. When she opened them again the world before her had transformed entirely. Distant seagulls soared, the sea surface lay calm and placid, and there were mountains, water, flowers, and birds. The air was filled with the fragrance of earth. Recalling some novels he had read in his past life, he realized that Xiao Ning must have brought him into a small, independent world much like the ring the system had granted him. Ning Xianro held the imperial weapon and pressed her finger against its blade, instantly creating a round hole. The hole was no larger than a copper coin, just enough to accommodate a gemstone. She opened a treasure chest and retrieved a gemstone gleaming with golden light, setting it into the cavity. This is a diamond. Once embedded, it can enhance the weapon's power tenfold, Ning Xianro explained with a smile. As she spoke, she willed it, and the diamond instantly transformed into a beam of divine light, sinking into the hole. There the diamond was firmly set. The imperial weapon hummed softly, as if something had changed. Su Qingge glanced at it, and immediately sensed that it had become sharper than before. One look alone evoked a direct feeling of death. Alright, let's embed a runestone for you as well. Ning Xianro drilled another hole in the hilt of the imperial weapon, then retrieved a perfectly square rune stone from the chest. Su Qingge examined it closely. The rune stone was square and angular much like a brick, but unlike a brick it was entirely red, resembling a heated piece of brick exuding an extremely dense aura. What kind of rune stone is this? He asked. During his time since the transmigration, he had learned a little about this world, which had many kinds of rune stones, each with different functions. Some were wind rune stones. When embedded in a weapon, they would summon gale winds, stirring up sand and stones with every swing. Others were thunder rune stones, who once embedded a single sword strike, would bring down rumbling thunder from the sky, unleashing a torrent of lightning. There were also lightning rune stones. Once embedded, each strike would call down bolts of lightning from the heavens powerful enough to char even a sage realm cultivator to cinders. Then there were fire rune stones, lava rune stones, storm rune stones, countless varieties. Because these rune stones were extremely precious, he had only heard of them, but never seen one. But he never expected that his own maidservant could afford them, and even embed one for him for free. Damn, there was no doubt his maidservant's identity was extraordinary. This one is a thunderclap runestone. Once embedded in the imperial weapon, all you need is a gentle wave, and the sky will churn with wind and clouds, forming a raging chaotic sea of thunder. Endless lightning will obey your command. Whomever you wish dead, the thunder sea will instantly strike them, reducing them to nothing. Not even a corpse will remain. Ning Xianro said softly. In truth, what Su Qingge had heard about were only low-grade runestones. The one in her hand was a high-grade runestone. High-grade runestones already possessed more than a single ability. They were a collection of many powers. For example, the Thunderclap runestone was a combination of thunder and lightning. Of course, thunder could also combine with fire to create heavenly thunder and earthly flame, and so on. In the blink of an eye, Ning Xianro had embedded the high-grade runestone into the imperial weapon. Instantly, the weapon let out another hum, as if it had undergone a tremendous transformation. Su Qingge could clearly sense that the imperial weapon was different from before. Let me strengthen it once more for you. Still unsatisfied, Ning Xianro waved her jade hand, and thousands of strengthening stones flew out, as if they cost nothing, all embedded into the imperial weapon. In an instant, the imperial weapon erupted with a continuous hum. Hum, hum, hum. The sound was like a mighty river, surging waves crashing against the shore, rolling endlessly. After dozens of breaths, the hum gradually ceased, and all sounds fell into silence. Once again, Su Qingge clearly perceived that the imperial weapon had undergone another wave of enhancement. Oh, and let me embed 100 ultimate runes for you. Ning Xianro made her move again, directly embedding 100 runes as if they cost nothing. In an instant, the imperial weapon blazed with a motley of brilliant divine radiance, shining like divine light, dazzling beyond compare, and its power surged once more. In the end, she elevated the imperial weapon all the way to the super imperial level. This entire cascade of upgrades lasted for 3 hours before she applied demonization. Then mythic reconstruction. Consecration. Embedded with holy radiance. Embedded with thunderclap pearls, granting the ability to summon thunder. In the end, she elevated the imperial weapon all the way to the super imperial level. This entire cascade of upgrades lasted for 3 hours before finally coming to an end. Su Qingge stared at the completely transformed imperial weapon before him, his eyes wide, a deep disbelief shining in his gaze. Damn, why did he feel like he was living off a woman? Was she his maidservant, or was he her? Well, he didn't know what to say. Anyway, his fiancée was incredibly formidable. Ning Xianro, on the other hand, curled her lips in smug satisfaction. Now you know how lucky you are. Then with a thought, she brought Su Qingge back to the house. No sooner had they returned than they sensed something unusual outside. Thump, thump, thump. Torches suddenly flared up not far from the door, followed by the sound of heavy, powerful footsteps. Footsteps thundered against the ground, erupting with a deafening roar. In the blink of an eye, torches gathered outside the door, their blazing light intensifying the air's temperature several-fold. What's happening? Su Qingge frowned. Ning Xianro sensed for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "They're coming for us." In her perception, the footsteps drew nearer from afar. About 100 people, a dark mass charging swiftly toward them. Suddenly the butler old Gao shouted from outside, "What are you doing? Those are guests. Damn guests. The young master wants her, so shed better obey. If you don't want to die, get lost." A gruff voice rang out. Then came a thud as old Gao seemed to be kicked, falling to the ground and pleading bitterly. But his pleas were futile. Soon the mob rushed over, torches illuminating the corridor brightly. The leader pushed at the door, found it locked, and sneered to a nearby man, "You there, open up." Immediately someone fetched a large sledgehammer and smashed it against the door with a thunderous crash. The door was shattered into a gaping hole, debris scattering across the floor. Immediately someone fetched a large sledgehammer and smashed it against the door with a thunderous crash. The door was shattered. The leader was a bald, burly man. He glanced at her, a lecherous gleam flashing in his eyes, then pulled out a rope and tossed it over. "Be smart and tie yourself up, save us the trouble." Their young master loved binding people with ropes and suspending them for amusement, a perverse game that gave him great Ning Shinro eyed the rope, her voice seething with anger. "You're truly reckless with lust, unafraid of death." The bald man burst into laughter. "Let me tell you, we're all rough men here. If we swarm you, you'll get hurt, and the young master won't be pleased. Enough talk, accept your fate." As his words fell, a shifty-eyed man behind him sneered, "The young master's chosen ones never escape. I suggest you behave, or you'll only make it worse for yourself." Rip! Suddenly a bolt of lightning flashed. Before anyone could react, the sneering man was cleaved in two at the— Then the two halves of his body were ignited by the lightning, cooked alive, and a thick stench of burnt flesh spread through the air. Everyone gasped, their faces turning pale with shock. They finally noticed a man standing by the window. "Damn, we were so focused on the beauty, we nearly forgot about you." "Someone cut him down," the bald man sneered. But just as he finished, he suddenly realized that the weapon in Su Qing's hand seemed extraordinary. The weapon was covered in dense runes and rich Tao principle spirit stones, and gems glittering one after another, radiating thunderous light. Waves of terrifying aura unintentionally collapsed, and even from a distance one could feel its fearsome sharpness, as if it could slay from afar. In an instant he was horrified. Even a pig could tell that Su Qing's weapon was no ordinary item. "Thighs, young master, we were wrong, just now please." Rip! Flesh and blood splattered as a head rolled away. Then a burnt smell wafted over. The crowd was stunned, staring in horror as the bald man's head landed on the ground, eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. Even his face still bore the utmost terror. If he had known she possessed such a powerful weapon, how could he have dared? Thump! The remaining men fell to their knees, kowtowing and weeping. "Young master, this has nothing to do with us. It's all the young master's fault. He set his sights on your woman and sent us to seize her. Take it up with him, not us." Rip! Another head flew off. Then Su Qingge went on a killing spree, cutting down each of them with a single sword stroke. Under the might of a saintly weapon, they had no power to resist. Their cultivation was also low around the mortal cleansing realm. Even without the weapon, Su Qingge could crush them with a flick of her finger. In the blink of an eye, the place was filled with the stench of burnt flesh, heads piled one after another. "They'll go kill him." Su Qingge, holding the bloodstained imperial weapon, stepped out of the room to find the young man. Under the might of a saintly weapon, they had no power to resist. Their cultivation was also low around the mortal cleansing realm. Even without the weapon, Su Qingge, "Beauty, you will soon be mine, ha ha." The young man's face flushed with elation, and he grinned so broadly he could not— His name was Gao Yu, the young master of this estate, who had always acted with unbridled arrogance, like a wild horse freed from its reins beyond anyone's control. Suddenly, he sensed an aura approaching from outside. Immediately after, footsteps sounded beyond the door. "Ha ha ha, the beauty is here." In an instant his heart bloomed with joy. "Wang Qi must have tied up that wench. Ha ha, splendid." Wang Qi was the bald, burly man from before. Gao Yu sprang to his feet and flung the door open with a bang. "Beauty, come in. I shall shower you with my affection." He spoke with a lecherous smirk. But no sooner had he finished than he noticed something, and his expression abruptly shifted. Outside the door there was no Beauty nor any of his men. Instead, a man covered in blood and grime strode toward him, gripping a razor-sharp sword from which droplets of crimson still fell aside, both horrifying and menacing. The pungent stench of blood assaulted his senses, jolting him awake. You are that." He recalled. Wasn't this the man who had been with the Beauty? What was he doing? Did he intend to kill him? "Do you not know the saying, lust is a knife above the head?" Su Qingge asked with a deadpan expression. He had planned to take Xiao Ning as his concubine, yet this man dared to interfere. Did he even deserve to? If this were Great Qin, no one would dare vie with him for a woman. But hearing Great Song, they knew him not, which emboldened them so. "Ha ha, what lust is a knife above the head? Who do you think you are? I am a mighty cultivator at the divine palace realm. Can you possibly slay me?" Gao Yu was no fool, he pieced it all together. The man must have killed his people, and now came to settle the score. This was not without precedent. 3 months ago he had casually seized a woman to be his concubine, and her fiancé had traveled thousands of miles to demand an explanation. Back then he had simply chopped off the man's head. Now this scene was eerily familiar. "If you wish to keep your head, do not blame me for being merciless." Gao Yu drew a blade ready to strike. Su Qingge, unwilling to waste words, swung his sword once, cleaving even the very space apart. Rip! A terrifying aura, as if it could shatter all things in the world, sliced through the moonlight, revealing fleeting cracks in the void like a torn curtain. A sight both fleeting and fearsome. "You?" Gao Yu's eyes widened in an instant. What weapon was this so dreadfully powerful? He could not even sense the aura emanating from Qingge. A mere divine palace realm cultivator trying to perceive a quasi-saint was nothing but a fool's dream. Yet now even he recognized the extraordinary nature of Su King's blade. But those words were his last. Crack! His head flew into the air, and in that dizzying spin, he glimpsed his headless body collapsing slowly. Have I been killed? This was the final thought that crossed his mind. Then with a thud his head hit the ground, his eyes wide open in death. He could not even see when his opponent had struck. You have sullied my divine weapon. Qingge flicked the sword, casting the bloodstains to the ground, and strode away. Just as he returned to the doorway, he saw old Gao sitting there roaring with laughter. Ha ha, well done. Gao Yu was actually the son of the family head by a concubine. With the eldest young master away, no one could rein him in, so he grew arrogant and beyond control. His death serves him right. In truth, the family head had long wanted to kill him, fearing he would one day cause a catastrophe that would implicate them all. But he could never bring himself to do it. Today's killing was only to be expected. Next, Qingge took a look at various other industries, and finding no issues left. Outside the city, he and Ning Rongrong strolled together on a... The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Qingge departed. Ning Xianro followed behind him. Though a minor unpleasantness had occurred here, the outcome was ultimately satisfying, and she did not seek further trouble. The two walked along the broad highway. This was the official road of the Great Song Dynasty. An official road, as its name implied, was a path constructed by the imperial court. As far as the eye could see, it was wide and level, a truly pleasant sight. Xiaoning, you should know the location of the Hall of Yama, shouldn't you? Qingge spoke as they reached a certain spot. To be honest, although he had come to destroy the Hall of Yama, he truly did not know where this force was located. He hadn't given it much thought at the time, planning to figure it out once he reached the Great Song. Now that he was inside, Xiaoning should know where they were, shouldn't she? After all, she was no ordinary maidservant. In truth, Qingge was quite intrigued by Xiaoning's identity. However, he did not ask, because from her words and demeanor he sensed that she seemed to be concealing something. But he didn't mind. Who doesn't have a secret? As long as it posed no harm to him, it was of no consequence. I know where it is. Follow me. Ning Xianro smiled. The Hall of Yama was an underground organization within the Great Song, one that even the Great Song found difficult to manage. In plain terms, it was a player in the game of preying on the weak. As long as it didn't touch the Great Song's foundations, the Great Song's imperial family would not bother to campaign against it. They simply kept out of each other's way, and its location was known to very few. Because the most important aspect of this profession was secrecy. After all, if you were in the assassination business, you couldn't very well put your headquarters out in the open, could you? What would be the difference between that and being a fool? But as it happened, Ning Xianro, as the Empress of the Great Qing, commanded a vast network of intelligence agencies. No matter how deeply the Hall of Yama was hidden, she could easily uncover its secrets. The Hall of Yama was located within the Millstone Mountain. As it happened, Ning Xianro, as the Empress of the Great Qing, commanded the area under that mountain had been completely hollowed out and transformed into a dark underground city, teeming with people who shunned the light, all of them assassins nurtured by the Hall of Yama. She certainly knows. Qingge smiled. It had to be said, having a maidservant, no a fiancé, who knew everything certainly made things much easier for him. Then he and Ning Xianro set off towards Millstone Mountain. He wasn't worried about Ning Xianro leading him into a trap, for he could clearly recall that when the old crone had come to kill him, Xiao Ning had thrown herself into his arms and wept with such sincerity. Before long, they arrived at Millstone Mountain in the Great Song. As far as the eye could see, the scenery was picturesque with clear waters and green mountains, the landscape stretching for countless miles. Lush trees grew upon it, and when a gentle breeze passed by, they rustled with a crisp, pleasing sound. But it was utterly devoid of human traces. When he swept his divine sense across it, the entire mountain held not a single. And 1,000 li away there were many towns, some for cultivators and some for mortals. From such a distance one could hear the sounds of people coming and going, along with various cries of vendors hawking their wares, a lively scene. The people in those cities would probably never imagine, even in their wildest dreams, that just a short distance away lay the Hall of Yama, an organization that struck fear into the hearts of all in the Tsungyuan realm. If they knew, they would surely not live so easily and happily. They would wish to stay as far away as possible. Ning Xianro brought Qingge here and flew straight down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain there was a tombstone with a straw hat figure standing guard beside it. Of course this was only an illusion. In reality, that tombstone was the entrance to the underground city. And that straw hat figure was actually a Saint-Realm powerhouse who had transformed into this guise to stand guard. When Ning Xianro arrived, the straw hat figure's eyes snapped open with a resonant hum, and he transformed into a real person. Who goes there? He bellowed, and the air instantly erupted with a bleak, killing intent. A terrifying pressure descended, as if it would crush anyone in its path. We are here to report for duty. Ning Xianro handed over a token. This was the identity token of the Hall of Yama. Every person under the Yama King's command had a unique code. When operatives of the Hall of Yama interacted, they would present their tokens to identify themselves and prevent accidental killings. This token was one Ning Xianro had obtained years ago after killing a member of the Hall of Yama. She had used it to impersonate a member and freely enter and exit the underground city, never once being discovered. Have you altered your appearance? The straw man asked. Isn't that normal in our line of work? Ning Xianro replied with a... The straw man sized up Qingge and asked, and your token? Ning Shinro was completely unruffled. He's my cousin. In bringing him to pledge himself to the Yama King's service starting as a junior assassin. The Yama King took in new recruits every year, partly to expand his power and partly because the Hall of Yama suffered casualties annually. As an assassin, dying was a common occurrence, so fresh blood was needed to fill the ranks. Naturally, a secretive organization like the Hall of Yama couldn't openly recruit outsiders. Instead, they used an internal recommendation system. The assassin ranks were simple: junior assassin, intermediate assassin, advanced assassin, and top assassin. The token Ning Shinro held was that of a top assassin, which granted many privileges and respect within the underground city. Only then did the straw man let them pass. Alright, go on in. A smile curled at the corner of Su Qing's mouth. Ning Shinro had explained all this to him on the way. A smile also curled at the corner of Ning Xinris' mouth. Then she said, "Open the door." The straw man waved his hand, and the tombstone rumbled as it shifted aside, revealing a burial chamber. Once they entered this burial chamber, they would be inside the underground city. Su Qingge peered inside, finding the tomb chamber pitch black, resembling a genuine burial site. Yet on the way, Ning Shinro had explained that this was all an illusion. Within lay a passage, and the underground city was like a real town brimming with dazzling sights and bustling activity. "Cousin, follow me." She took Su Qing's hand and entered the tomb. Indeed, upon entering, they found a stone-paved passage flickering with faint torchlight, and from below came the faint. As an assassin organization, the Hall of Yama held minor drills every 3 days and major ones every 5, forging many into merciless killing machines. At the tombstone, after watching Ning Shinro and Su Qingge enter, the scarecrow waved its hand, sealing the entrance shut again. He remained utterly oblivious. Little did he know the two who had just entered were imposters. Su Qingge soon reached the underground city. Deep within the tomb, there was a teleportation array. He and Ning Shinro stepped onto it, and with a whoosh they were transported. Looking around, the place was brilliantly lit, bright as day. The city boasted countless businesses: weapon sellers, pill vendors, inns, banks, taverns, a self-sufficient economy. As an assassin organization, the Hall of Yama's daily consumption of weapons and pills was astronomically high, so the city thrived accordingly. "Greetings, Sister Huang." An assassin suddenly approached, cupping his hands respectfully. Ning Shinro smiled and waved dismissively. "Alright, you may go." "Yes." The assassin departed with deference. The name on the token Ning Shinro had obtained was Huang Yun, a woman who, due to her status, commanded great respect here in her lifetime. Upon entering, she hung the token at her waist, so others would quickly recognize her. It should be noted that the scarecrow outside changed daily due to the King of Yama's cautious nature. From the token's information, Ning Shinro also learned that Huang Yun had deposited a considerable fortune here, her life savings totaling over 18 billion. This was no small sum. Taken out, it could cover the Great Qing's military expenses for a year. And Ning Xinris' visit wasn't solely to help Su Qingge, she also intended to withdraw this money. However, due to time constraints on the journey, she hadn't had a chance to tell Su Qingge. Seeing his slightly puzzled expression, she whispered telepathically, "Damn, this is amazing." Su Qing's face lit up with joy upon learning the news. Nothing in the world felt better than taking someone else's money. And since Xiao Ning was his fiancée, the money she took would eventually be his, wouldn't it? Ning Shinro thought the same. As the Emperor of Great Qing, he was never short of money anyway. Beneath the Great Qing lay thousands of spiritual veins scattered across the territory. Whenever he needed funds, he could mine them at his leisure. Pure bliss. "I plan to give this money to you," she confessed directly, adding, "After all, you are my fiancée." Su Qingge beamed with delight. His fiancée was truly wonderful. Even before marriage, she was so yet why did he suddenly feel like he was living off her? After walking a while, a bank appeared before them. The bank owned by the King of Yama was opulent and grand. Inside, the clinking of spirit stones echoed, indicating others were also withdrawing money. Ning Shinro led him into the bank. Upon presenting the token, the manager's face lit up with a fawning smile, his eyes nearly turning into crescents. "Sister Huang, perfect timing. The boss has missed you terribly after all this time. Come, let me escort you upstairs." Soon Ning Shinro met the boss. He was obese and greasy, but upon seeing her he burst into cheerful laughter, revealing 8 teeth. "Sister Huang, 3 years, and you've grown thinner." The boss had already guessed she was there to withdraw money. He chuckled. "Sister Huang, your funds have been here for years." The boss had already guessed she was there to withdraw money. He chuckled. "Sister Huang, your funds have been here for years. Besides the principal, there's 460 million in interest. Are you sure you want to withdraw?" He was reluctant to let Huang Yun go simply because he didn't want to lose a major client. But if she insisted, there was nothing he could do. So he mentioned the interest, clearly implying the interest here is high. "If you keep depositing, next year's returns will be even greater." Ning Shinro understood his intention. Businessmen were all the same, but she wouldn't back down. She shook her head. "I need the money now. Withdraw both principal and interest." Frankly, she hadn't expected such high interest. This was yet another windfall. Seeing Sister Huang's determination, the boss was decisive. He waved his hand and ordered an attendant, "Go pack Sister Huang's money into chests and bring them all over." "Yes." The attendant hurried off. Before long, Su Qingge and Ning Shinro walked out of the bank, their hearts light with glee, as if they had gotten away with a heist. She had never imagined the money would yield so much interest. If the boss hadn't mentioned it, she would never have known. This is practically money falling from the sky. Ning Shinro rejoiced inwardly. Then Ning Shinro turned her head and without blinking took off her storage ring and gave it to Qingge. Take it. All the boxes just now totaling 18,460,000,000 were all here. Qingge was not one to be pretentious. She took it directly and put it on her finger. Then she said, "After we return I will marry you immediately, not a day later." Ning Xianro felt warmth in her heart and whispered, The underground city was vast, and the two wandered for quite some time before reaching the central area. A majestic black tower stood there, its visual impact extremely daunting, as if a giant stood towering between heaven and earth, utterly awe-inspiring. The tower had 99 floors, each exquisitely carved and painted with Saint Realm experts guarding the entrance. This was precisely the headquarters of the Yama Hall. It was also the place where the Yama King conducted his affairs. Sister Huang. Greetings, Sister Huang. The Saint Realm gatekeepers, seeing the token at Huang Yun's waist, bowed and paid their respects one after another. Ning Xianro smiled faintly, greeted them casually, and then entered inside. These experts watched her go, and their eyes filled with reverence. Little did they know that chaos was about to erupt here. Ning Xianro planned to capture the chieftain first by capturing the king, neutralizing the strongest Yama King, and then deal with these minor soldiers after coming out. Soon Ning Xianro ascended to the 99th floor. Due to her identity, the guards at every level treated her with great, and when they saw Qingge following behind her upon learning of their purpose, they all revealed looks of admiration. This young man is quite impressive. Pushing open the door to the Yama King's office, Ning Xianro immediately saw a burly man dozing off at his desk. Clearly the affairs of the Yama Hall were overwhelming and taxing his mind. This man was the master of the Yama Hall, the Yama King. Sensing someone enter, the Yama King frowned and looked up, seeing Huang Yun walking in. Ning Xianro did not let Qingge enter. She waited outside. The next moment the Yama King suddenly saw the face of the Huang Yun before him gradually change into that of a stranger. With a whoosh, Ning Xianro produced an imperial armament and said in a deep voice, "Who allowed you to order the assassination of my fiancée?" The Yama King's face turned pale. After recognizing her, he was nearly scared out of his wits. The person who had come was none other than the great Qin Empress. "You, say that again, I didn't hear clearly." The Yama King said, drenched in sweat. This was an emperor. How had she slipped in so quietly? "Who allowed you to order the assassination of my fiancée?" Ning Xianro said coldly. The Yama King was utterly bewildered and asked in extreme confusion, "What is your fiancé's name?" Still playing dumb. Ning Xianro's eyes blazed with murderous intent as she fumed. "His name is Qingge." Qingge. The Yama King wore an incredulous expression. After a careful recollection, he suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. The young Master Su who has recently risen to fame in Great Qin." "Yes, it's him." Ning Xianro nodded. How strange. The Yama King shook his head. "I never ordered his assassination." Now it was Ning Xianro's turn to be baffled. According to intelligence from her subordinates, although the Yama King was somewhat ruthless, he never lied. So what was going on? Where is the assassination list? She looked at the desk. The Yama King hastily pulled out a list and handed it over respectfully, saying, "Please take a look." A question mark arose in her mind. The Yama King cupped his hands and said, "Could you tell me the whole story from A question mark arose in her mind. The Yama King cupped his hands and said, "Could you tell me the whole story from beginning to end?" Though furious, Ning Xianro recounted the situation. The Yama King slapped his forehead in anger and said, "How audacious. Someone has impersonated my Yama Hall and framed me." He had never ordered Su King's assassination. He didn't even know Qingge. This was clearly someone who wanted Qingge dead, but didn't want to be implicated, so they pinned the blame on him. Suddenly a cold sweat broke out on the King of Hell, who was so sinister as to seek his demise. That person appeared to target young Master Su, but in truth aimed to use the great Qin Emperor's hand to eliminate him. Suddenly a cold sweat broke out on the King of Hell, who was so sinister as to seek his demise. That person appeared to target young Master Su, but in truth aimed to use the great Qin Emperor's hand. Ning Xianro suddenly understood. Indeed, the adversary had first spread the news, directing all suspicion toward the Hall of Yama to lure her here. Then if she had truly annihilated the Hall of Yama without discerning truth from falsehood, the real culprit would have secretly laughed themselves to death. How insidious! What audacity! Ning Xianro was enraged. She could see that the one lurking in the shadows had seen through her completely. Knowing that any harm to Qingge would prompt her to act, they devised this plan. Such a venomous scheme was meant to drag her into the fray. "Have you offended anyone in particular?" She turned to ask the King of Hell. As the leader of an assassin organization, he must have made countless enemies. Many likely sought his head. His list of foes was vast beyond count. How could an investigation ever be easy? The King of Hell pondered and shook his head helplessly. Far too many. As the master of the Hall of Yama, he had often engaged in bloody deeds. Every act was a dance on the blade's edge, steeped in cruelty and violence. Naturally, he had incurred but those enemies fearing the Hall of Yamas might never dare to strike openly. Today's move, however, was an eye-opener. "By the way, your majesty, what is that old crone's name?" A sudden inspiration struck the King of Hell. "Let me see if I know her. If I do, we'll have a lead." Ning Xianro, with a flash of wit, took up a brush and drew the old crone's likeness on paper. With swift strokes, the face emerged vividly. "This is the one," Ning Xianro said. The King of Hell glanced down, his expression shifting dramatically. "It's her." Ning Xianro asked, "You know her?" Her name is He-Wang, a being of unparalleled cruelty, even more ruthless than our Hall of Yama. In the ancient era, she ran an assassin group called the Forest of Sunluo. Now I understand. She thinks I stole her business and devised this vile scheme. What a venomous plan. The King of Hell frowned. Many years ago, He-Wang commanded a vast force, another assassination network like the Hall of Yama, pervasive across the Zhongyuan realm, known as the Forest of Sunluo. The Forest of Sunluo had a notorious saying, if you pay the price, we can take down anyone from heaven to earth. In other words, as long as you could afford it, they could kill anyone. But then the King of Hell emerged. He founded a new assassin organization, naming it the Hall of Yama, training a legion of killers to compete directly with the Forest of Sunluo. This siphoned away the Forest of Sunluo's business. A vast amount of spirit stones, once there's now at least 20%, flowed into the King of Hell's pockets since the Hall of Yama's rise. Later it became 30%, then 40, 50, 60. Over time, He-Wang grew envious. But at the time she was powerless. The experts of the Hall of Yama seemed to appear from nowhere, and her veteran assassination group soon struggled to endure. And so she staged this act. No. Ning Xianro suddenly realized something. He-Wang shouldn't have come personally. What? In person? The King of Hell's heart stirred. Really? For such a trivial matter, why would the leader her? She could have sent anyone else. There was no need to get involved personally. Absolutely true. For such a small affair, neither you nor I would think she should act personally. It would be easier to send another. Yet she did, and I eliminated her. Ning Xianro frowned. But now she suddenly suspected that the He-Wang she killed might not have been the real one. It could well have been an imposter. Or perhaps just a doppelganger. The goal was to lure her into attacking the Hall of Yama, achieving the killing with a borrowed, and once the purpose was served, the imposter or clone could die. Whether they lived or died didn't matter, the scheme had already succeeded. Thump. Just then a sound came from outside the door. The King of Hell's eyes turned icy. Who goes there? With a whoosh he flashed to the door, seeing a guard fleeing in panic. Beside him stood a young man in white. He glanced over and asked, "Are you young Master Su?" Indeed, Su Qingge, truly a fine appearance. The King of Hell clasped his hands in salute, then ordered those around him, "Seize that man. Don't let him escape." Countless black figures scattered like raindrops, swiftly giving chase. The King of Hell's heart raced with anxiety. If that man had nothing to hide, why would he flee? Since he ran, he must have a guilty conscience. He might well be a spy planted by Crane Elder. As a killer organization, infiltration was rampant, their underlings were virtually ubiquitous. Both sides inevitably sent spies into each other's territories. In the past, Sunluo Hall had lost so much business that it couldn't sustain itself and vanished without a trace. It was uncertain whether they had disbanded, but they had surely gone into hiding, awaiting the day to resurface. Perhaps this very scheme was preparation for their return. "You there, come attend to young Master Su." The King of Hell beckoned. Immediately a fair-skinned, beautiful servant arrived, guiding Su Qingge into a private room and serving fine tea. Then the King of Hell returned to his office. That man just now. Ning Xianro was equally puzzled. Her ears had twitched, sensing an unusual aura outside. One guard's breathing had become rapid, as if his secret had been uncovered. "Your Majesty, this is my oversight, please forgive me." The King of Hell hastened to apologize. To think such a thing could happen on his own turf. If word got out, the reputation of Yama Hall would be utterly ruined. Especially with the great Qin Empress present. Even her identity had been leaked. No matter, Ning Xianro said indifferent. Before long, a group of guards dragged in a man in black, the one who had fled earlier. With a thud, someone kicked the man's leg, shattering his kneecap and forcing him to the ground. "Speak." The King of Hell roared. "Ha!" The man spat on the ground. "Kill me if you dare. Let me handle this." Ning Xianro suddenly spoke. The man glanced at her, his face turning pale. "Mercy." "Oh." His voice cut short. Ning Xianro's hand covered his head, extracting his memories. With a hum, she pulled out his very soul and crushed it with a single slap. After a moment of reading the memories, Ning Xianro said, "Your suspicions are correct. This man is indeed treacherous." Soon the King of Hell understood his guesses were true. This man was a spy sent by Sunluo Hall, relaying any information to them almost instantly. So that's why things fell off lately. The King of Hell shuddered with lingering fear. Recently the assassins he dispatched would vanish without a trace. No word, no extinguished soul lamps, unreachable by transmission talismans, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Now he realized as soon as he sent them out, Crane Elder's men would assassinate them at the next step. This current affair was also Crane Elder's plan to re-emerge. Since Yama Hall had already established a formidable reputation more entrenched than the ancient Sunluo Hall, she knew it would be difficult to shake. Thus she devised schemes to use the Great Qin Empress' hand to destroy Yama Hall. Consider the Great Qin Empress, a figure who unified 6 kingdoms and sparked a millennium of bloodshed. For such a monumental being, obliterating a mere Yama Hall would be a trivial task. No matter how powerful Yama Hall was, it was just one faction. Great Qin was a dynasty, its territory teeming with but she hadn't anticipated the plot being exposed. The earlier Crane Elder had been a doppelganger, not the true body. "Your Majesty, will you involve yourself in this?" The King of Hell looked at Ning Xianro, a hint of tension in his heart. Strictly speaking, this matter had nothing to do with her. It was a conflict between their two organizations. The battle would be theirs alone. "No, I will also take a hand," Ning Xianro decided. She simply felt that the other party had tried to drag her into it. That was secondary. Most importantly, if Crane Elder had truly killed young Master Su by mistake, she would be filled. Thus she would go and slay every last member of Sanluo Hall. The King of Hell said respectfully, "Your Majesty, please." After about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, Ning Shinro arrived at a secret chamber. It was filled with large treasure chests, and with a sweep of her divine sense, she saw that they were all packed with gleaming white spirit stones. Moreover, they were extremely pure high-grade spirits. They are powerhouses from the primordial era, and if they're re-emerging now, they must have some confidence. Giving benefits for no reason. What does the Yin King intend? The Yin King chuckled. With you stepping in, I can rest easy. After all, they are powerhouses from the primordial era, and if they're re-emerging now, they must have some confidence. Through his explanation, Ning Shinro understood that recently the Yin King had also detected that the Sanluo Hall was about to reappear in the world. They seemed to have found an ancient inheritance somewhere, absorbed it, and trained over 3,000 elites, each a cold-blooded assassin at the Saint Realm. This was an incredibly formidable force. Of course, that was only in the Yin King's eyes. In Ning Xinra's view, it was quite ordinary. With so many Saint Realm experts under Crane Elder's command, the Yin King naturally felt overwhelmed. In the primordial era, the Yin King had also started as an unknown nobody. He had once obtained a massive inheritance, absorbed it, and after lying dormant for 10,000 years, painstakingly cultivated so many experts. Later, as his power grew, he began to rival the Sanluo Hall. The current Sanluo Hall bore a striking resemblance to the Yanluo Hall in its early days of ascension. However, the Sanluo Hall was reclaiming its glory. Precisely because the Yin King felt inadequate and feared what trump cards they might hold, he genuinely hoped Ning Shinro would intervene. Of course, if Ning Shinro chose to walk away, he would have no choice but to await his doom. The only silver lining was that Crane Elder's plan had failed this time. But if this attempt failed, Crane Elder would surely devise another scheme. Eventually, they would inevitably clash in battle. For these reasons, the Yin King was willing to offer this wealth as compensation for Ning Xinra's assistance. Alright, Ning Shinro did not stand on ceremony. Originally, she intended to settle the score for her fiancé and destroy the Sanluo Hall. But unexpectedly, the Yin King also offered a reward, an unexpected windfall. She decided to return the money to her fiancé later, as she herself had no shortage of funds. The Great Qin Empire was prosperous, the world was at peace, and the people lived in contentment. She had so much money she couldn't spend it all. With a soft hum, Ning Shinro swept her sleeve, and the storage ring on her hand flashed with light as all the treasure chests were drawn inside. Instantly, she felt the ring become noticeably heavier. This was due to the sheer number and weight of the chests. "Do we set off now, or?" the Yin King asked respectfully. "Wait a moment, I'll go see if my fiancé wants to come." Ning Shinro turned and left. Fiancé. The Yin King was stunned, and a pang of bitterness stirred in his heart. To be honest, he had already sensed it. Why would the Great Qin Empress for no reason stand up for that young Master Su and fight her way to his doorstep? There was only one reason: she must have taken a liking to that young Master Su. The Yin King felt deeply envious. But envy was futile. He had seen that Su Qingge was handsome and distinguished far beyond his own reach. Since he couldn't compare, there was nothing more to say. That was how the Yin King reasoned. Without the diamond, don't attempt the porcelain. Moreover, who was he to dream of a swan? The main issue was Ning Xinra's overwhelming power. During the 1,000-year blood war, it took the combined forces of the Great Song, Great Ming, Great Tang, and many other dynasties to hold out for a millennium. If they hadn't united, they would have vanished from the Kanglan realm long ago, unified into the Great Qin. That alone showed the terror of Great Qin. How could his small faction under the Great Song compare to the entire Great Qin? Though this faction was spread across every corner of the Songyuan realm, it was only widespread. Could it truly claim to be powerful? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ning Shinro quickly found Su Qingge. He was currently eating grapes peeled by a maid. Before him, over a dozen dancers were performing graceful moves for his enjoyment. Quite the hedonist. Ning Shinro felt a slight twinge of jealousy, but she quickly let it go. Men, after all. When asked if she was willing to go to the Sanluo Hall, Su Qingge directly replied, "Forget it. I'm enjoying good food and drink here. Why would I go there?" He had originally come here intending to use an Emperor-level card to sweep through the Yanluo Hall. But who would have known that this place wasn't the root cause? The true culprit turned out to be the Sanluo Hall, a faction from ancient times. So why should he go? Wasn't it better to just stay here enjoying good food and leisure? Why risk adventure? Before his transmigration, he had read plenty of cautious-style novels, especially immortality stories where the protagonists were extremely prudent. Though he wasn't overly cautious himself, there was no need to act when unnecessary. He could just leave such tiresome tasks to others and enjoy a comfortable life here. Wasn't that better? Alright then, I'll be back in at most 3 days. Seeing that he was unwilling to go, Ning Shinro didn't press further. Instead, she found it rather endearing. On second thought, if one could simply lie down and relax, why bother with hardship? This actually aligned quite well with her own mindset. Suddenly she too felt a reluctance to stir. But there was no choice. Yin Wang had already paid a substantial sum, and backing out was no longer an option. It should be noted that she had no intention of giving that money to Su Qingge for now. After all, the amount was too large. If she gave it to him, her identity might be exposed. He couldn't possibly be a fool. He would surely ask how she came by so much money. Wouldn't that blow her cover? Subsequently, Ning Shinro stepped out and set off with Yin Wang. A grand procession followed the two of them as they headed toward the Sanluo Hall. The Sanluo Hall was also located within the Great Song Empire, but hidden in a very mysterious place. None of this concerned Qingge, nor did he wish to know. "Young Master Su, would you like to take a stroll outside?" A maidservant beside him asked softly. Qingge looked up and examined her closely. She wore light makeup, her small face flawless and fair. She stood about 1 meter 70, not as tall as Xiao, but still sufficient. Her demeanor was elegant and refined, exceptionally striking. "Where to?" Qingge asked. This was an underground city, a place for shady dealings. Why would he want to go out? "To the outside world." The woman named Xiao spoke up. She wanted to go outside and have fun, but under normal circumstances, Yin Wang forbade anyone from leaving. The reason was simple fear of danger. Though the Yinluo Hall's strength meant they had little to fear, it was better to avoid unpleasant incidents were best kept to a minimum. Yin Wang simply didn't have the bandwidth to deal with them. "Recently there's an auction in Qingge City. I heard a supreme treasure from the primordial era is appearing. That treasure is incredibly formidable. Though I don't know its name, according to those who've just returned, many people have already prepared sacks of money to attend. Even before the auction starts, the venue is packed with a sea of people, a dark mass of heads stretching as far as the eye can see. This shows the treasure is extraordinary. So I plan to steal it and present it to you, young Master Su. What do you think?" Xiao Qing's cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe red apple. As she spoke, she kept her head low, not daring to meet Qingge. She hailed from the ancient Wang clan, her full name being Wang Xueqing. Later she sought refuge with the Yinluo Hall. Because of her striking beauty, Yin Wang did not assign her to execute assassinations or train her into a ruthless killer. Instead, he merely had her handle guest reception duties. And she was content with that. Her Wang clan had long since declined, with many enemies hunting them. Being able to enter the Yinluo Hall and have a meal was already fortunate. Moreover, the Yinluo Hall offered protection. That was naturally the best outcome. As for why the Wang clan had fallen, it was due to their secret art. The Wang clan's secret art was called the art of the empty hand. In simple terms, it was thievery. Once they made a move, it was so miraculous that you wouldn't even notice before your belongings were stolen. For example, a member of the Wang clan could pass by you clearly 2 or 3 meters away, yet after they passed, everything in your pocket would be gone. Completely empty, all stolen. This was the reason the Wang clan was annihilated. They had incurred widespread resentment. On that day, many families besieged the Wang clan, razing it to the ground, leaving a river of blood and not a single survivor. But Wang Xueqing had been away from home that day, so she escaped the calamity. When the perpetrators compiled the list of victims and found her missing, they launched a search, but ultimately failed to find her. They naturally wouldn't think to look toward the Yinluo Hall. After all, who would dare provoke such an assassination legion? Now Wang Xueqing wanted to attend the auction and steal that treasure. Of course, if she could also pilfer money from others along the way, that would be even better. She explained her clan's secret art to Su. Upon hearing this, Qingge laughed heartily and said, "You're quite amusing. Alright, let's go try our luck." Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck him. This was a divine art. It could potentially elevate him to the top overnight. A true rags to riches story. Just in time, since Xiao would be away for 3 days, he could go out and stretch his legs. Though he lived comfortably in this underground city, it still felt a bit stifling. It would be better to go out for a stroll. Wang Xueqing was exhilarated. After concluding their discussion, the two set off. Since Wang Xueqing held a unique position, here serving guests rather than conducting assassinations, many recognized her, making it quite convenient to move about. Who was that person? So handsome. Wow, truly. Incredibly dashing. In all my years I've never beheld such a handsome man. If only he could be my husband. Many returning to submit their tasks sighed deeply. Yet all they could do was sigh. Soon, guided by Wang Xueqing, Qingge reached the teleportation array. The underground city also housed such an array, how upon boarding one could be directly transported above ground. She and Wang Xueqing sat down and activated the switch. A flash of light flickered before their eyes. When they opened them again, Qingge found they had arrived at the passage they had entered earlier. Soon, guided by Wang Xueqing, Qingge reached the teleportation array. The underground city also housed such an array, how upon boarding one could be directly transported above ground. To attend an auction, Wang Xueqing didn't conceal it, mainly because there was nothing to hide. The scarecrow frowned, saying, "You're probably planning to pilfer something, aren't you? That might not be wise. Now a multitude of powerful experts are flocking to the auction, which will inevitably lead to conflict. Even without conflict, if you're caught stealing, you'll stir up trouble. How about I send someone to protect you?" The scarecrow was primarily worried about Wang Xueqing's safety. After all, those were all formidable experts. Oh, what if she was discovered while thieving? If a fight breaks out, you'd be at a severe disadvantage. You're right, why didn't I consider that? Wang Xueqing slapped her forehead, feeling she might have been a bit carried away. Just as the scarecrow was about to summon a strong expert, Qingge suddenly interjected, "No need. They'll protect her. You..." The scarecrow was taken aback. Wang Xueqing was also stunned. They carefully sensed his aura and discovered that Qingge was actually at the Saint Realm. Though formidable, this was far from sufficient. Those attending the auction were all major figures from various regions, with Saint Realm experts being as numerous as clouds. Although he was a saint, he was alone. If they allied against him, he would clearly be outmatched. Rest assured, it will be fine. Qingge, perceiving their anxiety, chuckled softly. No matter what happened, he could just play the Emperor card. Who would dare to obstruct him? If they did, wouldn't that be no different from seeking death? In truth, he had been itching to use the Emperor card earlier and hadn't had the chance. On this trip to the auction, he genuinely hoped some reckless fool would step forward, giving him an opportunity to display his prowess. Young Master Su, are you truly sure about this? Wang Xueqing remained somewhat concerned, mainly because she hadn't considered this issue earlier. It's fine, don't worry. Qingge was reluctant to elaborate further. After stating this, he strode off directly. The scarecrow was anxious, but since Qingge had already gone far, she could say no more. Seeing Su Qing's stubbornness, Wang Xueqing said nothing else and hurriedly caught up. Time passed swiftly, over an hour vanished in the blink of an eye. Under Wang Xueqing's guidance, Qingge soon reached their destination. This city was vast, covering expansive lands with fertile fields stretching for 1,000 li, majestic and grand. The thick city walls were imbued with an air of vicissitude, ancient bricks interlocking, evoking a sense of grandeur and nobility, radiating a profound historical atmosphere. It should be noted that the Blazing Flame City housed an ancient clan known as the Blazing Flame Ancient Clan. Their bloodline was exceptionally formidable, called the Blazing Flame Bloodline. Their bodies oozed magma, and some were born with flames blazing upon them, appearing like gods of fire, truly terrifying. The Blazing Flame Ancient Clan flourished here over time, and thus the city was named after them. They also maintained public order, and ordinary people dared not provoke them. But beyond the city walls, things were different. At this moment, in front of an auction house within the city, a sea of people crowded densely, a vast pitch-black mass. These individuals' rings were heavily laden, stocked with countless treasures and riches, all aiming to secure that ancient artifact. Others already had their hands on their weapons, ready to kill and seize the treasure at any moment. They planned to obtain the artifact without spending a single coin. Just imagine, after some wealthy person wins the bid, they would ambush and kill them halfway. Wouldn't that be splendid? Those with such thoughts were not few. Among the crowd, a third of them harbored this intention. This world had never lacked those who danced on the edge of a blade. Since the auction time had not yet arrived, the auction house gates remained closed. Qingge walked through the crowd, gazing at the oppressive sea of people, and couldn't help but feel a surge of delight in his heart. Suddenly a startled cry erupted from the crowd. "Damn it, where's my storage pouch?" These words ignited the scene like a firecracker. Many instinctively reached for their waists, and upon realizing they were empty, they froze in unison. Then an uproar exploded. "Heavens, there's a thief! Everyone beware! A thief has struck! I had 30 million supreme-grade spirit stones in my storage pouch, and now they're gone. Everyone guard your belongings, and learn from this. My storage ring is missing too. Damn it, just let me catch the culprit." A man preparing for an ambush raged, "Confounded, I only had 300 low-grade spirit stones in my pouch, and even those didn't escape the villain's clutches." The scene erupted into chaos. Nearby, Qingge glanced at Wang Xueqing, exchanging a look that said, "Well done." Wang Xueqing lifted her chin smugly, her heart blooming with joy. With that single move, she had already reaped a bountiful harvest. Though she had provoked the entire crowd and heightened their vigilance, it mattered not. The divine art of the Wang clan was simply inscrutable. She carried another storage space, a vast expanse stretching countless miles. A must-have artifact for every Wang clan member, for how could one live by thievery without a place to store the spoils? That would be a laughingstock indeed. After the time it takes to sip a cup of tea, the curses gradually subsided. Many, though heavy-hearted, could only resign themselves to their misfortune. The thief's skill was too profound, they had detected nothing before their storage pouches vanished. This journey had truly begun under an ill omen. Yet in a flash, some of these people's eyes twinkled with cunning, and they steeled themselves, saying, "Blasted, ill join the ambush." They had originally planned to compete fairly, but now penniless, this was their only recourse. Creak. Not long after the auction house's doors swung open. A middle-aged man in a purple robe sporting a curled mustache stepped out, surveyed the scene, and announced, "Time's up. Everyone please enter." With a surge, the crowd streamed in like a tidal wave. In mere moments, the 10,000 seats inside were filled. Even the corridors were packed. Yet many remained outside, lingering at the auction house's entrance. They had no need to enter, for they were all waiting to ambush after the auction ended. Entering or not made little difference to them. Since the Crimson Flame Ancient Clan governed the city's order, these people naturally wouldn't disrespect the clan. Once the auction concluded, they would not act here, but would follow the winning bidders to settle matters outside the city. "You'd better abide by the rules," the auction master warned coldly. "Rest assured, I've done this countless times. Have I ever failed to show respect to your Crimson Flame Ancient Clan?" "You'd better abide by the rules," the auction master warned coldly. "Rest assured, I've done this countless times. Have I ever failed to show respect to your Crimson Flame Ancient Clan?" Hearing this, the auction master said no more, let out a cold snort, and entered the auction house. Such ambushes it was inevitable in this cruel world. As long as no conflict erupted within Crimson Flame City, they could do as. In the blink of an eye, the auction master ascended the podium. Scanning the sea of people below, he cupped his hands and said, "I am grateful for your patronage, but as a straightforward businessman, I must speak plainly. I know why you've all come. For that primordial divine artifact, no doubt. However, as a merchant, I have more than one item to auction. Seizing this opportunity, I will offer 4 items in total. I hope you can understand." "Understood. A businessman needs a gimmick. With the primordial divine artifact as the draw, it's only natural to auction other treasures as well." Someone immediately chimed in. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After all, every merchant operated the same way. Then, The first item, the Panlong battle halberd, boomed the auction house master. At once an attendant strode onto the stage bearing a rectangular wooden case over 3 qi in length, tapered at the tip, clearly housing a long halberd. True to expectation, the auction master lifted the case and opened it, revealing the halberd within. All eyes fell upon it, and instantly recognized its extraordinary nature. Intricate ancient inscriptions coiled across its surface, radiating an aura of profound antiquity and time-worn grandeur. Merely gazing upon it sufficed to confirm this was no ordinary artifact. Indeed, it had been forged in antiquity by a master artisan who labored for 14 days, 7 cycles of 7, then tempered it with heavenly lightning and earthly fire, a process of staggering difficulty. Yet even after this arduous refinement, only the spearhead emerged. Later he crafted the shaft from exquisitely rare, peerless iron alloys. Only then did the complete battle halberd take form. This treasure is peerless. One strike can pierce the body of a quasi-sage, declared the auction master. At these words the hall fell into absolute silence. Moments later the crowd erupted in thunderous disbelief. What? Could this halberd truly be so terrifying? Heavens above! I've lived a lifetime yet never laid eyes on such a divine relic. Is this real? I cannot say, but one thing is certain: its value is incalculable. To possess it would elevate one's combat prowess in an instant. Voices surged like a tidal wave. Nearly every soul in the hall burst into fervent debate. Eyes blazed with covetous intensity, all yearning to claim the halberd for themselves. Yet even this first halberd threatened to drain their coffers utterly. How then could they possibly compete for the final lot, the primordial divine artifact? Would the auction even continue? A complex tide of emotions swept through each attendee. Finally many clenched their teeth and sighed, though magnificent, this treasure lies beyond my fortune. Indeed, I too am unworthy. So am I. Many others shook their heads in resigned acknowledgement. They all coveted the ultimate lot, the primordial divine artifact, even knowing that stepping beyond the auction hall, beyond the city gates, would invite ambushes. Yet they cared not. Wielding such an artifact would elevate their power beyond measure. What threat could assail them then? That too explained why so many feared no interception. Suddenly a young nobleman in white robes rose, his gaze burning with intensity upon the Panlong battle halberd. Master, he asked, does this weapon truly pierce the body of a sage? One must remember, the body of a sage is inviolable. Though quasi-sage implies only half a step into sainthood, such beings are already awe-inspiring. Yet this halberd could pierce it outright. How formidable then must it be? All know well, every sage emerges from oceans of blood and mountains of corpses. Each has endured unimaginable trials and tribulations. Their paths have been paved with tears and snot, drenched in sorrow beyond words. And yet, a single halberd rivals half a sage's lifetime of cultivation. That defies belief. Not disbelief, not quite, but a quiet, lingering doubt. He was not alone. Upon hearing those words, many nearby paused stunned, then voiced their own skepticism. Truly, the very first lot is this formidable. Frankly, I find it hard to accept. Now that you mention it, it does sound implausible. Who could believe in such a halberd? Nor do I. I have lived 3 centuries, and never encountered a weapon of such might. Had I possessed it in my youth, I might have swept into— Alas, such treasures simply did not exist in my day. How could such an artifact appear in our age? I do not disbelieve, I merely remain skeptical. Should the master provide proof, I shall believe without hesitation. Nods rippled across the hall. Precisely. Demonstrate its power, and we shall begin bidding. Even those who had reserved their bids for the finale now prepared to act. They too harbored doubts. Such a treasure seemed— a single halberd equaling half a quasi-sage's lifelong cultivation. Who could accept such a claim? Several quasi-sages present bristled with indignation. Nearby Wang Shueching whispered to Su Qingge, Master Su, do you fancy this halberd? Su Qingge sipped his tea calmly. It's passable. Do you intend to steal it? I'll find an opening, she replied, her bright eyes blinking rapidly, poised, watchful, ready to strike. Master of the auction, prove it to us. Yes, prove it. The cultivators in the hall clamored, demanding the auction master provide proof. The auction master, caught off guard by their disbelief, paused and asked, how should I prove it? Find a sage and stab him with your spear. Someone immediately suggested. However, after speaking, that person muttered inwardly, who would be foolish enough to willingly take a spear strike? Though for a sage recovering from an injury wasn't overly difficult, suffering an unnecessary wound without reason seemed absurd. Surely no one had a penchant for self-harm. The auction master said helplessly, then may I ask, is anyone willing to step forward? Many present were quasi-sages, and over 100 were true sages. Hearing this, they twitched their mouths in deep— indeed, who would willingly endure an unnecessary wound? It was hardly worthwhile. Even if healed with pills, the piercing pain against the skin would be agonizing. Especially the moment the blade penetrated flesh. Painful. It would surely be excruciating. Many in the hall thought this, and for a time no one stepped forward. If you all act like this, how can I prove it? The auction master grew even more exasperated. You don't believe me and demand proof, yet when I'm ready to give it you clam up. How frustrating. Suddenly the man in white robes spoke up, enough, he'll prove it. Instantly all eyes fell upon him, a wave of admiration arising. The white-robed man pointed to someone and said, Wang Chi, you go up and take a look. From beside him, a burly man stepped forward. He had a rugged appearance with thick eyebrows and large eyes, broad shoulders, and a sturdy build so imposing he resembled a wall. His height towered a full 2 heads above everyone else like an iron pagoda, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. As he appeared, ripples spread through the surrounding space like a stone thrown into still water, causing countless undulations on the surface. This was the eruption of sage-level cultivation. A quasi-sage's power, immensely formidable, caused the very space around to subtly fracture. "Excellent," someone shouted. With Wang Qi stepping up, they would soon know if the weapon was genuine. With a whoosh, Wang Qi's figure flickered, and he appeared on the stage waving his hand. "Master, stab me with your spear." The auction master admired his courage, and said, "Very well, but if any injury occurs." "If injury occurs, I'll take responsibility." The white-robed man, producing a folding fan from nowhere, began to fan himself elegantly. The breeze stirred his long hair, adding to his dashing demeanor. The auction master shook his head with a smile. "No, young master, you misunderstand. What I mean is if any injury occurs, it will be our responsibility, and I will bear it fully. Please don't rush. I'm not doubting your subordinate strength, but I fear this weapon is too powerful that it might pierce him," and he trailed off. But everyone understood his meaning. Simply put, the weapon was so formidable that if it inflicted severe harm on Wang Qi, the consequences. The white-robed man chuckled. "Fine, rest assured, I won't hold you accountable if he dies." "Phew." The auction master breathed a sigh of relief and declared, "Then Wang Qi, take my strike." With a swoosh, the spear thrust forward. The spear shattered the void, tearing through the air with terrifying momentum like a fearsome blade descending from the heavens or a lightning bolt cleaving through darkness. Awe-inspiring, dazzling, and aimed straight at Wang Qi. Haha, exhilarating. Wang Qi laughed heartily. He possessed the unique technique diamond crystal body, which rendered him impervious to blades and spears, immune to fire and water. He truly didn't believe this spear could pierce him. In truth, he had stepped forward to test the limits of his own physical body. If he could withstand this spear, word of the feat would spread, and he would instantly rise to prominence. Boom! As he pondered this, the spear flashed like lightning, piercing through his chest in an instant. Crackle! A gaping hole as large as a bowl was torn open in Wang Qi's chest. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere as the Panlong War spear passed through his body as effortlessly as piercing cotton. The Panlong War spear struck the ground with force, its hilt still quivering. "This is so powerful." Wang Qi's face turned deathly pale. Uttering these final words, he collapsed with a thud and ceased to breathe. In an instant, silence fell over the hall. Every face was etched with astonishment, profound astonishment. The scene grew as still as a vacuum, so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. It was only after a long while that someone sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. "Holy crap, so powerful. Before the auction even began, a sage has fallen." And he fell voluntarily. Admirable, truly admirable. The venue erupted with various voices, every single person in awe of Wang Qi's courage. To test the danger with his own body. Such boldness was truly rare. Over here, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Such a terrifying treasure must be obtained. In truth, he too had harbored some disbelief regarding the might of this war halberd, for it was simply too extraordinary. Yet never had he imagined it would actually prove to be real. And with Wang Qi etching by his side, he could acquire it without spending a single spirit stone. The very thought thrilled him. "As long as you help me secure it, I shall take you as my concubine once we return home," he said to Wang Qi etching. Wang Zwiking's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she nodded gently. She had long harbored the same intention. The white-robed man's expression shifted slightly. Truly a fine weapon. Wang Qi was his foremost valiant general, yet today, he had fallen. Though the loss was grievous, having already stated his stance, he could only accept it now, whatever words were spoken. "Young master, do not panic. Our auction house abounds with miraculous elixirs. Reviving him is no issue. Since this incident is my responsibility, the cost of the medicine need not be borne by you." The auction house master clasped his fists and immediately instructed a nearby servant, "Go move Wang Qi to the back hall, administer the elixir, and let him recuperate well." After all, this was the blazing flame ancient city, and the family still had to maintain some face. "As you command." Soon someone carried Wang Qi's corpse to the rear for careful treatment. Next, the auction house master addressed the crowd. "Does everyone now believe in this war halberd?" "We believe." "This old man believes." "Excellent. Now I announce starting price 100 million spirit stones. Each bid must increase by no less than 10 million. Now the bidding begins." The auction house master shouted with excitement. "Excellent. Now I announce starting price 100 million spirit stones. Each bid must increase by no less than 10 million. Now the bidding begins." The auction house master shouted with excitement. No sooner had his voice faded. 200 million. 210 million. 220 million. 230 million. In but a brief moment, the price of the coiling dragon war halberd surged past the 230 million mark, skyrocketing by 30 million. Yet this price did not hold for long before it was swiftly overtaken. 300 million. This was a pale-skinned man with an extremely effeminate appearance like a woman, and his voice was equally soft and feminine. As his voice fell, the venue instantly fell silent. 300 million. A staggering sum. The hammer had fallen. Unexpectedly. Just as many entertained that thought, an aged voice immediately rang out. 500 million. Hiss. Everyone sharply inhaled, their scalps tingling. Was this the world of the mighty? A jump of 200 million in one go. Truly astonishing. No place for us here, let's just wait patiently. Someone sighed. 500 million once. 500 million twice. 500 million thrice. No other bids, sold. With the fall of the small hammer, the coiling dragon war halberd was delivered into that person's hands. That person was a white-haired old woman with an aura of profound mystery swirling around her. Her cultivation was unreadable, yet her presence was formidable. Adorned in gold and jewels, she was likely a figure of real power within some faction. Wang Xueqing cast a glance at her silently, committing her to memory. Now then, next up, the second item. The auction house master waved to the side, and immediately another attendant carried up a large iron cage. The cage was draped with a layer of red cloth, preventing anyone from seeing what lay inside. Even when sweeping in with divine sense, one could detect nothing within the cage. This aroused great curiosity among all what exactly was in that cage. Under the gaze of the crowd, the auction house master bellowed, "The second lot, the starry cloth. Starting price, 300 million high-grade spirit stones. Each bid must increase by no less than 20 million. Huh. As his voice fell, everyone was taken aback. So the item up for auction was not what was inside the cage, but the cloth covering it. This cloth is extremely precious, a priceless treasure. It can block divine sense. Even the divine sense of a sage king, understand. The auction house master declared with pride. Everyone slapped their foreheads in sudden realization. After a brief silence, the auction hall erupted with a flurry of competing bids. 350 million, 380 million, 400 million, 420 million, 450 million, 1 billion, someone suddenly shouted. In an instant, everyone's heart trembled, barely able to contain themselves. Who in the world was so wealthy as to bid a full billion? All eyes turned to see the speaker was the young man in white robes. Gently waving his folding fan, he said with a carefree smile, "This item is quite remarkable with extensive uses. I'll take it. I hope everyone will do me the favor and refrain from competing." Many people immediately showed expressions of understanding. After all, this object could obscure a sage's divine sense, proving its formidable power. Its applications were naturally vast with countless dark purposes, so it was no wonder he was willing to pay such a high price. "Very well," said an old man with white hair. "Since the young friend fancies it, I shall not contend with you." The speaker was an old man named Du Chun, known for his treacherous and cunning nature. Ruthless and cruel, he had once annihilated an entire family over a trivial matter, earning him the reputation of an irredeemable demon. Though he spoke magnanimously, the truth was he lacked sufficient spirit stones. With barely over 900 million in hand, he needed to reserve funds for subsequent auctions. How could he spend so early? Thus it was better to go with the flow and grant a favor. Suddenly someone remarked, "Old Du, are you out of money again, just like before?" Ha ha ha. This man was Du Guanghui, who had witnessed Old Du's antics countless times. Every time he ran out of funds, he used such a grandiose excuse to claim credit, only to later demand repayment through favors or monetary gifts. Despicable as it was, his considerable strength forced many to endure in silence. After all, fighting him would cost too much. It was better to pay a small sum to avoid trouble. Over time, Old Du's ambition grew, and he began to believe he commanded respect in this region as a man of influence. However, not everyone fell for his tricks. Many refused to show him any deference, treating him like dirt, utterly. Get lost. Who do you think you are, daring to offer me a favor? The white-robed man grew indignant. With a sharp crack, he snapped his fan shut and slammed it on the ground. "Listen here, I bought this item with my own hard-earned spirit stones. It has nothing to do with you. Stay out of my way. Others may fear you, but I certainly do not." He was of noble birth, a member of the great Song imperial family, and had no need to heed such a man. Old Du was taken aback, and with a crestfallen expression he sat down without a word. Seeing this, the white-robed youth smirked. 1 billion. If no one else bids, this item is mine. Silence fell. No one countered. In truth, there were many with the means to do so, but they chose not to, saving their funds for the upcoming lot. Seeing no competition, the young man laughed heartily and called out to the auctioneer, "Master of the house, that item belongs to me." The auctioneer, beaming with delight, raised his gavel. 1 billion, going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Sold. The gavel fell, and the item was promptly delivered to the young man by an attendant. Meanwhile, Wang Xueqing discreetly noted the white-robed youth, then chuckled. "Young master, someone has just spent 1 billion to acquire a treasure for us, ha ha." "Excellent, truly excellent." Su Qingge exulted with delight. Wang Xueqing was absolutely right. No matter how precious the item, once others paid a fortune to win it with her, as the capable assistant, everything would eventually become theirs. Haha, this was truly exhilarating. In simpler terms, it felt fantastic. Before long, gleaming spirit stones were delivered into the auctioneer's coffers. Afterward, the auctioneer ordered the cage removed, and then called for someone to be brought up. "Ladies and gentlemen, the third lot is different. It is a person. This individual is from the Giant Stone clan, with a body of solid rock. Blades cannot cut him, fire and water cannot harm him. He would make an excellent enforcer. Starting bid, 50 million spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. Now the auction begins." The auctioneer recited these words almost mechanically, because this lot was utterly worthless. So much so that he didn't even want to auction it. But he had no choice. A friend had consigned it, and he had to grant that friend a favor. Moreover, this person's cultivation was pitifully low only at the Hotion stage. That was why it sold for such a meager. However, it must be noted that although this person is a waste, being able to sell for 50 million still has its commendable points. That highlight is simple: his bloodline. The boulder bloodline is extraordinary. Once activated, his entire body transforms into stone, incredibly tough and indestructible. The benefit is that he is invincible within the same cultivation level. Members of the Boulder clan, regardless of their realm, are directly invincible against opponents of the same level. This is the reason for the Boulder clan's formidable strength. However, despite this, every time a Boulder clan member advances to a higher realm, they require a massive amount of resources, consuming them at an astonishing rate. Thus, this person was originally worth 100 million, but the auction house owner, fearing it wouldn't sell, set the price at 50 million. What? A person? The auction item this time is actually a person, and at such a low price. Many were slightly shocked, exchanging glances with each other, but soon they became resigned. With such a poor cultivation level, it was no wonder the price was so low. Moreover, they had long heard that the Boulder clan's resource consumption was a bottomless pit. Most importantly, even if they managed to elevate this person, would he serve them wholeheartedly? That was uncertain. As the saying goes, even a wolf raised from a pup might not be tame, let alone a human. What if he turned his blade on them? There had been precedents in the past, and many present had weathered countless storms to reach their current positions. Naturally, no one was willing to take that risk. Forget it, I don't want it. Someone was about to bid, but suddenly changed their mind. The main reason was that buying him would be useless. They might as well spend the money on meat. On the stage, the Boulder clan member saw the silent crowd with no one willing to take him and felt embarrassed. His mother was killed, he was orphaned, and even selling himself couldn't attract a buyer. Young master, I can't steal this one, Wang Xueqing said helplessly. Qingge glanced over and said, then forget it. I'm not interested anyway. Although the person was female, her entire body was made of stone. Who had such a peculiar taste? Naturally, they passed. Alas, since no one wants you, you may return. After a moment, seeing no one in the hall would take him, the auction house owner shook his head in resignation and told the person to go back. Though bitter, the person had no choice but to nod and say, She descended from the stage. Thus, the third auction item came to an end. Next, the grand finale. The primordial divine artifact you've all been yearning for. The auction house owner waved his hand grandly, and a millstone-sized iron box was brought out. The iron box was caked with dirt, as if freshly unearthed, and an immensely ancient and weathered aura emanated from it, clearly marking it as a treasure. Etched on its surface were various time-honored runes and Tao patterns, each one ancient and cryptic, like tadpole-like celestial script, unrecognizable to anyone. Another person gasped, open it quickly. Under the gaze of the crowd, the auction house owner slowly opened the box. Another person gasped, open it quickly. Under the gaze of the crowd, the auction house owner slowly opened the box. Instantly, everyone in the hall was astonished. They stared wide-eyed, only to find the box completely empty. There wasn't even a single hair inside. What was going on? What's happening? Why is the box empty? How is this possible? Could it have been stolen? Many in the hall began to chatter noisily. They felt that their trip might have been in vain. Could it be the already fallen Wang family? Damn, that's very possible. Didn't a little girl from the Wang family escape that day? Who's to say she's not here? Right? Very likely. How disgusting. We finally came to an auction only to encounter a thief. For crying out loud, is this meant to infuriate me? How do those Wang family thieves keep showing up everywhere? Many in the hall began to curse loudly. Meanwhile, Qingge frowned and looked at Wang Xueqing, asking, when did you steal it? I didn't notice. To his surprise, Wang Xueqing was also startled and said, I don't know. I didn't steal anything. Huh. This time Qingge was stunned. But he quickly regained his composure, seemingly understanding the situation, and asked the auction house owner on stage, Owner, could it be that the auction item is just this box itself? As soon as these words were spoken, all the curses in the hall abruptly ceased. Exactly. Could it be that the item up for auction is not what's inside the box, but the box itself? Good heavens, look at my brain. It simply couldn't wrap around the idea. Just now I thought the cage held something within, never expecting it was merely a cloth. And now, haha, the auction master has played a splendid trick. Well said, I was just about to say the same. Every person present breathed a sigh of relief, their voices filled with laughter and joy. Faint sighs of relief could be heard. Thank heavens they hadn't fallen victim to the empty hand. Otherwise this would have been the most wretched misfortune in 800 lifetimes. What a relief, what a relief. It was mainly because the empty hand's reputation in the primordial era was immense, though that reputation must be taken with a grain of salt. Countless cultivators back then were rendered utterly helpless by this trick, their hearts seething with rage, yet finding no outlet. Just imagine. Everything you carried could be stolen without your knowledge, and when you needed it you'd open your pouch and think, good lord, where's my stuff? Many people didn't even realize their belongings were gone until long after they had been lost. Later, when they heard that the Wang clan was behind it all, they united with numerous forces, regardless of whether their losses were truly the Wang clan's doing, and stormed forward to crush them. The Wang clan was annihilated in that battle, their corpses burning for 81 days without being consumed. Severed limbs and broken bodies lay strewn everywhere, a scene of gruesome bloodshed. To be honest, this primordial divine artifact is indeed this box, the auction master said with a smile. In truth, it wasn't that he withheld the information. He had intended to explain it when he first presented the item. But to his surprise, someone in the crowd urged him to open the box, leaving him no choice but to oblige and show them. Master, what is this object's function? Someone asked eagerly. Many others were equally impatient, for anything hailed as a primordial divine artifact must be extraordinary. Upon arriving, they had only heard that today's auction would feature a primordial divine artifact, but they knew nothing about it. Hence their current excitement. Even Su Qingge was brimming with exhilaration. Beside her, Wang Xueqing murmured softly, I must secure this item for my lord. As scorching gazes swept across the hall, the auction master stroked his beard and chuckled. This artifact is called the Qingge mirror. Place anything inside it, and after one night it will yield double the amount. In simple terms, put in 1 spirit stone, and the next morning you'll find 2. Similarly, deposit 3 billion, and by dawn you'll have 6 billion. If you put in low-grade pills the next day, it will produce high-grade pills. If you place a low-grade cultivation technique inside the next day, you'll receive a high-grade one. If you place a high-grade technique the next day, it will grant you an even higher grade one. Do you understand now? At these words, in an instant the entire auction hall stirred with undercurrents, every person's breath turning rapid. Good heavens, this is simply incredible. Indeed, with this item, wealth and prosperity are just around the corner. If I can win this bid, I could sit idle for a lifetime and never run out of spirit stones. Claim it. We must claim it. Countless eyes turned bloodshot with greed. Just think, with such a formidable artifact, who wouldn't desire it? Waking up to find a chest brimming with gleaming riches. Who could resist that sense of reward? Suddenly someone thought of something and asked, by the way, master, what if something else is placed inside? The crowd paused, briefly taken aback. Yes, what if instead of spirit stones one placed something else, say a person inside? What would emerge the next day? Apologies, dear readers, for taking a day off yesterday due to some matters. I am truly sorry. Today we resume as normal. Here begins the main text. The auction house owner pondered for a moment before explaining. I'm truly sorry, but I don't know either. The highest I've ever tested was putting in 100 million spirit stones, and the next morning I got 200 million out. As for elixirs, herbs, weapons, and all sorts of items, it was the same. The next day, either the quantity increased or the quality upgraded. As for a person, well, I've never actually tried that. How about this? If any of you are interested, after you win the bid, give it a try, and then you'll know. Hearing this, many in the hall began to speculate. Wow, if I put in a beautiful woman, maybe the next day 2 beauties would come out, someone said with gleaming eyes. Exactly. And perhaps the one that comes out the next day would be even more stunning than the first. For instance, if the first was a nation-toppling beauty, the second would be one that eclipses all mortal charms. Man, just thinking about it. Huh. Awesome. Another person exclaimed with burning enthusiasm. Many women also chimed in excitedly. Oh my heavens, if we put in a man, then the next day. Haha, wonderful. This is just so wonderful. The hall was filled with jubilant chatter. Over here, Su Qing's eyes also lit up. With such a treasure, she would never have to worry about wanting anything in the future. This was simply too amazing. But I've suddenly noticed a problem. Someone suddenly spoke up. Have you all noticed? The auction house owner only put in inanimate objects, spirit stones, and the like, all lifeless things. If one were to put in a living person, it would violate the laws of heaven. Perhaps it wouldn't work. At these words, the fervor in the hall was instantly dampened. They were right. A person is a living being, while what was tested were all dead objects. If living beings could truly be duplicated, wouldn't the world descend into chaos? Mass-producing women, mass-producing men. Wouldn't the heavenly Tao impose some punishment? This defies the natural order. That makes sense, an esteemed elder also chimed in. Soon the discussion subsided, and the bidding began. Starting price, 3 billion top-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 100 million. I now declare the auction open. As the auction house owner's voice fell, the hall fell into utter silence. Contrary to the previous clamor, a profound stillness settled over the crowd. Good heavens, 3 billion. And that's just the starting price. Someone's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Another person was stunned to the core of their soul, exclaiming, my gods, this is too intense. Just one auction item, and it's starting at a sky-high price of 3 billion. Heavens, this is utterly mind-boggling. What's even more shocking is that each increment must be no less than 100 million spirit stones. 100 million. That's 100 million. It could buy so many things, yet here it's just a minimum raise. My god, I feel like I'm about to faint. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Nevertheless, everyone felt the item was worth the price. Such a primordial divine artifact, immensely powerful. Even if it cost 300 billion to take home, what of it? The money spent could be earned back in no time. This wasn't just one person's thought. Nearly everyone shared the same sentiment. Soon the competition began. I bid 4 billion. Someone immediately raised the price by 1 billion. Yet even such a hefty increase was quickly drowned in the sea of bidders. 4.1 billion. 4.2 billion. 4.3 billion. 4.5 billion. 5 billion. The price swiftly crossed the 5 billion mark. And it kept skyrocketing. 5.3 billion. 5.5 billion. 5.8 billion. 5. The price of the Qingge divine mirror surged at an astonishing speed. Yet even so, it could not dampen the enthusiasm of all present. 6.08 billion. This is all the money I have. I hope everyone can grant me this favor and show this old man some face. A faction leader bellowed. 6.08 billion. This is all the money I have. I hope everyone can grant me this favor and show this 6.099 billion. 7 billion. The price of the Qingge mirror soon surged past the 7 billion mark, yet it continued to soar without pause. 7 billion and 100 million. Old man, who do you think you're mocking? 7 billion and 200 million. 7 billion and 100 million. 7 billion and 100 million. 8 billion, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they turned to look. The speaker was an old woman with white hair clad in a blue robe exuding a formidable aura. She declared, I will take this item. None of you dare compete with me or else. No mercy. Hiss. Many drew in sharp breaths, their hair standing on end. They recognized her, a powerful figure from the Kongtong Dao sect, terrifying and nearly untouchable. Yet exceptions existed. Someone had once provoked her. Within an hour that person vanished from the world. It was clear how they disappeared. Beyond murder, few could fathom another explanation. Thus many trembled inwardly and dared not bid further. Since no one else bids, I'll take it. The white-haired crone laughed heartily, producing a storage pouch containing 8 billion spirit stones gleaming brightly. The auction master frowned, displeasure darkening his face. He had hoped for a higher price only to have it thwarted. Reluctant to give up, he asked, is there truly no one else besides this lady? No. We all withdraw from the... A young man, shifty-eyed and fawning, quickly replied. Clearly he sought to curry favor with the white-haired crone. The auction master chuckled again. Really no one else. Silence filled the hall. Not a single voice spoke. It was evident that all feared the white-haired crone, for the Kongtong Dao sect was a formidable colossus in the great song one none dared provoke. Since they couldn't challenge her, they could only abandon the prize with bitter regret. Yet many others were unafraid. While the crone was prestigious, they were no pushovers. They whispered among themselves. Once we're out, well, ambush her. Right? Kill her, seize the treasure, and flee to another dynasty. Can the Kongtong Dao sect track us? Sound plan agreed. Seeing no further bids, the auction master felt deep chagrin. He had anticipated at least 10 billion. Yet it stalled at 8 billion. Was this a joke? Frankly, it fell far short of his expectations, and he felt cheated. But with no alternative, he could only declare 8 billion going once. 8 billion going twice. 8 billion going 3 times. Sold with bitter tears. If one looked closely, the auction master's expression was one of deep reluctance, yet he had no choice but to accept it. Soon the Qingge mirror was delivered to the white-haired crone, while the 8 billion premium spirit stones were handed to the auction master. The white-haired crone caressed the Qingge mirror, her heart surging with excitement, as if in a dream. Yet she quickly came to her senses. This place was no longer safe. Many eyes were covetous, and she had to leave swiftly. Whooshed. The white-haired crone vanished in an instant like a gust of wind. The various factions exchanged glances and shouted after her. Whooshed, whooshed, whooshed. The hall echoed with sounds of teleportation, and in moments all seats stood empty. Su Qingge and Wang Xueqing remained seated. Young Master Su, shall we pursue? Wang Xueqing asked. Obviously. Su Qingge took a step and disappeared. Wang Xueqing glanced at the auction master, walked past him, and vanished. 3 hours later, the auction master belatedly realized, flustered. Damn it, where are my spirit stones? 80 kilometers outside the Crimson Flame City. This was a desolate wilderness, the air thick with a pungent bloody stench, so terrifying that anyone who inhaled it would feel deep shock. Looking around, the ground was littered with bones, human heads strewn like worthless trash, and severed limbs scattered like broken branches, making the place resemble a slaughterhouse. With a whoosh, the white-haired crone halted here. Opposite her, with a series of rustles, countless figures appeared, encircling. Old hag, hand over the item. Or today will be your death day. My death. The white-haired crone burst into laughter. She was not without hidden cards, on the contrary, she had many. Burning one would come at a great cost, but it would surely allow her to escape. Rumble. She directly consumed a blood-burning pill. This pill could temporarily elevate one's cultivation by several realms, unleashing their peak power from the past. But the consequences were dire enough to make anyone pale. Once the drug's effect faded, one's cultivation would plummet like rushing water, accompanied by excruciating pain throughout the body and severed meridians. Yet the situation was grave, leaving no other choice. Boom. In an instant, the white-haired crone vanished like the wind, fleeing in the opposite direction. As luck would have it, the direction she fled was precisely where Su Qingge was flying with Wang Xueqing. The two parties brushed past each other. In that fleeting moment, the crone glanced at Wang Xueqing before continuing on her way. Young master, let's go. Wang Xueqing's face lit up with joy as she urged Su Qingge to leave. The next moment, the white-haired crone had vanished from sight. After her. She went that way, chase her. A cacophony of shouts erupted as the crowd surged in pursuit. The newly arrived Su Qingge was completely overlooked. A strange, twisted smile curled at the corner of Wang Xueqing's lips. Young master, this is no place for talk. Let's leave first. Su Qingge understood and vanished with a whoosh. Soon they arrived at a deserted place, an ancient cave like the belly of a giant serpent. For 10,000 li around, there was not a single trace of energy fluctuation. It was utterly safe. Young master, this is it. Upon arriving, Wang Xueqing produced the Qingge mirror. She also took out the money she had stolen from the auction master. Seeing such a haul, Qingge's heart blossomed with joy. But at that moment he recalled the earlier auction items. Did we miss those few? Not exactly. Wang Xueqing shook her head. That white-haired crone fled too fast, we had no choice but to pursue her. There was no time to steal the others. Even if we returned now, the auction would be over. Hearing this, Qingge gave a magnanimous smile. Forget it. Compared to the Qingge mirror, those items are nothing. Right, the Qingge mirror alone is enough. Wang Xueqing's smile was as radiant as a flower. Since there was still time, Qingge decided to test the mirror's efficacy. He wanted to see if it was truly as miraculous as the auction master had claimed. Without further adu, he immediately placed 100,000 spirit stones into the mirror. Instantly, the mirror emitted a mass of white light, hazy and soft like clouds, gently enveloping all the Then Qingge fell into a deep sleep. Time passed leisurely, and a single night vanished in the blink of an eye. Morning came, and the sun shone brightly. Qingge woke early and glanced at the Qingge mirror. To his horror, it was completely empty. Not only that, but even his own 100,000 spirit stones had vanished. What the hell? Shocked, he quickly turned the mirror upside down, hoping to shake its contents loose. But not even a single hair fell out. What's going on? Wang Xueqing, who had also woken up, was stunned by the sight. But her mind was quick. No, that auction master is up to something. Let's go see. A sharp glint flashed in Qingge's eyes. In no time they arrived at Qingge City. Qingge and Wang Xueqing were astonished by what they saw. The entire city was deserted. All the people and everything in the city were gone. Qingge City had become a ghost town. What the hell is going on? Both Qingge and Wang Xueqing were utterly bewildered. Soon many from yesterday's auction arrived, all seeking retribution. But to their dismay, the Qingge ancient clan had already fled. This must have been a long-planned scheme, right? The halberd I bought is a complete piece of junk. Yeah, the cloth I bought is just ordinary fabric. Damn it, we've all been scammed. Listen up, everyone. The Qingge ancient clan must have planned to relocate and wanted to make a big profit before leaving. So they spread rumors to lure us in. Exactly. Damn it, this is infuriating. Many in the crowd were hopping mad, but utterly helpless. The money was spent and the culprits had vanished. Could they find them? The Tsangyuan realm was vast. Where would they even look? So what do we do? Are we just going to sit here with no options? Someone said, their heart bleeding. Sigh. What else can we do? Another person suddenly remembered the white-robed man with a folding fan from yesterday and realized they must all be in cahoots. Thus the whole picture became clear. Young master, compared to them, our losses don't seem so bad. Wang Xueqing suddenly found a sense of balance. Qingge pondered for a moment and realized she was right. He had only lost 100,000 spirit stones, which was nothing compared to their losses. But on second thought, he hadn't lost a single coin. Because even those 100,000 spirit stones were stolen by Wang. Young master, should we investigate? Wang Xueqing inquired. Why did the Crimson Flame ancient clan spread the word luring people to an auction only to vanish with the gains? Why can't we look into it and abscond with all their ill-gotten wealth? If they act without honor, should we simply give up? Agreed. Qingge, sharing the same thought, nodded and turned to leave. Yet investigation was easier said than done. Where would they even start? The Crimson Flame ancient clan had executed their scheme with impeccable precision, leaving not a trace behind. They vanished overnight without a whisper, a feat so uncanny it bordered on the supernatural. Fortunately, Wang Xueqing knew a diviner who could divine the clan's whereabouts. Before long, Qingge found himself before the seer in an ancient cave dwelling. He looked up to see the diviner, ancient and decrepit, with a grizzled beard and hair clad in tattered robes. Had he not looked closely, he might have mistaken him for a beggar. After casting his divination, the seer quickly pointed in a direction. 500 li southeast at Nine Dragon City. What are they up to? Qingge pressed further. The diviner chuckled. What else? Someone threatened to annihilate their clan a month ago. They can't hold out, so they're relocating. But before that, they wanted to cash in. Qingge instantly understood. He had to admit their scheme was brilliantly calculated. About an hour later, both Qingge and Wang Xueqing appeared in Nine Dragon City. The city was modest in size, but blessed with talent and charm. Streets bustled with activity and traffic. Many merchants basked in the sun before their shops, savoring the slow pace of life. Suddenly, a procession flooded the streets. Everyone wore vibrant red attire, exuding festivity, as if welcoming a bride. Qingge, mingling in the crowd, barely stifled a laugh. Those people were none other than the Crimson Flame ancient clan. They planned to use this ruse as a cover to settle permanently in the city. What kind of trick was this? They pretended to marry off their daughter, and with that the entire clan followed, intending to live under the groom's roof. They had also altered their appearances and concealed their identities. Young master, will go now. Wang Xueqing winked at Qingge. He nodded. Be careful. Don't worry, I'm an old... Wang Xueqing smiled and stepped forward, weaving through the entire Crimson Flame ancient clan in a single sweep, brushing past every single member. She returned swiftly. Approaching Qingge, she said, let's go. I've got the goods. To avoid them sensing something amiss, we must leave quickly. Qingge immediately vanished. Soon after, back in the cave, Wang Xueqing produced a massive bundle and emptied it onto the ground. An item resembling the cosmic treasure mirror tumbled out. Alongside it were all the spirit stones from the auction. Nothing else. Yet Qingge was already satisfied. The rest mattered little. It was this cosmic treasure mirror he had to secure. Are you sure this is the real deal? Let's test it, Wang Xueqing said. Qingge promptly extracted 100,000 spirit stones and placed them inside. Then he lay down to sleep. The next morning he peered into the cosmic treasure mirror, and indeed found it brimming with 200,000 spirit stones. Wow, ha, it's real. His face beamed with joy. Beside him Wang Xueqing also smiled radiantly. Congratulations, young master. From now on you'll never want for money. Qingge laughed heartily. Isn't that right? Just toss in some cash, and it doubles by morning. This business deal is unbeatable, ha. He thought of others who had to source inventory, bear costs, and worry about losses. But for him losses were impossible. A sure win with no risk. Young master, now that we have the item, should we take revenge on the Crimson Flame ancient clan? Wang Xueqing asked again. Hearing this, a vengeful impulse surged within Qingge. Why should they let themselves be cheated? If the clan showed no honor, they should not expect any in return. Soon Wang Xueqing led him back to the diviner. The seer performed another divination and quickly identified the Crimson Flame ancient clan's enemy, the ancient royal Zhao clan. Currently 10 sage kings from the Zhao clan are scouring the land for their hiding place. If you go and tip them off, perhaps. Before the diviner could finish, Qingge had already left with Wang Xueqing. Of course, before departing, he left 1,000,000 spirit stones behind. After all, they had helped him twice. How could he not repay their kindness? In a desolate wilderness, terrifying auras rolled and surged. Divine senses swept in all directions, causing the surrounding trees and earth to tremble violently. Massive trees snapped at their trunks, and the ground churned like a tsunami, an awe-inspiring and fearsome sight. Anyone walking here would inevitably stumble. Some, unable to withstand the terrifying divine sense, would even explode into a mist of blood on the spot. When Qingge arrived, someone immediately blocked her path and demanded, "State your business." Wang Xueqing, standing by, produced a slip of paper and handed it over, saying, "This is the information you requested." After inspecting it, the man clasped his fists and said, "Our thanks. Should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to ask." Wang Xueqing was indifferent to the gesture. "We'll see about that later," she replied. With that, both parties departed. Those people were none other than the Zhao clan of the ancient royalty. They had been searching for a long time, but had found no trace of the Crimson Flame ancient clan. This was the ancestral home of the Crimson Flame ancient clan. They had just scoured Crimson Flame City, only to find the clan had vanished without a trace. So they came to this ancestral land, only to discover nothing here as well. Now, with two young people suddenly offering information, they were overjoyed and rushed off in a flash toward Nine Dragon. Before long, a series of overwhelmingly powerful auras descended upon Nine Dragon City. A fearsome storm stirred the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, pressing down with irresistible force. Countless people stood on end beneath that terrifying pressure. Their very bones felt as if they would shatter, and with one misstep, they would be crushed into a bloody mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Hidden in a secluded spot, Qingge watched with delight, eager to see the spectacle unfold. Yes, she was here to witness the annihilation of the Crimson Flame ancient clan. This borrowed knife was cutting quite smoothly. Below, many members of the Crimson Flame ancient clan sensed the presence above, and their hearts trembled. Damn it. We thought we had fooled them all. How did they find us? We're doomed. Many panicked, screaming hysterically. But words were useless now. With so many experts above, there was no escape for them today. If they could defeat the Zhao clan, they wouldn't have needed to flee but they couldn't. Now that they were discovered, death was the only outcome. Soon a great battle erupted. A day later, Nine Dragon City was razed to the ground, and the Crimson Flame ancient clan was annihilated. As for the innocent people in the city, though caught in the shockwaves, the Zhao clan revived them with divine medicines. After all, they were blameless and should not have perished. With everything settled, the Zhao clan departed satisfied. Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Qingge also, "Let's go back to the underworld city." Wang Xueqing nodded softly. Following the path, the two returned to the underworld city by sunset. As 2 days had passed, 2 new scarecrows were on duty. Seeing them return, they paused in surprise, but quickly cupped their hands respectfully and said, "Please enter." This scarecrow recognized Wang Xueqing, but not Qingge. However, since she was with Wang Xueqing, she did not make. In the underworld city, Ning Xianrou had already returned. She had eliminated everyone from the Sunluo Hall. I thought the Sunluo Hall was formidable, but it was nothing special. Beside her, Yan Wang smiled broadly. But he knew it was all due to the great Qin Empress. Without her, who could have flattened the entire Sunluo Hall in 2 days? Probably no one could have. Only an empress of such caliber could accomplish it. Ning Xianrou smiled nonchalantly. It was mainly because the Sunluo Hall was too pathetic. She had expected them to have acquired some formidable power and risen against all odds. Instead, they had merely found an ancient cave containing a spirit vein. They had absorbed its energy wildly and grown arrogant. But before they could finish absorbing it, they were wiped out. And the spirit vein now belonged to Ning Xianrou. Suddenly the door opened, and Qingge walked in. Perfect timing. Everything is done. We can return to Great Qin. Ning Xianrou said, her face blooming like a flower. Just then she noticed Wang Xueqing behind Qingge. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "And who is this?" "Wang Xueqing. She's a fine girl. I intend to take her as my concubine when we return," Qingge said with a hearty laugh. A faint pang of discomfort stirred in Ning Xianrou's heart. But she said nothing. "Don't I get a say before you steal my people?" Yan Wang suddenly chuckled. In truth, he was delighted. This meant his connection with Great Qin was solidified. Ha ha, Ning Xinro laughed it off. A few days later in Great Qin. So this is Great Qin. Wang Xueqing walked along the street glancing left and right, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Having never ventured far from home in her life after her clan was annihilated, she had hidden in the underground city, never visiting another dynasty. Thus her knowledge of Great Qin was a blank slate. She only knew it was immensely powerful, but the extent of its might could only be gleaned through hearsay. Come, let me take you home first, Su Qingge said with a smile. Upon arriving home, Mu Xinye quickly came out to greet them. She had been wondering where the young master had been all these days, feeling a void in her heart. Yet she asked nothing. It was the young master's freedom. Once everything was arranged, Su Qingge announced his intention to marry Wang Xueqing. Haha, I'll prepare at once. Mu Xinye was delighted and immediately went out to make arrangements for the wedding. Nearby Ning Xinro was somewhat displeased, wanting to speak, but holding back and retreated to her room with a cold face. She felt it should have been her turn first. How had someone else suddenly barged in? But helpless, her current status was that of a maid, not an empress, so she could only let Su Qingge have his way. Humph, when you reach the imperial city, I'll punish you properly. Ning Xinro muttered in vexation. In less than an hour, a lively wedding procession arrived. Thus a grand wedding ceremony commenced. Like the previous ones, it merely circled the estate once and concluded. After all, Wang Xueqing's home was quite extraordinary and couldn't be brought into the open, so this was the only option. Everyone look. That young master Su is marrying again. Haha, there's wedding wine to drink again. Great, 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 wonderful. I wonder who he's marrying this time. Could it be another self-produced match? No, I saw him bring a strange woman home at noon, not one of the household maids. Many people buzzed with discussion. Su Qingge, riding a tall horse, heard the crowd's chatter and laughed heartily, then ordered his servants to scatter red envelopes. Rustle, rustle. Amid a downpour of red envelopes, the scene erupted into excitement. Many scrambled to grab them, and the murmurs gradually faded. Haha, young Master Su is generous. Young Master Su is our savior. Our family's annual income is only 5,000 spirit stones, but one of his red envelopes is enough for a whole year's earnings. Indeed. But my red envelope is even bigger, 10,000 spirit stones. Ha! Many faces beamed. Little did they know Su Qingge never worried about earning money. For instance, this rain of red envelopes cost a full, but so what? Tomorrow he could casually put some into the cosmic treasure mirror, and the money would flow right back. It could be said that no one under heaven could make money faster than he could, and with less effort. Truly, wealth falls from the sky, while one sits at home. Su Qingge couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, transmigrating into a fantasy world was delightful. No wonder so many dreamed of transmigration. Riding tall horses and marrying beautiful concubines, how comfortable. However, strength was also an issue. In a fantasy world, the strong prey on the weak. If you weren't strong, even ghosts wouldn't bother with you. But that didn't matter either. He could gain cultivation cards just by having children. Becoming powerful himself was no problem at all. The wedding procession soon completed its circuit and returned home. The king of hell, also disguised, came to offer congratulations. Wang Shaoxin also took time from his busy schedule to present a gift. Wang Qian and other key officials of Great Qin also arrived, one after another, showing great respect. Amidst laughter and joy, the grand wedding ceremony came to an end. Leftover food and dishes were packed up by Mu Xinye and given to others. Though not exactly for the poor, few families could afford a banquet of fine spirit beast meat and premium beast wine. Even a small bite could enhance cultivation. This was the reason why the current Murong family was utterly different from the. Thanks to the young master, the Murong family's status and wealth had risen by far more than one level. Whatever they wanted, they could buy freely. That evening, Su Qingge carried Wang Xueqing into the bridal chamber and lifted the red veil from her head. Time flew like an arrow, and the sun and moon shuttled like a shuttle. A single night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Wang Xueqing rose early, tidying the bed and smoothing the covers for Su Qingge. After finishing, she sat at the head of the bed, her heart brimming with a quiet happiness. Qingge, come out for a moment. The voice of her mother-in-law Mu Xinye sounded from outside the door. Su Qingge paused for a moment, then stepped out. Soon he saw Mu Xinye. She led him to the main hall and said, last night the emperor sent a decree summoning you to the capital. The eunuch in red had arrived so suddenly that she had refrained from telling Su Qingge, fearing it would disturb his rest. As someone with experience, she naturally understood that a wedding night should not be interrupted. Otherwise it would be inauspicious. In truth, she was unaware that this was Ning Xinro's doing. Ning Xinro, consumed by jealousy, had pouted her lips high the previous night, a sour wave flooding her heart. Finally, unable to bear it, she sent a telepathic message to the palace ordering the eunuch in red to deliver the decree. The decree was simple. Su Qingge was to report to the capital the next day to assume his post. Originally, she had set a 1-month deadline, but she could no longer endure the wait, as she wanted him to take office immediately without delay. Meanwhile, at the imperial court, the great Song had been restless lately, and a mountain of memorials had already piled up in the court. If he did not return, it would indeed become an insurmountable heap. Thus it was time to go back. There could be no more delays. So she resorted to this expedient. It could be said that both, however, a small incident occurred. Since it was already the early hours of the morning, around 2 or 3 o'clock, when the eunuch in red arrived, she had to wake Mu Xinye. Mu Xinye was shocked and hurried out to receive him. After accepting the decree, she wanted to inform her son-in-law, but Ning Xinro, cherishing Su Qingge, suggested waiting until morning. Mu Xinye was shocked and hurried out to receive him. After accepting the decree, she wanted to inform her son-in-law, but Ning Xianrou, cherishing Su Qingge, suggested waiting until morning. Now Su Qingge looked at the decree, on which a line of large characters read, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees summon our beloved minister, Su Qingge, to the capital to assume his post. Respect this." It was a simple sentence, nothing more. This calmed his racing heart. He had feared that such urgency meant some emergency, but it was not so. Perhaps the court was short of hands. He dismissed the thought, and asked, "If I leave, what about you all? We will wait for you here. What is there to fear? You must have holidays every month, right? You can come back to visit then. Even if you have no holidays, we can go to you." Mu Xinyue said with a gentle laugh, her voice as melodious as an oriole's. Su Qingge pondered for a moment, then a spark of inspiration struck. He recalled something, and said, "By the way, Aunt Yue, didn't His Majesty build us a residence in the capital to settle down? Why not move the entire family there? Otherwise, traveling back and forth, though the distance is not far, is still a tiring journey and inconvenient. Don't you agree? Is that so?" Mu Xinyue stroked her chin deep in thought for a moment, then finally nodded. "I need to discuss it with the others." In her heart, she was agreeable. However, she was unsure if the others would consent. After all, this place was allocated by the main lineage, and many in the family had grown attached to it. Would a sudden move be inappropriate? Yet to her delight, when she inquired among them, every single member of the family agreed, as if they had all coordinated their decision. "We will follow the young master. Yes, wherever the young master goes, we go. We cannot be apart from the young master." Even Moron Wainer said, "Mother, we cannot leave him. Since there is a house in the capital, it is better to move there." She knew that the family was about to rise in full glory. This place was merely a small locale. In the capital, land was precious as gold, and countless people dreamed of buying a plot there, building a grand mansion, or simply purchasing a house. Truly, having a son-in-law was wonderful. All of this was brought by her son-in-law. For a moment, she smiled with joy. Soon an order was issued. The entire Moron family began rummaging through trunks and chests, packing up everything for the relocation. As a large family, the Morons had many possessions, and it took an entire morning to finish packing. Throughout the process, Ning Xianrou also lent a hand. Her heart was brimming with joy, her face glowing. "Haha, Su Qingge, you are about to fall into my grasp." Ning Xianrou was immensely delighted. Many in the surrounding families caught wind of the news, and came to help with the packing, though they felt a sense of reluctance. With the Moron family moving to the imperial capital, they would no longer be able to attend their feasts or grab red envelopes. Sensing their thoughts, Mu Xinyue said, "In the future, when my family holds banquets, you are all welcome to come to the capital and feast. No matter where our Moron family moves, you are all welcome to the feast. I, Mu Xinyue, extend my welcome to each and every one of you. Of course, feel free to take home what you cannot finish." As Mu Xinyue's words fell, countless people were moved to tears, weeping with snot and tears, crying, "Lady Moron, after all, from such a humble place, how could one expect people of refined learning?" Of course, this humble place was only humble compared to the imperial capital. For ordinary families, it was still a decent location. After all, from such a humble place, how could one expect people of refined learning? Of course, this humble place was only humble compared to the imperial capital. For ordinary families, it was still a decent location. The grandeur of the imperial capital was naturally on a different scale, which made this place seem insignificant by comparison. Once everything was packed, the group set off. On the road, many villagers tearfully saw them off, accompanying them for over 100 li before reluctantly returning. All the luggage and chests were carried by these villagers. Even at the final parting, the villagers personally found carriages loaded the belongings and insisted on escorting them all the way to the imperial capital. They were so simple and kind-hearted. Seeing this, Mu Xinyue had no words to refuse, and could only let them. On his part, Su Qingge had originally planned to use the dragon warship for transport, but the villagers were too enthusiastic. They loaded the luggage onto the carriages and refused to unload it, insisting on escorting them. Seeing this, he could not bear to disappoint their goodwill, and had to let it be. It is worth noting that the flight of the dragon warship consumed spiritual energy. Where did the spiritual energy come from? Spirit stones, naturally. Inside the dragon warship, there was a drive chamber. Once spirit stones were loaded in the chamber, converted them into energy to power the ship's flight. It was essentially an array that transformed spirit stones into spiritual energy, enabling the warship to fly. At 3 in the afternoon, under the blazing sun, the large convoy arrived at a canyon. This was the only route to the imperial capital. 2 towering mountains flanked the path, with a narrow winding trail in between, just wide enough for a single cart to pass. The villagers chatted cheerfully, their hearts brimming with joy. In truth, they had their own small calculations. First, they truly regretted the Moron family's departure. Second, by accompanying them this far, they hoped to forge a closer bond with the Moron family. After all, their son-in-law held an official position at court. They wanted to latch onto this powerful connection. Once they secured such a connection, a single word from him in the future would elevate their status. Even the crumbs from his table would be more than enough for them. Mu Xinyue understood these people's thoughts. People naturally strive for higher ground. Who wouldn't want that? When someone is capable, everyone will try to curry favor, right? As she pondered, she turned to look at Su Qingge, her beautiful eyes shimmering. "Qingge, without you, how could our family have changed so much?" Before, these people only envied their family's wealth and prosperity. Now they had not only wealth, but also influence. All thanks to Qingge. Su Qingge was also aware of their hidden motives. Who doesn't have their own agenda? If the roles were reversed, wouldn't he also want to ingratiate himself with someone capable? This was only human nature. He understood. It's so hot. Yes, under this scorching sun, I feel my clothes. You're not alone. I feel like I'm burning up and want to jump into a river to cool off. Many people murmured. Meanwhile, Ning Xianro frowned. The reason was simple. She knew this canyon was extremely dangerous, often used for ambushes. It used to be the border of the Qi kingdom. After the unification of the 6 kingdoms, it became less chaotic. Back then, as a border region, anyone wishing to attack Qi had to pass through here. Due to the treacherous terrain, Qi soldiers would hide large boulders or fireballs on the mountaintops on either side. As soon as someone passed through the canyon, they would strike. Imagine the sight of those massive boulders raining down from the sky. Anyone would be terrified. During the wars, countless people were crushed into pulp. Qi Kingdom's control of this pass gave them a significant advantage. After Qi fell, this place became a favorite haunt for outlaws where murders and robberies frequently occurred. Bandits and mountain thieves ran rampant here, reaping great profits each time. In court memorials, many ministers reported that bandits frequently haunted this canyon, with people often killed and property stolen, deterring almost everyone from passing through. They suggested a thorough crackdown. But Ning Xianro had vetoed the proposal. Why? Ning Xianro thought that while deploying troops here was feasible, the problem was like wildfire. Though suppressed for now, it would spring back once the crackdown loosened. As long as the canyon existed, bandits would always find a way to hide. Thus she devised a radical solution: move the 2 mountains and eliminate the canyon entirely, thereby solving the issue once and for all. This was the plan she had formulated before arriving at the Morong residence, but she had yet to announce it, and her visit had delayed its execution. Now Ning Xianro intended to return and immediately dispatch workers to relocate the mountain or simply blast it flat with cannons. Just as she was pondering this, who goes there? Suddenly a farmer at the head of the procession caught a whiff of something, and his expression shifted. The next moment the air thickened with the scent of gunpowder as a torrent of swords rained down from the sky, piercing the ground. The entire earth became a sieve. Countless sharp feathered arrows trailing fireballs descended from above, aiming to impale everyone and seize their treasures. A shimmering barrier materialized, enveloping the group. The feathered arrows struck the shield and instantly lost their momentum, clattering to the ground. Turning around, they saw Mu Xinyue deploying a formation to thwart the attackers. Ambush. Those in the rear snapped to attention, ready for battle. Amid the crowd, Qingge remained calm and waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry, they're courting death. Soon a sinister laugh echoed from the mountaintop. Young Master Su, in light of your fame across the Great Qin, I'll spare your life. Hand over all your valuables, and I promise to let you go. Qingge looked up to see a burly man standing on the peak, wielding a massive battle axe that gleamed with deadly. His right eye appeared blind, covered by a black eye patch. Clearly he was a bandit of the Greenwood. Hey there, good fellow, why must a hero trouble another? I have no money to give, but I do have a life to spare, Qingge said with a light smile, utterly unruffled. In his perception, this man was merely at the divine palace realm. He himself was a sage. What could this brute do to him? In truth, the burly man couldn't sense Su Qing's aura at all, and lacking intelligence, he had no idea that Qingge was overwhelmingly powerful. He had lain in ambush for 3 days and nights hoping to rob some riches, but sadly not a single soul had passed by. Today he finally spotted a convoy, thinking it a big catch, only to realize it was the renowned young Master Su. Such a person was not to be trifled with. Yet he was flat broke. If he didn't pull off this heist, he might starve to death here. Death was death either way, so he might as well gamble. Thus he leaped out. I'll let you all go provided you leave half your spirit stones behind. He was already losing his nerve. After all, this man was on his way to assume an official post. Pushing things too far would be unwise. And the other's tone was unyielding. If he had some hidden trump card, today would end in ruin for him. To the burly man's right, a massive boulder sat poised. With a single push, it would roll down and crush everyone below. He doubted Mu Sinyu's formation could withstand it. After all, even a falling screw could kill from height, let alone something so heavy. If it fell, its destructive force would multiply many times over. The thought alone made his scalp tingle. Go ahead, give it a push, Qingge laughed. He wouldn't part with even a single spirit stone, let alone half. That would be no different from cowering. As a high-ranking official of the Great Qin, how could he fear a roadside bandit? If you have the guts, then make your move. The burly man was at a complete loss. Su Qing's calm and composed demeanor made it impossible for him to gauge her intentions. Truly, power and influence were enviable. One who possessed them feared nothing. Moreover, with such a large family backing her, she must have some hidden trump card rendering her unafraid of him. What to do? The target's too tough. The burly man couldn't make up his mind. Should he retreat? A thought flashed through his mind. No. If I back down now, I might be hunted down. He wasn't a fool. If he retreated, young Master Su would surely send men after him. Even if they didn't pursue him immediately, once they entered the imperial city, they would report the matter to the empress. Then his wanted posters would be plastered across the entire nation, and a flood of arrest warrants would bury him alive. Why did I do this? If I had just pretended not to see them from the start, none of this would have happened. I was such a fool. The burly man didn't know what to say about himself. Finally, he cupped his hands and said, Young Master Su, I was just joking with you earlier. It was actually a test of your courage. Very good, you are exceedingly brave, and I am deeply impressed. Farewell. With that, the burly man turned and left, not daring to linger a moment longer. But just as he turned around, a sudden "No, if I leave in haste, won't that give me away? Better to wait." Here Qingge smiled. How could he not see through this man? Daring neither to fight nor to admit weakness, he thought he could just bluff his way out. Did he take me for a fool or a brainless idiot? "Ah, my friend, you are so thoughtful. You were sent by Her Majesty to test my courage, weren't you? In that case, we are colleagues now. Serving at court together, we must help each other." Qingge played along. The burly man's heart leaped with joy. He fell for it. Everyone says young Master Su is brilliant, but it turns out he's all show and no substance. This isn't just stupidity, it's sheer idiocy. Though he thought this, the burly man certainly wouldn't show it. Instead, he admitted it outright. He puffed out his chest and declared with conviction, "That's right. I was sent by Her Majesty to test your courage. If you prove fearless, she intends to appoint you as the Grand General of the Eastern Expedition to quell the rebellion in the East. Do you know? The Song dynasty has been restless lately, rallying many rebels. Her Majesty wants you to take the lead." Whether he believed it himself didn't matter, as long as Qingge bought it. And the Eastern conflict. Sorry, the East was perfectly peaceful. Though the Song dynasty had been stirring, they dared not attack, maintaining a tense standoff for fear that the Great Qing would suddenly march on them. There were no fools in the Song dynasty, they were shrewd. While feigning aggression, they planned to surrender if war broke out. After all, Great Qing was notoriously formidable. A single dragon warship could raise a city with one cannon shot. In the group, Ning Xianro rolled her eyes. It had to be said this bandit was despicable, playing such tricks. If she weren't the Empress herself, she might have believed him. The main thing was his words sounded so convincing. It was a pity he wasn't a spy. "Lord Su, please hurry over. Her Majesty has been waiting for you in the imperial capital for some time." On the hilltop, the burly man cupped his hands. He couldn't wait for Qingge to leave. Like a hot potato, once Su was gone, he'd find a chance to slip away. This target was too tough to mess with. Under the burly man's eager gaze, Qingge said with a faint smile, "Sorry, but I refuse to go." What? Holy shit. What's wrong with this guy? Why won't he go? Why? Has he seen through me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I acted so convincingly, even I almost believed it. How could he not? No, this must be an illusion. He must have believed me. The reason he won't go now is that he wants to have a few drinks with me. After all, as fellow officials, wouldn't he want to build a good relationship? In my story, I'm a seasoned courtier while he's a newcomer. He'll surely need to ask me about the court's rules. So he wants to drink? Good. Very good. The burly man's thoughts turned from sorrow to joy, and he even burst into laughter. "Lord Su, come, let's have a drink," he said directly. Qingge laughed again. She simply couldn't help it. This man's act was so convincing that if he were to take up acting, he would surely excel. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with her. "Fine, then I'll have a few drinks with you." He intended to tease this man, so he moved, preparing to ascend. But before he could rise, Ning Xianro suddenly pulled him back. Ning Xianro whispered, "Be careful." Qingge smiled faintly. "Don't worry, with his meager cultivation, what can he possibly do to me?" Ning Xianro felt relieved. Indeed, the burly man might look imposing, but his cultivation level was unremarkable. For him to kill Qingge was nothing short of a fantasy. "Hurry up, we still need to get to the imperial capital," she muttered softly. Qingge nodded, then flew upward. He quickly reached the mountaintop, sat down with a thud, and said, "Where's the wine?" Looking around, the burly man had no wine in his hands. His hands were completely empty. The burly man was stunned too. Indeed, the man had come up to drink, but he was so poor he couldn't even afford a meal, let alone wine. What a joke. I didn't bring any wine. How about this? You give me some spirit stones and he'll go buy some. A sudden idea struck him. Ha, just give me the money, and he'll take it, and vanish forever, never to return. You can wait here forever, ha. As he was indulging in this delightful fantasy, he suddenly heard Qingge say, "That doesn't seem quite right. How about we find a place and drink to our heart's content?" The man was initially dumbfounded, but soon recovered. "Find a place for a feast. That sounded wonderful, ha." He immediately said, "All right, please lead the way, Lord Su." "After you." Qingge smiled. As the burly man stepped aside ready to take flight, Qingge slapped him on the back of the head. A thunderous explosion resounded as the burly man's skull burst apart, spewing a gruesome mixture of red and white matter. In his final moments, the man was filled with disbelief, his mind consumed by a single thought. What the hell is going on? Go drink your fill down there. Qingge sneered coldly. Indeed, when he had suggested finding another place, he hadn't meant a tavern for a feast. He meant sending him straight to hell. Their fine food and drink awaited him. I wonder if he's carrying anything valuable. Qingge's expression shifted as he began searching the body. In the blink of an eye, he had searched the burly man thoroughly. He found nothing. Damn, he's so poor. Qingge was up. He had thought he might stumble upon something worthwhile, but it turned out to be a pauper. Aren't robbers usually wealthy? How can he be so destitute he doesn't even have a single crumb? Unbelievable. Qingge was disheartened. But it didn't matter. This man probably hadn't brought anything with him today. After all, in a life lived on the edge of a blade, death could come at any moment. Why hoard wealth when you could enjoy it immediately, then earn more later? Just as Qingge was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something gleaming on the man's body. It was in his coat pocket, emitting a piercing cold light. What is this? He bent down and retrieved the object. Looking closely, he saw it was a dagger, though it was very old and worn, clearly used for a long time. Apart from a faint sharp glint at the tip, the blade was completely dulled, and even the hilt was as worn as a piece of old elm wood. This is just junk. Why was he carrying this? A glint of sharp light flashed in Qingge's eyes. Perhaps there's a treasure hidden inside. Struck by a thought, he smashed the dagger to pieces with a single slap. Sure enough, as the dagger shattered a piece of the parchment was incredibly thin, like A4 paper from the Blue Star, even thinner, resembling a fiber. It was only the size of a palm, covered in a jumble of red, blue, and yellow lines marking various locations, mountains, rivers, and geographical features. Everything imaginable. After studying it for a moment, Qingge suddenly realized its significance, and exclaimed with joy, "This is a treasure." In his past life, he had seen treasure maps in period dramas on television. Many of them looked like this, with various red and blue lines, and arrows pointing to the buried treasure. Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich. I never thought I'd come across an unexpected fortune on my way to becoming an official. Ha ha, this is fantastic. Qingge was ecstatic. Although the treasure wasn't in his hands, yet it would be soon. He was already imagining what he might. Who wouldn't relish such anticipation? After observing for a while, Qingge was horrified to discover that the location of this treasure map was right along the route to the imperial capital. That place was Wulong Mountain, which was originally an inconspicuous small hill. However, according to the instructions on the treasure map, there was a cave beneath Wulong Mountain. Upon entering and reaching the bottom, there would be a mechanism inside, and once activated it would lead to the treasure location. In fact, this treasure map was purchased by a burly man at an antique stall. When he obtained the map, he intended to. However, upon arriving there, he heard hunters say that the cave was too dangerous, and those with lower realms should avoid it. Otherwise, not only would they lose the treasure, but they could also lose their lives. Upon hearing this, the burly man immediately dared not to proceed. He was inherently fearful of death and valued his life, so after a glance at the cave, he gritted his teeth and left. He resolved to return and dig after he achieved a higher cultivation level. At that time, he hid the treasure map on the most inconspicuous little object on his person, which was this dagger. Unexpectedly, it was still found by someone. Bang! Qingge kicked his corpse away, sending it crashing down and turning it into a meat patty. Then he leaped down from the mountaintop. "Aunt Yue, I have obtained a treasure map." Qingge exclaimed excitedly, showing the map to Mu Xinyue. Upon seeing it, Mu Xinyue's face lit up with joy, saying, "It's just on the way. Why don't we go dig it up soon?" Qingge nodded eagerly. Over here, Ning Xianro and the others also showed expressions of joy, surprised that they could pick up a treasure map for free. It was indeed excellent. Without the burly man, the convoy swaggered into the canyon. The canyon was not long, only about 2 to 3 kilometers. The group took less than a tea time to walk out. Don't underestimate these 2 to 3 kilometers, mainly no one was fighting now, so they could walk quickly. If it were during war, such a short distance could take a whole day, or even if they couldn't finish, they could lose their lives. After exiting the canyon, Qingge looked up and saw a vast plain in the distance. Through the plain, he could see the horizon. One couldn't help but say that the territory of Qingge was truly vast, and at the end of the horizon, there were many pavilions and mountains which were cities and sects. He flew 20 meters in the air, gazing at the mountains, and soon found Wulong Mountain. Wulong Mountain was named after being located in Wulong City. There were many other large mountains nearby which, when viewed from above, resembled the shape of 5 dragons, hence the name. "Young master, hurry up," a maid urged from below. Mu Xinyue couldn't help but want to go treasure hunting as well. Qingge chuckled, and then descended, leading the convoy forward. This is the place. At dusk, everyone arrived at the location. Looking up, Wulong Mountain, though not large, was still quite high, about 1,000 meters. It was covered with various thorny trees and lush forests, and the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, giving a refreshing feeling. Since it was midsummer, everyone felt this way. "Husband, will you go alone, or should we accompany you?" Morong Wainer asked softly. Qingge thought for a moment, and felt that bringing so many people might not be very convenient, so he shook his head, and said, "I will go alone." "No way." Someone immediately objected, saying, "I will go with you." "Huh." Mu Xinyue was taken aback, and then shook her head. "Isn't it just adding trouble if you go?" Mainly because Ning Xianru's cultivation level is too low, Mu Xinyue instinctively felt that bringing her along would be a burden. Ning Xianru frowned, and said, "It's okay, I can assist Su Daxueshi. If it weren't for you being Su Daxueshi's mother-in-law, I would be the first to punish you when I return." Alright, if Xiao Ning wants to follow, then let her come along. Qingge smiled. Mainly due to the earlier matter with the imperial weapon, he felt that this maid was certainly not simple, and likely had a significant background. She might be a favorite of the emperor, so having her accompany him could help in case of danger. Su Daxueshi still cares for me. Ning Xianru acted cute, her eyes filled with excitement. After that, with nothing else to do, Qingge took her and left. At the foot of Mount 5 Dragons, a mountain path marked the sole gateway into the range. This was the only route to reach the treasure hunting site. Qingge led Ning Xianru to this spot. Gazing ahead, they saw a dense crowd already gathered, their faces alight with excitement. "Hell yeah, this is incredible. Absolutely amazing. I heard that an ancient well has mysteriously appeared in 5 Dragon City. Many have already rushed there, eager to jump in and seek their fortune, ha ha ha. If we go, we might just stumble upon some great opportunity." Exactly. 5 Dragon City is a blessed land. Rumor has it that someone struck it rich there years ago. Not just a little, but overnight wealth. I suspect that well is the key. Right? I agree. Strange things keep popping up in 5 Dragon City every so often. Last time it was a chance for instant riches, now it's the well. Who knows what's next? Anyway, we must go this time. Our chance to change fate is right here. Agreed. Follow me. We'll miss out if we're late. The crowd buzzed with chatter, then immediately prepared to charge toward Five Dragon City. Ning Xianro listened a flicker of confusion crossing her face. As a sovereign she knew of Five Dragon City. The one who had gotten rich overnight was later reported to have died a miserable death. True, he had encountered a miracle, but his soul was seized by a usurper. The sudden wealth was merely the usurper showing off his own treasures, creating an illusion of fortune. This was likely no different. Something fishy was bound to happen. Perhaps I should perform a divination. Ning Xianro murmured to herself. She possessed a divination technique, essentially fortune-telling. Years ago a sacred land master had pledged allegiance and offered her the most powerful secret art known as the art of divination. Once mastered, it granted knowledge of heaven and earth, enabling one to deduce all phenomena past and future. However, since this art defied the laws of heaven, it could only be used once every 10 years. She decided to use it now. Quickly forming hand seals, she began her divination. Shouting, "Why have you stopped?" Ning Xianro finished her divination swiftly. It's nothing. Through her deduction, she saw that those entering Five Dragon City would meet the same fate as before, their souls seized. The ancient well was a trap set by a powerful being relocated here to find suitable vessels for possession. Since Five Dragon City lacked formidable cultivators, they were little more than lambs for the slaughter. Had the well been placed in a stronger cultivation city, it would have been too risky. Meanwhile the crowd pressed on, laughing as they went, "Hurry, hurry. Let's go get rich and change our luck." Soon they passed by Qingge and paused, recognizing him. Could this be the renowned young Master Su? Indeed it is I. Qingge was used to this. After all, with his striking looks and portraits hung across the land, how could he go unrecognized? Wow, it's the real deal. Heavens, he's even more handsome than in the paintings. I feel like I've won the lottery. Absolutely. My God, how can he be so gorgeous? If only he could be my husband. Just thinking about it makes me want to faint. Many women were instantly smitten. Honestly, they had never seen such a handsome man in their lives. He was truly elegant, charming, young, and bright-eyed. An unforgettable sight. And with men being so scarce, his charm was amplified tenfold. Suddenly, everyone forgot about the treasure hunt. What adventure? Forget it. Gazing at the handsome man was far more important. Many thought the same. Ning Xianro, displeased, waved her hand and said, "You all should get going. Stop swooning here." At her words, the crowd finally noticed that Qingge was accompanied by a woman. They had been so focused on him that they overlooked Ning Xianro. Ning Xianro fumed inwardly. As a proud empress, being ignored was truly galling. A young Master Su were heading to claim a fortune. "Would you like to join?" a woman offered. Had it been anyone else, she would never have extended such an invitation. But for young Master Su, she was willing to share this precious information. The others also eagerly revealed the secret, all wanting to share the opportunity with Qingge. Young Master Su, a miracle has emerged in Five Dragon City. Just enter the ancient well. The last person struck it rich overnight. Surely this time will be no different. Please come with us. Young Master Su, you wouldn't want to miss such a grand opportunity, would you? The chance is right before you, and you've stumbled upon it by fate. Don't let it slip away. Indeed, young Master Su, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Our sisters admire you greatly, and are willing to take you along. We wouldn't tell just anyone. Young Master Su, you must come. As someone spoke, they stepped forward ready to grab Qingge and drag him to the... However, Qingge merely waved his hand and said, "No, I cannot go. I have important matters to attend to." First, his goal was crystal clear. He was here to unearth a treasure map, not to fetch something. Second, he needed to finish digging quickly and then head to the capital to take up an official post. Why waste time dawdling here? So naturally he declined. Many in the crowd sighed with regret upon hearing his refusal, murmuring, "Alas, what a pity." So naturally he declined. Many in the crowd sighed with regret upon hearing his refusal, murmuring, "Alas, what a pity." "But may I ask, what is this important matter that outweighs such a fortune?" someone inquired. Qingge did not hide the truth. "I've obtained a treasure map, and I came to the Five Dragon Mountain to unearth it." These people bore him no ill will, so speaking freely was harmless. Moreover, since they were willing to share their own fortunes with him, there was no reason to conceal anything from them. Most importantly, he had only revealed that the treasure map pointed to the Five Dragon Mountain, not its exact location. That depended on the map's coordinates. Without the map, even if they scoured every inch of the mountain, they would never find the entrance. Thus there was nothing to worry about. So young Master Su is here to dig for treasure. The woman raised an eyebrow and said, "But I've long heard that the Five Dragon Mountain is utterly barren, devoid of any real treasures. Why would you consider digging here? Even if there were something, a tiny hill like a sparrow's nest could never yield anything as precious as the fortune in the Five Dragon City." "I think so too. Why not abandon this digging and come with us to the Five Dragon City? You see, only vast immortal mountains, or at least proper mountain ranges, can harbor rare treasures. This paltry sparrow of a hill, what could it possibly bury? At best it might hold some mediocre trinkets, perhaps even less valuable than the reward for fathering a child. Why bother?" "Am I right?" another woman chimed in. Before Qingge could respond, a woman at the forefront of the group added, "Young Master Su, do take our advice. Forget the digging and join us in the 5-Dragon City. Sell that treasure map. It might fetch more than whatever you dig up. Moreover, the ancient well's fortune surely holds a great secret. Wouldn't it be a shame to miss it? Even if in the worst case what you unearth is worth something, how much could it truly be? The map is in your hands, you can dig anytime. Come with us to the 5-Dragon City, claim the fortune, and then return to dig. Isn't that the same? Shh. Young Master Su, in my view, just do as I say. Faced with their persistent persuasion, Qingge shook his head again. Thank you for your kindness, but I won't go after that fortune. Let us part ways here. Ridiculous. He was about to enter the imperial capital and become an official. How could he waste so much time? First claiming the fortune, then returning to dig. Who knew how long that detour would take? Better to dig up the treasure map quickly and leave without wasting more time. Grand Academician Su, let us hurry away. Do not go to the 5-Dragon City. It is fraught with danger. Ning Xianro whispered in warning. Turning to the motley crowd before her, she added, none of you should go to the 5-Dragon City either. Peril awaits there. In any other dynasty, Ning Xianro would not have bothered to warn them. But these were subjects of great Qing, and as their sovereign, how could she stand by and watch them walk into disaster? Yet her words were met with ingratitude. I think you just don't want us to take young Master Su away. You must be quite smitten with him, but let me tell you, you won't fool us. The 5-Dragon City holds such a precious fortune, many great forces are rushing there, even entire sects have mobilized. And you dare claim it's dangerous? Are all those sects fools charging headlong to their deaths? Don't be ridiculous, someone sneered. Exactly, another voice rang out sternly. I think she's just lying to us. If it were truly dangerous, wouldn't so many people have... Remember, even the Hongwu sect has gone with their ancient patriarch leading the way. That proves the ancient well holds a Everyone at the scene thought Ning Xianro was deceiving them. In their eyes, she was clearly afraid that they would take young Master Su away, and thus took the opportunity to speak ill of Wulong City. After all, if Wulong City were dangerous, young Master Su would definitely not want to go. Although young Master Su's cultivation was considerable, it was better to avoid trouble. Who would want to invite trouble upon themselves? Fine, then I'll leave young Master Su to you. Sisters, let's go. Forget it, young Master Su has been bewitched by this woman. Oh, let's leave. A group of people shook their heads and left dejectedly. Ning Xianro said nothing. She had intended to stop them from going to Wulong City, but since they did not believe her, and even slandered her, there was nothing more to say. If they were seeking their own demise, no one could stop them. Young Master Su, do you really not want to go to Wulong City with us? Among the group, a woman stayed behind and softly asked. Qingge firmly shook his head and said, I really have something to attend to, but I advise you not to go either. My maid is very capable. She said there is danger there, so there must be something amiss. I urge you. Before he could finish, the woman suddenly changed her expression and said, Young Master Su, what do you mean by that? If you don't want to go, that's fine, but why slander Wulong City? No wonder they said earlier that you were bewitched by your maid. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Forget it. If you think treasures can be dug up in a remote mountain valley, then go ahead. After saying that, she walked away. She firmly did not believe there was danger in Wulong City. Because Wulong City was her home, she was a local born and raised in Wulong City. For hundreds of years the weather had been fair and the people lived in peace, so how could there possibly be danger? She knew her hometown better than anyone else. How could there be danger? Absolutely impossible. And that ancient well had appeared right in her backyard. In her backyard, her father had long used divine sense to sweep through, and there was nothing underground, just soil. Now that the ancient well had surfaced, although divine sense couldn't penetrate it, it was definitely safe inside. Fine, then you can go. Qingge didn't want to say more. He had done what he needed to do. If the other party didn't believe him, there was nothing anyone could do. He then took Ning Xianro and left. Until they had walked quite a distance, a group of women still gazed longingly towards Wulong Mountain, watching his silhouette disappear into the forest, lamenting, sigh, bewitched by a maid truly. Let's not talk about it. Following the location on the treasure map, Qingge quickly entered the cave. Inside the cave there were sounds of bats which were somewhat frightening. But to cultivators it was nothing at all. With a wave of pressure from within, all the bats were immediately driven away. Then Qingge lit a torch and walked deeper inside. Behind him, Ning Xianro followed. At this moment she was very excited. Did Scholar Su sometimes really care about her work? Otherwise, why was he so certain of her just now? It must be because she was very beautiful, right? Ha, great. Wonderful. Suddenly she mustered her courage and quietly asked, Young Master Su, am I? Am I pretty? That's enough. Qingge was busy exploring the path and casually replied. With that casual remark, Ning Xianro immediately felt displeased, pouting. Why are you being so perfunctory? Speak properly. Am I pretty or not? Pretty. Like the beauty that brings fish to shame, the moon to hide, and flowers to bloom. An unparalleled beauty, one that everyone loves, and that is as stunning as a car crash. Is that enough for you? Are you satisfied now? Qingge couldn't be bothered with all that nonsense. He just said a bunch of sweet words to make her happy. Girls certainly like being praised, so let her hear it. Now that's more like it. Ning Xianro's face gradually turned red, feeling as if her heart was coated with honey, incredibly happy. Not long after they reached the bottom of the cave, where there was indeed a mechanism in front of them. Strength brings miracles. Qingge punched it, and with a loud bang the mechanism was directly destroyed. He couldn't care less about how to open the mechanism. If strength brings miracles, just punch it open, right? After the mechanism malfunctioned, a perilous event unfolded in the next moment. A terrifying sonic boom erupted from within, accompanied by waves of dreadful sharpness that burst forth like stars cascading from the night sky, radiating a chilling and fearsome brilliance. What is that? Qingge was momentarily stunned, then quickly discerned that they were all crossbow bolts. It turned out that this mechanism could only be neutralized through the proper method, not by force. If the key to the mechanism were found, these terrifying bolts would not be triggered. Conversely, brute force would cause them to pierce through a person, leaving a gaping hole. This was also to prevent anyone from sneaking in and stealing the treasure. Grand Scholar Su, be careful. Ning Xianri's heart leaped to her throat. Yet she was not overly anxious given her cultivation at the Great Emperor level. Surely Grand Scholar Su could not come to harm. Just as she was about to act, Qingge, without a second thought, unleashed his inner pressure. With a thunderous boom, a light shield materialized around his body, firmly enveloping both him and Ning Xianro. The crossbow bolts rained down like a torrent, fiercely striking the light shield, yet they were all repelled, unable to breach it even a fraction. Standing so close, Qingge could clearly see the icy glint on the bolts. They were exceptionally sharp. If they penetrated flesh, they would at least shatter bones and cause blood to splatter everywhere. Fortunately, he was a saint-level powerhouse, otherwise he might have met his end here today. Woo Grand Scholar Su is so amazing. Ning Xianri's cheeks flushed, and a wave of security welled up in her heart. It wasn't that Qingge was extraordinarily powerful, but that he had shielded her at the critical moment, standing firmly in front of her. This moved and excited her deeply, causing tears to stream down in torrents. Originally she was meant to protect Qingge, but he acted so swiftly that she had no time to intervene, so she could only— Don't cry. Once this wave of attacks is over, we can claim the treasure, Qingge said cheerfully. Ning Xianro nodded. At that moment the strong woman she was suddenly became as gentle as a delicate maiden. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the crossbow bolts inside finally ceased. Yet even with so many bolts, they could not penetrate the saint-level protective barrier, falling uselessly to the ground and shattering into dust. When the assault stopped, Qingge withdrew the light shield and strode inside. Grand Scholar Su, wait for me. Behind him, Ning Xianro hurriedly followed. Entering the chamber, it was pitch black and empty. Sweeping with his spiritual sense, he found it was a stone room with a coffin in the corner, exuding a wave of ancient and desolate energy. Entering the chamber, it was pitch black and empty. Sweeping with his spiritual sense, he found it was a stone room with a coffin in the corner, exuding a wave of ancient and desolate energy. In her perception, all four corners of the coffin were rigged with mechanisms. If anyone touched the coffin, a volley of crossbow bolts would shoot forth from every direction, shredding them to pieces. At such close range, even the most agile person would have no time to defend and would be struck instantly. You're right, I overlooked that. Hearing her words, Qingge immediately led her outside and looked around, searching for a stone. If he could hurl a stone at the coffin, the bolts would be exhausted, and then it would be safe. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find a single stone. There was nothing there, not even a speck of dust. Grand Scholar Su, look, there's a boulder over there. Ning Xianro suddenly pointed to a spot. Qingge turned and saw a massive round boulder as spherical as an oversized football with a diameter of 10 meters. Truly formidable. Grand Scholar Su, if we roll this toward the coffin, all the bolts it shoots will be blocked by it, huh? Ning Xianro laughed heartily. Qingge also smiled, acknowledging it was an excellent plan. Without delay, he moved the boulder to the entrance of the chamber. Then with a gentle push, the boulder rolled automatically toward the coffin. In no time it reached the coffin and crashed in that instant. Bolts, even denser and more ferocious than before, shot out recklessly, their terrifying sharpness illuminating the dark chamber, as bright as day, awe-inspiring and dreadful. Anyone witnessing this scene would be stunned and paralyzed with fear. Crackling sounds erupted endlessly as crossbow bolts struck the rolling stone, sending sparks flying, and these bolts were exceedingly sharp. The first failed to penetrate the stone, but as the second, third, and more followed in succession, they not only pierced through, but completely shattered the rolling log. With a terrifying whoosh, the deadly projectiles shot out of the cave. Haha, bring it on. Qingge laughed, instead of panicking, immediately raising a light barrier to shield himself and Xiao Ning. This time the crossbow bolts rained down for a full 50 minutes before gradually ceasing. The rolling stone was now riddled with holes, a pitiful sight. Qingge could clearly sense that this volley was even more powerful than the last. Had the rolling stone not absorbed and diminished its force, it might have pierced through his light barrier. Yet the more formidable the trap, the more exhilarated Qingge became. Such an intricate mechanism only indicated that the hidden treasure was incredibly precious. Would such terrifying defenses be used for ordinary treasures? Absolutely not. Grand Scholar Su, do not let your guard down. Let me test it once more, Ning Xianro said, removing her hairpin and tossing it onto the coffin. With a thud, the hairpin struck the coffin, but nothing. It's safe. Ning Xianro rejoiced and immediately stepped forward. Soon the coffin opened, and Qingge. Inside the coffin, neatly arranged spirit stones gleamed with golden light. Beside them lay numerous weapons, swords, spears, halberds, bows, and arrows, stored as if they cost nothing. Ning Xianro recognized their value at a glance, and exclaimed with delight, Grand Scholar Su, these items can fetch a— These were all weapons used by Saint Kings, and the spirit stones were likely the life savings of the coffin's owner. However, a thick layer of dust covered these treasures. But that was trivial. A simple wipe would restore their luster. Qingge waved his hand, and the dust fell away. He then took out a storage pouch and collected everything. After removing the treasures, a skeleton gradually emerged. From the aura it exuded, this person was a Saint King in life. A formidable warrior who had lived a life of conquest. But now dead, nothing remained. His body perished, and his Tao vanished. As Qingge prepared to leave, Ning Xianro suddenly sensed something and said sharply, "Wait. There's something else." Something else. Su Qing's eyes brightened, but upon careful inspection, he saw nothing in the darkness. "Where?" "Right above," Ning Xianro said. Su Qingge looked up and met a pair of sinister eyes. It was a man in black. He used a bead to conceal his aura. Earlier, Su Qingge and Ning Xianro were focused on the coffin and hadn't noticed him. Now they were startled. Courting death. The man in black leaped down, drew a large blade, and sneered. "Hand over everything, and I might spare your lives." With a bang, Su Qingge kicked him. The man let out a miserable scream, his bones snapping and tendons breaking as he howled like... Su Qingge had sensed earlier that this man was merely a trash at the divine palace level. And he dared to show himself. "Speak, who are you, and where did you get the information?" Su Qingge demanded coldly. The man, terrified out of his wits, confessed, "It's not my fault. I was ordered to follow you. On your way to take office, you suddenly got a treasure map, and I got curious and followed you. Please spare me, I won't dare again." Su Qingge frowned. Someone sent him to follow me. He exchanged a glance with Ning Xianro, both reading anger in each other. Who would dare to follow me? Are they courting death? Speak, who is it? Ning Xianro fumed. It's the great elder of Hongguang sect. Oh no. The man suddenly foamed at the mouth, and with a bang his head exploded. Clearly a restriction had been placed on him, activated the moment he spoke of forbidden things. Damn it, someone dares. Ning Xianro trembled with rage. Committing such an act under the nose of the great Qin Empress. Do they have a death wish? Su Qingge frowned deeply and said, "What a Hongguang sect." He knew of Hongguang sect, a sect merely 30 li from his family estate, not particularly large in scale. Every time they held a wedding ceremony, they would send people to partake in the feast. But what was happening now? Why were they sending someone to tail him? If they were openly helping him transport his luggage, that would be one thing, but this covert surveillance surely harbored ill intentions. A sudden thought flashed through Su Qing's mind. They must have been watching me for a long time. When they sent people to join the feast, they were actually scouting the place. His eyes then turned icy cold. Yet it mattered not, for no matter what they plotted, a single cannon blast would settle it all. "Grand Scholar Su, there's nothing more here. Let us depart quickly," Ning Xianro urged. She was eager to arrive at the imperial capital soon. Su Qingge said coldly, "Once I return to the capital, I shall report this to Her Majesty and have her dispatch an investigation. The best course would be to annihilate the entire Hongguang sect." Though he knew not what scheme Hongguang sect was plotting, their intentions were clearly malicious. He had no patience to investigate further and decided to simply raze them to the ground. Upon hearing this, Ning Xianro couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, this is killing me. Grand Scholar Su, oh Grand Scholar Su, do you not realize that I am actually His Majesty the Emperor? The Emperor is right beside you. And you have no idea. Ha ha, this is just too amusing. Rest assured, His Majesty will surely deal with Hongguang sect severely," she said. That's good." Su Qingge nodded with satisfaction. With nothing more to attend to, the two stepped forward and vanished from the spot. No sooner had they left Wulong Mountain than they saw in the distance the city of Wulong engulfed in raging flames. Fearsome fire soared into the sky, billowing black smoke spread everywhere, and people fled in panic, their screams of agony piercing the air. "What's happening?" Su Qingge was taken aback. "Something major must have occurred," Ning Xianro said. Just then a woman with a soot-streaked face rushed over in panic, sobbing, "Master Su, we should have listened to you. If we hadn't gone to Wulong City, senior sister Wang might still be alive. Ah, it's all my fault, Wu. Su Qingge looked down and saw that her hair had been completely burned off, leaving her nearly bald. Her clothes were charred and tattered, making her look like a beggar. Her entire body reeked of burnt flesh, a picture of utter dishevelment. "What happened?" Ning Xianro asked with barely concealed glee. "Serves you right for not heeding my words," the woman wailed. "After we parted, senior sister Wang led us into Wulong City. At a street corner we found that ancient well. She descended to scout the way, but the moment she went down we sensed something was wrong. Her aura vanished. Then a towering plume of black smoke erupted from the well, and senior sister Wang burst out. Her hair had been completely torn out, her scalp bloodied and raw, and her skin was scorched in patches, making her look like a demon, utterly terrifying. As she fled, a red light shot out from the well and plunged into her body. She was possessed. Panic seized the entire city. As she spoke, she broke down in tears. "Ah, serves you right for not listening to me. You deserve it truly," Ning Xianro scolded. Yet as she spoke, a flicker of unease crossed her mind. The aura emanating from this woman seemed extremely chaotic, as if. Meanwhile, Su Qingge was at a loss for words. She had chosen not to heed his warning and insisted on going. Her current state was the consequence of her own folly. You can never stop someone who willingly walks to their doom, just as you can never wake someone who pretends to sleep. Thus one could only say she had it coming. Suddenly at that moment the woman opened her mouth and spat out a massive python, with emerald green pupils lunging viciously towards Su Qingge. As the serpent emerged, the woman's skin collapsed into a hollow shell. So she too had been possessed. Grand Scholar Ning Xianro's face turned pale. In a flash, Su Qingge understood the situation. The woman was genuinely regretful, but her body no longer belonged. The great serpent had arrived before her eyes, the situation perilous. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from Qingge, directly suppressing the serpent. The great serpent had arrived before her eyes, the situation perilous. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from Qingge, directly suppressing the serpent. It too was a Saint Realm powerhouse. It had come here today seeking to possess another Saint Realm expert. Direct possession was impossible, so it planned to catch the target off guard and seize the opportunity. But unexpectedly, although the target was off guard, possession was utterly impossible. I don't know either. Qingge. In truth, at that very moment the system issued an unprecedented warning followed by a surge of terrifying energy that directly suppressed the serpent. The serpent had no idea it was the system's power and thought it was something else. Qingge was even more bewildered, never knowing the system had a function to protect its master. But after a moment's thought he understood. If he were possessed, what would the system have to play with? So having a master protecting function was only natural, wasn't it? With a crack, Qingge kicked the serpent, tearing open its belly and spilling blood. As the blood hit the ground, it emitted a horrifying corrosive sound, instantly eating away several massive holes. Qingge drew his sword and cleaved the serpent in two, saying coldly, "Of all things, you shouldn't have come to possess me. You were truly seeking death." The serpent had no strength left to speak. Though it had cultivated to a high level, its belly was shattered, its organs torn, and its body severed, leaving not a shred of life. Qingge set a fire, reducing the serpent to ashes. Then he left. Shortly after, he and Ning Xianrou arrived at the foot of the mountain. This was where Mu Xinyue and her family were waiting. By now the place was crowded with all sorts of people, all from Five Dragon. Many of Five Dragon City's residents, regardless of their former wealth, were now refugees, homeless and displaced. Ning Xianrou gazed out. The entire Five Dragon City was engulfed in thick smoke and blinding flames, burned beyond recognition. It looked like a war zone with ruins and desolation everywhere. She snorted coldly and said nothing. They had brought it upon themselves and no one else was to blame. At that moment, she also noticed that among the refugees were many of the women from earlier. Now those women stared at her from a distance, their expressions filled with shame. They then looked at Qingge, their faces equally ashamed, feeling a burning sting. They hadn't listened to Ning Xianrou earlier, and what was the result? If they had persuaded Qingge to go with them, perhaps he would have been possessed too. Their faces flushed with shame, unable to face Qingge and her. "Alas, if I had known this would happen, I would never have gone to Five Dragon City," someone said with deep regret. Another person trembled with remorse, saying, "Yes, if heaven gave me another chance, I would have turned around immediately. We really should have listened to young Master Su. Otherwise we wouldn't have ended up like this." Alas, one reaps what one sows. Countless people sighed repeatedly. But by now things had already come to this, and words were useless. They had become homeless, their appearances burned beyond recognition, their valuables reduced to charcoal, leaving them with nothing. As soon as the serpent appeared, it unleashed a secret art, igniting the entire city in a blazing inferno and billowing smoke to obscure everyone's vision. Indeed, under the cover of the smoke, the people grew dizzy and nauseous, as if they had hit their heads against a wall seeing stars, until they were burned beyond recognition and reduced to beggars. Some even had their eyes burned blind. The serpent only wanted to possess someone, so it didn't burn them to death. After careful selection, it chose one. Then, using that woman's body, it went to find Qingge. And then there was no more then. The moment it found Qingge, it also found its grave. Everyone changed into some new clothes. Mu Xinyue, kind-hearted and unable to bear their plight, took out clothes from the carriage and distributed them one by one. Wow! The moment they saw the new clothes, these people were so moved they wept uncontrollably. After all, they were women. How could they bear to be half naked? What kind of spectacle would that be? So now everyone was moved, sobbing and wailing, tears and mucus streaming down their faces. They knew that this woman was the mother-in-law of young Master Su. Now that she was distributing new clothes, and young Master Su said nothing, they recalled what had just happened. Look, this was true magnanimity, true breadth of spirit. He bore no grudges at all. Such a broad mind, heavens above, what a blessing. Boo-hoo. If only I had listened to young Master Su, I wouldn't have ended up like this. In the crowd, someone was so overcome with emotion that they collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Their tattered clothes barely clung to their body, revealing large patches of scorched skin. Their face was disfigured worse than a beggar. Even beggars would refuse to look at them. Qingge heard the loud weeping, turned her head, and instantly recognized her. It was the woman whose ancient well was located in her backyard. When the great serpent emerged, this woman was the first to bear the brunt of its attack. A burst of blazing fire disfigured her instantly, incinerating her clothes into shreds. All the hair on her body hair, head hair, eyelashes, and every strand of down was singed away in an instant, leaving her as bald as if she had been through a depilatory machine. She was no longer recognizable as human and had even contemplated suicide. But suicide was undoubtedly painful, and she could not bring herself to take that step. Helpless, she had left the city with the others and now stood here gazing at her ruined home from afar, sobbing uncontrollably. All right, stop crying. From now on you'll have to beg for a living, said Qingge. If these people still had some semblance of beauty, he might have taken them in as maidservants or something. But since they were in such a state, frankly speaking, even if there were no women left in the world, he wouldn't want them. They were outright hideous. Who would want them? Some had even been burned entirely into a red person, their skin flushed and covered in horrifying scars that were absolutely terrifying to behold. To be honest, he wouldn't dare to take such women. Besides, they had been disobedient earlier. If they had listened, they wouldn't have ended up like. Hearing Su Qing's words, the crowd wanted to say something, but the words died on their lips. What was there to say? What could they? Things had come to this. Who would take them in now? From now on, begging was their only option. In the blink of an eye, Mu Xingyue had finished distributing the clothes, one piece for each person. These clothes were those of maidservants and servants, neither old nor too fine, but good enough to cover their bodies. As the saying goes, one helps with emergencies, not poverty. She would not give them expensive garments. Afterward, she set down some dry rations and ignored them. The caravan rested here for one night and set off again the next day. This time they encountered no bandits on the road nor any other unexpected incidents. The group traveled swiftly and soon arrived at the imperial capital. The imperial capital's city walls were towering and magnificent like the Forbidden City itself. The mottled gates exuded an air of opulent elegance with gold and splendor everywhere radiating the grandeur of a great nation. This was the most prosperous capital of Great Qingge, the administrative heart of the entire empire. Naturally, it was high-end and majestic. Even the richest and most upscale prefecture Yinzhou could not compare to this city's magnificence. Gazing into the distance as the sun set in the west, the city still gleamed with gold and splendor. Its outer walls were inlaid with a thick layer of solid gold bricks radiating a dazzling brilliance, even without sunlight, resplendent and magnificent. Giddy up! Giddy up! At this moment, a noble carriage emerged from the city gate. The coachman driving it was a powerhouse at the Quasi-Saint level. In the imperial city, also called the imperial capital, the name was flexible. All high-ranking officials and nobles had cultivation levels at least at the Quasi-Saint stage, with very few below that. Naturally, their coachmen were also extraordinary, each exuding a thick aura of power. More importantly, it lent them considerable prestige when they went out. "Oh noble sir, you are leaving the city." At the city gate, 2 guards saw the carriage and immediately showed great respect. As their words fell, no sound came from the carriage, as if they had been completely ignored. The coachman held his head high, not even glancing at them, and drove the carriage away without a word. They were utterly disregarded. A mere gatekeeper, who would pay them any mind? Surely no one would. Seeing the carriage depart, the 2 guards said nothing, merely rubbing their noses with awkward smiles and sighing alas. Suddenly, they spotted a large caravan approaching from the opposite direction, and their eyes lit up. This is the imperial city. Halt all who approach. Under normal circumstances, when outsiders arrived at the imperial capital, they were interrogated by the guards. If all was well, they were permitted entry into the city. Such was the decree of the Empress Ningxianro. In truth, every city across the realm adhered to this custom. Yet here at the very seat of imperial power, the scrutiny was far more rigorous. Mu Xingyue stepped forward and said, "Honored officers, we are of the Mu family." With that, she motioned for them to inspect the luggage. The 2 guards glanced at the baggage, then approached and demanded in a low voice, "Have you prepared any tribute?" Tribute? Mu Xingyue was taken aback. They were asking for a bribe. She had never imagined such a thing would occur right under the shadow of the imperial palace. Still, it was of little consequence. The family had wealth to spare. Yet recalling the fawning obsequiousness the guards had shown toward that noble carriage moments ago, and contrasting it with their harsh demeanor toward her now, Mu Xingyue could not suppress a surge of indignation. But her displeasure was futile. She had no choice but to pay. Just as she was about to hand over the money, Qingge approached and declared, "Honored officers, I am about to assume the post of Grand Scholar of the Hamlin Academy." "What is the meaning of this?" The 2 guards chuckled. "So it's Lord Su. We've heard the rumors that you've won numerous awards simply by bearing children. Surely parting with a few million taels is of no concern to you, is it?" Su Qing's eyes narrowed sharply. It was clear these guards were seasoned veterans of extortion, accustomed to fleecing everyone. Even herself was no exception. "Does Her Majesty know of this? Are you not afraid she will punish you for your crimes?" Qingge asked in a stern voice. One guard frowned. "Rest assured, Her Majesty does not meddle in such trivial matters. This is an open secret, you know. Which capital city allows entry without payment? Especially here in the imperial capital, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. If you don't offer a little grease, who would let you in?" Qingge was left speechless. The audacity of these guards was beyond belief. "By the way, Lord Su, from the way you spoke just now, it sounded as if you intend to petition Her Majesty. I'd advise you to think again. The Empress has long been aware of such practices, but tell me which dynasty doesn't have them? Everyone does it. Unless she wants to have all our heads chopped off," the guard said recklessly, even sticking out his tongue and making a face at Qingge. Qingge was disgusted. "Don't worry, I will report this to Her Majesty and see to it that you are punished according to the law." Meanwhile, Ning Xianru's expression gradually darkened. As the guard had said, she was indeed aware of such matters. Generally, these petty corruptions were ubiquitous throughout the Qinglan realm, in every dynasty, countless and beyond enumeration. Thus she had usually turned a blind eye as long as things didn't go too far. But she had never imagined they would become so brazen as to demand bribes from officials arriving to assume their posts. Who had given them such audacity? And this was Lord Su. Lord Su was coming to take up a position as Grand Scholar of the Hamlin Academy, a high-ranking official. How dare these mere guards be so insolent as to demand money from him? This was sheer lawlessness. "Ha ha ha, go ahead and report us. I'd like to see how you manage it." The other guard sneered fiercely, then abruptly dragged an iron railing over and placed it across the city gate. "Lord Su, let me tell you this, if you can't get through this gate, you'll never become a high official. And you still dream of lodging a complaint before Her Majesty. I ask you, if you can't even get through the gate, how will you complain? Don't tell me you expect Her Majesty to come out and welcome you personally. How dare you? Qingge was enraged. My son-in-law is the Grand Scholar of the Hanlin Academy, personally appointed by Her Majesty. Who do you think you are to utter such arrogant nonsense? Are you courting death? I dare, and what are you going to do about it? The guard retorted, scanning her with a fearless expression. I've already told you, if he can't get through this gate, he'll never become Grand Scholar. And even if he did, what of it? I have my backers. I advise you to just pay up obediently. Qingge's eyes darkened. It was the first time he had grown angry since crossing over. He had no choice but to be furious. These two dogs were far too insolent. No, this was no longer mere insolence. It was blatant, unbridled arrogance. If I report this to His Majesty, you too will surely die. A murderous intent flashed through Qingge's mind. Then he said coldly, tell me who your backer is. You think we have to tell you just because you ask? Who do you think you are? If you don't want to pay, leave now. Why waste words? The guard said with a dark scowl. He could tell Qingge had no intention of paying and was even probing into their secrets. Wasn't this a pointless endeavor? Did he think they would reveal their backing? If they did, that esteemed figure would surely have their heads. Half of the extorted money these two guards collected daily went to that figure. Without his protection, they wouldn't dare be so audacious. It was precisely because of that figure's patronage that they acted with reckless abandon. In truth, they were originally from some other insignificant place. After latching onto that figure, they were assigned to guard this gate. The previous guards were upright and honest, but since these two took over, everything had changed dramatically. Have fine. He'll pay. Qingge finally swallowed his anger. As the saying goes, it's easy to deal with a grand deity, but hard to handle petty demons. He would get through this first, and once he entered the city and became a high official, he would exact his revenge. He had initially wanted to take direct action against these two, but on second thought, it was his first day in office. It was best not to cause a scene. Moreover, this was the imperial city, right under the emperor's nose. If he lost his temper, would it not reflect poorly on His Majesty? Meanwhile, Ning Xianru's face was as dark as coal, utterly grim. Flames of fury blazed in her eyes toward the two guards, as if she could slay them on the spot. But in the end, she held back. The guards were mere dogs. The dog's master had yet to reveal himself, though she couldn't rush. Once she caught both the master and the dogs in one net, let's see if they could still be so arrogant. With that thought, she temporarily swallowed her anger and remained silent. Haha, if you'd been willing to pay earlier, none of this. How ridiculous, all this wasted talk. The guard laughed heartily, puffing out his chest with an air of supreme arrogance. Having served here for so long, he had become a seasoned old hand. Though his official rank was low, his arrogance was immense, making him feel superior to everyone he met. Qingge asked, how much do you want? The guard held up 5 fingers. Enough nonsense. 5 billion. Qingge and everyone present were instantly stunned. Heavens, that much. Was this a robbery? Qingge was also taken aback, never expecting the guard to demand such an exorbitant amount right away. He had thought that no matter how outrageous the guards were, they wouldn't ask for more than 5 million at most. But he never imagined it would. This is beyond even a robbery. These two are utterly insolent. Ning Xianru's face turned green with. Later, when Grand Scholar Su learned that she was the current emperor, her face would surely be utterly humiliated. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, yearning to strike down these two guards on the spot. Why so much? Qingge asked with a frown. A trace of fury had crept into his voice. Getting angry won't help. He'll tell you straight, we've set our sights on you. It's rare for us to run into such a high-ranking official like you. Others wouldn't get this treatment. The guard spoke, bluntly, laying all his cards on the table. His meaning was simple: when dealing with the poor, they let them off with a pittance. But with a big shot like you, it would be a shame not to seize the opportunity when it comes. After all, they might not encounter such a wealthy mark again. Crack. Qingge clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking loudly. Yet he couldn't strike. If he did, how disgraceful would it be for— Can you lower the price? Qingge stepped forward and asked with a frown. Although 5 billion was a pittance compared to their family's total wealth, the problem was it was still too much. The guard was clearly demanding an exorbitant price. It wasn't even about the money. It was about face. At this level, money no longer mattered if face was everything. If we just pay whatever you ask, where does that leave our dignity? Where would the Grand Scholar's authority be? If you want a discount, how about we knock off 1 unit, 4,999,000,099? Seeing their reluctance, the guard laughed and revised his offer. You? Qingge was truly furious. Her entire body trembled violently. A reduction of merely 1 cent. Was this meant to provoke her? Aren't you afraid that once I assume office, I'll punish you for your offenses? Qingge inquired. The guard replied with a smirk. Didn't we just tell you? We have backing. If our patron weren't more powerful than you, would we dare be so arrogant? Let me make it clear. Today you have no choice but to comply unless you never set foot through this gate. The figure behind them wielded immense influence. It far surpassed that of the Hanlin Academy Grand Scholar. In essence, a Hanlin Academy Grand Scholar was merely a civil official devoid of real authority. This was precisely why Ning Xianru had arranged this for Qingge. She wanted to offer her a position with little work and ample pay, sparing her from exhaustion. Yet unexpectedly, this had opened a loophole for exploitation. Speak. Who is behind you? Ning Xianru stepped forward, directly demanding an answer. Thump. Startled by the question, the two guards jumped, wondering who it could be and why the voice sounded so familiar. Turning to glance at Ning Xianro, they found her unfamiliar, then burst into laughter. Who do you think you are? How dare you shout at us? Looking for death? Who dares to make such a racket here? Suddenly, a luxurious carriage emerged from the left side of the city gate. The coachman, a sage-level existence, wielded a spirit whip, lashing fiercely at the beast pulling the vehicle. The beasts writhed in pain, dragging the carriage forward. Spotting this, the guards immediately rushed over with ingratiating smiles. Lord Fong, are you heading out? Yes. What's happening here? The curtain parted slightly as a divine sense swept outward, the tone thick. This is the legendary young Master Su arriving to assume his post today. I'm seizing the chance to gather some funds to pay tribute to that esteemed figure. The guard said with a fawning grin. Oh, the presence inside, upon hearing it was young Master Su, initially considered intervening. But at the mention of that esteemed figure, he shook his head and sighed deeply. Forget it. This is beyond my control. Pretend I never passed by here. He dared not cut off that figure's source of income. Blocking someone's wealth was akin to killing their parents. More critically, he couldn't afford to provoke that figure, and could only steer clear. By his status, he could already stride arrogantly through the imperial capital. Yet compared to that figure, he was utterly insignificant. If forced to compare, the other was the radiant moon in the heavens, while he was merely a fish or shrimp in a murky ditch. They were on entirely different levels. Hee Lord Fong, take care, the guard said, beaming as he saw the carriage off. The carriage soon departed. As they traveled, the sage coachman glanced back at Su Qingge and asked, My lord, are we truly not going to intervene? Intervene, my foot. Can't you see that figure has set his sights on him? There must be some convoluted scheme behind this. Best we stay away from the storm. A voice emanated from within. That makes sense. The coachman, sensing he had brushed against a taboo, promptly fell silent. Not long after the carriage left, Su Qingge negotiated further with the guards, hoping for a reduction in the fee. But the two guards remained adamant: pay up or withdraw, and abandon the post of Grand Scholar. In the end, Su Qingge had no choice but to hand over 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Only then was the group permitted to enter the city gate. Farewell, Lord Su. The moment payment was made, the two lackeys at the gate instantly broke into smiles, transforming into groveling lapdogs, their faces wreathed in flattery. A stark contrast to moments before. It was a dramatic, earth-shattering change. Su Qingge couldn't be bothered with these two sycophants and turned away without a word. In the blink of an eye, everyone passed through the barbican and entered the city. No one spoke, each nursing a simmering fury. Among them, the most incensed was not Su Qingge nor Mu Xinyue, but Ning Xianro. It was a dramatic, earth-shattering change. Su Qingge couldn't be bothered with these two sycophants and turned away without a word. In the blink of an eye, everyone passed through the barbican. She knew Su Qingge would never voice it aloud, but who could say what was running through her mind? Disaster, disaster. What am I to do? Ning Xianro's mood soured. Yet there was no helping it. The matter had already escalated to this point. All she could do was proceed step by step. However, those two guards and the patron behind them must be rooted out, their 9 clans exterminated, and they be subjected to the harshest punishment. The imperial capital was a bustling spectacle adorned with carved beams and jade pillars of grand magnificence. Opulent shops lined both sides of the streets, alongside countless taverns, inns, and trading markets too numerous to count. Even more striking was that at every short interval there stood an extraordinarily lavish house of delight. These were the usual haunts of nobles and high officials. Given the Great Qing's formidable national strength and the capital's boundless prosperity, such establishments proliferated ever further. However, such establishments were legal. The people inside sold their art, not their bodies. Many of the dancing girls and maids were pitiful souls. If they encountered a kind person, they might be redeemed. Tang yuan for sale? Sweet tang yuan. Sugar-coated hawthorns. Delicious hawthorns. Crispy rice cakes. Come buy them. As they walked along, the roadsides were filled with vendors' cries. Su Qingge was filled with anger and ignored everything. Seeing his silent demeanor, Ning Xianro's mood also grew. She knew that Grand Scholar Su was definitely angry, and it was the kind of anger that even 8 oxen couldn't pull back. Grand Scholar Su, would you like to eat something? She asked. No. Su Qingge, feeling gloomy, didn't want to eat anything. Although the roadsides were filled with tantalizing aromas and various snacks smelled delicious enough to make ordinary people salivate, he truly had no appetite now. He was furious. His wrists trembled slightly within his sleeves. It wasn't about money, but about dignity. Earlier, his refusal to pay wasn't about the amount, but about his pride. When the other party named the price, he felt that those two dogs were insulting him, asking for such a large sum. Did they even have the life to spend it? But unexpectedly, their backing was far more powerful than his official position. This damned welcome upon entering the capital. Who could endure it? It was as if someone were monitoring him from above, making him extremely uncomfortable. Like a nightmare lingering overhead, nauseating beyond measure. Yet he could do nothing about it. He could only silently endure. Disgusting. Su Qingge cursed bitterly in his heart. Ning Xianro remained silent. It wasn't until they neared the imperial city, when Ning Xianro judged that Su Qing's anger had mostly subsided, that she said, Grand Scholar Su, rest assured His Majesty will surely give you an explanation. Su Qingge did not respond to this. Whether His Majesty would give an explanation, he didn't know. He only knew that on his first visit he had received a harsh lesson. It was too disgusting. Grand Scholar Su, say something. Ning Xianro forced herself to be cheerful. Only then did Su Qingge speak. Tomorrow morning I will meet His Majesty and speak of this matter. Good, it's a deal. Ning Xianro showed a smile. By now it was already evening. His Majesty was only present during the morning court, so for now, they would go to the residence to rest. The group walked a stretch and soon arrived before an elegant courtyard. It was tall, magnificent, and imposing, covering an area measured in acres. The walls were adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, all constructed from the finest marble. From afar it looked like a grand architectural complex reaching the heavens, extremely striking. Surrounding it were streets and archways, various shops bustling with traffic like flowing water and galloping horses, a prime location. Qingge recognized it at once. This must be the home His Majesty had built for him in the capital. The red-robed eunuch had mentioned this in the imperial decree along with the specific location. As the carriage arrived, a steward immediately came out, bowed deeply with respect, and clasped her fists, saying, "Please." Qingge looked down and saw that the steward was an elderly woman dressed in a gold wide-sleeved robe, with a dignified air of authority in her brow. Ning Xianro secretly transmitted her voice. "This is a person personally trained by His Majesty, named Long Yun, specially assigned to manage your family affairs." Qingge nodded inwardly upon hearing this. He had to admit His Majesty was indeed good to him. But why couldn't she control those two dogs at the city gate? Yet on second thought, perhaps she was too busy to manage such matters. He had long heard that the Great Song dynasty was restless, which was trouble enough for her. Such trivial matters were usually left to subordinates who would likely smooth things over, making a big deal small, and a small deal nothing, eventually letting it fade away. This was normal. Wow, how spacious it is. Too magnificent. Too magnificent. Is this Master Su's residence in the capital? My goodness, if I could stay here for one night, I'd have no regrets in this life. Many villagers carrying luggage were now filled with boundless envy. However, they were only envious, not jealous. Anyone who saw such a splendid residence would naturally envy it. Before long, the entire Murong mansion buzzed with activity. All the clan members were arranged in an orderly manner, all thanks to the steward's efforts. This brought some relief to Qingge. The matter at the city gates might well be due to His Majesty being deceived and unaware, but this affair at our estate has her utmost attention. Qingge mused to herself. The steward was meticulous, handling every household affair, big or small, with flawless organization. Every structure within the estate, be it pavilions or chambers, even the tiniest, most inconspicuous corners, was spotless and impeccably maintained. It was evident that the steward was exceptionally devoted. All right, that's enough for today. He left a remark and began his rest. Soon in her chamber, Qingge took out the painting, unrolled it, and asked, "Divine Maiden, may I enter?" From within, the voice of the Guy Divine Maiden immediately replied, "Yes, I've been waiting for you. Come in quickly." The Guy Divine Maiden had been utterly frustrated lately, deeply regretting why she hadn't let Su Gongzi find her in the first place instead of engaging in that baffling behavior. Such a lovely scent. Qingge smiled. Naturally, it's fragrant. I often tend to lotuses, and over time this aroma has clung to me, impossible to dispel. Gazing closely, the Guy Divine Maiden had skin like congealed lard, a delicate head, and moth-like eyebrows. Her charming smile and beautiful eyes exuded an ethereal aura like a lotus about to bloom, with a refreshing fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. Such a lovely scent. Qingge smiled. Naturally, it's fragrant. I often tend to lotuses, and over time this aroma has clung to me, impossible to dispel. The Guy Divine Maiden chuckled. Then you must be unsullied from the mud. Somehow this line came to Su King's mind. The lotus emerges unstained from the mud. The Guy Divine Maiden seemed to be the same. Her skin was as white as winter snow. What else could that be but emerging unstained from the mud? Of course, one shouldn't describe a person with such a metaphor, but she truly appeared that way. You're so good with compliments, Su Gongzi. The Guy Divine Maiden blushed, her pretty face flushing as she smiled shyly. She was a bit nervous due to Su Chang's arrival. Just imagine a man so devastatingly handsome suddenly appearing before you. How could you not be nervous? Moreover, she hadn't seen a man for many years, let alone one this handsome. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. At the same time, the Guy Divine Maiden still felt remorseful about the previous incident. She said, "Su Gongzi, about last time it was my fault. Please don't take it to heart." Qingge smiled faintly. Don't worry. He had indeed been somewhat angry last time, but only a little. After all, girls are shy and reserved. That's normal. If she had been passionate and eager from the start, he would have thought less of her. After all, that kind of behavior usually belongs to frivolous women. But in truth, he had also been sulking at the time. If you didn't want to see me, fine. They'll just leave you be for 10 days or half a month and see what you can do about it. I'm glad you don't mind, Su Gongzi. I was foolish last time. If I had another chance, I would never have acted that way. It was pushing you away, and it was my fault. The Guy Divine Maiden felt deeply sorry. Even though Qingge had said he didn't hold it against her, she still couldn't let it go. It was like a hurdle in her heart, making her feel very uneasy. I told you it's fine. Why are you so sensitive? Qingge said. Hearing this, the Guy Divine Maiden quickly smiled. No. Su Gongzi is magnanimous, and I am overjoyed. But why have you come today? She understood that Qingge was giving her the cold shoulder, and she accepted it. But why had Qingge suddenly come today? Could it be that he wanted to take her as a concubine? That would be wonderful. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Qingge say, "You're quite good-looking. Be my concubine." Was it really so? The Guy Divine Maiden's mouth fell wide open. Although she had expected it, hearing it for real felt like a pie falling from the sky. In this world, there were very few men left. and a man this handsome was simply non-existent. You could search the entire Qingge realm and still never find one. Thus it was like being struck on the head by a jackpot worth millions. For a moment the Divine Maiden's breath quickened, and she was overwhelmed with excitement. I do, she said hurriedly. I want to bear your child. No 2, 3. Hehehe, Qingge laughed heartily. But I still have other matters to attend to. I'll have to marry you some other time. That doesn't matter as long as you're willing to marry me. The Divine Maiden's heart fluttered like a startled fawn. Seeing her like this, Qingge couldn't help but smile. Indeed, women are like that. If you ignore them, they will start to think of you. If you relentlessly chase after her, sorry to say, she won't even spare you a glance. So it's more effective to let her be. Tomorrow morning His Majesty will hold court, and I need to report some matters to him, so I can only spare time to marry you the day after tomorrow. You will have to go outside then. Qingge explained the situation. The Qingge fairy didn't even wait to finish listening before nodding in agreement. She fully endorsed Qingge's plan. She followed all of Qingge's arrangements. It wasn't that she lacked determination, it was just that after meeting Qingge, she realized he was her anchor. She herself didn't know when she had become so indecisive, revolving entirely around Qingge's thoughts. Qingge, I've been here alone for countless years, and I want you to accompany me to wander around and enjoy the scenery. With nothing else to attend to, Qingge was about to leave. However, as he was leaving, the Qingge fairy held him back, not wanting him to go, wishing he could stay a little longer to keep her company. Qingge, I've been here alone for countless years, and I want you to accompany me to wander around and enjoy the scenery. Would that be all right? The Qingge fairy looked at Qingge timidly, fearing he might refuse. After pondering for a moment, Qingge felt it was no big deal and agreed. Nodding, he said, all right, let's go. The Qingge fairy's smile was as radiant as a flower. Before long, they stood before a towering mountain. Looking up, the mountain soared into the sky, majestic and imposing. Behind it lay a cliff with a waterfall thundering down, creating a soothing sound as the breeze passed through. Qingge, that place is where I usually bathe. Below is a spring called the Sanyang Spring. Bathing in it can enhance one's physique and comprehension, allowing one to undergo a transformation with one's physical strength reaching unimaginable levels. Would you like to bathe? Upon arriving there, the Qingge fairy spoke with a smile. She also wished for Qingge to become stronger. She was of the emperor's cultivation level. Qingge was merely at the saint level. Thus she felt he was somewhat lacking. However, in a time when men were scarce, even with lower cultivation, she would still marry him. But who doesn't want their partner to be stronger? Therefore, with the opportunity to become stronger at hand, how could she not let him take advantage of it? Surely he would be willing, right? All right. Without a second thought, Qingge agreed to the matter. Although a cultivation card could enhance his abilities without harm, who wouldn't want to grow stronger? The Qingge fairy assisted him in changing. Qingge leaped into the bottom of the cliff and began to bathe. With his cultivation, although the cliff seemed terrifying, it was merely child's play for him compared to lower-level cultivators. 3 hours later, after finishing his bath, Qingge felt an overwhelming surge of power, having advanced a small realm. His physical strength increased by an astonishing 12 million gene, making his body impervious to blades and fire, a delightful achievement. 3 hours later, after finishing his bath, Qingge felt an overwhelming surge of power, having advanced a small realm. His physical strength increased by an astonishing 12 million gene, making his body. Moreover, throughout the bathing process, the fairy was right beside him personally, helping him scrub his back. How could one not enjoy such a privilege? Surely no one would refuse. Afterward, he and the Qingge fairy wandered around in this realm. It must be said this small world was picturesque, akin to a paradise, leaving one feeling relaxed and nostalgic. Before long, at one spot, the Qingge fairy, with sweat glistening on her fair forehead, sighed, I'm so tired. Qingge wasn't in a much better state, his hair was damp with sweat. Not one to be overly sentimental, he directly embraced the Qingge fairy, and with a shift in his form, returned to the outside world. In a flash of light, he appeared in a room in his estate, setting the Qingge fairy down. He said, rest well, I will marry you the day after tomorrow. The Qingge fairy was fine inside, but upon arriving in the outside world, her complexion changed slightly. No, this is the imperial capital. If some powerful beings sense my aura, could they? You must know many covet me. If they detect my presence, it may not bode well for you. Be careful. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and snapped her fingers. The storage ring flashed with light, and a treasure. What is this? Qingge's eyes lit up. Gazing ahead, he saw a golden silk armor floating before him. It appeared impeccably smooth, as thin as gossamer light, and ethereal, shimmering with radiance. Clearly a treasure at first glance. A treasure beyond measure. This is called the golden silk agate armor, my personal belonging. Yet I possess 2 of them, alternating their wear. Now I gift one to you as part of your dowry. Goddess Guy chuckled and added, as for its function, it can conceal aura. Are you not curious why when I hide within a painting few can trace my presence? It is because I wear this. It completely masks all aura on the body, rendering it imperceptible to ordinary. Qingge was overjoyed. He immediately took the armor and donned it. Upon wearing it, a rustling sound arose, and the armor automatically transformed into a white robe nearly identical to the clothes he already wore, as if tailored by the same craftsman, perfectly fitted without any discrepancy. Such a perfect fit. Qingge was astonished. Yet he quickly realized this was a mystical world. Treasures here must possess the ability to adapt to their owners. How else could they be presentable? In a mystical world, such features were trivial. As he prepared to leave, Goddess Guy suddenly said, "Wait, I have something else for you." Something else. Qingge's face lit up with joy as he turned to look at her. Goddess Guy's cheeks flushed like evening clouds, and she lowered her head whispering, "Well, for a dowry, how could one item suffice?" Hearing this, Qingge understood. Indeed, a single dowry piece would not be fitting, at least two were necessary. All right. He nodded. Goddess Guy snapped her fingers, and with a flash of light from her storage ring another treasure, it was a war halberd gleaming with golden light. Its sharp blade was covered in fearsome runes and lightning, emitting a buzzing hum with threads of terrifying electricity. Just a wisp of its aura exuded immense dread. "What is this?" Qingge asked joyfully. "This is called the Xianyuan war halberd. It was left behind by a friend who fell during the primordial era. It was her life-bound weapon, incredibly fearsome, and now I bestow it upon you." Goddess Guy spoke softly, then handed it to him. Qingge initially paid little heed, but upon taking it his arm trembled, and his eyes widened in shock. Heavy. Too heavy. Though it appeared unassuming, the halberd weighed a full billion gene. Fortunately, his strength was immense, or he would be unable to wield it. "What cultivation level was your friend?" he asked. "Like me, she was an emperor, but stronger, at the mid-emperor stage, while I am merely at the early stage." Tonight he had not only won a beauty, but also obtained two treasures, one for offense and one for defense. Goddess Guy nodded. Qingge said no more, storing the Xianyuan war halberd in his ring and walking away. Stepping outside, his mood was excellent. Tonight he had not only won a beauty, but also obtained two treasures, one for offense and one for defense, completing his arsenal. And Goddess Guy was truly remarkable, beautiful, considerate, and thoughtful enough to offer a dowry. There could be no more perfect woman. She had been somewhat aloof at first, but that was no longer the case. "Now I'll sleep and look forward to tomorrow." Tomorrow morning, he'll attend court. Qingge headed toward his room to sleep. Passing a servant's quarters, he sensed something and frowned. Gazing over, it was already deep into the night. Strange rustling sounds came from that room, as if something untoward was happening inside. Filled with suspicion, he quietly crept toward it. Drawing closer, Qingge's eyes widened. Through the window, a conversation drifted out. "Master, with so many beauties in the Murong mansion, we're in for a treat tonight." Indeed, he. "I spent all my spirit stones to acquire a concealment artifact allowing us to sneak in. Tonight, Master and Disciple shall have our grand heist." "Master, one isn't enough. That young Master Su has so many women. Stealing just one seems insufficient, right?" A sharp slap echoed. The Master delivered a resounding slap, bellowing, "Just one. How could that suffice? Back in my day, I Shao Li Guang Huarong once stole even the target's mother. This time sneaking in their steward is too formidable. To avoid detection, we'd best take one now and return another day for more. Spare me, Master. Wise Master." When night falls deep, we shall revel." Laughter and chatter continued from within. Qingge's gaze turned icy. After a moment's thought, he realized these must be the flower thieves from the dramas head watched, sneaking into homes to abduct others' wives. Admittedly, those in this trade were talented. Ordinary folk couldn't manage it. Just then voices rose again from inside. "Master, whom shall we choose?" "Let's start with Mushinua. That woman is at her peak. I've long yearned for her. The rest can wait for another time." "No way, Master. You fancy her. Can't we pick someone younger?" "Damn it, who's the master here? Who calls the shot?" Another harsh slap landed on the disciple's cheek. Yours. Whoever you say, I've no objection." The disciple quickly begged for mercy. That's more like it." Silence fell within. Qingge let out a call. These audacious fools, stealing right up to his mother-in-law. Truly a breed of talent. Then, perish all of you. Just as he was about to burst through the door, conversation resumed inside. "Alas, I'd rather not take Mushinua. I favor that maid beside young Master Su. But my master, your grandmaster, has pined for Mushinua. In his youth he sneaked into the Murong mansion to steal her, but never found the chance. Now on his deathbed, it's his final wish. How could I not fulfill it? Otherwise he'd die with such regret." Tisk tsk. Qingge marveled outside. Who knew this trade harbored such filial disciples? Yet what a pity they chose the wrong path. "Is that so? Master, if you have any dying wishes, I'll spare no effort to—" The disciple's voice rang out. Another slap struck his face as the master roared, "Damn you, cursing your master to seeking death. Stop. I meant it sincerely. Oh no, I sincerely wish you well, not death." Slap. The sound of slaps rang incessantly. Qingge's eyes darkened. Kill these two first, then present their heads as a surprise to their master. Resolute, he moved to push the door. But at that moment a shadow flickered. A black-clad man sneaked over the wall. Glancing at Qingge, he blurted, "You here for stealing too?" "Huh." Qingge was taken aback. This man didn't recognize him. "Indeed I am. And you are?" He played along. "Haha, a kindred spirit. Then you must know my name. I am the elegant young Master Feng Qingxiao, fairer than Pan and mightier than Wang Yu. But you with such fine looks surely lack no women. Why stoop to this?" the black-clad man leered. Qingge frowned, simple, for the thrill. The man shook his head with a chuckle. "Truth be told, same here. Women matter not, it's pure thrill." Just then the master and disciple inside, hearing the noise, flung the door open and stepped out. Their faces paled instantly at the sight of Qingge. By the faint moonlight, they could see clearly that the young master before them was none other than the son-in-law of the Mu family, Qingge. In an instant their hearts pounded violently, their breaths grew short, and they were seized with tension. But Feng Qingxiao, who stood nearby, did not recognize him. Shaking his head with a hearty laugh, he said, "I've long heard that young Master Su has a flock of wives and concubines, each as beautiful as a flower and stunning beyond compare. If I don't steal one from him, how could I ever forgive myself? I've decided that tonight I'll steal 3 of them, savoring a thrilling and perilous game to the fullest." Su Qingge sneered coldly, but hid his disdain. The master and disciple beside him now realized their scheme had been exposed. They turned to Feng Qingxiao and asked, "Fellow Taoist, are you not afraid that young Master Su might discover us?" "Nonsense. I've already set up a formation in this chamber to seal off all sound." He couldn't hear a damn thing. "Besides, with my profound cultivation, I can soar through the heavens and dive into the earth freely. Could he ever catch me? And anyway, dying beneath the peonies is a blissful fate for a romantic soul. Why fear? Just go for it." Feng Qingxiao remained utterly unconcerned. He was a veteran Saint Realm cultivator, having broken into that level centuries ago. Though his offensive prowess was mediocre, his skill in escaping was second to none. From a young age, he had shunned proper studies, never wasting time on the righteous path, instead dedicating himself wholly to the art of escape. In his view, fleeing was far more practical than growing stronger. After all, battles could cost lives. If one's escape art was invincible, who could ever catch up? Su Qingge sent out a sound transmission, "Divine Lady Sister, come over and slap him to death." As his words faded, the void rippled, and the figure of the Guy Divine Lady materialized in the air. As for the formation, it couldn't stop her at all. Even if the formation were far more powerful, it was merely a Saint Realm formation, utterly useless before her an emperor. The moment the Guy Divine Lady appeared, Feng Qingxiao's eyes went wide with fixation. He stood dumbfounded for a long while before snapping back to reality. Shocked, he exclaimed, "My heavens, isn't this the Guy Divine Lady? After vanishing for so long, she's here. So she's in young Master Su's residence. Could it be that she's already his woman?" At these words, the Guy Divine Lady's cheeks flushed crimson. Su Qingge secretly transmitted a message recounting what had just transpired. The Guy Divine Lady's brow furrowed with fury, and she acted immediately. A divine rainbow materialized in her hand, which she thrust straight toward Feng Qingxiao. Feng Qingxiao was terrified. This was an emperor-level cultivator. He stood no chance against her. No, even 10 Saint Realm cultivators would be utterly outmatched. Even trying to flee before an emperor was nothing but a living joke. Mercy, mercy. He's a thief too. Why kill me first and not him? Feng Qingxiao cast a bewildered glance at Su Qingge. No reason. There's no need for one. Die. The Guy Divine Lady showed him not a shred of kindness. The divine rainbow stabbed down with a swish, and Feng Qingxiao was slain amid terror and bewilderment. Thud. A head flew off, trailing a string of blood. Then Feng Qingxiao's headless corpse collapsed, twitching a couple of times before losing all life. He never imagined that after a lifetime dedicated to mastering escape techniques, he would meet his end here. The intelligence had been faulty. He hadn't known an emperor was stationed in this place. And these two? Su Qingge transmitted. The master and disciple were now ashen-faced, paler than earth, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. Good heavens, who could have guessed their plan would be exposed? Swish. The Guy Divine Lady struck at the master, and the pair were instantly petrified, their souls scattering. They fell to their knees, pleading desperately. "Oh, don't kill us, don't kill us. We didn't mean it. Please spare us." But now words were useless. The Guy Divine Lady wasted no more breath. Raising her hand, she sent the divine rainbow crashing down upon them. With a crack, their bodies were cleaved in two. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Then the Guy Divine Lady swept her might over them, reducing the corpses to dust. Hey, wait, I need those corpses." Su Qingge shouted urgently, but it was too late. An emperor was terrifying beyond measure. With a single thought, not even a trace of bone remained. They had been utterly annihilated. The Guy Divine Lady was stunned as well. Finally, she let out a long sigh, and said, "Too late. What now?" "Nothing. Let's drop it." Su Qingge was speechless. It seemed they would have to find the master of these two empty-handed. But the problem was, with both dead, how the hell would they know where their master was? "Go back now. Don't come out unless it's critical," Su Qingge instructed. "All right." The Guy Divine Lady returned. It took Su Qingge considerable effort before she finally learned from the black market that the master and disciple were named Zhang Lu and Wang Song respectively, with the master being an old man from Mount Wuhua. This intelligence cost Su Qingge 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. She then hastened to Mount Wuhua at the swiftest speed. By this time, dawn was nearly breaking. The morning court session was also about to commence. Fortunately, Mount Wuhua was not far. A round trip would take only the time to brew a cup of tea. Killing that old man would likely be a matter of moments, and she could still return to change clothes and attend court. Lost in these thoughts, Su Qingge soon arrived at Mount Wuhua. Standing at its base, she observed it was a mountain of moderate size, far smaller than the Huashan of her past life. Less than half its scale. From the mountain came the intermittent roars of tigers and leopards. Wasting no time, Su Qingge shot through the air with a whoosh toward a temple perched on the hillside. Moments later, before the temple gate, Su Qingge kicked the door open and immediately saw an old man in gray robes sitting cross-legged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Seeing someone return, he asked with a beaming face, "Disciple, have you brought the person back?" He mistook Su Qingge. The dim lighting was to blame. Qingge shook his head and sneered, "Sorry to disappoint, I am young Master Su." The old man in gray froze his frame, beginning to tremble. After a moment he hurriedly clasped his hands and asked, "Young Master Su, what is the purpose of your visit?" "Nothing much. I just want to borrow your head." Qingge sneered coldly. Cold sweat immediately broke out on the old man. He realized that his disciple and grand-disciple had likely already met their end. Qingge sneered coldly. Cold sweat immediately broke out on the old man. He realized that his disciple and Qingge sneered. "However, seeing as you're already on death's doorstep, they'll give you 1 minute to take your own life. My time is limited, so I advise you to think carefully." He mainly wished to avoid soiling his hands. After all, no one wanted to touch such a person. Moreover, the morning court was about to start. It was best not to be stained with blood. "You? No, please. I was merely momentarily foolish. Spare me." The old man in gray wailed. Qingge shook his head coldly. "You speak of foolishness now. I tell you, you have half a minute left. If you don't end it yourself, don't expect an intact corpse." As he spoke, Qingge directly summoned an imperial weapon. With a thunderous crash, the ground collapsed under the weapons, emitted waves, cracks, exploding outward in a terrifying display. Heavens, an imperial weapon. The old man's gaze shifted sharply. This was an imperial weapon. He had actually seen one. Don't kill me. I'm willing to offer all the treasures I've hoarded in my life. Just swish." With a crisp crack of bones, Su King's imperial weapon swept through, and a head flew off, crashing against the wall. With a loud crunch, the gray-robed old man's head shattered and fell to the ground. Qingge then turned to the corpse and stomped it into pulp with a single kick. Next he began to search. According to the old man, he had many treasures. They had to be taken. After a thorough search, Qingge soon found the spot. It was a box placed in the back. Opening it revealed an 800 million spirit stone banknote along with some common herbs and pills that emitted a refreshing fragrance. Qingge recognized at a glance that the pill was a longevity elixir which, as its name implied, extended one's lifespan. Now it all belonged to him. "I must say, a trip out, and I gained 800 million spirit stones. I'm rich again." Qingge beamed with joy. Then he turned and left. Upon returning to the imperial capital, he happened to encounter the 2 guards from yesterday, arriving early for their shift at the city gate. Seeing Qingge, they looked at him as if he were a god of wealth, and said, "This time, we'll give you a discount. 5 million spirit stones." "My." Qingge frowned. He hadn't expected that even after paying before he would have to pay every time he entered. How utterly disgusting. But there was no choice. If he didn't pay, these 2 would never let him in. "Don't get too cocky. Your deaths are near." Qingge tossed down 5 million spirit stones and stormed past. Behind him, the 2 picked up the stones and laughed nonchalantly. "Go ahead, report us. Our backing is so formidable. Do you think you can afford to provoke us?" Even a hired thug has his master to consider. They didn't believe Qingge could bring them down. Qingge soon arrived at a money house. "Boss, I'm here to withdraw money." Approaching the counter, he handed over the banknote. The shopkeeper quickly brought out dozens of chests of top-grade spirit stones. Not long after Qingge walked out, his wealth once again greatly increased. Although he had spent 5 million just to enter, he had now multiplied it countless times. A mere drop in the bucket. Nevertheless, he still felt displeased. Indeed, he couldn't swallow that insult. Those 2 at the gate were simply too up. Suddenly, Qingge recalled something, and his heart stirred. The bribe those 2 took seemed a bit small. If he went and gave them a generous sum, wouldn't it be much easier when the Empress investigated later? I'm a genius. Once the idea struck, he acted immediately. Qingge strode directly toward the city gate. In just a few moments he had passed through it. The 2 guards saw him leave, but paid no mind. Under normal circumstances, exiting the city required no inspection, only entry did. Though they were reckless, they still adhered to this rule. Qingge wandered outside for a while, and soon turned back. By now the sky was fully bright, and the morning court was about to begin. Seeing Qingge return, the 2 guards' eyes lit up with delight. They stretched out their hands, and said, "Sir Su, you know the rules, right?" "I do, but I don't know how much it is this time," Qingge said airily. "Not much, just 4 million. A million less," a guard said with a grin. Others usually only took 2 or 300,000 at most. Having collected so much earlier felt a bit excessive, but he couldn't bear to let it go, so he reduced it by 1 million this time. But the other guard disagreed. His face darkened, and he growled, "No, it's still 5 million, not a coin less." The first guard didn't argue, saying, "Fine." Unexpectedly, Qingge suddenly laughed. "Only 5 million. That's not up to my expectations. How about I give each of you 1 billion? What? Such a good deal." The 2 guards were instantly stunned. Qingge continued with a smile, "To be honest, you 2 have worked hard at your posts. It just so happens that I've come into some small fortune recently. As you know, the Empress rewards me when I have a child, so the money keeps piling up. I simply can't spend it all. Since it has to go somewhere, why not give it to you? What do you say, brothers? What is the art of flattery to the point of ruin?" This was it. If Qingge had felt pain spending the money earlier, now he felt not a trace of regret. This was all evidence. Once the evidence was solid, they'd be in for it. The 2 guards looked at each other, wondering if they had heard correct. Heavens, was there really someone who didn't know how to spend their wealth? They had to agree. We've long heard of your noble character, Sir Su. Meeting you today, it's truly, as the rumors say, far better than our own master. If there's ever anything you need, just say the word," a guard said with a fawning smile. As he spoke, he bent over, his face plastered with a sycophantic grin like a money-grubbing lapdog. Money makes the world go round. Whoever paid him was his friend. The other guard's eyes were bloodshot. He dropped to his knees with a thud, tears and snot streaming down his face as he kowtowed loudly. Hail Sir Su! Hail Sir Su! From now on, whenever you come, this humble one will kneel to welcome you in. Thump! 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 In the blink of an eye, he had kowtowed 3 times more earnestly than to his own ancestors. If circumstances allowed, he would have gladly pledged allegiance to Qingge. Qingge chuckled inwardly. Without another word, he took out a storage pouch and tossed it over. Hey, race 2 billion. Split it among yourselves. With that, he didn't spare another glance at the guards who were still kowtowing in gratitude and walked straight through the city gate. Even after he passed, the 2 guards were still teary-eyed as they looked at each other and said, "We were wrong before. Look at Sir Su, generous and carefree. Lord Wang can't compare. Yes, after all these years serving Lord Wang, we've earned less than 1 million. But Sir Su, he gave us 1 billion. My heavens, it's simply unbelievable." Many passers-by witnessed the scene, feeling as if they were in a dream. Heavens, was that Sir Su who just went by? The legendary Sir Su. Someone glanced at the 2 guards and suddenly sensed, as if by fate, that something was about to happen. As the saying goes, extreme joy begets sorrow. Sir Su giving away so much money at once must have a catch, an old man muttered to himself as he watched the pair. But the 2 guards were too busy rejoicing to sense the danger. Who wouldn't be overjoyed upon receiving 1 billion? When the sum of money reaches such a staggering figure, even the risk of losing one's head can't deter some from rushing forward. Not long after, at the Morong mansion, Qingge returned home, took a thorough bath, then changed into a resplendent white robe before proceeding to the palace. Before departing, he went to Xiao Ning's room, intending to bring her along. After all, she seemed to have some connection with His Majesty, so it was only fitting to take her. Ning Xianru's quarters were not adjacent to his. Instead, they were in a slightly secluded wing, modest in size, at just over 300 square meters. When Qingge arrived and pushed open the door, he found the room utterly empty. Xiao Ning was not there at all. He furrowed his brow, walked to the bed, and touched the bedding. Beneath his hand, the covers felt cold, suggesting she had either left long ago or had not rested here at all the previous night. Where could she have gone? Qingge was utterly perplexed. He racked his brains, but could not fathom an answer. He abandoned the thought and set off for the imperial palace. At the same moment, within the palace, in a certain hall, "Your Majesty, you have returned." A eunuch in red knelt on the ground facing a woman. That woman was none other than Ning Xianru. She had returned the previous. However, as it was too late, she did not alert anyone and simply settled in on her own. Prepare for the morning court. Also, do you know who stands behind those 2 guards at the city gate? Ning Xianru asked in a low voice. She was truly incensed about those 2 at the gate. It was not merely because of their bribery, but because they had provoked someone they should not have. This greatly displeased Ning Xianru. They must be eradicated completely. Your Majesty, their backing is the Grand Chancellor, the eunuch in red replied, having heard of yesterday's events. This was the heart of Great Qingge, teeming with his informants. One could say nothing in the city escaped his notice. He knew that young Master Su had arrived in the capital yesterday to assume his post. He also knew that he had been stopped at the gate. However, he had chosen not to intervene, primarily because the Empress had not issued any orders. He could not act on his own lest he let the big fish slip away. Thus he had investigated who was behind those men, and within a single night the truth was uncovered: the Grand Chancellor Wang Pu. Is it him? Ning Xianru's eyes turned cold. Wang Pu's family had served as Grand Chancellor for 3 dynasties, and his cronies were everywhere in the court. No wonder those 2 curs were so brazen. But someone of Wang Pu's caliber usually wouldn't stoop to such deeds. I suspect it was orchestrated by his subordinates, and he himself is kept in the dark, the eunuch in red added. Ning Xianru had considered this possibility. As the Grand Chancellor, wealth and such were no longer his pursuits. If having reached this level his eyes were still fixed on mere worldly possessions like money, then his life would amount to nothing more. Investigate further. Continue the inquiry. Ning Xianru left these words, changed into a dragon robe, and headed to the Golden Throne Hall. As you command, the eunuch in red immediately dispatched men to investigate. Before long, Ning Xianru seated herself upon the resplendent golden dragon throne. At this moment, all the ministers had not yet entered. They were waiting outside the hall. According to protocol, they could only enter when the eunuch announced them. To barge in without the summons would cost them their heads. At this very moment, Qingge stood among the crowd, his heart filled with anticipation to meet the reigning empress. After all, she had bestowed so many favors upon him and treated him so kindly, it was only natural to look forward to the meeting. And now the moment was at hand. Ahem, is that young Master Su so handsome? Indeed, indeed. He's incredibly dashing, my dream lover, my Prince Charming. Away with you, he's mine, all mine. Many officials chattered and whispered among themselves through telepathy. They had long known that young Master Su was to assume office, and since he hadn't arrived, their anticipation had been immense. Now that he was here, their faces bloomed like peach blossoms, their hearts trembling with uncontrollable excitement. There were still quite a few male officials, both young and old, and at this moment, they all felt a bitter sting in their hearts. They were all men, so why were their appearances so different? Some harbored this thought, but ultimately could only heave a long sigh. Alas, people are not the same. Let it be, let it be. Just then a delicate, coquettish voice rang out. Young Master Su, after the morning court ends, you absolutely must come to my residence for a visit. Su Qingge turned to see a woman in an exquisite official robe approaching holding a pristine white handkerchief. She inscribed a few characters on the handkerchief and handed it over. Su Qingge took it and glanced at it, momentarily stunned. The message read, "Would you bear a child with me?" At that moment the assembled officials were dumbfounded. Though they could not read the words, the meaning of offering a handkerchief was this not a declaration of affection from Master Su? Instantly sighs and lamentations filled the air. Many male officials felt their hearts weighed down by envy. Meanwhile, some female officials inwardly resented the handkerchief giver for being so forward. Could she not show a little? Yet recalling Master Su's irresistibly handsome visage, their composure crumbled. "Master Su, here is my handkerchief. I offer a golden handkerchief, wrought of pure gold with words inscribed. Please peruse at your leisure." One official dropped her handkerchief and fled, as if escaping. Su Qingge found himself quite speechless. But what could he do? With such striking good looks, he had no choice but to endure such attention. No wonder they said on Blue Star that the handsome and the homely receive vastly different treatment. Today he had truly experienced it firsthand. Thus, though envious, they felt no jealousy. Without the requisite skill, one cannot undertake a delicate task. If he was born handsome, what could they do? On the vol. Thus, though envious, they felt no jealousy. Without the requisite skill, one cannot undertake a delicate task. If he was born handsome, what could they do? Could they swap bodies with him? Such hollow thoughts were best set aside. Before long, Su Qing's hands were full of handkerchiefs of every description. There were pink ones, pure white ones, yellow ones, and cyan ones. Colorful and varied, each exuding a faint, elegant fragrance. Suddenly someone sensed something amiss and blurted out, "Strange. Why hasn't His Majesty summoned us yet?" At this the crowd was taken aback, then exclaimed, "Indeed, a full tea's time has passed. Why hasn't the morning court begun? Could His Majesty still be absent? Has something happened?" Ordinarily the morning court would have commenced by now, but to everyone's bewilderment time had lapsed without a single second. What was going on? What was His Majesty doing? Inside the hall, Ning Xinro sat upon the dragon throne. Her expression flustered, her heart racing with nervousness. "On my heart pounds so fast." She had deliberately delayed. The reason was her anxiety. Soon she would meet Master Su and her secret would be revealed. Her mind was a tangled mess. Thus she sat restlessly waiting in anguish, and so the time had passed. "Your Majesty, shall we not begin?" Those outside grow impatient. A eunuch approached and spoke respectfully. Ning Xinra's heart felt as if a deer were about to leap from her chest. She knew not how to answer, only managing, "Wait a while longer, just a while longer, just a little longer." She was not yet prepared. She wondered how she, a mighty female emperor, who had unified 6 kingdoms and waged a millennium-long blood war, could now be so irresolute. Was it because of him? Ning Xinro pondered. Time slipped by. A minute. 2 minutes. 1 tea's time. 2 tea's time. Soon an hour had passed. By then murmurs of discussion could be heard from outside the doors. "What ails His Majesty? Why does he not permit us entry? I too find it strange. Could the morning assembly be cancelled? No, perhaps some unforeseen circumstance has arisen." After a moment, Ning Xinro bit her silver teeth and instructed an attendant let them enter. The eunuch immediately announced, "The morning court begins. All may now enter." With a whoosh, the closed doors slowly swung open and the sunlight streamed in. One by one the officials filed in, orderly and disciplined. Ning Xinra's heart beat even faster. Thump, thump, thump. Soon all the officials filed in. Yet every one of them kept their heads bowed. To stare directly at the emperor was a great few dared to do so. Among the crowd, Su Qingge had been warned by some female officials before entering. Fearing that he, a newcomer, might offend His Majesty, they kindly advised him. Thus Su Qingge also entered with his head lowered. Once everyone was inside, Ning Xinro sat upon the throne, her gaze sweeping over the assembled figures before settling on a familiar silhouette. It was none other than Su Qingge. Her heart nearly leaped from her chest, but she restrained herself. Bound by courtly decorum, Grand Scholar Su did not lift his head. Had it not been for this, he would surely be utterly astounded. Humph, she was the Empress of Great Qin. How could he not be shocked? With this thought, Ning Xinro gradually calmed her nerves. Soon the morning court commenced. "Your Majesty, the Song dynasty stirs restlessly and seems poised to encroach upon our borders. I implore you to dispatch troops." An official reported. Other veteran officials stepped forward, each presenting their own matters. Amidst the crowd, Su Qingge, having nothing to report, could only listen attentively. Suddenly he raised his head and stole a glance at the throne. Instantly his expression froze. It was not utter paralysis, but a look of incredulity, as if he had witnessed something from a fantastical tale. The sovereign attending to state affairs above seemed somewhat similar to Xiao Ning. In figure and bearing, and even in voice they were nearly identical. Ning Xinro had not worn a disguise today. There was no need, but it was enough for him to recognize her. It can't be. Su Qing's mind raced, recalling Xiao Ning, his heart filled with disbelief. Finally he shook his head, convinced he was overthinking. The reigning emperor, the son of heaven. How could she be Xiao Ning? How is that possible? "Minister Su." Suddenly, he heard his name called from above. "Your servant is here." Su Qingge stepped forward. "After everyone departs, you will remain. I have a few words for you." The other attendants exchanged bewildered glances. What was Her Majesty planning? Could it be a special commission? Yet they reasoned it was only natural for the sovereign to offer guidance to a newly appointed official. "As Your Majesty commands," Su Qingge replied with a nod. Ning Xinro then continued with her duties. Roughly an hour later the morning court concluded. Many officials filed out one by one, their murmurs seemingly about Su Qingge. As they hurried away, he could not catch their word, not that he was particularly interested. Young Master Su, this way please. A eunuch in red appeared, gesturing. Following the direction indicated, Su Qingge saw, it led to the rear. He walked over. As he passed the dragon throne, he turned his head to steal another look at the Empress, feeling that her silhouette truly resembled Xiao Ning's. He said nothing more, and entered the rear hall directly. Young Master Su, please enjoy some tea here. Her Majesty will arrive shortly, the eunuch said with a smile. Su Qingge took a light sip of tea. He wondered if Her Majesty intended to brief him on the duties of a grand scholar of the Hanlin Academy. After all, he had no prior experience, and would certainly need instruction. The eunuch stood nearby, smiling silently. Two maidservants also stood cautiously, saying nothing. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Su Qingge furrowed his brow, but dared not ask. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Shinro entered. You may all withdraw. She waved them away. As Your Majesty commands. The eunuch gestured, and the two maidservants quickly departed, followed by the eunuch himself. In an instant they were alone. Ning Shinro removed her imperial crown, and smiled. Minister Su, what's this? After just one night apart you don't recognize me. Huh. Su Qingge froze, wondering if he had misheard. What did she mean? One night apart, and he didn't recognize her. Could it be that she... You can't be Xiao Ning. Su Qingge found it utterly impossible. Heavens, could it be true? Xiao Ning was the reigning empress. Good heavens, was this a mistake? Seeing his stunned reaction, Ning Shinro sat down to the side. What's the matter? Do you truly not recognize me? Su Qingge scrutinized her closely, still unable to believe it. Her face was slightly different from before. Though very similar, there were undeniable distinctions. Due to special circumstances, I was in disguise before. Now take a good look, Ning Shinro said with a gentle smile. I understand. Su Qingge slapped his forehead in sudden realization. So Her Majesty had been traveling incognito. He had seen this plot device countless times in TV dramas from his past life. So now her identity was revealed. Xiao Ning, could it really be you? Su Qing's eyes widened. TCH, if not me, then who? Just a change of clothes, and you dare not recognize me. Are you even a man? Xiao Ning, could it really be you? Su Qing's eyes widened. TCH, if not me, then who? Just a change of clothes, and you dare not recognize me. Are you even a man? Born before Su Qingge. Su Qing's eyes were fully wide open, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. As a transmigrator, he soon accepted it, and said, Xiao Ning, why did you have to play this trick on me? You scare me half to death. I thought. Isn't this just to see what kind of person my beloved Su is, to get to know you in advance? Ning Shinro smiled charmingly, and added, you said you would marry me, no backing out. This? Su Qingge remained noncommittal. If it were the Xiao Ning from before, he would definitely marry her, without any psychological burden. But now this was the reigning emperor. Dare he marry her? Such audacity. Yet he was never one to be overly sentimental. He chuckled. If you dare to marry, I dare to take you as my wife. That's more like it. Ning Shinro laughed, her smile radiant. Then she said, those two guards at the gate, are they infuriating? Su Qing's gaze turned icy. I'm furious. No wonder you said back then. Exactly. They'll help you bring them down right now. Ning Shinro held her head high with pride. Others might not manage it, but she was the reigning emperor. She could bring down anyone she wished. What was a chancellor compared to the emperor's authority? The chancellor was merely the highest-ranking minister, not the sovereign. Come, I'll take you to behead him right now. With Ning Zionris command, the eunuch in red outside immediately entered. Prepare the carriage. Yes, Your Majesty. Before long, a luxurious carriage was moving through the Meridian Gate. Inside the carriage, Su Qingge and Ning Shinro sat, facing each other, a bit awkward. But the atmosphere was soon broken. Ning Shinro smiled. Don't be so awkward. Treat me as Xiao Ning, not as the emperor. That would be too. In her heart, she didn't want Grand Scholar Su to act this way. She preferred the old, unrestrained manner. That was why she had always been reluctant to reveal her identity. See, now that it's out, Grand Scholar Su can't relax. Su Qingge nodded. It wasn't that he couldn't relax, it was just that in the presence of the emperor, who could truly be at ease? Who dared to? Serving the ruler was like living with a tiger. One wrong word could cost one's head. However, what he didn't know was that Ning Shinro would never bear to have his head roll. Don't be so timid. If you keep this up, they'll get angry. Now I order you to hit me. Ning Shinro grabbed Su Qing's hand and directly slapped it toward her own face. Su Qingge was momentarily stunned, then heard a sharp slap as his hand struck her cheek. Striking the emperor is high treason, but I won't punish you for it. Are you relieved now? Ning Shinro said softly. Su Qingge wasn't actually that cowardly, just a bit restrained. Now that things had come to this, he naturally let go and said, all right, Xiao Ning, massage my back. Oof, no way. Ning Shinro threw a little tantrum. The carriage soon arrived at the city gate. Behind them followed a vast oppressive army, each soldier clad in heavy armor, the clatter of metal echoing. Along the way, all unrelated personnel had already been cleared out. In truth, clearance wasn't even necessary. Anyone who saw this scene turned pale with fear and hastily retreated. At the city gate, the two guards spotted the carriage and immediately knelt in shock. Greetings, Your Majesty. My beloved Su, what do you think should be done with these two? A voice drifted out from within. Beloved Su, what should be done? The two guards' hearts jolted, their faces instantly changing. They weren't dullards and immediately realized the emperor was backing this Grand Scholar Su. But wasn't he a newcomer? How had he become so close to the emperor so quickly? Was that possible? The sun must be rising from the west. Even the powerful figure behind them couldn't compare to the emperor. In that moment, all the arrogance in the two guards' hearts vanished like smoke. They had originally thought that no matter how formidable Qingge was, he was just a grand scholar, without real power in hand, and too low in rank to be compared to the chancellor. But they never dreamed the emperor would shield him. With Xiaoning's backing, Qingge didn't hold back. Kill them all. Dig deep into those behind them, leave none alive. Good. Ning Xianro immediately ordered, arrest these two and behead them on the spot. Thud. The two men instantly wilted, terrified out of their wits, collapsing to the ground with a wail. No. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Grand Scholar Su, it's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Didn't you demand a toll from me? Qingge sneered coldly. A misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. The two dared not admit their guilt, so they fervently kowtowed. Qingge suddenly waved a hand and said, they accepted 1 billion from me yesterday. Investigate it so they may die with no grievance. Yes, Your Excellency. A general immediately approached and searched the two guards. Moments later, 2 receipts. Yesterday's spirit stones had already been converted into receipts by them. Back then, brimming with arrogance, they had immediately indulged in the city's most lavish feast, and even summoned several beauties to play music for their amusement. Yet they never expected retribution to strike so soon. The evidence is ironclad. What else do you have to say? Su Qing's deep voice echoed from within the carriage. The two guards were speechless. They had nothing left to say. Everything became clear. They finally understood. No wonder Lord Su had willingly given each of them 1 billion yesterday. It was a colossal trap lying in wait for them. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The two wailed inwardly. Yet there was no escape. The evidence was undeniable, and no matter what, they could not evade their fate today. Lord Su, we were foolish yesterday. We kowtow to you now, begging you to treat us as beneath notice and spare us. Thud, thud, thud. As they spoke, they kowtowed fiercely once more. How arrogant they were yesterday, how wretched they are today. Qingge remained unmoved and said, weren't you quite arrogant? Didn't you have formidable backing? Now show me that arrogance again if you dare. We dare not, we dare not. We implore Lord Su to disregard us and let us go. I beg you. One guard, the other drenched in tears and sweat, stammered. Yesterday we were far too insolent and blind. You, my lord, are magnanimous. Please do not stoop to our level. I have an elderly mother of 80 above and a child of 3 below. They all depend on me. I beseech you. That's none of my concern. Qingge cut him off curtly, then waved a hand. Kill them. The two guards were struck with a clatter. The general led several soldiers, drawing their broadswords as they closed in. No, no. The guards' faces turned ashen with fear as they stumbled backward. But before they could retreat far, the city gates were barred from the outside, sealed tight. Please, I beg you, no, don't. The two guards clung to life. The general, however, showed no mercy, pinning one to the ground and slicing his blade across the man's neck. Crack! The guard's head tumbled off, rolling several meters away. The remaining guard, utterly terrified, clutched his head and wailed, why did I do that? I regret it so much. Crack! His cries were abruptly silenced. A crimson line appeared on his neck, and then his head flew off. In his final moment, his eyes bulged wide, filled with shock and lingering dread. If he could live his life over, he would never dare to offend Qingge. Now not even his backer could save him. In fact, even that backer might be hard-pressed to protect himself. For the person behind Lord Su was the very superior of his own superior. These were the fleeting thoughts that crossed his mind as he died. Soon he lost consciousness. Drag them away and burn them to ashes, a general commanded. According to the laws of Great Qin, heinous criminals after decapitation must be cremated and their ashes scattered into the Eastern Sea with no concept of burial. This served as a warning to others who might contemplate breaking the law. Grand Scholar Su, shall we investigate those behind these? Ning Xianro asked with a faint smile. Yes, investigate. I'm eager to know who stands behind them to be so insolent. Qingge replied without restraint. Ning Xianro nodded. Very well. She immediately gave orders outside. Summon the Chancellor to see me. Soon a special envoy delivered this command to the Chancellor's residence. Instantly, the entire Chancellor's mansion erupted into an uproar. At the Chancellor's mansion, in the Grand Hall, Chancellor Wang Pu sat restlessly on his chair, unable to fathom why His Majesty had suddenly summoned him. Could it be that his immense power had sparked suspicion? Or perhaps some trivial matter? Strange, I've done nothing wrong. Wang Pu's heart churned with unease. When the Emperor summoned someone by name, it rarely boded well. If it were good news, a decree from the eunuch in red would have arrived at his home. The steward beside him, his face ashen, asked, My lord, shall we go? Go, why not? If I don't, wouldn't that imply? Wang Pu stated candidly. The steward's face turned deathly pale, yet he dared not argue, and merely said, Then let us proceed. Soon Wang Pu set out for the city gate with a retinue of attendants. Upon arrival, the sight of such a grand assembly sent a jolt of alarm through him. Something's wrong. That was his first instinct. As the head of all officials and the leading figure in the court, he possessed an extremely keen intuition. But he had clearly done nothing amiss. The Empress was formidable and unmatched, a paragon of her generation. Who would dare cause trouble? Could it be someone beneath him? A thought surged in Wang Pu's mind. Suddenly he understood. Someone below had erred, and the Emperor was tracing it back to him. If he were unaware, it might be fine, but if he knew losing his official position would be trivial, his entire clan's lives would be at stake. Your humble servant pays homage to your majesty. Wang Pu approached Ning Xianro cautiously, cupping his hands. Rise. Ning Xianro waved her hand. Thank you, your majesty. Cold sweat beaded on Wang Pu's forehead. After the formalities, Ning Xianro began her interrogation. Yet when questioned to the end, Wang Pu knew nothing. He was utterly clueless. He didn't even know about the bribes, nor when those two dogs had taken office, nor their names. You are somewhat remiss as Ning Xianro said, a hint of anger in her voice. Your majesty, that is not the case. Such matters fall outside my purview. As you know, the city gate is under the jurisdiction of lower officials. If the chancellor were to handle every trivial affair personally, would that not be? Wang Pu dared not continue. Ning Xianro understood. Wang Pu was not lying. Indeed, the chancellor was burdened with state affairs daily. Why would he meddle in such petty matters? The second-in-command of the Great Qing Empire concerning himself with a minor security guard. Was that possible? So it must be the work of his subordinates. Ning Xianro quickly adjusted her thoughts. By then Wang Pu had also composed himself, and said, Your Majesty, there is surely deceit here. Please send someone to search my residence, and the truth will come to light. As the Grand Chancellor of Great Qing, he was an incorruptible official with clean sleeves, living a life of simplicity. Mainly because the Empress was so formidable that he harbored no thoughts of rebellion, let alone corruption. Guards, go search the Chancellor's mansion. Ning Xianro gestured to the side. As you command. A general immediately led a large contingent toward the Chancellor's residence. The Chancellor stood tall, his conscience clear. After a short while the men returned and reported, Your Majesty, nothing was found in the Chancellor's home. However, some suspicious individuals were seen sneaking into the residence of this person. The general pointed at the steward beside the Chancellor. The steward's face instantly turned as white as lime powder. The Chancellor smiled and said, I knew it wasn't me. Now that the truth is out, I am cleared. In a flash he realized that those men belonged to the steward, and now that their scheme had been exposed, they were trying to flee. Search Wang Shuang's residence. Ning Xianro ordered. As you command. The general immediately set out. Thump. Thump. Those were the sounds of a heartbeat. The steward was utterly distraught, his body trembling and on the verge of collapse. He was none other than Wang Shuang. And all those misdeeds were his doing. But upon learning the fate of those two guards, he was terrified out of his wits, not daring to breathe. Before long the general returned. Behind him came a large cart laden with chests. Ning Xianro swept her divine sense over them, and found the chests brimming with glittering spirit stones. A rough estimate put them at nearly 100 million. Steward Wang, what is the meaning of this? The Chancellor's hands trembled as he turned to look at his steward. I don't know. I don't know. The steward's face was ghastly pale as he turned to flee. But before he could take a single step, a general blocked his way. Steward Wang, where do you think you're going? Are you unaware of what your subordinates have done? Wang Shuang's expression could not have been uglier. He gritted his teeth and said, What did he do? I don't know. Your two subordinates were incredibly audacious. Yesterday when Lord Su arrived to assume his post, they dared to block him and demand a toll. Not only that, but they also extorted 1 billion from him just yesterday. These are only the cases we've discovered. Who knows how many more remain hidden. Steward Wang, after all these years you must have amassed quite a fortune. The general said coldly. Wang Shuang slapped his forehead, wishing he could just die. Idiots. Two idiots. Why did you have to provoke Lord Su of all people? You've practically charged straight to your deaths. Stupid. He finally understood where he had gone wrong. Those two gatekeepers were his own appointees. Under normal circumstances, when many people entered the capital, they would voluntarily offer some gratuity, without the guards even asking, perhaps to inquire about something or seek information. Such practices were quite common. But later the two guards became unsatisfied and began actively demanding money. Initially their courage was limited and the amounts they asked for were small. Wang Shuang was not an incapable man, but seeing the amounts were trivial and didn't constitute a crime, he let them be. However, they eventually dragged him down with them. It happened one afternoon. A local official was entering the capital. Since he was unfamiliar, the two guards didn't recognize him and stopped him, demanding 3,000 spirit stones. That official was wise to the situation and voluntarily offered 1 million. This of course was a sweet taste of profit for the two guards. It was as if they had opened the door to a whole new world. However, they were also shrewd. They voluntarily handed over 800,000 to Wang Shuang, keeping only 200,000 for themselves. Having gained the benefit, Wang Shuang said nothing and tacitly approved. From then on, the two guards were on a path of no return. Their audacity grew until they demanded money from anyone they saw. Eventually, they ran into Lord Su. And that was the end of it. Su Qingge also swept her divine sense over the chests at that moment, discovering they were all filled with top-grade spirit stones. So many chests. This was no small fortune. Steward Wang, do you have anything else to say? The general asked. There was no longer any need for Ning Xianro to speak. I know nothing. I know nothing. Wang Shuang insisted stubbornly. Nothing. The general laughed. Men administer the ultimate punishment. Let's see if he knows then. The laws of the Great Qing contained many methods for interrogating criminals, methods that could torment one until life was worse than death. At that point, even death would be a luxury. Soon Wang Shuang was taken away. About an hour later, beaten and bloodied, he confessed everything. What awaited with Wang Shuang executed, the Wang family was immediately raided. Everyone, young and old, was taken to the marketplace for execution. That day blood flowed like a river at the market square. Many common people clapped and cheered. Wang Shuang's lackeys didn't spare even the poor commoners. If you left the city and wanted to re-enter, you had to pay. Those with more paid more, those with less paid less, but no one was exempt. No one dared not to pay. Over time the city was filled with grievances. But because their backing was strong, no one dared to speak out. This only made them more arrogant and domineering, pushing their luck further. Now that they had been forcefully brought down, many people were overjoyed, throwing rotten eggs and spoiled cabbages at them. After this matter was dealt with, Wang Pu felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders and returned. He instructed his men that anyone who dared to do such things again would face no leniency, and the investigation would start from the source. This frightened the others into swearing they would never take a step towards death. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Ning Xianrou asked, "Well, my dear Minister Su, are you satisfied?" "Satisfied, extremely satisfied." Su Qingge was beaming, truly overjoyed. "All right, I heard an official wants to see you after the morning court. Go on, don't keep her waiting," Ning Xianrou said with a smile. She had heard about this matter long ago. "And you? When will I marry you?" Su Qingge asked. "Well, if you marry me now, many in the court will think less of you. I intend for you to be promoted quickly to the rank of a top minister. Then no one will object when you marry me." Ning Xianrou smiled and added, "As for how to get promoted quickly, you should know, right?" I know. Su Qingge understood perfectly well. How had she gotten her current position? By having children. The red-robed eunuch had hinted at it before. Keep having children, keep getting promoted. While others toiled and struggled to climb the ranks, all she had to do was add a new member to her family. How comfortable. They'll go now. Su Qingge descended from the carriage and headed over there. The official's mansion was located in the southern part of the city. Since the imperial capital was vast, it took her a full half-hour to arrive. At the gate the guards were startled and quickly bowed. "Greetings, Lord Su." "Not at all, no need for such formality." Su Qingge waved her hand casually. This attitude flattered the guards. Truly worthy of Lord Su, so approachable and down-to-earth, so different from other officials. It didn't take long for Su Qingge to find the official. In the reception hall, after some discussion, Su Qingge arranged a marriage. The next day a grand wedding commenced. The entire imperial capital was bustling with excitement, adorned with blossoms like brocade. Since this marriage was conventional, Mu Xinyue had hired a bridal procession that followed ancient customs, fetching the bride from her home and bringing her to the groom's residence. Nearly all the dignitaries and nobles attended the wedding feast, presenting lavish gifts. Even several governors of the highest rank graced the occasion. Among them was Wang Qian. "My worthy son-in-law, you are truly remarkable, rising to an official post in the capital." Wang Qian was filled with admiration. He recalled his own arduous journey through the imperial examinations, toiling all his life until his hair turned gray, only to end up as a local official. Unlike his son-in-law, who had been directly transferred to the capital. Most importantly, the man had a boundless future ahead. Alas, people were indeed incomparable. Other governors, such as the one of Bohai, shared the same bitter sentiments. Most importantly, the man had a boundless future ahead. Alas, people were indeed incomparable. Other governors, such as the one of Bohai, shared the same bitter sentiments. In any case, the starting point for local officials was vastly inferior to that of capital officials. Any official from the capital upon arriving in the provinces would be met with great deference. As for the female official named Wang Cici, she had fair skin, flowing black hair, and a graceful figure, standing at 1.69 meters. Su Qingge rode a tall horse to her home, drawing a crowd of onlookers along the way. "Wow, that's the newly appointed Lord Su. Oh my, with a face like jade and a demeanor as elegant as a tree in the wind, how can such a handsome man exist in this world? So handsome, utterly handsome. Wow, it's raining red envelopes, everyone grab them." A flurry of red envelopes descended and many scrambled to snatch them. Soon the procession arrived. Wang Cici was escorted into the bridal sedan chair, and the journey back began. In about half an hour the procession entered the residence. A sumptuous wedding feast had already been prepared with a master of ceremonies overseeing the proceedings. After marrying Wang Cici, Su Qingge fulfilled his promise, and also took the goddess of Gai as his concubine. Since he was marrying one today, marrying two was no different. It was more convenient to handle everything at once. Everyone was startled to see him take two brides, but soon they raised their thumbs in admiration. "Impressive. I've never seen a wedding with two brides before. Indeed, Lord Su truly broadens our horizons. May you soon have children, may you soon have children." An hour later the grand wedding came to a lively conclusion. That evening Su Qingge carried the goddess of Gai into the bridal chamber and lifted her red veil. As for Wang Cici, that could wait for another day. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The goddess of Gai bore Su Qingge twins, both boys. Wang Cici gave birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, a cause for celebration. With more members in the family, Mu Xinyue bustled about joyfully. However, due to his busy schedule, the eunuch in red only arrived 7 days after the births to deliver the rewards. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. After the proclamation, the rewards were distributed. Since 4 children were born this time, the empress promoted Su Qingge by 1 rank, elevating him to the 4th official rank. Do not underestimate the 4th rank. It was far more formidable than the sub-4th rank. Wherever he went, everyone would have to tread carefully. In addition, there were 3 billion spirit stones, numerous latest research achievements from the military camp, and countless maids and servants bestowed upon him. Many officials were green with envy. Yet though they envied, they bore no jealousy. Lord Su, tomorrow at the morning court you will attend as a fourth-rank official. Congratulations. The eunuch in red smiled, handing over a storage pouch that felt heavy, its contents unknown. Qingge did not inspect it, certain it held many treasures. He said, "Very well, I appreciate your trouble in making this trip, eunuch. Not at all, not at all. In the future, I shall rely on your guidance, and hope you will put in a good word for me before His Majesty." The eunuch in red quickly clasped his hands, his face full of smiles, his demeanor respectful. If at first he had been haughty like during his first visit to the Morong family to deliver rewards, now he saw that Su Qing's meteoric rise was imminent. He must forge a good relationship early. Qingge guidance, and hope you will put in a good word for me before his... The next day, early in the morning, the palace gate was filled with various officials. I heard that Lord Su's family has added 4 new members. He must be promoted by a rank. My goodness, that's incredible. I want to have children too. When will I be able to have one? The discussions were fervent. As soon as the news from Qingge was relayed, they were the first to know. Although they were envious, where could they find men to bear children? Some of those male officials were already married, and some were not particularly attractive, far from what they desired. But it wasn't entirely the case. Mainly after meeting Lord Su, they lost interest in those men. Everyone look. Lord Su is here. A voice rang out. Everyone looked up, and indeed saw Lord Su walking over in a new official robe. The speed of his promotion is truly enviable. I've been stuck at the 4th rank for nearly 20 years, and still haven't been promoted. And he... Son, don't mention it, I've been at the 4th rank for half my life, and still haven't moved up. It feels as if I'm permanently stagnant. But Lord Su, he just... Shoo, I'm already at the 3rd rank. I feel like he won't take long to surpass me. The crowd erupted in discussions, each filled with envy. Soon Qingge approached and greeted them. Greetings, everyone. We are honored, Lord Su. Greetings, Lord Su. Wishing Lord Su prosperity like the East Sea. May all wishes come true, and may you have many children. Many officials hurriedly bowed. Given his speed of promotion, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed them. They needed to get close to him. At that moment, a voice came through. The morning court begins. Everyone come in. Soon all entered the Golden Luan Hall. Lord Su, starting today, you are officially promoted to the position of Shaoqing of the Dali Temple. If you have any questions, Ning Xianro paused suddenly. She was going to say that he should familiarize himself with the laws of Daqin, since the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple, the highest court, is responsible for this. But then she thought Lord Su would be promoted again. Soon being a Shaoqing was merely gilding. Learning would be pointless. If all goes well, he would be promoted next year, so what was the need for study? It would be pointless. She changed her words. Later go to the Dali Temple to check on a few cases and familiarize yourself. This was also to silence the crowd. If Lord Su were to marry her in the future, and if he held a high position, the officials naturally wouldn't have anything to say. If he married her right after arriving, various rumors would undoubtedly erupt in the court. I accept the decree, Qingge nodded. Subsequently, other officials began reporting today's affairs. The land of Daqin is vast, with different events happening every moment. Where there are natural disasters, where there are man-made calamities, where golden dragons appear. And so on, various incidents occurred daily requiring reports. About an hour later, the morning court concluded. Qingge took a palanquin to the Dali Temple. This official, Sima Yin, pays respects to Lord Su. The second-in-command of the Dali Temple had already heard the news and immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. His attitude was as respectful as it could be, almost wagging his tail. Qingge smiled slightly at him. Under Sima Yan's guidance, Qingge quickly entered the Dali Temple. Qingge sat down confidently, and Sima Yan immediately presented documents, saying, Lord Su, these are the recent cases handled, please take a look. Sima Yan flattered him with a broad smile. Qingge couldn't help but look at him a few more times. This person really knows how to talk. What have I taught him as a newcomer? Sima Yan flattered him with a broad smile. Qingge couldn't help but look at him a few more times. This person really knows how to talk. What have I taught him as a newcomer? This flattery was getting out of hand. All right, do you have any other matters? Qingge waved his hand. Yes, we recently received reports from the public that someone bribed other officials. That official has now been imprisoned, and the bribes are here. This matter is extremely serious and cannot be tolerated. As he spoke, Sima Yan waved his hand to the side. Immediately an officer brought over a huge treasure chest, and this is the bribe from that person. Although the amount is not large, our Dali Temple is known for its integrity. How could we tolerate corruption? Sima Yan said solemnly. Qingge took a glance, and saw that the chest was filled to the brim with silver notes, shining brightly, each note worth millions. Roughly estimated there were about 3 billion in total. My lord, I've finished counting. There are a total of 20 million in real money. The rest are all counterfeit. I suggest sending these counterfeit notes to your residence for you to verify before making further decisions. Excellent. Qingge was no one to feign reluctance. She accepted outright. You there, seal these counterfeit notes and deliver them to the magistrate's residence without delay. Sima Yan issued the order to the constable. The constable blinked in surprise, then hurried to obey. Once he departed, Xiaoma, let me tell you. Counterfeiting is an offense that must never be tolerated. I have only just assumed office, yet someone dares forge currency already. How can this be allowed? Indeed. Your Excellency perceives all with the clarity of autumn frost. Such transgressions must be crushed before they even rise. Sima Yan bowed deeply, his posture subservient. Then Qingge strode toward the prison cells. I'd rather die than speak. Go ahead, kill me if you dare. No sooner had she entered the cell than a burly man's defiant shouts echoed through the damp stone walls. Qingge glanced inside. A jailer whipped the man relentlessly, splitting his scalp open and drawing blood, but still he refused to talk. Perhaps we should just kill him. Sima Yin cast a single disdainful glance and spoke coldly. The jailer turned and froze upon seeing the deputy magistrate bowing obsequiously beside Qingge like a humble servant. Instantly he realized this was the newly appointed magistrate Su. Trembling, he drew his broadsword and brought it down in a single brutal stroke upon the man's skull. No, I lied. Don't cut. I'll tell you everything. I swear. The man's face paled, instantly ashen with terror. Sima Yin beamed. Your Excellency's wisdom is unmatched. Qingge offered a casual smile and continued deeper into the prison. Every corridor reeked of iron-rich blood. Many prisoners lay half-dead, their moans rising like a chorus of despair. As they passed one cell, a jailer approached and asked, Your Excellency, this prisoner hanged himself last night. Shall we remove the body for burial? Qingge glanced at the corpse and nodded. Remove it. It took nearly half a day to traverse the vast labyrinth. At noon, news arrived of a fresh case. The Han sect had ambushed merchants along the trade route and seized medicinal herbs. Your Excellency, what perfect timing. You've barely taken office and already a matter of consequence presents itself. Sima Yin wore not anger, but delight. Qingge grasped his meaning at once. He welcomed criminals for glory, sought no master. It simply awaited those who seized it first. Before long, a massive contingent of soldiers led by Qingge soared toward the Han sect aboard a colossal The Han sect lay 1,000 li from the imperial capital, a major sect whose founding patriarch was rumored to stand on the threshold of sainthood. Yet whispers claimed his cultivation had recently weakened, though none knew whether truth or rumor. When the imperial forces descended, the Han sect remained unperturbed. Its disciples watched the officials' arrival with faint mocking smiles. The sect master emerged from the great hall, offering a perfunctory bow. His tone was neither warm nor hostile. So I merely seized a few goods, worth less than 100,000 spirit stones. Is this truly worth such a show of force? The vice-director of the Supreme Court himself investigates this case. Any who resist shall be executed without mercy. Sima Yin thundered. What ill fortune, to choose this precise moment when Magistrate Su had just assumed office. It was as if fate itself had delivered them into the hands of justice. The sect master recoiled inwardly. Before he could utter a word, soldiers swarmed and subdued him. Then like a sudden storm, the black tide of troops dispersed across the sect's grounds. Within an hour, every soul stood bound and captive. The sect master cried out in disbelief. What is happening? But he had lost even the right to protest. Soon all were shackled and conveyed to the Supreme Court. One day later, the Han sect's patriarch paid an exorbitant ransom, 10 billion spirit stones, to secure their release. Your Excellency, this is outright bribery by the Han patriarch. This official has always held such tainted wealth in deepest contempt. I respectfully propose these illicit funds be delivered directly to Your Excellency's residence, where you may personally consign them to oblivion. What is your esteemed judgment? Sima Yin suggested. Very well. So be it, Qingge replied with a light smile. That evening, weary from the day's labor, Qingge returned home, only to find his mother-in-law Mu Xinyue counting money so furiously her fingers trembled. He smiled faintly, not a word escaped his lips. Of course, 30 billion counterfeit spirit stones plus 10 billion genuine ones. Who could possibly count them all? In the living room, the goddess Gu she had already prepared dinner, a lavish spread. Spicy black fungus, fiery carp, lion's head meatballs, tender braised beef. Each dish richly seasoned, fragrant, and abundant. Qingge entered, savoring each bite with quiet delight. After dinner, he carried the goddess Gu she gently into their chamber. At dawn, the early morning sunlight cascaded down, bathing the garden in a golden glow. Dewdrops glistened, cicadas chirped, and frogs croaked. A scene of serene tranquility. Inside the house, Qingge opened the door and stepped out, revealing a refreshing smile. Soon it was time to head to work again. The affairs of the Dali Temple were immensely demanding, requiring his presence early. Before long, at the Dali Temple. Greetings, Lord Su. Good morning, Lord Su. One by one, the officials bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. You have all worked hard, Qingge said with a gentle wave of his hand. It is our honor to serve you. The crowd cheered. Without further ado, Qingge took his seat. Sima Yin approached with a smile, handing him a document. My lord, yesterday in Jinhua City, a marriage fraud case occurred. The victim, a wealthy landowner, was swindled out of half his fortune. Please take a look. Qingge furrowed his brow. Taking the document, he was greatly astonished. The defrauded landowner turned out to be Wang Xiaosan. Could it be a namesake? Qingge was speechless. His own brother-in-law couldn't possibly be this foolish, having learned from past mistakes. What does Jinhua City say about this? He inquired. Sima Yin replied respectfully. The city lord of Jinhua stated that the matter is too significant for him to decide rashly, fearing your displeasure. Did he really say that? Qingge's brow furrowed deeper. If so, could it truly be his poor brother-in-law? At once. Prepare the carriage. Shortly after, in Jinhua City, Qingge arrived in his carriage accompanied by a retinue of Dali Temple officials. At once. Prepare the carriage. Shortly after, in Jinhua City, Qingge arrived in his carriage accompanied by a retinue of Dali. Could it be because of Boss Wang's case? What has Boss Wang done to deserve the attention of the Dali Temple? Shouldn't you know? He's Lord Su's brother-in-law. I heard Lord Su was promoted to a 4th-rank official less than a year after arriving in the capital. Now that this has happened, the city lord probably didn't dare to handle it, and reported it to his superiors. Is that so? Damn, this has blown up big time. Passers-by all halted, their eyes wide with shock. Before the carriage had even crossed the street, officials from the city lord's mansion came to receive him. Your subordinate Ma Wanli, city lord of Jinhua, pays respects to Lord Su. The city lord knelt on the ground, his demeanor reverent. Rise. A voice came from within the carriage. Yes. The city lord of Jinhua stood up. After the pleasantries, Qingge quickly learned that the fault did not lie with Wang Xiaosan. The woman from the brothel had put on a pitiful appearance, begging Wang Xiaosan to redeem her and marry her. Wang Xiaosan, now well off, redeemed her, but had no intention of taking her as a concubine, advising her to find a good husband instead. But the brothel woman clung to him, weeping about her tragic past. A tale so sorrowful it moved all who heard it. Unable to bear it, Wang Xiaosan, who had also experienced hardship and understood the struggles of the lower class, reluctantly took her as a concubine. Then the bride price was 10 million, and with the other gifts and the wedding banquet, the total cost came to nearly 50 million. Just a few days after the wedding, the brothel woman demanded a divorce without giving any reason, insisting on splitting Wang Xiaosan's assets equally. Wang Xiaosan suddenly realized she was after his wealth. He naturally refused. But the woman hired some lawyers and filed a lawsuit claiming Wang Xiaosan was cold to her after marriage and even physically abusive. She demanded compensation for wasted youth, psychological therapy, and various other fees. A blatant extortion. Wang Xiaosan saw through her marriage fraud and was unafraid, telling her to sue if she wished. She did just that. The lawsuit reached the city lord's mansion, and the city lord, trembling with hesitation, dared not make a decision and reported it to higher authorities. Where's my brother-in-law now? Asked Qingge. The city lord replied respectfully, he is at the Fulai Inn. Qingge immediately headed there. Before long, brother-in-law, Wang Xiaosan, overjoyed, came out to greet him. I've heard about your situation. Rest assured, no matter where she sues, it will be futile. I am now the deputy minister of the Dali Temple. What can she do to you? Qingge said with a smile. An ordinary person might have had to swallow this bitter pill. Wang Xiaosan was overjoyed. Brother-in-law is formidable. The servants watching felt as if a weight had been lifted from their hearts. Truth be told, they found the situation unbearable. The woman was clearly committing marriage fraud. She had already received 30 million in bride price, and now she wanted half of his assets. No way. Such insatiable greed. Brother-in-law, that woman infuriates me. On our wedding night, she refused to consummate the marriage unless I paid her. I've seen plenty of women, so I didn't give her money and didn't touch her. The very thought of it makes my blood boil. Wang Xiaosan fumed. A woman like this brings shame to her own gender. Qingge remarked, a flicker of anger rising within him. Were these not the same as those entitled maidens from his past life? And an ungrateful one at that. Forget it, he'll just seize her and execute her later. He immediately led his men to that courtesan had returned to the brothel, living and eating there, bragging to her companions about how easily she had made a fortune, earning applause from the other women. But the next moment a cry came from outside. Trouble! Trouble! Before the courtesan could react, heavy footsteps thundered up the stairs, clearly those of formidable fighters. The Court of Judicial Review is conducting an investigation. All bystanders clear the area. A furious shout sent the patrons fleeing in panic. Even the madam paled, gasping in shock. The other courtesans scrambled away. They weren't fools, they sensed that someone from the higher authorities had come to investigate the case. The door creaked open. A soldier entered, grabbed the courtesan, and dragged her outside. Kneel! The soldier barked. The courtesan dared to look up and saw a young man in a crimson official robe staring at her. His bearing was undeniably extraordinary. Perhaps he was the very head of the Court of Judicial Review. Terrified, she collapsed to the ground, trembling. Thighs. Your Excellency, please see the truth. See what truth? Qingge asked. Thighs. You. The courtesan stammered incoherently. Indeed, what truth was there to see? But she gritted her teeth and said, Your Excellency, that man was extremely cold to me, even struck and cursed me. I, a poor woman, had no choice but to file a complaint. Qingge interrupted. Where did he hit you? Here and here. The courtesan pointed to her shoulder. Someone remove her upper garments and examine the wounds. Qingge waved his hand. The courtesan's face turned deathly pale. She had never been struck, it was merely a fabrication. But she never expected this official to demand an inspection. Soon soldiers came, and without explanation tore open her clothes. She resisted, but the soldier's strength left her no chance. Qingge glanced and said coldly, Where are the wounds? I see none. The courtesan gritted her teeth. The wounds have healed. Oh, so quickly. Qingge feigned curiosity and ordered, Summon a physician to examine her for any bruises and drain them promptly. The courtesan's heart skipped a beat, her face twisting in alarm. Qingge gave her no chance to speak, simply waving for the physician. Moments later the physician arrived and began the examination. After a while the physician reported, Your Excellency, there are no bruises. Any injuries? Qingge asked. No injuries. If there were bruises would surely appear and take at least 10 days to fade. The physician answered. Qingge turned to the courtesan. Do you have anything else to say? Nothing, but shouldn't he compensate me for all my expenses? The courtesan remained defiant, oblivious to Su Qingge's identity. Though she had heard that Wang Xiaoshan had a relative serving as a high official in the capital, it might not be someone from the Court of Judicial Review. Who exactly had come? Why should he compensate you? You were never truly married, you were merely nominal spouses. I now declare you guilty of extortion. Come with me. Without waiting for her reply, Su Qingge gestured. Soldiers immediately gagged the courtesan, bound her, and threw her into the prison cart. Su Qingge then shot a glance at another soldier who understood at once and roared, "Men, seal this brothel and arrest everyone. Escort them to the capital." A massive arrest operation commenced. In just half an hour the brothel was sealed. Then a large group of courtesans were loaded into prison carts and transported to the capital. After the warship departed, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief, filled with emotion. Ah, this is the benefit of having connections in the court. Indeed, with such a relative in power, who would dare offend Lord Wang from now on? Well said. Remember how arrogant that courtesan was before. Where is her arrogance now? Gone. Huh. I bet her legs went weak with fear. Makes sense. Honestly, seeing so many soldiers, even though I wasn't the one being arrested, my legs trembled too. In the imperial capital, a procession of prison carts soon halted before the Ministry of Justice, drawing a flurry of murmurs from the crowd. What's happening? Why have they arrested so many women? They must have committed some crime, though what it is remains unclear. It seems they all hail from the same place. The ministry will have its hands full now. At Su Qingge's command, the prisoners were swiftly escorted into the cells. The sharp crack of whips echoed through the dungeon. The women were lashed mercilessly, their agonized wails filling the air as blood streaked their faces. Your Excellency, these individuals have committed grave offenses. According to the laws of Great Qin, they may be executed. Sima Yan added, his words dripping with insinuation. He could clearly see that Su Qingge desired their deaths. Yet their misdeeds, though despicable, fell far short of warranting capital punishment. All that was needed was an authoritative voice to pronounce judgment. If such a voice speaks, their survival becomes impossible. Handle this matter entirely on your own, Su Qingge stated. Leaving it to Sima Yan would be far more convenient than acting herself, as she was utterly ignorant of the law and could not fabricate a charge even if she wished. But with the astute Sima Yan in charge, everything would be different and far less troublesome. What? Oh heavens, I merely resorted to extortion. That's not a capital offense. Not a capital offense. The brothel woman wailed, trembling uncontrollably at the mention of execution. The others also began to shake violently, their limbs quaking like sieves. Su Qingge, uninterested in their pleas. That day the Ministry of Justice ran with blood. Heads rolled, each pair of eyes wide open in death. Unyielding in their protest of— That day the Ministry of Justice ran with blood. Heads rolled, each pair of eyes wide open in death. Unyielding in their protest of innocence. Their mouths were sealed, rendering them voiceless even in their final moments. Sima Yan's fabricated charge was cunning. The women had indeed extorted, but their aim was to ruin Wang Xiaoshan's fate. Once they had extracted half his wealth, they would have demanded the rest, driving his household to ruin. Was that not the case? The brothel woman was left speechless. In her dying moments, she was consumed by regret, realizing she had provoked someone she should never have crossed. Her adversary wanted her dead, and though her crime did not merit execution, she had no choice but to die. The matter soon concluded. That night, as Su Qingge journeyed home, she was followed. A masked figure in black, employing some technique to conceal his presence, revealed not a trace of aura. Unaware of the stalker, Su Qingge returned home. The next morning, during the imperial court session, a memorial was presented to the emperor's desk. Your Majesty, the Deputy Minister of Justice has accepted bribes of immense value. We beseech your Majesty to investigate, a minister declared sternly. Among the crowd, Su Qingge frowned. He did not recognize the speaker. The court was crowded with officials, impossible to know them all. Yet it was clear this man sought to undermine him. Upon hearing of Su Qingge's alleged corruption, the other ministers exchanged bewildered glances. How could this be? It seemed utterly improbable. Was Su Qingge short of money? Not at all. So why would he take bribes? Impossible. But until the emperor spoke, none dared to comment. In the grand hall, Ning Xianrou glanced at the memorial, noted the staggering sum, and asked, "Do you have evidence?" The man replied, "Yes, dispatch someone to search his residence, and the truth will emerge." Ning Xianrou raised an eyebrow, turning her gaze to Su Qingge. Had he truly accepted bribes? Not that it mattered. Corruption was commonplace among officials. Even if the sum was vast, what of it? With her protection, who would dare act against him? She said coldly, "I have long decreed that no one is to impeach the Deputy Minister of Justice." Are you deaf? The man, a middle-aged official in a blue robe, was taken aback. Your Majesty, I wish not to interfere, but the scale of his bribery threatens the state's stability. I felt compelled. Nonsense. Sima Yan stepped forward. Do you have evidence? Do not slander without proof. The middle-aged man laughed. Huh. I have proposed a search that will yield the evidence. Sima Yan gritted his teeth. You are spouting calumny. For all we know, you have planted treasures in his home to frame him. The middle-aged official said with a beaming smile, Why are you so nervous? I was merely investigating your master, wasn't I? What's this? Your master isn't afraid, but you his dog are. Huh? Afraid of what? What do I have to fear? Sima Yan retorted, seething with rage. Quiet, no more arguing. Ning Xianrou interrupted coldly, then addressed the middle-aged official. Since you wish to investigate, send your men. She too wanted to see just how much this man despised Qingge. After all going to such lengths to frame Qingge surely meant there was something amiss. You and you. And you, the three of you, take your men to his mansion and turn it upside down. The middle-aged official commanded. Immediately 3 men stepped forward, left the palace, and led a troop charging toward the Morong residence. About an hour later they returned. Behind them numerous soldiers carried enormous chests, each brimming with banknotes of staggering denominations, every single one bearing a terrifying sum. If leaked out, it would cover many people's living expenses for half a lifetime. In the blink of an eye, these bribes were carried into the grand hall. Many gasped at the sight of such wealth. I never expected Lord Su to have embezzled so much. Truly remarkable. Indeed, he has surpassed us all, the student outshining the master. The Dali Temple itself is a lucrative post, but we've never seen anyone as corrupt as him. Should keep your voice down. Murmurs spread through the hall. The middle-aged official turned to Ning Shinro, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, the evidence is conclusive. Sima Yan's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He feared Ning Xianris' wrath. After all, such a colossal sum would land anyone in serious trouble. Moreover, it implicated him as well. If Qingge fell, he too would be thrown into prison. Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly heard Ning Shinro laugh. Enough, this isn't embezzlement. Huh. Sima Yan was stunned. Not embezzlement. Then what was it? The middle-aged official was also taken aback, asking, Your Majesty, this is clearly his loot, isn't it? This was my gift to him. I thought since he had just arrived in the capital he needed funds to repair his courtyard, support his family, and cover all aspects of marriage and children, so I bestowed this upon him. How can you call it embezzlement? Are you mistaken about something? Ning Shinro said. Her words left the middle-aged official utterly bewildered. According to his intelligence, this was undoubtedly Su King's ill-gotten gains. But how had it become a gift from His Majesty himself? What on earth was going on? For a moment, he stood frozen in place. Minister Su, I gifted you so much money. Why haven't you spent it? What's the matter, reluctant to part with it? Don't hoard it, spend it freely. Why be so frugal? But he hadn't expected His Majesty to shield him so directly. Yet thinking about it, it made sense. He was soon to be But he hadn't expected His Majesty to shield him so directly. Yet thinking about it, it made sense. He was soon to be His Majesty's man. Oh, would she really punish him? Absolutely impossible. Thump. He clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, your humble servant comes from a humble background and deeply understands the difficulty of earning money. Thus I am extremely frugal with every coin and have never spent it. As his words fell, a close confidant of the middle-aged official was fuming with rage, but he dared not say anything. The intelligence he had gathered clearly indicated these were bribes and embezzlement. But how was this possible? It turned out to be a gift from His Majesty. Could it be that His Majesty had sent it to the Dali Temple's deputy minister through Sima Yan? Was that how gifts were given? Though he sensed something was amiss, he didn't dare voice it. Ning Shinro laughed. Never mind, spend it as you wish. If it runs out, I'll send you more later. Excellent. Qingge revealed a satisfied smile. The act was so convincing, even he believed it himself. On Sima Yan's side, he too was almost convinced. Only one thought occupied his mind. Did His Majesty value Lord Su this much? It seemed he had chosen the right patron. Lord Su was destined for meteoric success. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. Your humble servant will spend the money immediately from now on. If I can't finish it, I'll save it, but never keep it at home, lest I be slandered again. Qingge said with a smile. Many officials nearby, unaware of the truth, glared at the middle-aged official with anger. You dared to frame Lord Su. This man is far too audacious, daring to frame Lord Su. He's practically courting death. Indeed, he must be tired of living. Lord Su has been utterly loyal to His Majesty. How could he possibly do such a thing? Lord Su is hardly lacking in wealth. Look, His Majesty bestowed so much upon him. Why would he need to embezzle? There's simply no need. Exactly, I wouldn't need to either. It's not just unnecessary, but it also carries risks. Utterly foolish. What do you think will become of this fellow? I doubt he'll meet a good end. Daring to frame Lord Su. He truly has a death wish. Many officials were seething with indignation. These were all female officials. They belonged to the faction that judged by appearances, believing looks represented everything. In other words, beauty was justice. Qingge was exceptionally handsome and elegant. They all felt he could never commit such acts. Even if he had, it would surely be someone else's fault. It had nothing to do with him. How could a man of such integrity be guilty of corruption? Meanwhile, many male officials were also staring at the chests on the ground. The Empress had bestowed so much wealth upon Lord Su. This clearly demonstrated how highly she valued him. It seemed Lord Su was deeply trusted by Her Majesty and was destined for a meteoric rise. I must quickly curry favor with him. Lord Su is bound to become Her Majesty's most favored advisor. If I don't act now, someone else will beat me to it. An official thought impatiently to himself. He was Wang Pu, the Prime Minister. From his vantage point and insight, he could naturally see that Her Majesty held Lord Su in exceptionally high regard. It was almost inconceivably favorable. Even as Prime Minister, he had never in his life seen so much money. Truly a magnificent sight. Her Majesty rewarded Lord Su with such a vast sum. She must have tremendous faith in him. He had to ingratiate himself with Su immediately. Aside from Wang Pu, many other officials were also eager to fawn over Qingge. Any clear-eyed person who wasn't a fool could see Her Majesty's favor toward him. Thus they had to act swiftly. Opportunities like this were fleeting. If they waited too long, it would be too late. Lord Su, after the morning court, I humbly invite you to my residence. Please do me the honor. Wang Pu transmitted his voice discreetly. This was the morning court where officials were forbidden from speaking. At least, so certain words had to be encrypted through voice transmission. Su Qingge was slightly bewildered. What was going on? Why did the Prime Minister want him to visit? He had just eliminated the Prime Minister's steward. Could this be a trap waiting for him? Alright. He agreed directly. Even if it were a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, so what? Could the Prime Minister possibly devour him? Is there anything else? From the dragon throne, Ning Xianro asked. Your Majesty, the great song has been stirring restlessly for a year without launching an attack. We cannot fathom their intentions. Could they be trying to unsettle our troops? A border general stepped forward to report. Ning Xianro furrowed her brow. Indeed, the great song had been restless for a year, either conducting drills or engaging in covert operations. Yet a year had passed with no offensive. What was the meaning of this? Could it be a feint to the east while attacking in the west? Or perhaps they were simply idle? No, the possibility of idleness was extremely slim, utterly impossible. Continue monitoring. If anything seems amiss, crush them directly. Ning Xianro was not one to waver. Their drills and exercises were harmless enough, or perhaps they were meant to intimidate other dynasties with little relevance to her own. As you command, Your Majesty. The general withdrew. Nothing else of note occurred, and the morning court concluded. On the way back, Su Qing's carriage rode alongside the Prime Minister's. They soon arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. Just as he was about to enter, Su Qing's system rewards arrived. Strangely enough, after the birth of his 4 children, the system's rewards had been delayed. He had assumed rewards would arrive immediately after each birth, as had been the case before. But this time, even the Empress rewards had been delivered before the systems. He wondered what was going on. Now, however, they had finally arrived. Oh well, as long as they're here. Su Qingge was quite philosophical. He had thought the system might be malfunctioning. But it seemed it had just been on a temporary standby. Since it would eventually give him what was due, there was no need to rush. Beep. Detection: the host has given birth to 4 offspring at once, and the system automatically awards rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 cards for the 8th Emperor Experience. 4 cards for 800 years of cultivation. 4 cards for 8 million gene of strength. A high-grade weapon, the Breaking Heaven Battle Halberd. Beep. Due to the host giving birth to 4 descendants at once, an additional reward has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a legendary treasure chest. I hope the host will continue to strive and have more children, as the next reward will be even more abundant. So many. Su Qingge was somewhat pleasantly surprised. Then it suddenly dawned on her that the more she gave birth, the more rewards she would naturally receive. Moreover, the legendary treasure chest system was also arranged. Lord Su, please come in. Outside, the voice of the Chancellor called out. Wang Pu led him to the door, only to find that he had stopped and did not enter. He did not know that Su Qingge was checking the system rewards. Of course, Su Qingge would not let him know that. He thought that Su Qingge was being aloof and unwilling to enter. This made him anxious. He did not want that. If he could befriend Lord Su, it would definitely bring countless benefits in the future. Lord Su. Hearing no response from inside, he hurriedly asked again. Wait a moment, Su Qingge replied. She was currently checking the rewards and did not want to be disturbed. Immediately there was silence outside. Wang Pu stood nervously to the side like a primary school student. At the gate of the Chancellor's residence, 2 guards were astonished at the scene, their jaws nearly dropping. The dignified Chancellor, a figure second only to the Emperor, was actually standing in front of Lord Su's carriage, his hands and feet trembling, slightly too afraid to utter a word like a schoolboy. This was simply unbelievable. If others were to see this, who knows how shocked they would be. It was akin to a fantasy tale, though no one would believe it. Inside the carriage, Su Qing's gaze fell on the cultivation cards. 4 cards for the 8th Emperor Experience. There was nothing much to say. After use, her cultivation would directly rise to that of an emperor, incredibly powerful, lasting for 24 hours. With 4 cards, that would be 96 hours, terrifyingly powerful. She could overpower anyone she encountered. However, it should be noted that Ning Xianro's cultivation was also merely at the 8th Emperor level, but this was directly 4 cards of the 8th Emperor. However, this was not permanent cultivation, while Ning Xianro's was. But it was still acceptable. After all, she had cultivated step by step, enduring countless hardships along the way, so she should feel satisfied. Next was the 800 years of cultivation card. This was also 4 cards, 1 for 800 years, 2 for 1600 years, 3 for 2400 years, and next was the 800 years of cultivation card. This was also 4 cards, 1 for 800 years, 2 for 1600 years, 3 for 2400 years, and 4 for 3200 years. Others would need to cultivate for a full 3200 years to obtain such terrifying cultivation. But she had it directly. Truly excellent. Su Qing's face was glowing, feeling ecstatic. Next came the 8 million gene strength card. Stacked together, that would be 32 million gene. A single punch would unleash an unimaginable strength. Just thinking about that scene made her blood boil. Then there was the high-grade weapon, the Breaking Heaven Battle Halberd. Su Qingge took a look and found that this halberd was a 3-pronged, double-edged weapon, its sharp head gleaming with a terrifying luster more dazzling than the moonlight. Just a glance was enough to almost blind her eyes, as if a beam of strong light were shining directly into her eyes, causing a painful sensation. Truly frightening. Not bad. Awesome. Su Qingge could not contain her joy. The products of the system were undoubtedly of high quality, greatly enhancing her foundation. Next was the understanding of the high-grade technique, the ancient breaking heaven art. This was a divine art from the ancient era, exceedingly powerful. It was said to have been written by a terrifying mastermind from ancient times who exhausted his life's efforts to compose it. If practiced, it could break heaven with a mere snap of the fingers. It was that powerful. Qingge flipped through it and found that it was filled with various ancient runes and patterns profoundly mysterious. Just a glance made her mind whirl with various profound meanings like a great river flowing endlessly intense and vigorous. She was not in a hurry to cultivate and began to check the legendary treasure chest. What might a treasure chest of legendary level contain when opened? Open! Qingge rubbed her hands together, feeling quite expectant. He pressed his hands against the chest and swiftly lifted the lid. Peering inside, he found a single seed. It was a peanut seed roughly the size of a fingernail, exuding a captivating fragrance. No way, just a seed. What am I supposed to do with this? Qingge was utterly bewildered. What was going on? A legendary treasure chest, and he had expected something extraordinary only to find this. This was too disappointing. Yet suddenly recalling that anything from the system could not be worthless, he suspected this item might indeed possess something unique. System, what is this? Surely it's not just an ordinary peanut. Qingge inquired. With a soft chime, the system's voice resounded. Of course it's no ordinary peanut. Try eating it and see. So it really wasn't ordinary. Qingge immediately picked up the peanut and placed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. He bit down on the peanut. Soon Qingge felt an extremely domineering and formidable force permeate his body. In an instant, an indescribable sense of ease washed over him, as if a long-ailing person had suddenly been cured of all ailments. His entire being was flooded with an incomparable coolness and comfort. System, what's happening? Qingge was intensely curious. This comfort brought him an immense sensation, and even the scent of the air seemed transformed, becoming sweet as spring water. He wondered if his constitution had been enhanced, allowing him to discern the air's richness. The system's voice echoed again. You have obtained the body of all things. All things are now intimately connected with you. You will never fall ill. In other words, you are immune to all diseases. Holy shit. No way. Qingge was stunned. Was it really this powerful? Immune to all diseases. Holy cow, this was beyond belief. He took a deep breath to calm his surging emotions, then carefully observed the... Indeed, it seemed all things possessed a spirit. The spiritual energy in the air naturally gravitated toward him, seeping into his body, without effort, constantly enhancing his cultivation. However, the air also contained impurities. Once these entered the body, they could cause illness. But with this constitution, all impurities were repelled, unable to penetrate. Truly a formidable ability. So that's it. Good, 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 truly good. Qingge was ecstatic, exclaiming good 3 times in a row. Nothing in the world could be more satisfying than immunity to all diseases. Imagine, a person who would never fall ill. How remarkable would that be? One might even mistake him for the chosen one. No, even the chosen one didn't enjoy such a privilege. Subsequently, he directly used the cultivation cards. All 4 at once. It was at this moment that he understood the true benefit of this constitution. Never falling ill meant no fear of chi deviation causing a body explosion. Using 4 cultivation cards simultaneously would have been unbearable for his original constitution. An explosion would have been the least severe outcome. But now it didn't matter, he could absorb them freely. Whoosh! 3200 years of cultivation surged into him. In an instant he felt an overwhelming numbness of pleasure throughout his body, as if warm currents were flowing and granting a tremendous boost. This sensation lasted for half an hour before gradually subsiding. Qingge's cultivation had instantly reached the... Moreover, his foundation became incredibly solid under the intense surge of cultivation power, so stable that it would never decline even if he neglected training. My heavens, what's happening? Master Su is actually breaking through. I was too rash. Wang Pu outside was shocked, realizing that the master had stopped earlier to break through his cultivation, and he had foolishly disturbed him, utterly reckless. However, fortunately, he didn't take offense. If it were someone else, they would have probably exploded in fury. During a breakthrough, one must not be disturbed. A disturbance could result in the formation of inner demons at best, or a direct body explosion at worst. The consequences were severe. As he pondered, cold sweat beaded on Wang Pu's forehead. Then he stood respectfully to the side, waiting obediently. Inside the carriage, after absorbing the cultivation cards, Qingge proceeded to use the power cards. Boom! As all the power cards entered his body, his physical strength surged layer by layer like a rocket shooting upward, rising unstoppably. Boom! 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 Violent explosions echoed from within his body like thunder from the heavens, terrifying and deafening. In no time his physical strength reached an incredibly formidable level. Haha, exhilarating. The crackling explosions throughout his body made Qingge's face glow with delight. Not long after, Qingge had utilized all the resources, further augmenting his own strength until he almost brushed against the next realm. Yet this was essentially of little use, for should any situation arise, he could simply activate the Emperor card and sweep through everything effortlessly, requiring nothing, not even his own cultivation. Moreover, the Emperor card bore no side effects whatsoever. This was utterly exhilarating. Consider that others had to toil and labor in their cultivation, while he could merely activate an Emperor card. Even without it, his innate power was formidable and unshakable, enabling him to crush any danger that came his way. It was a dual guarantee. This was what they call professionalism. Next, he took a moment to examine himself, and finding nothing amiss, opened the door and stepped out. The moment he emerged, Wang Pu immediately bowed low in reverence. Qingge waved his hand, signaling him to rise. Together, they entered the Chancellor's mansion. Before long, in the mansion's reception hall, the Chancellor laid out the matter, and Qingge quickly understood they were currying favor with him. Though their words were veiled and not so explicit, Qingge naturally grasped their intent. This flattery came with offers of treasures, wealth, beautiful women, and even the proposal of marrying off their daughter. To all this, Qingge unhesitatingly agreed, without a second thought. Why refuse when gifts were delivered right to his doorstep? To do so would be unmanly. Thus, he directly accepted the marriage arrangement. In truth, the marriage was secondary. His main concern was not to disappoint others. Imagine the heartbreak if he turned them away. Qingge, unwilling to cause such sorrow, resolutely consented. Soon the Chancellor's daughter arrived. She was exceptionally beautiful, with flowing jet black hair, a tall and slender figure, a delicate waist, and skin as white as milk. Her entire demeanor was ethereal and light, like a lotus emerging from the water. Her cultivation was also formidable, placing her at the mid-stage of the saint realm, a level that would make anyone a grand power beyond these walls. Great Qingge was immensely powerful, and most court officials boasted high cultivation levels, so their servants and descendants were equally formidable, feared by none who crossed their path. The Chancellor's daughter was named Wang Yingying. Wang Pu chose this name to signify her beauty like an aureole and her gentleness like the moon, believing it suited her perfectly. Her mother also found the name delightful, and thus it was settled. It is worth noting that at Wang Yingying's birth, a wandering monk passed by and free of charge divined that she would one day enjoy great wealth and honor. Wang Pu had not understood then, but upon meeting Qingge today, he finally saw the source of his daughter's destined fortune. So this is it. This is truly a match made in heaven. Wang Pu's heart swelled with joy. Next, the two parties began to sign the marriage contract. The document was completed swiftly. Wang Yingying stole a glance at Qingge, who, sensing her gaze, turned to look back at her. In that instant their eyes met. Wang Yingying's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head shyly. Qingge offered a faint smile, but said nothing. At that moment Wang Pu brought up another matter. Qingge soon discerned its nature. It turned out that spies from the Great Song had been infiltrating their territory repeatedly. Wang Pu had uncovered a lead at Mount Mangdang, where it seemed an informant had been planted by the Great Song. Due to Wang Pu's illustrious status, he had inevitably drawn too much attention in the past, and with numerous affairs to attend to in the imperial capital, he found himself unable to leave. Beyond these reasons, there was another factor. He deemed Qingge the most suitable candidate, confident that her capabilities would ensure success. Thus he beseeched Qingge to undertake the mission. Qingge pondered for a moment, found it agreeable, and uttered a single word of assent. Upon leaving the Chancellor's mansion, Qingge changed his attire and headed straight for the outskirts of the city. Though the betrothal had been settled, the wedding was set for 3 days hence, so he was in no rush. Dealing with the matter of the spy took precedence. As a subject of Great Qingge, he could not tolerate espionage, especially since he intended to wed the Empress. Such traitors must be eradicated. Consider this: if he married the Empress, would not Great Qingge become his own domain? How could one permit spies within their own territory? How could one abide another's slumber beside one's bed? Imagine if the deeds of today were known in Great Song by tomorrow. Would that not be utterly infuriating? After about an hour of flight, Qingge arrived at Mangdang Mountain. Gazing upon the landscape, he beheld a scene of exquisite beauty. Lush mountains and limpid waters, fresh and verdant after a light rain, veiled in misty splendor. Yet he had no heart to admire the scenery. Instead, he swept his divine sense across the area, searching meticulously. According to Wang Pu's intelligence, the informant typically appeared here at dusk, his purpose being to intercept passing merchants and purchase recent intelligence on Great Qingge. Beyond this spy at Mangdang Mountain, Wang Pu suspected others elsewhere. However mighty as Wang Pu was, one man could hardly overcome many. He could only investigate one by one. Uprooting the source would require the emperor to wage war and annihilate Great Song, an impossibility in the short term. With all nations' resources strained, development was paramount and conflict minimal. Under such circumstances, espionage became inevitable. Indeed, Great Qingge too dispatched spies to other lands, a routine practice and open secret. Yet every dynasty strove to purge spies from its own domain. Seeing that time was still early, Qingge found a modest. The inn was unremarkable, and the innkeeper initially did not recognize him given the area's isolation. But upon beholding Qingge's opulent attire and noble bearing, far beyond ordinary men, the innkeeper was utterly astounded. He promptly dropped to his knees with a resounding thud, and welcomed him, saying, "Please enter, esteemed guest, please enter." Qingge strode in calmly, tossing a spirit stone as a gratuity. The innkeeper, stunned by the generous sum, knocked his head repeatedly on the ground, oblivious to the pain, so overwhelmed was he by joy. This single tip covered 10 years of his expenses, a full 3 million. In this remote, barren mountain region, even a decade of toil might not yield such wealth. Here few travelers passed through, only occasional escorts, couriers, or wandering cultivators stopped to eat. Business was sparse. Once Su Qingge was seated, the innkeeper quickly brought a jar of wine, 2 plates of braised beef, fried peanuts, boiled sliced pork, and other local delicacies, then inquired curiously, "Esteemed guest, from where do you come, and where are you bound?" To this question, Su Qingge merely smiled dismissively and replied, "I am just looking around." He naturally would not reveal his true purpose or identity. The innkeeper, somewhat disappointed, did not press further, sensing that this was a man of great importance given his splendid attire. Inwardly, Su Qingge chided himself for not dressing more modestly. Such ostentation could easily expose him to the spy. Yet the deed was done, and he would have to change clothes later. "Do you have any simple plain garments, something low-key? Let me change, and I will pay extra," he said to the innkeeper, outlining his plan. Thus he conveyed his intention to the innkeeper. Moreover, he had not brought any spare clothes with him when he left. The innkeeper was taken aback, realizing that this guest must wish to keep a low profile. He quickly replied, Yes, I do. Please wait a moment." He immediately went upstairs and brought down a piece of work clothes. Su Qingge quickly changed into the clothes. After changing, although his overall demeanor became that of a poor man, the innate aura of refined nobility still could not be concealed. He shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless, but it did not matter. He would deal with it if he truly could not handle the matter. Then he continued to eat and drink there. Before long, the sun gradually set, and evening arrived. Su Qingge kept an eye on his surroundings. Soon a figure walked into the inn and shouted, "Waiter, bring me a plate of cooked beef and 2 jars of the finest Xinghua village wine." The waiter quickly replied, "Right away, coming up." The food and wine were soon served on the table. The figure was a young man who seemed blind in one eye, wearing an eye patch. He also wore a hat that covered his entire head, topped with a bamboo hat, and a half-face mask on his chin, making his face indistinguishable. At his waist hung a large chopping knife, suggesting he was a man of the underworld. To be honest, seeing such a person startled the innkeeper and the waiter. Su Qingge had already begun to be on guard, knowing that this man was very likely the spy. Soon the young man finished the plate of cooked beef and had nearly drained the jug of wine. He then waved at the waiter and said, "Let's settle the bill." "How much?" The waiter dared not ask for payment and directly said, No need. This meal is on the house. We hope you will grace us with your presence again." Hearing this, the young man said nothing more, gave a cold snort, and stood up to leave. In his eyes, this establishment was quite sensible, otherwise his broadsword would have already annihilated the place. After he left, the innkeeper and the waiter heaved a deep sigh of relief, their scalps tingling with fear. To be honest, that cold snort had instantly conveyed a brutality that seemed to come from the depths of their souls, as if the man were possessed by a demon. Had they said anything amiss, they would likely have lost their heads, and it might have involved others as well. They glanced at Su Qingge, who had changed clothes, and said, "Sir, please forgive our rudeness. Please continue your meal, make yourself at home." Su Qingge nodded impassively, and said, "This meat and wine have gone a bit cold. Heat them up for me. I need to step out for a while, and we'll be back shortly." The innkeeper and waiter, not knowing his intentions, nodded, and chose not to interfere. Su Qingge tiptoed out. When he reached a certain spot, he willed it, and directly vanished into the void. A powerhouse at the Saint King level could conceal himself in the void with a single thought, undetectable by others. Even if another Saint King level expert came and strained every nerve to sense him, they would perceive nothing. However, Su Qingge was not worried about being detected by that young man, for even if he were Su Qingge, could simply overwhelm him with the power of an Emperor card. The main issue now was to confirm whether this person was indeed the spy, to avoid killing the wrong one. Following a path, Su Qingge quickly tracked the young man. He saw the youth arrive before a pitch-black cave, look around left and right to ensure no one was watching, curl his lips into an eerie smile, and then walk straight into the cave. There's something sinister about this cave. Su Qingge immediately perceived it. He continued to lurk in the shadows and quietly followed him inside. The cave was utterly dark, so dark that one could not see one's own hand, like a black night, or even darker. It was a complete absence of color, a pitch-black void before the eyes. This sensation was akin to having ink splashed over one's eyes. Nothing but blackness could be perceived or seen. Soon the young man entered a stone chamber, and Su Qingge followed him in. Though the outside was pitch black, the stone chamber was brightly lit. About a dozen people were gathered around a stone table, seemingly discussing something. These individuals wore thick armor and carried various sharp weapons at their waists, swords, halberds, and other polearms like the Fantian Huaji. Each weapon gleamed with deadly sharpness, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Su Qingge cast a glance, and then paid no further heed, concealing herself in the shadows. She wanted to see what these people were up to. In her speculation, they must be plotting something, for no ordinary person would don armor and carry weapons at their waist. Thus these individuals were undoubtedly suspicious. Just then the young man from earlier spoke. "How is the matter progressing?" A general stepped forward and said, "It's passable, but there's been a recent issue. It seems we've been discovered." "By whom? How could they possibly have found out?" the young man asked. The man replied, "We've received word that someone in the capital has apparently uncovered the informants we planted here. However, they haven't been able to find suitable candidates to act, so there's been no movement. Should we consider changing our base?" Chen Nian let out a cold laugh. "Change base? What nonsense. If they dare to come, well, just kill them. One comes, one dies, two come, both die. If it truly becomes untenable, then we'll think about moving." The crowd cupped their hands in unison and said yes. Meanwhile, Su Qingge, hidden in the shadows, let out a cold smirk. She had thought she might need to observe further, yet without her even asking they had revealed their identities. Though she didn't know the specifics of their discussion, it was clear they were the spies Wang Pu had mentioned. There was no other choice. She would simply strike them down with a single palm. Rumble. The void trembled as Qingge stepped out directly. In an instant, everyone present was startled, their bodies trembling, eyes wide, as if they had seen a ghost. They drew their blades and swords, shouting, "Who goes there?" Qingge smiled faintly. "I am the person you were just discussing. I've come to find you." The young man was instantly on high alert. He recognized her as the one who had dined with them at the inn. He hadn't expected her to dare come seeking death, truly reckless beyond measure. Rumble. He directly unleashed his cultivation, an endless aura of the Sage King surging forth. The others around him also erupted with their own power, their profound fluctuations shaking heaven and earth like an earthquake. The terrifying explosion resembled a boundless galaxy, overwhelmingly mighty. The great mountain itself exploded, and the resulting shockwave annihilated millions of miles, turning everything into an abyss, even the land itself. Facing all this, Qingge's expression remained unchanged. She hadn't expected the Emperor Experience Card to still come in handy. It had never been used before. Now surrounded by these Sage Kings, she could finally fight to her heart's content. Meanwhile, the young man and the generals laughed, cracking their knuckles with crisp sounds. Truly a fool seeking death. With so many of us Sage Kings, you still dare to step in here. Calling you tired of living would be a compliment. Enough talk. Time to die. He thrust out a long spear at swing, unleashing a fearsome might. The spear's light was as dazzling as lightning, stabbing fiercely towards Qingge. Sensing the power of this strike, Qingge's expression remained unchanged. She extended a single finger and said, "For someone like you, one finger is more than enough." With that, she activated an Emperor Experience Card with a thought. In an instant, the void shattered, and a heaven-shaking aura soared into the sky. For millions of miles, an immense imperial presence surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming and unstoppable, causing everyone in the region to tremble, as if facing a great enemy. The mere pressure of that aura forced them to bow their backs and lower their heads. This was the gap in power, a crushing superiority. No one could survive under the might of an emperor, nor could anyone withstand even a single exchange with such a being. Emperors were terrifying beyond measure, everyone who had stepped into the great emperor realm. Even without having emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he had reached this point through the accumulation of countless resources. To obtain such resources, there was no other way but to be nurtured by a powerful and formidable family. In other words, this person was an aristocrat. The young man was stunned, but at this moment it was too late for him to withdraw. The great spear thrust fiercely towards Qingge's face. Qingge merely extended a single finger and gently tapped the spear. With a clang, the sharp spearhead instantly bent, becoming as crooked as a piece of decayed wood. Sparks flew everywhere, and it exploded into a cloud of powder. Then Qingge struck again, pointing fiercely at the young man's head. With a crack, a hole was pierced directly through the young man's skull. Blood gushed out as if it were free, along with various red and white substances spilling forth, a gruesome sight. Following that, Qingge moved like lightning, striking the young man's chest with another palm. The young man let out a miserable scream and was instantly turned into a mist of blood, leaving not even a corpse behind. This horrifying scene startled the other Sage Kings, their scalps tingling with fear. How could this be? How could this be? Why had an emperor realm? He concealed his cultivation. Brothers, he concealed his cultivation. We must retreat immediately. We are no match for him. Retreat now. Retreating is the wisest decision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless people retreated backward. But it must be understood that for an Emperor Realm expert to crush Sage Kings, just like killing the young man earlier, was a one-sided massacre, a pure and simple crushing that required no effort at all, as easy as smashing ants with a brick. The Sage Kings were terrified. They summoned their magical treasures and tried to fly away into the distance. But before they could fly even half a meter, their heads struck against an invisible wall with a crack, and they could not advance another inch. They then realized that the space around them had already been sealed. Needless to say, when Qingge decided to kill them, he would have prepared all his contingencies, sealing off the space completely, whether above on the ground or underground, ensuring that no one could escape. When handling matters, one must naturally be thorough and secure. Unable to escape, these people became ferocious and screamed hysterically, well, fight you to the death. Brothers, charge. Fight him to the death. Today either he dies, or we die. Charge. Kill. Everyone roared in fury, unleashing their full power and launching a fierce assault against Qingge. Some even went to the extreme of consuming blood-burning pills without regard for the cost. This was a type of pill that temporarily enhanced cultivation, allowing a cultivator to burst forth with power surpassing their own. However, once the effect wore off, the cultivator would be met with utter despair. When the potency of the blood-burning pill faded, their cultivation would plummet rapidly, like flowing water that could not be stopped. Their bones and sinews would shatter inch by inch, exploding like dry twigs being trampled. Essentially, they would be as good as dead, but not quite dead, resembling a vegetative state. In the blink of an eye, a series of extremely sharp killing lights arrived before Qingge. The deadly murderous aura could be felt directly, as they held nothing back. But Qingge's expression remained unchanged. He had nothing to fear. After all, he possessed the Emperor card. By activating a single Great Emperor card, he could sweep everything aside without any worry. With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming pressure of the Emperor realm spread in all directions, as if meteors were falling from the sky. Everyone suddenly felt a massive barrier appear before them. All their weapons, even as they reached the Emperor realm expert, could not penetrate it. It was as if they were stabbing into an indestructible extraterrestrial meteorite. No matter how sharp the weapon, it could not pierce even a fraction further. This was absolute power, absolute oppression, absolute crushing. A level far above their own, completely beyond their reach. Is this where we meet our end today? Brothers, kill. Fight with all you've got. They roared in fury, howled and screamed like wolves, but it was all in vain. If they could kill an Emperor realm expert, then Qingge might as well find a piece of tofu and bash his head against it until he died. At last Qingge gained the upper hand, pointing a finger that caused all their weapons to shatter like straw sparks flying in all directions. Subsequently, they were all sent flying by the residual force of that hand, trembling violently and spitting blood profusely. Some even had their tiger's mouth torn open, their hands dripping with blood, and their minds buzzing as if struck heat by a brick, their faces filled with terror. This was absolute power. They were utterly powerless to resist, and today they were destined to die here. Senior, please spare us. We are willing to pay any price. One of them cupped his hands and spoke. In response, Qingge didn't even utter a word, simply pointing forward. With a whoosh, the void rippled, and that finger directly thrust before the Saint King. So fast. The Saint King was greatly alarmed and tried to retreat, but it was too late. With a crack, the finger pierced straight through his head, splitting it open. Skull fragments flew in all directions, and red and white matter gushed out, as if free. The others witnessing this turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. The Saint King had died just like that. Then Qingge waved his hand, and before anyone could see when he had moved, they felt a momentary sting on their foreheads like a needle prick, and then lost consciousness. Thump, thump, thump. Sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed, as everyone collapsed breathless. Though the Saint King was powerful as Qingge thought, with the Emperor card activated, it was all a crushing victory. Just think about it. Since Ning Xianro stepped into the Emperor realm, she swept across the land, unified the 6 kingdoms, and single-handedly sparked a millennium-long bloody war. If the Emperor wasn't formidable, how could they have ignited such a war? How could they have had the confidence to do so? Thus the terror of Emperor realm experts is no mere talk. After killing these people, Qingge searched them and found 2 storage rings. Opening them, he discovered weapons, agate, and pure supreme-grade spirit stones amounting to about 800 million, along with countless other treasures, spiritual pills, rare herbs, and heavenly materials, almost filling a warehouse. These could all fetch a high price. Though Qingge was not short of money, getting free loot was the best. Everyone loves a windfall. Finally, he found a letter on them addressed to the Tang dynasty. Its content was simple, proposing an alliance to resist the Great Qin, but the Tang side clearly didn't want to take the risk and ignored it. Qingge pocketed the letter to hand over to Wang Pu later. Then he patted his behind and walked out of the cave. Before long, he returned to the inn, not a single drop of blood on him. The innkeeper and waiter worried grabbed him and asked, "Sir, are you all right?" Qingge smiled and said what could happen. The innkeeper asked with concern, "Didn't you feel the shockwaves from that battle just now? Weren't you affected?" Qingge laughed. "Don't worry, I'm fine. During the fight, he had deliberately steered clear of the inn, for he had eaten there and couldn't bring harm to the innocent. So everyone was safe." These people meant well, thinking the earlier commotion was caused by that young man, fearing he might have harmed Qingge. But seeing him return safely, they were relieved. They then brought out the reheated wine and dishes, saying, "Sir, please enjoy. It's still warm." Qingge, in high spirits, began to eat. In truth, at his level of cultivation, he no longer needed food, but even so, when encountering delicious fare, cultivators still craved a taste. It's simple, like a person who is full. If you offer them spicy hot pot or some especially tasty snacks, they'll still indulge a bit more even if they're already sated. That was roughly Qingge's situation now. He had seen such wine and meat in TV dramas from his past life, and watching those chivalrous heroes feast heartily, he had yearned for that experience. After his transmigration, though he enjoyed wealth and status, he had never truly felt that sensation. So today he came here to emulate those Jianghu warriors, ordering some cooked beef and wine, and indulged heartily. The waiter and innkeeper watched him from a distance, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. They wished to introduce their daughters to this unknown young master, but then thought better of it. Such a gentleman was clearly from a noble background beyond their reach. Even if they could reach that high, they wouldn't have the fortune to enjoy it. With a sense of inferiority, they ultimately let it go. Having settled matters here, Qingge returned to the imperial capital. For him, this trip was merely a way to pass the time. Idleness could be rather dull. The deeper reason for his actions was to test his Emperor card and experience the thrill of a complete sweep, as he had never done so before. To his surprise, the Emperor card proved exceptionally effective, and he resolved to use it more often, savoring the sensation of overwhelming dominance. He then departed. Long after he left, the shopkeeper and waiter gazed after him with reluctance, yearning to introduce their daughters to Qingge, but unable to voice the proposal. About an hour later, Qingge successfully returned to the imperial capital. He went straight to the prime minister's residence and recounted the events. Wang Pu, overjoyed, raised his thumb and exclaimed, "Worthy son-in-law, you are formidable." Qingge merely smiled at the praise. Such feats were child's play to him. Without the Emperor card it might have been slightly more challenging, but not significantly so. Soon news spread the spies lurking in Mount Mangdang had been eradicated not just one, but all at once. The entire court rejoiced upon hearing this. Ning Xianro quickly learned of this. When she discovered that Su Qingge was behind it, her heart stirred with astonishment. In her mind, Su Qingge was merely at the Saint King level. That he could eliminate so many Saint Kings of the same rank demonstrated his extraordinary prowess. It seemed that entrusting the nation to his care would be a wise decision. 3 days later, Su Qingge began the wedding ceremony to marry the Prime Minister's daughter. The imperial capital buzzed with excitement as various wedding troops flocked to participate, offering their services for free. To them, serving as wedding attendants for Su Qingge was an honor and a privilege. They feared missing the opportunity. Having worked for the son-in-law of the current prime minister would be a mark of prestige for the future. Moreover, everyone knew that Su Qingge was destined for a meteoric rise. The prime minister's eagerness to curry favor was evident, as he had even married his daughter to him, a clear sign that Su Qingge was meant for great things. Thus the people clamored to help Su Qingge without asking for a single coin. Faced with such enthusiasm, Su Qingge simply smiled and accepted. Why refuse something free? Only a fool would do that. The wedding procession wound through the imperial capital many times. After picking up the bride, they paraded around the city thrice, and then twice through the city center, a tradition to celebrate joy and festivity. That day the entire capital was abuzz with noise, and red envelopes were scattered endlessly along the route. The money for these envelopes came not from Su Qingge, but from the prime minister's residence. Wang Pu felt that he was about to align himself with the esteemed Su Qingge, so he bore all wedding expenses, from the banquets and red envelopes to the wine, food, and dowry. Su Qingge contributed nothing but his presence. Wang Pu also provided a generous dowry, including a top-grade spirit stone mine and a luxurious carriage. This carriage reserved for the prime minister was spacious as a large bed and exquisitely comfortable, a dream vehicle for many. Due to its high specifications, few were qualified to ride it. Even Wang Pu rarely used it. However, he modified its E. Soon the bridal procession made a grand circuit around the city center before arriving at the Murong residence. At the Murong residence, fireworks blazed in a dazzling spectacle, soaring into the sky and bursting as if they cost nothing. The entire city rejoiced in celebration, with every household coming to feast, and tables even spilling out onto the streets. The atmosphere was one of unparalleled festivity, as if the whole nation were united in joy, infecting countless souls. Su Qingge announced that everyone could eat freely, take home leftovers, and pick up red envelopes scattered on the ground with more to be tossed later. The common folk were overjoyed and sincerely wished Su Qingge and the chancellor's daughter a harmonious union for 100 years. Somewhere, a few young men gathered there, engaged in discussion. Oh, why can't I have such good fortune as Master Su? Look, he has married the chancellor's daughter, destined for immense wealth and honor. We could never catch up in 1,000 lifetimes. Another interjected, nonsense. How could we ever match him? The emperor himself has cleared land to build him a mansion. With our meager talents, the emperor wouldn't spare us a glance. Besides, winning the chancellor's daughter is his own achievement. Someone else remarked, I've heard it wasn't he who sought the chancellor's daughter, but she who insisted on marrying him. You've heard a different version. What I know is that the chancellor himself offered his daughter in marriage, and she was delighted. The matter was settled smoothly, no bride price required, and she even brought a lavish dowry. Truly enviable. Yes, I'm green with envy. If I had such luck, I'd laugh in my dreams. You're not alone. I would too. But speaking of Master Su, he's truly remarkable. The chancellor must have foreseen something extraordinary and sought to ally with him early. After all, for a chancellor to go to such lengths for a mere chief minister of the Court of Judicial Review is no small matter. Needless to say, Master Su is destined for a meteoric rise. The chancellor sees his potential and is investing early. I see. Now I understand. The discussions buzzed on, but the talk was all positive, devoid of envy or jealousy. Thus the chatter soon subsided. The feast lasted 6 hours, given the vast crowd and the many cooks. It was as if the entire city dined together. That day the Murong residence was packed to the brim, a torrent of carriages, and people, a sea of humanity pressing so close that some felt nearly steamed by the heat. Yet there was no help for it. Master Su's wedding was too grand to turn anyone away. Many attendees were high-ranking officials of the court, and you couldn't very well expel them. These officials sincerely marveled that Master Su, newly arrived in the capital, had already wed the chancellor's daughter. Surely a sign he would rise to the highest ranks and soar to prominence. Then they reflected that Su Qingge in such a short time had already received a promotion, something they could never match. A sense of defeat crept into their hearts. How long had they toiled only to remain stagnant? Even when promoted, it was but a small step, turning a deputy post into a principal one. Such a meager advance filled them with unbridled joy. Yet he rose with effortless ease. Comparing themselves to him was maddening. Despite their inner disappointment, they said nothing and simply enjoyed the feast with cheerful hearts. Finally, evening arrived. The grand wedding came to a close amidst lively festivities. Everyone, well-fed and satisfied, departed one by one. Some poorer families took home leftovers in packages. In truth, the capital had no destitute households, but wealth disparities still existed. Those less affluent were not impoverished. They merely saw no shame in taking food that would otherwise go to waste. In the dead of night, Qingge carried the chancellor's daughter into the bridal chamber and lifted the red veil from her head. Time flew like an arrow, days and months swift as a shuttle. A single night passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, dewdrops glistened like pearls. Qingge rose early and gazed upon the beauty sleeping beside him, a surreal dreamlike bliss washing over him. His transmigration into this world truly felt like divine fortune. Unlike other transmigrators who live perpetually on the razor's edge of life and death, embroiled in ceaseless bloodshed and hardship, some were relegated to useless talent paths. Even those blessed with genius faced trials, sorrow, and the tragic loss of loved ones. Yet for him paradise reigned, blessings abounded at every turn, and a reigning empress awaited him as his destined bride. He had ascended to the very pinnacle of existence, blissful beyond measure, as though heaven itself had anointed him its chosen son, blessing his path with seamless grace and effervescent joy. Time flowed swiftly. Within the blink of an eye, a full year had passed. The prime minister's daughter bore him twin sons. At the moment of delivery, the midwife announced the joyous news, and trembling with reverence presented Qingge with a generous gift of coin. She not only refused payment, but offered him wealth, deeming it her supreme honor and fortune to assist in delivering the progeny of such a revered figure. Qingge had not summoned his concubine to attend the birth, not because she was unwelcome, but because more than enough skilled midwives were already present. Indeed, the moment word spread that his wife was in labor, numerous midwives rushed forward, eager to serve, fearing they might miss this rare opportunity to stand before Qingge, even if only to earn a single word of acknowledgement. They vied passionately, knowing such favor could secure their fortunes for lifetimes. Qingge, fully aware of their motives, graciously welcomed them all to perform the delivery. 3 or 4 days after the birth, a crimson-robed eunuch arrived bearing imperial rewards, similar in magnitude to previous bestowals: spirit stones, agates, pearls, jadeite, gold, carved nephrite, ancient artifacts, warships armed with formidable artillery, 3,000 maidservants, and 200 elite guards, each a quasi-sage cultivator. They formed an impenetrable ring around the Murong residence, vigilant against any intruder. The mere approach of malice would trigger instant annihilation. At the mansion's gate stood 3 Tiger Valor cannons, weapons of cataclysmic power capable of leveling Mount Dezhang with a single blast. Additional privileges followed promotion, naturally for fathering heirs. Though only 2 sons were born, the emperor insisted on elevating Qingge's rank. No courtier dared object, dissent would be silenced without hesitation. Finally, the eunuch handed him a bulging spatial storage pouch, within which Qingge sensed over 100 million spirit stone. Put bluntly, no one would even glance your way. Thus he accepted the gesture wholeheartedly. Moreover, declining would wound the eunuch's dignity, so compassion too demanded acceptance. Taking the pouch, Qingge bowed slightly, and said, "Elder sir, please return in peace." The eunuch departed. Qingge then set out to deposit the wealth. After all, the sum was staggering. Before he reached the bank, a swarm of financiers approached with obsequious smiles. "Lord Su, we beg you to entrust your funds to our guild. Lord Su, please honor our bank with your patronage. We implore you." Each vied desperately for his deposits. His fortune was so immense that even the interest alone would elevate their status overnight. To them, Qingge was no mere official. He was fortune incarnate. After reflection, he chose diversification, never place all eggs in one basket. With such vast wealth, dividing it among the capital's 4 great banks would spread prosperity and ensure stability. Thus he allocated his assets across them all. Yet one detail puzzled him: the system's rewards still had not manifested. Had it entered standby mode again? It had idled once before. Was it doing so again? Exasperating, yet inconsequential. Regardless of duration, the reward would arrive, inevitably. The system never defaulted. Just as Qingge was thinking this, a ding sounded in her mind, and the system's reward arrived directly. This time the rewards were especially plentiful. Besides 5 Emperor 9th Life Experience cards, there were several other Sage King Experience cards, as well as Quasi-Sage level 1s and dozens of Great Power Experience cards. In addition, there was a golden treasure chest, and 2 movement techniques for escape. Qingge examined the 2 movement techniques, and found them to be indeed for fleeing, named void steps, which allowed one to directly vanish into the void undetectable by anyone. However, she felt these techniques were unnecessary now, for why would someone as powerful as her need to escape? When encountering trouble, she could simply use an Emperor card and crush everything outright. Why bother running? Thus this reward from the system was rather baffling. Still, it was the system's goodwill, so it didn't matter much. At the same time, she now understood that the system's standby mode was due to its sorting out her rewards. This time the rewards were far more abundant than before. So many experience cards, a timely boon, no a sudden fortune. It seemed the later the system arrived, the more it gave, just like last time. Next she looked at the cards. They exuded a profound aura. Upon use, they could instantly elevate her to the corresponding level, without any burden or strain on the body. Even after the card's effects faded, there would be no side effects or after effects. Truly an essential tool for any journey. Additionally, she saw there were 20 cards granting 8 million gene of strength and 50 cards bestowing 300 years of cultivation. These were hard currency, far superior to spirit stones or resources. Hard currency was indeed hard, and the system's hard currency was the hardest of all. Thus Qingge was overjoyed, but she was not one to be carried away by euphoria. She soon set this aside and returned home intending to distribute all these experience cards to her wives and concubines. Not for any particular reason, but simply because she wanted to treat her family well. After all, she had so many cards, she couldn't use them all, and being good to her family was never wrong. She planned to keep only 3 to 5 emperor cards on herself for emergencies and distribute the rest to her family. However, she wouldn't give them openly. She couldn't explain their origin. The existence of the system was a secret she would take to her grave, her greatest trump card never to be revealed. So like last time, she intended to secretly place the cards in each person's clothing. If the family ever faced danger, she would activate them with a thought, instantly elevating their cultivation to the card's level. Wasn't that perfect? With this in mind, Qingge entered the courtyard. First, she approached the chancellor's daughter. After chatting for a while, she quietly slipped an emperor card into her pocket. There were many emperor cards, especially after this compensation, so giving one away didn't bother her at all. Being good to family was only right. Why feel reluctant? After all, just like money on earth, a large portion of what you earn should be spent on your family. Thus, she had always been willing to go all out for her family. In truth, it wasn't really going all out, as these rewards came from her family in the first place. Having wives allowed her to have children, and having children brought these system rewards. Ultimately, the rewards were brought by her wives, so giving them back was a win-win for everyone. Of course, he would never reveal this secret. It was enough that he knew it himself. He conversed with the chancellor's niece for a while before moving on. Soon he arrived before Qingge, and after a brief exchange departed. He had already slipped a Sage King card into her pocket. Though Qingge's cultivation was not exceptionally high, a single Sage King card sufficed for her needs. Subsequently, Qingge wandered through the courtyard, distributing all the cards in his hand, keeping only 3 to 5 for his own use. Then he proceeded to a secluded spot and activated all the power cards and cultivation cards. A thunderous roar echoed. Amidst the resounding boom, his cultivation experienced an explosive surge, rapidly ascending to the midstage of the Great Sage. The Great Sage realm demanded an immense amount of resources. Every Great Sage had emerged from a sea of endless slaughter and bloodshed, advancing step by step. It could be said that a Great Sage's rise was built upon countless corpses so numerous they were beyond counting, like a hellish sea of blood. His hands were stained with a mountain of blood debts, resembling a merciless demon. Just as Qingge was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something and narrowed his eyes. He noticed an elderly fisherman by the river at the spot he had just passed. A sudden flash of insight struck him. The figure seemed familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. He paid it no further mind and departed directly. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, the elderly fisherman, who had his back to him, broke out in a cold sweat. The aura of Qingge's breakthrough had been overwhelmingly powerful, nearly sending him flying. And this was despite Qingge suppressing his own energy. Had he not done so, the very void would have ruptured, giving rise to a terrifying mushroom cloud akin to an atomic explosion. The ground in all directions would have collapsed, and a fearsome vortex would have churned in the sky, as dreadful as an ocean whirlpool, unyieldingly formidable. The elderly fisherman was utterly terrified, yet he dared not make a single move. He feared that any suspicious action might provoke the other into killing him without hesitation. After all, during a breakthrough, one generally could not move or be disturbed. That was why many sought a protector to guard them. He imagined if Qingge had been in the midst of his breakthrough and sensed any disturbance from him, mistaking it for an attack, a casual slap from the young man would have sent him rolling on the ground, reduced to a pool of blood mist. At the thought of this, the elderly fisherman's heart quaked with terror, a piercing dread that nearly tore him apart. The earlier fluctuation had frightened him to the brink of death. His cultivation even stalled for a moment, and his ears rang incessantly. He almost succumbed to unconsciousness, but managed to endure. Yet now he found his limbs and entire head numb and unresponsive, as if struck by stone. His mind was a blank void, unaware of his own actions. After a long, dazed moment, the elderly fisherman finally regained his senses. Spotting his fishing rod, he recalled that he had come here to fish. He let out a long sigh, quickly relocated, and vowed never to fish at this spot again. In truth, he was the same elderly fisherman from before who had chosen this place again. He never expected Qingge to return, and in this chance encounter, he realized Qingge had grown even stronger. But this strength was on an entirely different level. The previous breakthrough had been a minor realm, whereas this time, it was the Great Sage realm. It struck him like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. After all, such a young man achieving the Great Sage realm in such a short time was utterly inconceivable for an ordinary person. In common terms, it was as fantastical as a tale from another world. Even if told the sky had fallen, the earth had split, undersea volcanoes had erupted, or the apocalypse had arrived, he would believe it all, except that a youth could break through to the Great Sage realm so swiftly. This was the greatest joke in heaven and earth. He simply could not fathom what had transpired. He also realized that this was undoubtedly a prodigy of unparalleled talent. The very thought that he had once considered taking this person as his disciple was laughable. At another location, the elderly fisherman arrived, still panting heavily, his face burning as if scalded by boiling water, stinging with a fiery pain. He then took out his fishing rod and began to fish anew. Fishing was his greatest joy. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a young man fishing on the opposite bank of the river. His pupils contracted as he looked closely, realizing that the young man was none other than the young Great Sage who had just left. The old fisherman was startled, his expression instantly changing. Yet he could sense no aura from the young man. It was as gentle and harmless as a domestic cat. He understood that the other had concealed his aura to fish here. Qingge was indeed fishing. He had been bored and thought it better to relax by the water than to return with nothing to do. Life after transmigration was just this carefree, untroubled, lighthearted, and joyful. Nothing could be more comfortable. When idle, he collected rewards, fished, raised children, or sought sparring partners when his hands itched. If all else failed, he could lead armies into battle. What a delightful time it was. With this thought, he held his fishing rod and leisurely cast his line. Before long, the float dipped. His heart stirred as he quickly pulled the rod, and indeed a large crimson carp was hooked. With a chuckle, he released the fish and continued fishing. Indeed, he was here merely for leisure. Catching fish was unimportant, how releasing them was the point. He was simply killing time, bored and restless. Just then he noticed a reflection in the water. Someone was behind him. Turning around, he saw a formidable man who had appeared without warning. The man was immensely muscular, over 2 meters tall, towering a head above him. He exuded an icy aura, as if emerging from a frozen cavern, his body steeped in murderous intent. In his hand, he held a large cleaver, looking as though he intended to kill. Seeing this, Qingge sensed trouble. Sure enough, the man seized the fishing rod without a word and demanded. Qingge frowned, puzzled, but before he could speak, the man said, "If you don't want to die, get lost. This rod looks valuable. I'm taking it." Scram. So it was about the rod's worth. Qingge's face darkened. It was clear the man also loved fishing, but his own rod was far less valuable. Thinking back, Qingge's rod was priceless. A gift from the Chancellor, a treasure beyond measure. After all, how could a gift from the Chancellor be ordinary? Yet such a treasure had caught another's eye, sparking this incident. But Qingge was no pushover. Since trouble had come, he would not simply hand over his rod. It was like someone trying to take your woman. You wouldn't just stand by, would you? Qingge sneered coldly and began. Before he could finish, the man brandished his cleaver and roared, "Don't speak. Say nothing. If you value your life, get lost now, or he'll chop you down." Qingge burst into laughter. Across the river, the old fisherman also chuckled. The old fisherman knew well how powerful Qingge was, having experienced it firsthand. Now he inwardly cursed the man for his folly. The young man bore no aura. How could that not raise suspicion? An ordinary person would always emit some presence. There were only two explanations: either his cultivation was too high, or he used a technique or pill to conceal it. Either way, he was dangerous. Moreover, the young man was dressed in opulent robes, handsome and refined. How could such a person be ordinary? Certainly not. No matter how the old fisherman thought, he couldn't believe it. He looked at the burly man and sneered, inwardly sensing that death was imminent. With that thought, he stopped fishing and settled in to watch the drama unfold. On the opposite bank, hearing the man's words, Qingge smiled coldly. Without a word, he produced a war halberd from his hand and stared silently at the burly man. The man's expression changed. Enraged, he demanded, "You want to fight me? Do you know my level?" With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his cultivation. The heavens collapsed downward, the earth split apart, and a terrifying vortex swirled across 30,000 meters, exuding immense power. Qingge smiled. This was the quasi-sage level. In the past, he might have feared such power when he was far from reaching that realm. But now things were vastly different. Even 100 quasi-sages were as insignificant as mosquitoes before a great sage easily crushed with a single slap. The battle erupted swiftly. Qingge swung his hand, and the war halberd in his grasp thrust fiercely toward the burly man. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an extraordinarily unusual killing intent emanating from that strike. An intent as chilling as if it had risen from a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, terrifying beyond measure. The boundless, overwhelming pressure seemed capable of shattering the starry river, causing billions of miles of void to fracture inch by inch in an instant. The void exploded with dreadful ripples like the shockwave of an atomic bomb, surging outward in a flash, and tens of thousands of miles of the firmament crumbled. Beneath this fearsome power, his legs went weak, and he exclaimed in horror, "A great sage." This was actually a young great sage. In that instant, he felt utterly despondent, his mind buzzing in chaos. Involuntary, scalding cold sweat burst from his entire body. In just a short while, he transformed from being utterly arrogant to drenched in perspiration, his heart filled with remorse and self-reproach. He dropped to his knees with a thud. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, Qingge naturally would not spare him. He swept his long halberd, and a razor-sharp light pierced through the man. With a crack, the burly man's chest was run through, and blood gushed forth. Then, under the terrifying force, his body exploded inch by inch into a mist of blood. In the moment of death, he could not even utter a single word of regret or remorse. The reason was that Qingge's speed was far too swift. They were simply not on the same level nor the same magnitude. As a young great sage, killing him was as easy as eating or drinking. As mentioned earlier, it was merely the difficulty of stepping on an ant. Yet this ant foolish. From this, it was evident that the burly man was an avid fishing enthusiast. No wonder he had tried to snatch his fishing rod. He was quite the character. Qingge had been worried about running out of bait, but now it had been delivered to his doorstep. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, he dispersed the blood mist, then attached the bait to his fishing hook and resumed angling. The incident with the burly man seemed like a trivial matter he had already dismissed, and he continued fishing without a second thought. On the opposite bank, the elderly fisherman watched this scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded and slack-jawed. He had not anticipated that a great sage could be so formidable. In his imagination, a great sage and a quasi-sage would at least exchange 2 or 3 moves. After all, a one-move kill would be far too swift. Yet to his surprise, it was indeed a single move, and the opponent could not even react to half a move, offering no resistance. In essence, it was barely half an exchange, not even a full round. What constitutes a full round? You strike me, and I strike you back. A reciprocal exchange, that is 1 round. You strike me again, and I retaliate. That is the 2nd round. Then I strike you, and you die before you can counter. That is half a round. At that moment, the elderly fisherman was profoundly shocked. To annihilate a quasi-sage in half a round was utterly terrifying. In truth, the elderly fisherman was a true sage at the mid-stage of the true sage realm. Previously, he had thought he could guide Qingge in cultivation as his master. But now, upon reflection, he felt it best to abandon that notion. His very Tao heart was nearly wounded. If the other party were willing, he would even consider becoming a servant at his feet, or even taking him as a disciple provided Qingge accepted. Although he was already advanced in years, being humble and eager to learn was nothing to be ashamed of. Afterward, he continued fishing. Approximately an hour later, a group of maidens arrived by the riverbank without warning. They chatted and laughed as they came to enjoy the spring outing. It was now spring with plants in bloom and trees sprouting new leaves. These young women could no longer resist the urge to venture out for leisure. When they spotted the elderly fisherman, they wondered why such an old man was there. But as their gaze shifted to the opposite bank, they noticed a young man. A sight so pleasing and remarkably handsome, as if he had stepped out of a painting. Anyone who saw him would be irresistibly captivated. Instantly their hearts fluttered like startled deer, each one deeply moved. Their faces bloomed like radiant flowers and blushes spread like rosy clouds across the sky, as beautiful as the sunset glow. Indeed, they were all smitten. Yet on the surface, none wished to reveal their feelings. So they crouched their stealing glances at that young gentleman's face. Someone suddenly whispered, "Should we make a move? If he leaves, won't it be too late?" Another opposed the idea, saying, "No, we are maidens. Must we not maintain some reserve? If we lack propriety, will he cherish us?" They seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The world was already so bereft of men, and here they had encountered one. Why dawdle instead of seizing the moment? Pretending to be demure was utterly laughable. The elder man, upon hearing this, gave an awkward chuckle and remained silent. In his heart, he scorned these women. What era was this to cling to such restraint? Nay, forget the era. Given the dire circumstances, if they insisted on being so reserved, they might as well never marry and remain spinsters forever. Soon after, the group continued their chatter. Suddenly, they saw the young gentleman across the bank finishing his fishing. He stood up, released all the fish in his hands, and walked away into the distance. Their hearts jolted, and their expressions shifted with disappointment washed over her. She hastily gave chase, but one woman's mind flashed with this thought, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. She hastily gave chase, but her speed was far inferior to Qingge's. As a being at the great sage level, each step Qingge took was tremendously swift, leaving many unable to keep pace. Within less than an hour, Qingge returned to the imperial palace. The crowd of women followed him, but they did so covertly, staying out of sight, still clinging to their reserve. Soon they saw Qingge enter the Mufu residence. They paused momentarily, then seemed to grasp the truth. A light slap on the forehead and realization dawned. So he was that renowned Qingge. They all understood now. This man is a living legend. I hear he has a close bond with the Empress. Anyone who bears his child receives riches and promotion. He is the dream lover of every woman. In an instant, they felt perhaps unworthy of him, yet unwilling to depart. They found an inn nearby, and settled in, hoping one day to chance upon an encounter with Qingge. Meanwhile, after returning home, Qingge lingered for barely a moment before a eunuch in red robes suddenly sought him out. His eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. It was not yet time for childbirth. The child had just been born, so the eunuch could not be delivering rewards. There was only one explanation: Her Majesty likely had orders for him. The eunuch had indeed come on business. He recounted everything to Qingge, and before long Qingge learned that the Great Song had already taken action, mobilizing their troops. They were engaged in fierce battles with frontier generals, and the fighting was brutal. Over a dozen commanders had fallen and countless soldiers had perished. The Great Song had somehow recruited a band of formidable warriors, using them as vanguards with devastating combat prowess. Backed by cannons and massive weapons of war like the divine sky cannons, they had stormed cities and conquered territories, advancing over 300 li into the nation. All that land now belonged to Great Song. An insult as blatant as urinating on Great Qing's neck, an outrage not to be borne. Thus Ning Xianro resolved to lead the expedition personally. Yet before setting out, she wished to bring Qingge along. The campaign might last half a year, a full year, or even 2. A long separation. Unable to bear leaving him be. After a moment's thought, Qingge found nothing objectionable and agreed. Before long she arrived at the imperial palace. "Xiao Ning, do you think we will win this war?" On the way, the eunuch in red had mentioned that the Great Song's confidence stemmed from their emperor's ascension to the Great Emperor realm. At the initial stage of this realm, she was immensely formidable. Whether through some secret art or a tremendous fortuitous encounter, she had inexplicably broken through. Previously, they dared not act rashly due to their mere great sage cultivation. Now having entered the great emperor realm, she stood as resolute as Ning Shinro once did. Her backbone stiffened, her presence becoming overwhelmingly mighty. Though the term mighty seldom described a woman, the great Song emperor indeed surpassed men in valor. Qingge grew curious about this emperor. When Ning Shinro saw her approach after some arrangements, she led her away. First they went to the rear to don a heavy suit of armor. The primordial golden armor renowned for its impenetrable defense, impervious to blades, fire, water, and even heavenly lightning. It was a supreme life-saving. After these instructions, he joined Ning Shinro on the imperial expedition. In the skies above, 9 dragon warships filled the air, the latest innovation from the military camp. A single cannon blast could raise 2 cities, wielding terrifying power. Even with the boundless wealth of Great Qingge, only 100 had been built. Further production would drain the nation's resources. These devastating weapons, if unleashed at full force, could sweep through the entire Great Song in under half a year. Though the Great Song possessed formidable ground-based armaments, cannons, and such, they lacked the mobility of the flying warships. This was Ning Xianra's trump card. She had devoted all her energy to this endeavor, which was why she now led the expedition personally. After about 3 to 5 days, the massive army finally reached the border. As far as the eye could see, yellow sand swirled, littered with severed heads. The 2 armies clashed fiercely, the scene a cacophony of drums and gongs with weapons and cannons strewn everywhere, turning the land into a human slaughterhouse. On the opposing side, under the banner of Great Song, a woman in her early 20s sat expressionless on a dragon carriage. She was none other than the Great Song Emperor, also leading her own expedition. This was due to Great Song's internal depletion. Without acquiring territory through war, it faced self-destruction. Having recently obtained a great opportunity, her cultivation had reached the Great Emperor realm. She planned to seize this chance to conquer half of Great Qingge. Conquering all of Great Qingge was beyond her, but half seemed attainable, bolstered by her many hidden cards. A direct clash might at least tear off a chunk of territory. Qingge glanced at the GR. Just then Ning Shinro suddenly smiled, and said, "Hey, if you were to marry the Great Song Emperor, perhaps our 2 nations could merge into one vast empire. Then neither Great Tang nor Great Ming would pose a threat. What do you think?" Qingge froze, momentarily caught off guard. What was Xiao Ning thinking, trying to annex the enemy's territory without? Still, it seemed a pleasant prospect. A bloodless victory that pleased everyone. Though whether the other side would agree, Qingge actually understood the Empress' intention. This way casualties could be avoided and the 2 nations could be firmly integrated through marriage. There would be no need to worry about battles or anything else. It was a win-win solution that would bring joy to all. He thought about it and felt that this approach was indeed quite good. Firstly, he would have more wives, and secondly, there would be fewer wars. Without warfare, casualties would diminish. Wasn't that a good thing? Good, very good, especially good. He was somewhat moved. Meanwhile, Ning Shinro was also quite intrigued. She indeed thought it was a brilliant idea to combine the territories of the 2 nations through marriage. Firstly, this would mean no more wars, and secondly, it would bring happiness to all. Moreover, Su Daxueshi was so handsome, there was no reason for the Emperor of the Great Song to look down on him, right? If she could truly agree, it would indeed be a joyous occasion for everyone. Thus Ning Shinro ordered the generals to cease fire. Soldiers began to beat the drums, signaling a halt to the battle. The Great Song forces, who were in the midst of a fierce fight, were suddenly taken aback by the sound of retreat. However, soon after, an envoy from the Great Qingge was dispatched to convey the message. This envoy was a eunuch in red, known for his eloquence. As he made his way, he felt a deep sense of emotion. He never expected that His Majesty would resort to such a strategy, using marriage to avoid further conflict. It would bring joy to both sides. After all, war was a significant drain on finances. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to improve the people's livelihoods rather than squandering it on warfare? This was a profoundly unwise endeavor. First, it would deplete the nation's resources. Second, it would require vast sums of money. And third, it would incite the people's grievances. What? What did you say? The Great Song Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief as she felt a profound sense of incredulity. My goodness, the other side was here for a marriage alliance. How could this be possible? They had been engaged in such fierce fighting. How could the situation suddenly change so drastically? For a moment, she stood frozen, unable to accept this reality. The others present, including several generals and many personal guards, stood frozen in place, feeling as though they had heard something utterly fantastical. What was happening here? They had been enemies moments ago, and now they were to become friends. Could such a thing truly exist in this world? They all wondered if they had misheard, overwhelmed by a profound sense of unreality. This was simply too astonishing. They had been locked in a fierce life-or-death struggle, and now everything had changed so abruptly, leaving them utterly bewildered. The Great Song Empress pondered, unable to fathom why he would do this, and asked, why would he do such a thing? The eunuch, unsure how to reply, could only say, our young master Su has taken a liking to your majesty and wishes to form a marital alliance with you. He has no other intentions. Hearing this, the Great Song Empress' cheeks flushed. She had naturally learned from many spies that the Great Qingge had a peerless young master as handsome as if he had stepped out of a painting, a celestial being. In simpler terms, out of 100 women, 99 would fall for him, without hesitation, like moths drawn to a flame, even if it meant being burned to ashes. Thus she had always been deeply intrigued by this young master Su of Great Qingge, but due to her endless duties and her status, she could never simply go to an enemy nation. so she had never acted on it. Now hearing the eunuch's words, her heart was in turmoil, uncertain if this was the right course. After a moment's thought, she asked everyone, "What do you all think?" A dead silence fell over the hall. Oh, no one answered. Everyone felt this was as unlikely as the sun rising in the west, utterly unbelievable. They were in the middle of a war, for heaven's sake. How had the tone suddenly shifted so drastically? That was what they all thought, but none dared to speak, for this concerned the Empress' lifelong happiness. They were merely ministers, what could they say? In truth, even they, not to mention the Empress, wished they could marry this young Master Su themselves. Who cared about war or empires? Personal happiness mattered most. Seeing no one speak, the great Song Empress assumed they agreed, and said, "Very well then, bring this young Master Su to me, so I may see him." As she spoke, the blush on her face deepened like a bud about to burst into full bloom, the color of delicate pink petals. The redrobed eunuch was overjoyed and immediately returned to report. Stepping out of the tent, he let out a deep sigh of relief, still feeling a lingering fear. The imperial pressure from the great Qing Empress had nearly made it impossible for him to lift his head. But he knew she would not kill him. Even in war, envoys were not to be harmed, a rule that held. Still, one could never be sure if she might suddenly lose her temper and have him torn apart. Not long after the redrobed eunuch arrived at the great Qing camp, Ning Xianro immediately approached and asked, "How did it go?" The redrobed eunuch smiled and said, "She said to let Lord Su go see her first. This servant believes she is already half interested. That is a very good sign. Should I have young Master Su go now?" As he spoke, he noticed Su Qingge standing nearby and immediately beamed at him, saying, "Lord Su, would you like to go?" His heart was now filled with immense envy for Su Qingge. If Su Qingge truly married the great Song Empress, wouldn't that mean he was already close to an emperor? And then might he eventually marry the great Qing Empress as well? After all, His Majesty had already taken one empress, what difference would it make to take another? Perhaps His Majesty herself wished to marry him. At this thought, his admiration for Su Qingge deepened, and he resolved to cling tightly to this powerful patron, never daring to offend him in any way. Ning Xianro thought for a moment, and said, "Very well, take him there." Since little Ning had spoken, Su Qingge had no objection. With a faint smile, he followed the redrobed eunuch. About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, two figures entered the great Song camp. One was the redrobed eunuch, and the other was Su Qingge. The moment Su Qingge stepped inside, the eyes of everyone in the camp were drawn to him. Their eyes widened, feeling as if they were witnessing a miracle. This was truly a noble son who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, with delicate features, a distinguished appearance, and a romantic elegance that rivaled Pannin. Their hearts could not help but pound violently for a moment. If not for their status, they would have already secretly pledged their affections. Moreover, with the emperor present, and yet to speak, how could they as ministers dare to utter a word? Yet at this moment, they all felt a sense of bewilderment. Was this a battlefield or a matchmaking event? If it were a battlefield, they could believe it, given the many lives already lost on both sides. But now the atmosphere had suddenly shifted, as if it were a courtship. It was utterly abrupt and almost impossible to believe. Still, since it had already happened, they could only accept it. On this side, the Empress of the Great Song Dynasty looked Su Qingge up and down. Somehow her heart suddenly began to race, wildly pounding like a deer crashing against her chest, completely beyond her control. She realized she had already fallen for him. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, saying nothing. Seeing her like this, Su Qingge understood the situation clearly in his heart. It seemed the matter was settled. The redrobed eunuch, quick-witted as ever, said, "This is our Master Su now, Lord Su, the junior minister of the Court of Judicial Review. If you are satisfied, why not draft a marriage contract to finalize this matter, then choose an auspicious day for the wedding? What do you think?" These words made everyone around cast a second glance at the redrobed eunuch. His timing was impeccable, and he had essentially voiced what the Empress of the Great Song Dynasty wished to say. In her heart, the Empress had already secretly pledged herself, but due to modesty or matters of status, she could not possibly consent aloud. The Empress of the Great Song Dynasty's heartbeat quickened. She nodded slightly and said softly, "Mm." The redrobed eunuch immediately produced a pre-prepared marriage contract, wrote a vow, and then handed it to Su Qingge. Su Qingge glanced at it briefly and signed his name. The marriage contract contained nothing about territory, only a pledge to become in-laws and maintain friendship for generations. Upon reflection, matters of territory naturally could not be included. This was a matter of personal affection, not a treaty between nations. Yet once this was settled, national issues would cease to be problems. Some things need not be spoken, for they serve no purpose. However, even unspoken, they still bear fruit. Many things are understood by all parties involved, and there is no need to bring them into the open, which would only be unsightly. After signing his name, Su Qingge stepped forward and handed the marriage contract to the Empress of the Great Song Dynasty. She read it a few times, feeling quite satisfied. A soldier nearby handed her a brush, and she signed her name. Even after signing, she felt dazed, as if she had married herself off. As the Empress of the Great Song Dynasty, the sovereign of a nation, she had wed herself on a battlefield. If this were not real, she would have thought she was dreaming. Lost in thought, she pinched her thigh, and a sharp pain shot through her. She let out a joyful exclamation, overjoyed. She knew this was no dream, even though it was almost too incredible to believe. Su Qingge took the marriage contract and smiled, saying, "I will come to marry you in a few days." The Empress of the Great Song Dynasty's heart raced like a frightened deer, her pretty face flushed red. She lowered her head and murmured softly, I understand. Many generals nearby watched the scene unsure of what to say. Naturally, they would not voice any objections. The Empress' marriage was entirely her own decision. How could they as ministers dare to overstep their bounds? At that moment many of them thought to themselves, now that the Empress has married, when will we find our own match? But these thoughts remained only in their hearts unspoken. They understood that with the Empress' marriage the territory of the Great Song dynasty would soon merge with the Great Qing dynasty. With the two nations bound in friendship for generations, they could freely enter the Great Qing imperial city and easily meet Master Su. Upon Su Qing's return, Ning Xianrou was so overjoyed upon hearing the news that she could hardly contain her smile. To think that the entire Great Song had been subdued without a single soldier being deployed, and the opposing Empress had essentially declared submission. This was indeed a momentous blessing. Just imagine ending the conflict without shedding a drop of blood, or drawing a single sword with no further need for war. Moreover, from now on the people of both nations would coexist in peace and friendship. Such a prospect filled her heart with an almost numbing delight. At the same time she recognized that Su Qingge had rendered an extraordinary service. Had it not been for him, how could she have so effortlessly concluded a war? In truth, whether the war ended or not was not the primary concern, rather the Great Qing was currently in a period of recovery and rejuvenation. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wished to ignite a large-scale conflict. If a full-scale war were to... Yet this was exactly what had happened before their very eyes, leaving them no choice but to accept it. At that moment many soldiers felt a sense of dazed unreality, as if a fortune had fallen from the sky. To them the Great Qing was an extraordinarily formidable empire. Even without mentioning the 9 dragon warships, the mere dragon warships alone were enough to give them a hard time. Moreover, the Great Qing possessed so many cannons, a single blast could send them to their graves, dying on the battlefield, never to return home. Thus they had deeply feared the outbreak of this war. But unexpectedly, as soon as the Great Qing's emperor arrived, the order to cease hostilities was given and envoys were dispatched. They had not known the purpose of these envoys, having speculated earlier, but now they finally understood the opposing envoys had come to propose a marriage alliance. This was utterly beyond their expectations, evoking an unparalleled shock. No, it was not just shock, it was... Many were astonished, yet a profound sense of regret filled their hearts, for they too harbored feelings for their empress. Needless to say, who wouldn't revere and adore the most formidable figure of their dynasty? Moreover, this object of their veneration possessed such an exalted status and supreme cultivation, making her a veritable white lotus, an icy beauty perched high above, unreachable. To win her hand would be a blessing earned over a lifetime. Yet they understood that aside from young Master Su, no one else in this world could ever hope to claim such a beauty. Their own status was humble, they were merely soldiers. Such thoughts were but idle fantasies. Though they felt a pang of pity, there was nothing to be done. Matters had already progressed to this point. Merely avoiding war was cause enough to burn incense. Pity for the Great Song Empress was not a matter they could decide. With these thoughts many refrained from further comment. Even if they spoke it would be futile. Thus from a certain perspective could it not be said that they too had annexed the other's territory. This was merely stating the obvious. Once the two families became bound by marriage, boundaries would blur. Whether it was your land or my land, it would belong to us both, and claiming it as solely one's own would be inaccurate. With this the matter was officially concluded. 3 days later, in the imperial capital, Ning Xianrou prepared a grand royal bridal procession for Su Qingge. She had personally selected every member, each a veteran in such affairs. Over 1,000 years ago, before the millennium-long bloody war erupted, Great Qing was flourishing. Nearly every household held a wedding each month. These individuals, especially the masters of ceremonies, were thoroughly experienced. At the wedding their words were so pleasing that even a deaf man would feel profound joy and happiness. Such a master of ceremonies could spin death into life, black into white, and on the wedding day paint happiness so vividly it was beyond belief. Once everything was ready, Su Qingge set off. Before his departure, Ning Xianrou prepared a substantial bride price for marrying an empress of another nation, demanded generosity. Naturally, the other side would also provide a wealth of dowry. Overall, he would not suffer a loss. But at this point, talk of loss or gain was I. They all believed that young Master Su was truly kind, scattering red envelopes all along the way. The envelopes they collected were enough to cover nearly half a year's expenses. This time the red envelopes were especially generous, each containing tens of thousands of spirit stones, and not just any stones. They were supreme-grade spirit stones. In the imperial capital, 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones could sustain a family for 3 years. Thus, by grabbing just one red envelope, they could practically do no work for an entire year, simply rest without worrying about food or clothing. Many had even grabbed more than one, with some snatching 2 or 3 and others 4 or 5. Yet despite this, the red envelopes seemed inexhaustible, raining down like free gifts upon the streets. The crowd, ecstatic, scrambled to pick them up. Perched atop his tall horse, Su Qingge smiled with satisfaction. His red envelopes were enough to provide for every person in the entire city. Before long, she had adorned herself, beautifully resplendent in her finery, donning the phoenix crown and ceremonial robes. Her cheeks were dusted with rouge, making her appear like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Then she waited for Su Qingge at the palace gates. Upon entering the palace, Su Qingge saw her waiting for him, and overjoyed immediately embraced her. He then carried her into the bridal sedan. Meanwhile, fireworks and celebratory cannons burst forth, filling the scene with jubilation and festivity. After welcoming the great Song Empress, the grand procession set off, once again retracing their original route. Once more, red envelopes rained down like an endless cascade from the heavens, scattering in all directions along the way. Everyone cheered and surged forward, each person scrambling for the envelopes with fervent life-or-death enthusiasm. In their hearts, they were deeply grateful to Su Qingge. Without her, how could they have ever experienced such revelry? Without Su Qingge, even after a year of hard labor, they might not have gathered so much wealth. Without her, earning money would never have been this easy. Thus, a profound sense of reverence and awe for Su Qingge took root in their hearts, as if they had encountered a living bodhisattva, the greatest benefactor in the world. They vowed to treat Su Qingge with utmost respect from then on. Notably, the great Song Empress' dowry was exceptionally lavish. To avoid appearing petty, especially given the generous gifts from Great Qingge, she ensured her offerings were nothing short of grand. The endless rain of red envelopes along the way made her feel her prestige had blossomed magnificently. So not only for Su Qingge's sake, but also to save face and honor Great Qingge, she prepared a return gift of unparalleled extravagance. Countless pearls and treasures from the ocean filled the procession, along with agate jade cultivation resources, elixirs, and herbs piled onto hundreds of carts. Riding atop a tall horse, Su Qingge felt elated. Watching the bustling crowds on both sides, she mused that life after her transmigration was incredibly comfortable, more so than any man in the world. It seemed she had been reborn into a fortunate fate, perhaps the reward for countless good deeds in her past life. The feeling was utterly blissful, soaring to the heavens. As Su Qingge led the main force back to Great Qingge, other dynasties erupted in turmoil. First came Good heavens, what is this? Great Qingge and Great Song have become in-laws. How is that possible? Did I hear that correct? In response to your question, my lord, when I first heard the news, I was equally astounded, thinking my ears had failed me, or that I had gone mad, utterly unable to believe it. But after inquiring with many, I can confirm it truly happened. Your servant speaks no falsehood. By all the gods, this is disastrous. If the two nations unite, Great Qingge's foundations will reach an unprecedented level. Such a fearsome empire could spell danger for us. What shall we do then? Can we simply remain in our corner? Great Qingge is overwhelmingly powerful. One day it might come to crush us. Perhaps we should also marry off our empress and form an alliance with Great Qingge. That idea has merit, but there is a flaw. What if they spurn us? We are but a small state, not even a fifth of Great Song. The Great Song Empress and Master Su might deign to accept such a match, but would they consider an empress from a minor nation like ours? True enough, but without making an effort, who can say? A group of them chattered in discord. At the highest point of the Golden Throne Hall sat a young and beautiful woman appearing to be around 18 years old. Though still youthful, she had already blossomed into a graceful figure, much like a lotus bud poised to bloom. The Sui Kingdom was a small, neutral state, minuscule in size, with a population of less than 1 million. In contrast, the Great Qingge Empire boasted over 500 million citizens. This disparity was akin to an ant standing before an elephant. Thus they doubted that young Master Su would deign to notice them, for even some larger nations were worth courting, while tiny ones might not even earn a glance. Such were the ministers' concerns, yet despite their worries they could do nothing. At this moment within the Golden Throne Hall, the Empress of Great Ming sat upon the dragon throne, gazing at her ministers below, uncertain how to begin. The ministers whispered among themselves, each one as stunned as if they had heard thunder from the heavens. Oh my heavens! I truly cannot believe that Great Song and Great Qingge have merged into one. If this were not a real event, I would never dare to believe it. Indeed, from the start I thought it was nothing but a jest. But who could have imagined that the front lines would send back such a report? I stood frozen in place, even as the Prime Minister of our Great Ming, second only to the sovereign. I was struck numb by this bolt from the blue. How could this be? How could this be? Great Song was our ally. How could they turn to the enemy? We had planned for Great Song to lead the assault while we advanced from the north, striking at the heart of the Great Qingge, hoping to split their empire in two and divide their lands. Yet no sooner had the war begun, with barely a few lives lost, than the Empress of Great Song defected to the other side. Such betrayal for the sake of love and beauty. Indeed, who would deny it? This Empress of Great Song is utterly despicable. Why not just send an assassin? Enough. Do you have the ability to carry out such an assassination? The Empress of Great Qingge is a great emperor-level figure, and their nation teems with countless experts, with saint-level beings roaming everywhere. Even their Prime Minister is a saint-king-level existence. Do you truly believe your agent could slay the Emperor of Great Song? Even if, by some miracle, your spy infiltrated their domain, the moment they made a move they would be detected and meet a gruesome end. You have a point. Then what are we to do? Must we simply wait for our doom? I know not. Let us see what the Empress does. After a fervent debate, all eyes turned to the Empress. Could she achieve? The rice was already cooked, as she could not. The Empress of Great Ming's heart was also in turmoil. They had made a pact with Great Song to launch a pincer attack on Great Qingge, aiming to carve off a piece of their territory to share. Yet against all expectations, the Empress of Great Song had defected to young Master Su at the very outset, driven by sheer infatuation. It was infuriating and utterly disgraceful, a shameless act beyond words. But the Empress of Great Ming could do little. Even with the strongest condemnation, what could she achieve? The rice was already cooked, as she could not undo what was done. Moreover, if she tried to intervene, now marching her army into their territory, it might spark an outright war. Whether she could emerge victorious remained a massive question mark. After all, the enemy boasted two great emperor-level figures, the Empress of Great Song and the Empress of Great Qingge. Although the Empress of Great Song had only recently ascended to the Great Emperor realm, she was no easy foe. One great emperor alone was a formidable challenge, and with two, it would be a catastrophe. Any army sent might not even leave behind a corpse. At this thought, the Empress of Great Ming slumped back onto the dragon throne as wilted as a locust after autumn. After a period of murmuring among themselves, the ministers below the throne gradually fell silent, ceasing their discussions, for no matter how much they debated, they could not reach any definitive conclusion. Undoubtedly, they had lost their ally, and the worst-case scenario now was that their former ally would not become an enemy. Should that happen, trouble would be immense, with two nations joining forces to pressure the Great Ming. At that point, the day of the Great Ming's downfall would be imminent. At the same moment, in the Great Tang, this nation lay in the north of the Tsunyuan realm, where snow fell year-round, the land perpetually frozen and blanketed in a thick white cover, the entire world resembling a sculpture of ice, bitterly cold. The people on the streets waddled in enormous cotton-padded jackets, their figures swollen like penguins, utterly rotund. Yet today, every face was flushed crimson, drenched in sweat, cold sweat. They were utterly terrified. The Great Song and the Great Qingge had merged into one. Upon hearing this news, they felt a sudden dread, as if a death knell had sounded, shaking them to the core with fear. Like the Great Ming, they dreaded that their former ally, the Great Song, would become an enemy. For one must know that although the Great Song's territory was not even 2/3 of the Great Qingge's, it still surpassed both the Great Ming and the Great Tang. Moreover, their manpower resources and combat strength far exceeded those of these two nations. Now, with the Great Song and the Great Qingge joining forces in a formidable alliance, they would sweep across the 6 directions and conquer the 8 wilds. Perhaps the entire world would belong to the Great Qingge. At this thought, they trembled with fear, feeling as if walking on thin ice, and bitterly acknowledged that the Great Qingge had played a masterful marriage alliance scheme. Yet it all hinged on that young Master Su. Without him, even if the Great Qingge's empress had wished it, she could not have executed this plan. But, upon hearing this, the empress above was momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss. Though the words held truth, they also carried great peril. In this era, no one was a fool. Even if the Great Song's empress died and the Great Qingge, the other side would not be passive. They would investigate through various means, and eventually uncover the true culprit. If the trail led to the Great Tang, then without a doubt, both the Great Song and the Great Qingge would be enraged. At that point, the two nations would unite, and a million-strong army would march forth. Not only would the entire Great Tang be doomed, but even the small states nearby would face annihilation. The Great Tang's empress dared not gamble, nor could she afford to. If she lost, not only would she lose her life, but the entire Great Tang would collapse into ruin. A fate she could not bear to witness. "Do you have any safe measures?" the Great Tang's empress asked the official who had just spoken, her voice grave. The official pondered for a long time, but could think of nothing conclusive. In the end, he could only shake his head and let out a helpless long sigh. Just then a eunuch suddenly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said to the Great Tang's empress, "Your Majesty, I have a suggestion." The Great Tang's empress felt a surge of joy and waved her hand, asking, "What is it?" Yet the eunuch hesitated, his face troubled, and refused to speak. "I dare not say, Your Majesty." The Great Tang's empress shook her head and said, "Now is not the time for hesitation. If the Great Song and the Great Qingge truly unite to conquer the entire Qinglan realm, we might not even have a chance to resist. Speak your mind directly, and do not hold back." Hearing this, the eunuch finally dared to speak. "My suggestion is, if you cannot defeat them, join them. Why not have Your Majesty marry into the Great Qingge as well?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire throne hall shifted instantly, becoming exquisitely tense. Every face changed color repeatedly, as if they had heard something utterly fantastical. Not a single sound remained, yet was so quiet that even the footsteps of an ant could be clearly heard. It was mainly because the eunuch's words were too shocking. Everyone was taken aback, their expressions shifting again and again. They asked themselves inwardly, would they dare say such a thing to the empress? Were they not afraid of death? The eunuch suddenly knelt down, trembling with fear. "If I have spoken wrongly, please do not hold it against me, Your Majesty. I speak only for the sake of the entire Great Tang." The entire Golden Throne Hall was shrouded in a dead silence, though no one dared to speak, all bowing their heads under the awe-inspiring authority of the Empress. It would be utterly ridiculous for a eunuch to utter such words, inviting mockery. If word got out, the face of the Tang Empire's Empress would be beyond saving. It was well known that the Tang and Qin empires were sworn enemies. In fact, not just the Tang, but nearly every nation in the Qinglan realm bore grudges against the Qin. Why? Because Ning Xianro, the Empress of the Great Qin, had initiated a 1,000-year blood war, single-handedly plunging the realm into chaos. Almost everyone in the Qinglan realm harbored deep resentment toward her, except of course for the citizens of Great Qin. They eagerly wished for their nation's strength and dominance over the entire Qinglan realm, so why would they curse their own empire? Thus they were willing to fight, though the timing was rather peculiar. The Tang Empress pondered for a moment, said nothing, and waved her hand dismissively. "Enough, you may all withdraw." Meanwhile, in the Great Qian dynasty, the Great Yin dynasty, and many other dynasties, the news struck them with profound shock. They promptly dispatched envoys to various nations to discuss the matter, yet ultimately reached no consensus. Fear gripped them. If the Song and Qing empires joined forces, their days would surely be numbered. Yet it was not certain, for Great Qing had been recuperating in recent years. If the Qing Empress wished to ignite war, she would have to weigh her options carefully, as she herself had ordered the cessation of hostilities and a period of recovery. At the same time, the grand bridal procession of Great Qing had already returned, scattering enormous red envelopes along the way in jubilant celebration. The face of the Song Empress bloomed with rosy hues like a delicate flower bud. The wedding ceremony was held in the imperial palace of Great Qing. By decree of the Empress, every notable figure across the nation was compelled to attend. Thus virtually all the great personages came, prefects, governors, even frontier generals leading their troops, all to show their reverence. Consequently, the imperial capital was packed to overflowing that day with an endless stream of carriages and horses and streets so congested that not even a mouse could squeeze through. The sea of people shoulder to shoulder was so immense that many felt a chill run down their spines. Merchants seized this unprecedented opportunity to reap substantial profits, their hearts brimming with gratitude towards Qingge. Without her grand wedding, they would never have caught such an ancient millennium chance. The festivities lasted an entire day before drawing to a close. At nightfall, Qingge carried the Song Empress into the bridal chamber and lifted the red veil from her head. Time flew like a fleeting white horse passing through a crack. One night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, the Song Empress still felt as if she were dreaming, unable to believe she had actually married into an enemy nation. Had it not been real, she would never have believed it possible. Yet after the morning court session began swiftly. Ning Xinrou proposed to the assembly a suggestion to promote Qingge to the rank of first-rank grand official. Why? Because he had rendered a service so monumental that no one else could match. Just think. He had won the hand of the enemy's empress, thereby incorporating the entire Song territory into their own. Such a feat. Who else could achieve it? Let me ask again. Who else could achieve it? Many ministers searched their consciences and admitted they could not. Even the highest-ranking generals who had rendered outstanding service hung their heads in shame, for they knew they could not have accomplished such a feat. In truth, they indeed could not. To take the entire territory of the enemy without losing a single soldier. Who in the world would believe such a tale? And after believing it, how utterly inferior would they feel? After all, it was as fantastical as a fairy tale, though no sane person would likely believe it. Thus they earnestly declared, "Your Majesty, this is a monumental achievement that has captured the world's attention. Whether you wish to promote him to the highest rank or appoint him as Prime Minister, we have no objections. We defer entirely to your will." At that moment, Prime Minister Wang Pu clasped his hands and voiced his thoughts. He felt that his position as Prime Minister was somewhat inadequate, for Qingge had already seized the enemy's territory. A sense of inferiority washed over him, and he wished to resign from his post, offering it to Qingge. The position of Prime Minister was the pinnacle of officialdom, second only to the Emperor above all others. Countless people had once coveted it, but now all believed it rightfully belonged to Qingge. His merits were immense, his abilities unparalleled, and everyone admired him profoundly. The Empress considered the matter and said, "Then it is settled." The next day, Qingge was successfully promoted to Prime Minister. On that day, the official who had previously investigated Qingge for corruption stood trembling in the imperial court, utterly terrified. His eyes darted wildly, fearing Su Qing's retribution. He had once sought to topple Qingge by probing into his alleged bribery, but now Su Qing's power far exceeded his own. A single word from Qingge could cost him his official cap. Overwhelmed with fear, cold sweat poured from his body. After the morning court session ended, he intercepted Qingge outside the palace, fell to his knees with a thud, and pleaded, Lord Su, I beg you not to hold this against me. A prime minister's heart can sail a ship. Treat me like a passing breeze, and let me go." He begged desperately. Even though many officials lingered after court watching the scene unfold, he cared not for his dignity. He remained kneeling on the ground, pleading fervently. Qingge had nearly forgotten this man. Such a minor figure had never been on his radar. After all, would you ever notice an ant on the ground? Absolutely not. No one would. So after that incident, he had all but forgotten it. Had this man not appeared today, Qingge would not have remembered his face. Now, Qingge glanced at him and said coolly, "Enough. Your rank is reduced by 3 levels. From now on you will serve as the Chief Minister of the Grand Court." The official's current rank was 2nd grade, and the position of Chief Minister of the Grand Court was exactly 3 levels lower. Qingge had his own reasons for this decision. This man was upright and execution was out of the question. Better to let him serve where his talents were suited. The role of Chief Minister of the Grand Court was precisely for such a person. Qingge gave him a stage. Hearing this, the man thudded his forehead heavily against the ground, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Su." He was nearly moved to tears. Qingge not only spared him, but also granted him the position of Chief Minister of the Grand Court. Though it was a 3-rank demotion from his current level, it was precisely the post he had always desired. His expertise lay in this field, yet the Empress had never assigned him work that matched his skills. He had harbored silent discontent, but dared not voice it. Now Lord Su had placed him in the perfect role, utilizing his talents to the fullest. Tears of gratitude streamed down his face, mingling with snot. Unable to express his thanks eloquently due to his clumsy tongue, he simply kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead thudding against the ground without pause. Qingge paid him no mind, letting him continue as he took his leave. Only after Qingge's figure disappeared from sight did the man raise his head, his eyes still brimming with hot tears. Time passed swiftly, and a year vanished in the blink of an eye. The great Song Empress had borne Qingge 3 robust sons, each a healthy boy. As soon as they were born, the infants were taken by the imperial household, which assumed full responsibility for their upbringing, covering all expenses and education. The eunuch in red also bestowed rewards. A magnificent new mansion was erected near the palace, sprawling across a vast expanse of land resplendent in its luxury. Even the courtyard walls were crafted from precious marble, rising like a palace from afar, gorgeous, elegant, and extraordinary. Outside the walls of this courtyard stood a group of saint-level powerhouses. They patrolled ceaselessly around the residence, ready to unleash deadly force the moment they detected any suspicious individuals approaching. Whoever you were, even nobles of royal blood, they would show no mercy. Beyond these rewards there were countless others: spirit stones, agates, pearls, jade, and various treasures, filling 100 massive warships. These were the Emperor's gifts to Qingge, and he accepted them all without a word. At that moment the system's rewards also arrived. This time the rewards were especially abundant. He received 20 experience cards of the 9-cycle Great Emperor and 1 Immortal Emperor level card. The Immortal Emperor was far more formidable, overwhelmingly powerful, capable of suppressing the entire world with a mere gesture. A single Immortal Emperor could decide the fate of a world's existence. Moreover, this card was permanent, meaning once used his cultivation would be eternally fixed at the Immortal Emperor level. Such was its might, such its grandeur. From then on, Qingge had become utterly transformed. In addition, the system bestowed a true imperial armament. Not a quasi-imperial armament, but a genuine one. It was adorned with various runes and exuded terrifying Tao principles. The blade was so sharp that a single glance could make one feel as if a piercing aura might slice through their very eyes, horrifying beyond measure. Qingge found a place to test it. With a gentle swing, the earth split open for billions of zeich. At this time, a deliberation was taking place within the palace. The Empress intended to marry Qingge. When she spoke these words, the entire court fell into utter silence, unsure of what to say. In truth, they had long anticipated that the Empress would eventually wed Qingge. After all, he was so handsome and exceptionally capable that they had already mentally prepared themselves. Now that the Empress had voiced it, they found it unsurprising. Why does no one speak? Is there some issue? Given his current status, position, and merits, in what way is he unworthy of me? Qingge found it somewhat amusing. She believed the court's silence stemmed from their feeling that Qingge was still not good enough for her. But that wasn't the case. She thought he was truly worthy given his current standing. Finally, a civil official stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, everything shall be as you decree." With those words, the others quickly chimed in agreement. "Your Majesty, it is acceptable. I approve. I approve as well. And me, all of us approve. May your Majesty and Lord Su soon be blessed with a robust son." The voices surged like rolling waves, ceaseless and mighty. Qingge smiled with joy. Thus a grand wedding commenced a few days later, a magnificent celebration. People from all over the realm once again gathered in the imperial city. The streets were packed with a sea of humanity, shoulder to shoulder, so dense it was almost suffocating. Astride a white horse, Qingge sat upon its back, his heart brimming with delight. He felt that traveling to this world was a stroke of fortune. With a grand sweep of his hand, he commanded, "Distribute the red packets." His attendants immediately began scattering red packets generously along the route, each containing 100,000 spirit stones. That day, commoners across the land were overjoyed. Even those who missed out would later have special envoys piloting 9 dragon warships through the skies, raining down packets upon every city like artificial precipitation. The ships soared above, and the enormous red packets fell like rain, as if free for the taking. Every city in the Great Qing Empire was showered in turn as per the Emperor's decree. There was no fear of running out of funds, for the imperial treasury was vast beyond measure, almost inexhaustible. Even after distributing packets to over 20 million cities nationwide, the treasury still held more than half its wealth. And these packets each contained 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. The fact that it hadn't depleted the treasury spoke volumes of its immense depth. On their wedding night, Qingge carried Qingge into the bridal chamber and lifted the red veil from her head. Time flew by, and a year later Qingge gave Qingge 2 sons, each weighing over 8 gene, robust and healthy. This filled her with boundless joy. Everyone in the Morong mansion, including Mu Xinyue, was overjoyed. As Qingge's status rose, theirs ascended to an unparalleled height. Many in the household cheered and celebrated, feeling that their master's husband was truly extraordinary. Without him, they would never have become relatives of the imperial family. To be a relative of the imperial family, this was something countless people could never achieve in a lifetime. Time passed swiftly, and another 2 years went by. By now, Qingge had numerous children, enough to fill his household. When idle, these children often went to bully the neighbors' kids who were equally mischievous and could play together well. What was called bullying was merely roughhousing. Children naturally grow up through such playful scuffles. The neighbors ran a soy sauce shop, and Qingge's children frequently went there to get soy sauce. In the literal sense, they would smash the soy sauce bottles to pieces with small stones or slingshots. The shopkeeper could only force a smile and clean up the mess, daring not utter a rebuke. After all, the children's parents were none other than the reigning empress and the prime minister. Who would dare show disrespect? He dared not be disrespectful. Thus he not only refrained from scolding, but also wore a fawning smile. Of course, Qingge strictly disciplined his children for their pranks and compensated the shopkeeper the full amount. The shopkeeper hesitated to accept, but Qingge insisted with a smile, making it clear that refusal would lead to complications. Of course, Qingge strictly disciplined his children for their pranks. Upon doing so, he was overjoyed, for Qingge had paid 10 times the actual cost, far more than the value of all his soy sauce combined. Instantly, he felt profound admiration for Qingge, not for his rank or power, but for his integrity. What truly earns heartfelt respect is not status or strength, but one's moral character. As the saying goes, character is paramount. Without it, even the highest position invites only feigned respect. This is a matter of character. With good character, people willingly submit. Qingge was such a person. From then on, whenever children broke soy sauce bottles, Qingge would always repay tenfold. Money was no concern. He tried to discipline the children, but mischief was in their nature. Eventually, he relented, believing a joyful childhood. This did not mean total indulgence. He still guided them when necessary, but with a balanced approach, strict yet not. As royal offspring, they enjoyed the finest food, clothing, and education, for they were destined to build careers and protect the dynasty. Thus, Qingge spared no effort in their education, hiring the finest tutors from across the land. Though the palace had its own teachers, the number of children was too great for one person. So Qingge recruited many talents to establish an imperial school, teaching diligently. Thus a decade passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, no major wars occurred. The Great Qing dynasty did not launch any external campaigns, and the Songyuan realm experienced a brief period of peace. Other dynasties, whether the Great Tang or the Great Ming among others, also refrained from significant uprisings, or the entire Songyuan realm was progressing toward a brighter future. Meanwhile, all of Su Qing's children had grown up. They had received an excellent education from a young age, each possessing both literary talent and martial prowess. The girls were refined ladies, well-read and courteous, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Sometimes they even took time to study military strategy, claiming it was preparation for potential future conflicts. Qingge was at a loss for words in response. He wanted to ask, why do you as young ladies always think about war? Isn't it better to play the zither and dance while enjoying fine cuisine? However, since the children enjoyed it, he refrained from further comment and let them follow their inclinations. Although the children had grown up, Qingge remained youthful and vibrant, looking like a scholarly gentleman. As a cultivator, preserving one's youthful appearance was a simple feat. Except for some elders who, due to internal depletion, could not control their aging, it was quite easy for others. Days passed one after another. Soon another decade slipped by. During this period, Qingge took no new concubines. Not because he was unwilling, but because he had not encountered anyone who suited his heart. However, this situation soon changed. Even if he had no desire to take concubines, Ning Xianrou insisted on it. The first reason was that the Great Qing needed more children to boost its population. A growing population would naturally stimulate the economy. Without births, the entire Great Qing would stagnate like a pool of dead water. As the husband of the empress, this also set an example for the entire nation. After all, if even the chancellor took the lead in having children, others would naturally follow suit. If the chancellor himself refrained from having children, wouldn't that set a bad precedent? Thus Qingge had no choice. He had to agree, even if unwilling. His empress wife was too domineering. Under such circumstances, Qingge reluctantly took one concubine after another, again and again. Over the next decade, he took more than 30 concubines who bore him over 50 children. Most were boys with only a few girls, just 3 or 5. This delighted Ning Xianrou and Mu Xinyue immensely. With many sons, the family would flourish, revitalizing the Great Qing like a stagnant pool, transforming into a surging river. Su Qing's contributions to fathering so many children were undeniable, and Ning Xianrou rewarded him with numerous treasures. He was also promoted to the rank of assistant king. The ministers had no objections to this. After these events, the system's rewards arrived. This time it granted many cultivation cards, over 300 emperor cards alone, along with some golden treasure chests. But Qingge had no time to examine them, as he was busy. He gathered all his children, wives, and concubines before him, and said, "Spring has come. Let us take the children out for a spring outing." The crowd was taken aback and asked, "But what about our studies? The private tutor is waiting." Qingge smiled, and replied, "Take a day off." After the outing, everything returned to normal. Many years later, Su Qing's children and grandchildren had grown up. They led armies on campaigns, incorporating the Great Sui territory into the Great Qing's domain. Other dynasties, seeing the Great Qing's unstoppable momentum, declared their submission one after another. After several more years, Ning Xianrou abdicated the throne in favor of Qingge. He ascended to the imperial seat, unrivaled in prestige. He led the Great Qing to conquer the world, incorporating the entire Songyuan realm into its domain, making the Great Qing the sole dynasty in the realm. The end.